Free travel between the real city and the ancient world, where ginseng has been everywhere for thousands of years. Gold can be seen everywhere here. Diamonds can be easily picked up here. This is suspected to be the origin of human civilization. Here is the truth about the extinction of dinosaurs. If you like prehistoric world stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1 is unbelievable. These days, Wang Zhe always feels like his home has been burglarized. The wardrobe he bought from the second-hand market has been inexplicably lost for 3 consecutive days, and anything he puts in will definitely disappear inexplicably the next day. Wang Zhe called the police 3 times for this, but it still hasn't been resolved. Wang Zhe, who was still struggling for the diamond rank in front of the computer at around 4 o'clock in the morning, stretched lazily after succeeding. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, so it's better to take off the bedding and go back to sleep. He took off and folded the bedding, then opened the empty wardrobe door and casually stuffed it into the wardrobe. The next second, Wang Zhe was dumbfounded. Where's my blanket? Could it be that I had hallucinations after staying up late playing games for too long? Wang Zhe rubbed his eyes a few times, took a deep breath, and slowly opened his eyes. However, the wardrobe he found in the second-hand market was still empty, and the cushion he had just stuffed in mysteriously disappeared. Looking left and right, Wang Zhe put the mineral water bottle on the computer desk into the wardrobe, and then watched helplessly as the bottle was swallowed and disappeared by the wardrobe. Disappeared? Could this be the culprit behind the disappearance of items in the wardrobe for several consecutive days? Wang Zhe, with widened eyes, swallowed his saliva and reached out to touch the wooden board inside the cabinet, then showed a strange and shocked expression. At the moment when my right hand touched the wooden board inside the wardrobe, there was no contact between my hand and the board. Instead, my right hand penetrated the board and extended forward. Even though my entire arm was swallowed by the inner wall of the wardrobe, I still didn't touch any obstacles. Wang Zhe's eyes widened and his eyeballs almost popped out, staring incredulously at his right hand pulled out of the wardrobe, intact and undamaged. Then he tried to reach his hand in again and take it out again, repeating it more than 10 times without stopping. Wang Zhe swore that there was absolutely no scientific explanation for this miraculous thing, and at the same time, he couldn't help but have a strong curiosity in his heart. What was behind the wardrobe that could suddenly penetrate? Do you want to give it a try? Bold Wang Zhe hesitated for a while, then used scissors to cut the bedsheet into strips, tied knots, fixed one end to the foot of the bed and the other end to his waist, held his breath and slowly extended his head towards the wooden board in the wardrobe. Still passing through the wardrobe without any obstacles, a strange scene was formed. Wang Zhe's body seemed to have been cut in half, with the lower part below the waist in the narrow room and the upper part above the waist disappearing into the wardrobe. At this moment, Wang Zhe's eyes stiffened as he looked ahead, his pupils suddenly dilated. Ancient trees rise tall one by one, while new ones bloom with vitality. Layer by layer, countless leaves interweave densely together, and the dense branches and leaves block most of the sunlight. The dark jungle is filled with a strange and dangerous aura. Moreover, the forest is covered in herbaceous plants, shrubs, and thorns, with intertwined tree roots emerging from the soil. Rocks of varying sizes can also be seen everywhere in the forest, with their surfaces covered in tender green moss. There are also towering and steep mountains surrounding the forest, forming a huge valley. The fiery red sun in the sky is emitting its final rays, and here we are entering the darkness. His clothes and pants, as well as the blanket and spring water bottle that disappeared inexplicably, are all lying quietly here. Is this the other end of the earth? Most people understand geographical knowledge that when China is in daylight, the United States will turn into darkness. Therefore, Wang Zhe's first reaction was, could this be the other side of the ocean? Carefully trying to cross over from the wardrobe, Wang Zhe realized that he had actually crossed a huge rock. A circle of light on the rock emitted ripples. He aimed his head at the circle and slowly extended it, immediately appearing in his room's wardrobe. It's really possible to travel between 2 worlds. Wang Zhe couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled. He never expected such a wonderful thing to happen to him. He moved his clothes and bedding back to his room and bed, gathered the courage to untie the sheets tied to his waist, and walked towards the stream beside the boulder. In the clear stream that barely submerges their ankles, many small fish are playing and frolicking. There are also a few fish fins with a light golden green color, scales with slightly pink edges, and a light red mouth. These fish look very beautiful. In the depths of the stream, nearly half a meter deep, there were several blood-red fish over 20 centimeters in length. This was the first time Wang Zhe had seen such a stunningly beautiful fish, and his heart couldn't help but think about it. Didn't Lu Li say she wanted her father to buy some ornamental fish to keep at home? She should be very happy to catch such beautiful fish and give them to her, right? I don't have to buy them either. Wang Zhe has been thinking about how to break through the relationship with Lu Li. He has been pursuing the goddess for half a year in college, kissing her moist red lips, rolling sheets together. The more I thought about it, the more I hated Wang Zhe, who couldn't spare a minute to push down Lu Li. It took me a lot of effort to catch 4 beautiful-looking fish, one of which was over 20 centimeters long and was as red as blood. At this moment, as the sun was about to disappear, the sky was getting darker and the aperture on the giant rock was also disappearing with the sun, and the radiance gradually dimmed. Will the aperture disappear again? Wang Zhe suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart, and quickly gave up the idea of continuing to catch fish. He picked up a bucket and crossed back to the room from the disappearing aperture. It was past 5 o'clock, and the gray sky outside the window was getting colder and colder. A new day had begun, and if it weren't for the clothes and pants he had retrieved, and the 4 beautiful red fish playing in the bucket, Wang Zhe would have really doubted if he had had a dream. Turning back, Wang Zhe, who had seen the disappearance of the aperture in his mind, dared not touch it with his hands anymore. Instead, he used a clothes hanger to touch it, but made a clear thumping sound, which was the sound of the clothes hanger touching the wardrobe. Can't we cross over? Wang Zhe frowned, but quickly denied it. His missing clothes and pants were not from a day, perhaps related to the aperture, but it needed to be tried and waited until after dark. Well, let's sleep for a while before going out. Around 8 o'clock, the morning rush hour in Nanjiang was as congested as ever. While eating breakfast, Wang Zhe was riding his bike. At the one-way street ahead, a white BMW 523 suddenly appeared. It seemed like he was driving on the wrong road, and quickly reversed. With one foot on the gas pedal, the BMW car rapidly reversed. With a loud bang, Wang Zhe, who had already stopped by braking, watched as the other party's car, but had intimate contact with his electric scooter. In an instant, the car and the person overturned to the ground, the water bucket spilled, and all 4 red fish were on the concrete road, 3 of which were crushed to death on the spot, including the largest one. Wang Zhe, who sprained his hand, looked at the 3 dead red fish with frustration and anger. How did you drive? You didn't even check if there was anyone behind you when reversing. On the parked BMW, a man and a woman got out of the car. The woman with a panicked expression quickly apologized, but the man looked disdainfully at Wang Zhe and said, "Isn't it just a broken electric scooter? 3 fish died, and the person is fine. It's not a big deal, we'll compensate." Immediately, the man called the insurance company and gently comforted the woman who had just been driving, saying, It's okay. Let's be more careful when we drive next time. I've already called the insurance company. After handling it, I'll take you to buy new clothes to calm down the shock." At this moment, Wang Zhe was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, rubbing the twisted part of his left hand and angrily cursing in his heart. Damn it, it's amazing to have money. It's amazing to drive a BMW. After calming down and thinking about it, wealthy people who drive BMWs are really more impressive than him. And with insurance, they are still so confident when they hit him. 7 or 8 minutes later, the insurance company arrived and asked while taking photos. When the camera aimed at the only living red fish in Wang Zhe's bucket, it also glanced at the 3 that were crushed to death. Can't help but ask, are all these fish of the same quality? Wang Zhe thought about the nearly similar red fish and nodded, while the BMW man said impatiently, "I'll pay for just a few goldfish. I'll get rid of the insurance quickly, and I'll take my girlfriend to breakfast. I don't want money, just pay for my 3 the first mock examination red fish. If you pay, you will pay. It's just a red fish. I have money, and I will buy you 10 identical ones. The BMW man looks like I have money, and I am awesome." At this moment, the insurance claims officer called in front of the 2 arguing people and answered, saying, "Leader, BMW 523 series, license plate Nanjiang ZG *****. The claim accident of car owner Chun Hao needs to be appraised by professionals who raise ornamental fish." Looking for a professional to appraise ornamental fish? Why? The leader, who had heard this for the first time, sounded very surprised and puzzled. The car owner who collided with the battery owner has 4 red dragon fish in the bucket, one of which is over 20 centimeters long. I saw this kind of fish at a customer's house a few days ago, surnamed Zhu. He spent about 700,000 yuan on 1 red dragon fish, so I called your leader to discuss and have a professional to appraise it. The 3 fish are probably worth over 1 million yuan. This was like a silent slap hitting the BMW man's face hard. The incredulous BMW man's gaze suddenly fell on Wang Zhe, watching him wear up to 200 yuan worth of street vendor clothes all over his body and ride an electric scooter that sold for up to 70 to 800 yuan. He couldn't help but sneer and sneer in his heart. Can you get a red dragon fish worth 700,000 yuan just for this? Are 3 fish worth over 1 million? Nonsense. What kind of broken fish can be so expensive? Scammer. This insurance claims officer must be a scammer. The BMW man didn't hesitate to call the police. Chapter 2. The Blood Red Dragon Fish. Chen Hao. I just searched for red dragon fish on Baidu, and the information that appeared indicated that the price of red dragon fish depends on its variety. Generally speaking, different varieties can lead to price discrepancies of tens of thousands of yuan. Red dragon fish can be categorized by color into 4 types: orange red, pink, deep red, and blood red. The deeper and more vibrant the color, the higher the price, with the blood red variety being the most precious. Recently, a red dragon fish was sold for over 5 million yuan, equivalent to a fine apartment in a second-tier city. Just a moment ago, Chen Hao, who was seething with anger and ready to call the police, felt a tremor in his hand while dialing, nearly dropping his expensive phone worth several thousand yuan. His wealth stemmed from a substantial compensation claim from his family, approximately around 2 million yuan. His understanding of fish was akin to Wang Zhe's, aside from their aesthetic appeal. They were primarily regarded as food, and he had no real knowledge of red dragon fish. His gaze, synchronized with Wang Zhe's, was fixed in disbelief upon the 3 deceased fish, his mind reeling in shock. Are these 3 fish truly valued at over 1 million? The world of the wealthy is utterly insane. Big brother, are these 3 fish really red dragon fish? Chen Hao's heart quaked. He dared not check Baidu on his phone, fearing his heart might not withstand the shock. He had taken out a loan to purchase a BMW, purely to show off and attract women. Just the thought of a compensation exceeding 1 million was unbearable for him, as his face lost all traces of the earlier arrogance displayed by the wealthy. Wang Zhe, inwardly amused, also pondered the true value of these fish. However, he understood that he must maintain an air of confidence without appearing boastful. What if it turned out to be otherwise? What if the insurance adjuster miscalculated? It was best to remain understated to avoid embarrassment. He needed to keep a steady gaze. Speak with a tone neither too forceful nor too light, avoiding a blank expression, and instead exhibit a relaxed demeanor that conveyed both humility and exceptional taste. With that in mind, Wang Zhe took out his phone and said, I urgently need to use the restroom. As for these fish, there's no point in my saying more. Let's allow a professional to appraise them. With that, Wang Zhe strode away, heading to a nearby restaurant to borrow the restroom. However, once inside, his first act was not to pull down his trousers, but to pull out his phone and search for red dragon fish on Baidu. Minutes later, Wang Zhe gazed at the restroom ceiling, taking a deep breath. The foul air suddenly seemed intoxicating as he envisioned the larger, more vibrant, and elusive blood-red dragon fish lurking in the depths of the stream. Unable to contain his excitement, he thought to himself, I'm about to strike it rich. Just a single stream could yield such immense wealth. What about an entire forest? The whole valley, or even the world beyond it? What corner of the earth could it be? After a brief wait, the professional soon arrived, examining the 3 dead fish with a look of dismay. Blood-red dragon fish. And exquisite specimens at that. Although this one was crushed to death, its uninjured condition suggests it is worth at least 800,000 yuan, while the 2 smaller ones should fetch around 200,000 yuan each. This statement brought a glimmer of joy to Chen Hao's face, prompting him to exclaim, wonderful. 1 million in commercial insurance will suffice. The professional shot Chen Hao a disapproving glance, clarifying, I said one is valued at 200,000. And this fish in the bucket is also worth around 200,000. The rarity of blood-red dragon fish lies in their challenging care, scarcity, and quality. A wounded one may not even survive, and if it cannot recover, it becomes worthless. I can assure you. The value of these 4 blood-red dragon fish is 1,400,000. This is my honest assessment. If the owner is unwilling, 1,400,000 may still be insufficient. The professional shook his head repeatedly. Losing 3 blood-red dragon fish at once was a significant loss. 1,400,000 was the bare minimum. The driver of the BMW, along with Chen Hao, wore grim expressions, knowing they would have to compensate 40,000 yuan, depending on the owner's willingness. Observing Wang Zhe, who rode a modest electric bike and donned simple attire, Chen Hao felt an urge to weep. When did the wealthy become so understated as to ride electric bikes? Big brother, these fish are worth more than my 3 BMWs. And yet you casually keep them in a bucket? A sum of over 1 million may seem trivial to you, but it is a significant blow to me. On his face, however, Chen Hao immediately plastered a flattering smile and addressed Wang Zhe. Big brother, I apologize for my earlier tone. Please do not take it to heart. Let's discuss this amicably. One flattery followed another, as he showered Wang Zhe with compliments. In his heart, he prayed fervently that 1,400,000 would not be exceeded. As for Wang Zhe, he felt as if he were dreaming. 1,400,000. Just an hour ago, he had never imagined that one day he could possess such a fortune. Fine, 1,400,000 it is. You can have these 3 dead fish, and I will take the live one. Of course, if you are unwilling. Before Wang Zhe could finish, Chen Hao eagerly nodded, absolutely. Brother, you are my dear brother, 1,400,000 is settled. In that moment, Chen Hao wished he could hand over the money immediately to conclude the matter, fearing that this understated wealthy individual might change his mind and demand more compensation. He even sought out a pen and paper from his car, looking at Wang Zhe with pleading eyes. The meaning of his expression was unmistakable. Brother, please sign the compensation agreement. With the insurance adjuster and the professional as witnesses, Wang Zhe drafted a compensation agreement for 1,400,000. Then pulled the professional aside. Boss Zhou, I have several blood-red dragon fish. Would you be interested in purchasing them? Wang Zhe thought about his lack of professional channels and connections with wealthy enthusiasts of dragonfish, thus considering reaching out to Boss Zhou of the water dragon facility. After all, cash was more tangible than rare fish. Boss Zhou's eyes lit up. What is their quality like? They are larger and absolutely on par with those that have perished. Boss Zhou's eyes gleamed with excitement as he replied, I will buy them. If they are truly as good as you say, I can offer 1 million, with no upper limit. As an industry insider, Boss Zhou understood that larger and better quality blood red dragon fish were exceedingly valuable, with even minor differences resulting in price variations of thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. Wang Zhe, maintaining a calm demeanor, felt a wave of exhilaration. If he were to catch the blood red dragon fish hidden behind his wardrobe, he could easily sell it for millions. Such effortless profit was undoubtedly the most lucrative way to earn money in the world. Leaving his contact information, Wang Zhe, realizing he had already delayed for quite some time, hurriedly took the damaged blood red dragon fish to explain to Lu Li. They had agreed to meet at 10:30. And now it was already past 10. He would surely be late, but he believed Lu Li would understand his predicament. Lu Li was not only beautiful, standing at a height of 1.67 meters, with an ideal figure and ample bosom, often drawing attention due to her allure. Lu Li's father was an associate professor at Nanjiang University. So Wang Zhe thought that by explaining his adventure of traversing into that magical valley to catch a 1,000,000 yuan blood red dragon fish, he could impress her and perhaps even flatter her father. Who knows? He might even become the future father-in-law. As for the fish, since Boss Zhou had mentioned its difficult care, there was no need to waste money on an aquarium. As Wang Zhe arrived at the designated meeting place, his heart brimming with visions and fantasies of a bright future, he was taken aback to find Lu Li surrounded by a throng of people. He hurriedly approached her. Lu Li, this is the blood red dragon fish I purchased. I saw on your WeChat moments that you bought one early this morning. So I thought I would gift this to Professor Lu as a small token of my esteem. Lu Li, this is for you. And me too. Although he intended to curry favor, the truth remained that they were all university students, living off allowances from their families. Being able to afford a fish worth several hundred yuan was already quite commendable. Lu Li, akin to a celestial being, frowned slightly at the sight of Wang Zhe arriving late. For the past 6 months, Wang Zhe had been pursuing her, and while she found him somewhat agreeable, her father had taken a particular liking to this student, hoping to have him as a son-in-law. She had attempted to spark a connection, but realized that she simply did not feel any chemistry with Wang Zhe. Thus, her posts the previous night were not only to procure a fish her father admired, but also to clarify her stance with Wang Zhe. After several subtle hints, Lu Li chose a rather cruel method to dissuade Wang Zhe from his affections. As for the bucket on Wang Zhe's electric bike, she had no thoughts at all. At least buy a fish tank if you're getting a fish. What does it mean to bring a bucket? I desire ornamental fish, not ingredients for a soup. With a glance, someone stepped forward to voice a sarcastic remark. Oh dear, Wang Zhe, are you returning from the market with that bucket? What fish did you buy for Professor Lu to make soup? Let us see. Chapter 03, Misunderstanding. Qianliang. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow. Qianliang was the wealthiest student in their class, the quintessential rich kid in everyone's eyes, rumored to have assets worth over 10 million. He too was vying for Lu Li's affection. Yet Professor Lu held a disfavor towards him for a simple reason. Qianliang's family wealth made it unlikely for him to become a son-in-law. With a house, a car, and hundreds of thousands in savings, Professor Lu, who would receive a monthly pension exceeding 10,000 upon retirement, did not place much value on money. Standing at 6 feet tall, Qianliang towered over the slightly built Wang Zhe, appearing all the more imposing with his disdainful expression, as though he were looking down from a great height. Accompanied by classmates who encircled Lu Li, they approached with the intent to mock Wang Zhe. Creating a spectacle around him and the electric bike, their eyes fixated on the blood-red dragon fish in the bucket. Oh, what kind of fish is this? It's so red, even more vibrant than a carp, and quite attractive too. Indeed, what fish is this? I've never seen one like it. Wang Zhe, where did you purchase this? It must have cost several hundred yuan. The cacophony of voices momentarily distracted them from their original intent, but someone quickly redirected the conversation. No matter how beautiful it is, it pales in comparison to the 88,000 yuan golden dragon fish that Qianliang bought. It's all just rubbish. Wait a moment. Saying it like that, this blood-red fish does resemble a dragon fish. Yes, could it possibly be a dragon fish? Wang Zhe, caught in the circle, scratched the back of his head and replied nonchalantly, this is a blood-red dragon fish. According to experts, a fish of this size would cost around 200,000 yuan. But before he could finish his explanation, a female classmate interrupted with exaggerated astonishment. Wow, 200,000? Wang Zhe, your monthly living allowance is barely 800 yuan. Where would you get 200,000? This remark was a blatant and unmasked display of mockery and disdain. Being classmates, they were well aware of Wang Zhe's circumstances, having grown accustomed to the reality of renting and working odd jobs to make ends meet. Naturally, they found it hard to believe that Wang Zhe could afford such an extravagant fish. However, at that moment, Qianliang, who had been intently observing the blood-red dragonfish, chimed in. This is indeed a blood-red dragonfish worth over 200,000 yuan, provided it is uninjured. The value of a dragonfish lies in its rarity and quality. And the one in your bucket, in my eyes, is worth at most 200 yuan. Wang Zhe, how much did you pay for it? This is practically an unmanageable dragonfish. You must have been deceived. Qianliang looked at Wang Zhe with a hint of pity, convinced that Wang Zhe had been swindled, possibly lured by a quick search on Baidu that confirmed it was a blood-red dragonfish, leading him to squander his limited funds on a fish with a survival rate under 20%. Otherwise, how could he be so impoverished as to not even afford a fish tank? Sigh. Yet, it's understandable. Poverty often limits one's imagination and knowledge. It's only natural for someone like Wang Zhe to fall victim to such deceit. With this in mind, Qianliang patted Wang Zhe on the shoulder. Consider it a lesson learned. Unless one is well-informed, it's easy to be duped. Fortunately, I understand these things. Otherwise, you would have gifted it to Professor Liu. Certain truths need not be articulated too explicitly. Qianliang believed that Liu Li would grasp his implication and convey it to Professor Liu, thereby altering the latter's perception of Wang Zhe. Instantly, the gazes of their classmates shifted toward Wang Zhe, now laced with pity and mockery, casting him looks of sympathy mixed with derision for his foolishness. Wang Zhe opened his mouth, eager to speak, but the words caught in his throat. Facing a crowd that refused to believe him, any explanation would be futile. Rather than squander his breath to be met with scorn, he resolved to remain silent. He would simply bring a superior blood-red dragonfish the following day and stun all those who doubted him. As for the arrogant Qianliang, he would soon be left speechless and questioning his own life choices. However, Liu Li, whose expression changed upon hearing this, was displeased and even incensed. She had not anticipated that Wang Zhe, whom her father often praised for his good character, would engage in such behavior. She felt compelled to clarify the matter with her father during dinner, lest he be misled into thinking Wang Zhe was taking advantage of his goodwill. Let us go. It's getting late. We should order the dishes to avoid waiting for several hours. With that, Liu Li brushed past Wang Zhe without a glance, striding directly toward Qianliang's Audi A6, who gave Wang Zhe a smug look before eagerly following her. Wang Zhe clenched and then released his fists, letting out a weary sigh. He knew that attempting to explain himself to Liu Li would be futile. Like the others, she would not believe his words. All he could do was wait until tomorrow to prove himself. Royal Gourmet. This is a highly esteemed upscale Chinese restaurant, known for its exorbitant prices that deter the average diner. Yet, the high cost does not hinder the flow of patrons drawn in by the alluring aromas. Daily, it sees numerous repeat customers, and all ordinary tables require reservations, let alone private rooms. Situated not far from Nanjing University, it has been established longer than the university itself. As Qianliang and his companions entered Royal Gourmet, a server promptly approached them with a smile, asking, "Good evening. May I inquire if you have a reservation? If not, please take a number and wait." Liu Li stepped forward, producing a high-end membership card for Royal Gourmet. "I have reserved tables 8 and 10. However, moments later, the server returned the membership card to Liu Li with an apologetic demeanor, stating, "I'm sorry, esteemed guest, but tables 8 and 10 are currently occupied, and we could not find your reservation. If you wish to dine, please take a number and wait." What? Upon hearing this, Liu Li's anger flared. She had indeed made a reservation for tables 8 and 10, and to find them occupied was nothing short of an affront. "No, I specifically reserved those tables. Fetch your manager." Enraged, Liu Li was unwilling to waste time with the server. Within half a minute, the manager of the first floor approached, bowing slightly to Liu Li in apology, and said, "I sincerely apologize. It is possible that our server made an error. However, at this moment, we truly do not have any available tables. As a gesture of goodwill, we will extend a 10% discount on your lunch bill and additionally provide you with 3 vouchers worth 1,000 yuan each." At this juncture, Wang Zhe, who arrived a little late, casually inquired, "What are you all standing around for?" Someone glanced at Wang Zhe and briefly recounted the situation. Meanwhile, Qianliang, with admirable composure, adjusted his attire and stepped forward, saying, "Allow me to handle this. I will make a phone call to inquire." Others were eager to assist, but soon realized they had no contacts to call upon, rendering their efforts futile. An urgent Wang Zhe asked the server where the restroom was and promptly made his way there. After finishing his business and washing his hands, a middle-aged man wearing glasses entered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Zhe. He quickly smiled and remarked, "Young man, what a coincidence. Meeting in the restroom after a meal. Which table are you dining at? I will introduce you to a couple of individuals shortly. They are both enthusiasts of arowanas, particularly those who are infatuated with blood-red arowanas and happen to be affluent patrons." Zhou boss. Wang Zhe was pleasantly surprised to hear Zhou's name and felt quite pleased. He had seen at least 7 or 8 blood-red arowanas in that enchanting stream in the valley. Naturally, he was eager to connect with wealthy sponsors. However, feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and replied, "Well, my classmate originally reserved a table, but it seems the server mistakenly assigned it to another customer. We may have to wait. How about I come find you later?" "Sounds good. However, there are quite a few customers today, so you may have to wait at least 1 or 2 hours. In light of our serendipitous encounter, I will put in a good word for you. The owner here is a friend of mine." Zhou Boss smiled as he spoke, revealing that the owner of the Royal Gourmet was the benefactor he wished to introduce to Wang Zhe. This introduction required no favors in return. In fact, for this interesting young man who rode an electric bike with a bucket containing 1,000,000 yuan blood-red arowana, a single word could easily create a sense of indebtedness. "Thank you very much, Zhou Boss." Wang Zhe felt a swell of joy in his heart, thinking he had encountered a benefactor on this day. Upon returning from the restroom, Wang Zhe found Qianliang had already finished his call and, with a slightly forced smile, said, "I have made a call to my friend. However, this matter is somewhat challenging. After all, they are running a business and cannot simply drive away customers. If it doesn't work out, they may still offer us a greater discount as an apology." Qianliang spoke this way because his friend on the call had mentioned to try, but not to hold out too much hope. The Royal Gourmet belonged to his brother-in-law. In matters of principle held sway, his position as a brother-in-law granted him little influence. It was best to avoid overly optimistic statements to prevent embarrassment. Just as Qianliang finished speaking, the manager on the other end of the line suddenly changed his demeanor, speaking with respect. "Dear guests, I apologize for our service. There are no more tables available downstairs, but we do have a private room upstairs that offers an 80% discount, complimentary drinks, and an additional gift of a large fruit platter valued at 188 yuan. Please follow me upstairs." The manager's words immediately prompted Lu Li to cast a grateful glance at Qianliang, who instantly stood tall, his face beaming with pride. Qianliang's triumphant demeanor seemed to exclaim, "Look how impressive I am. Praise me with every word you can think of. Without me, you would likely be waiting in line for another hour or two, and dining at ordinary tables rather than the prestigious private room." In reality, as the manager led everyone, they seized the opportunity to flatter Qianliang. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging with delight, especially in front of Lu Li, as he relished the spotlight. Yet, among all the classmates present, only Wang Zhe remained silent, which left Qianliang feeling uneasy. Who was Wang Zhe? In Qianliang's eyes, he was merely a poor student living on a meager monthly allowance, forced to rent a dilapidated room outside the school to make ends meet. As for high-end establishments like the Royal Gourmet, he likely would never have the chance to dine there, let alone in a private room. Yet here was Wang Zhe, brazenly following him, indulging in the feast without a single word of thanks. How had he not noticed this shamelessness before? Under normal circumstances, Qianliang might not have cared to engage with Wang Zhe, but today was different. He remembered Lu Li's remarks. Upon entering the private room, 2 round tables could accommodate around 23 or 24 people. At this moment, Qianliang remarked, "Wang Zhe, there are a total of 16 people here. And with those who will arrive later, it will be close to 25. I doubt this large room can comfortably seat more than 24. Perhaps you should take a bowl and eat some food in the corridor." His words instantly drew the collective gaze of the others toward Wang Zhe. Some classmates had a decent relationship with him, but none spoke up, as they were either uninterested or had other priorities. The early arrivals were all classmates of Su Liang, summoned by Lu Li, and thus remained silent in the face of Qianliang's humiliating remarks. Wang Zhe, however, remained unfazed. He did not live for the approval of others. To be honest, if it weren't for Professor Lu's kindness and assistance in introducing him for tutoring opportunities, Wang Zhe might not have attended today at all. He glanced at Lu Li, silently waiting to see what she might say. Lu Li sighed inwardly, recognizing that this was precisely what she desired. She then spoke plainly. "The private room was arranged through Qianliang's connections, and this meal is actually on him. However, eating in the corridor with a bowl would be quite undignified. Why don't you head back, Wang Zhe? I will convey your birthday wishes to my father." Wang Zhe's face paled. He reflected on how he had opened his heart to Lu Li, and even if she did not harbor feelings for him, there was no need for such public humiliation. To be told to leave in front of everyone was a blow to his dignity. He wished to speak, but he was uncertain whether this private room was Zhou Boss's doing or the result of Qianliang's call. Gazing into Lu Li's earnest eyes, Wang Zhe took a deep breath and said, "Very well, if I cannot stay, then I shall take my leave. I will reserve my birthday gift for Uncle Lu and deliver it personally tomorrow." "No need." Lu Li quickly interrupted, sternly warning Wang Zhe, "You should refrain from coming to my house in the future. Do not put me in a difficult position, nor make things awkward for my boyfriend, Qianliang. I will handle things with my father. Even if he disagrees, he will eventually relent. Worst case scenario, I could run away with Qianliang and have a grandchild he cannot deny." In her determination to sever ties with Wang Zhe, Lu Li was resolute. even resorting to such provocative words to deter Wang Zhe from pursuing her further. Wang Zhe managed a bitter smile, pondering what to say. What could he possibly say? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. One must not underestimate the youth who appears impoverished. Just you wait, Lu Li. I will ensure you regret the words you spoke today. Alas, regardless of Lu Li's actions, he too had once harbored affections and pursued her. More importantly, Professor Lu is a person he holds in profound esteem, akin to a respected elder, having even once saved his life. There is no time for grand gestures now. Instead, it is imperative to preserve the dignity of farewell. I love you without regrets and respect the conclusion of our story. A breakup should be dignified. There is no need for apologies, as there is no debt to be repaid. Unbeknownst to him, someone had played a particular song, filling the entire royal imperial cuisine with its melody. Wang Zhe couldn't help but smile wryly. A dignified separation is ideal. Yet he felt he lacked even the qualification to part ways. Moreover, Lu Li had been so indifferent that she afforded him no semblance of dignity. Upon reaching the entrance of box number 9, Wang Zhe raised his hand and knocked on the door, and a voice immediately called out, "Come in." As he pushed the door open, 3 men seated around a table came into view. One of them was the familiar Boss Zhou, while the man sitting to his left appeared somewhat portly, with naturally curly hair and jade beads adorning his chest. The other was tall and slender, bearing an air of authority, seemingly in his mid-30s, the youngest among the trio. Upon recognizing Wang Zhe, Boss Zhou promptly rose with a smile. "Young brother, I just asked Brother Zhou to arrange a private room for you. Why have you come here instead? Are you dissatisfied with the arrangement?" Wang Zhe was taken aback. It turned out the room had been arranged by Boss Zhou and had nothing to do with Qian Liang. However, since he was already here, what was the point of returning? Creating a scene would only embarrass Professor Lu. With that thought in mind, Wang Zhe forced a smile. "Boss Zhou, you jest. Without you, my classmates would probably still be queuing with empty stomachs, so I came to express my gratitude. A trivial matter, indeed. However, if I truly wish to show my thanks, I would appreciate it if you could offer a discount on 2 fine blood-red dragon fish tomorrow. Indeed, if you could sell us each a premium blood-red dragon fish at a discount, then that would suffice for my gratitude." The portly middle-aged man said with narrowed eyes and a smile. The owner of Royal Imperial Cuisine chimed in. "The room was arranged by me, and I offered the favor as well. Any discount should be exclusively for me. Young brother, let us agree that, considering today's occasion, you must allow me to select my premium blood-red dragon fish first. I wish to make the others envious." "Of course. Absolutely." This time, Wang Zhe's smile became genuine as he took a seat at Boss Zhou's invitation. As fellow enthusiasts of dragon fish, the conversation flowed easily, akin to longtime friends. Through Boss Zhou's introduction, Wang Zhe learned the names of the 2 benefactors. The portly one was named Zhu Wenjun, while the owner of Royal Imperial Cuisine was Yang Jiuchen, known as Brother Jiu. When Yang Jiuchen poured wine for Wang Zhe, he quickly declined. "Brother Jiu, I apologize, but I do not drink. Other wines could be overlooked, but this one was a must. If you miss this opportunity, it's likely you won't have the chance to drink it again. Indeed, this wine is called Baigua medicinal wine, a personal favorite of Brother Jiu, reserved for friends deemed worthy." Zhu Wenjun and Boss Zhou chimed in, compelling Wang Zhe to gulp the wine in one go. The taste was unlike what he had imagined. It was sweet and pleasant, warming his stomach comfortably. After setting down the cup, Wang Zhe squinted his eyes and could not help but praise, "What a fine wine." This remark made Yang Jiuchen smile proudly. Everyone who had tasted this wine reacted similarly to Wang Zhe. However, considering he was having a second taste here, it would be rare for him. As for Wang Zhe, after his compliment, he thought of Professor Lu, who enjoyed a drink now and then, and spoke without much thought. "Brother Jiu, today marks the 50th birthday of a mentor from my university. He enjoys a bit of wine on occasion. Could you sell me 2 bottles as a token of gratitude for him?" "Mentor?" Yang Jiuchen squinted, pondering that someone who could casually place a 1,000,000 yuan blood-red dragon fish into a bucket, and who claimed to possess another worth over 1,000,000, likely did not lack for money and had no need to curry favor with a university professor. "Give me a reason to persuade me, and I shall make an exception to sell you 2 bottles. Yang Jiuchen's response astonished both Boss Zhou and Zhu Wenjun, as if they had witnessed something incredible. Wang Zhe, oblivious to their reactions, was puzzled. Why was a reason required for purchasing 2 bottles of wine? Wealthy individuals certainly had their quirks. Nonetheless, in response to Yang Jiuchen's inquiry, he earnestly replied, "The grace of knowing, the grace of saving a life, the grace of imparting knowledge. An ancient saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. I wonder if this reason suffices?" "Sufficient indeed. I, Yang Jiuchen, appreciate a young brother like you who values loyalty and righteousness. For the 2 bottles, I will ask for no payment, just 1 premium blood-red dragon fish of equivalent value." "Equivalent? Is this Baigua medicinal wine that expensive?" Wang Zhe was confused, his expression bewildered. Zhu Wenjun immediately looked at Yang Jiuchen with a pitiful gaze, sighing. I offered a bottle of 1982 Lafite to Brother Jiu in exchange for 2 bottles of this Baigua medicinal wine, but he wouldn't agree. What do you think? Chapter 5. How could it be him? 1982 Lafite. Wang Zhe was startled. This wine was well known, having even inspired humorous phrases like a bottle of 1982 cola to ease the shock or 1982 pesticide. The 1982 Lafite, a symbol of taste, wealth, and high society, had become even more entrenched in people's minds as the price of a bottle soared, now likely reaching 200,000 to 300,000. Lacking knowledge of wine, Wang Zhe could only silently speculate, maintaining a neutral expression to avoid revealing his ignorance and making a fool of himself. In the presence of these 3 genuine wealthy individuals, he felt it crucial to remain low-key and avoid any semblance of arrogance. Continuously reminding himself of this, he adopted a calm demeanor, prompting Yang Jiuchen to nod and remark. Old Zhu, do you see? Even the young brother, whom I've just met, believes your 1982 Lafite pales in comparison to my wine. The 1982 Lafite, with its price in the hundreds of thousands, was merely a product of wine merchants inflating its value, whereas my Baigua medicinal wine, made from 8 fruits, 3 of which are rare and precious, and 8 medicinal herbs, requires 100-year-old ginseng just to reach the lowest grade. Here we go again. Having grown accustomed to it, Boss Zhou and Zhu Wenjun wished to cover their faces, but knew they must not embarrass Yang Jiuchen, who was in the midst of his boasting, so they could only force a smile. However, Yang Jiuchen's words held no exaggeration. 100-year-old ginseng could barely meet the minimum grade, while 500-year-old specimens were considered top quality. The elite grade had become exceedingly rare, not to mention the legendary 1,000-year-old ginseng that produced the finest Baigua medicinal wine. Yang Jiuchen shared this information with Wang Zhe not only to flaunt the uniqueness of his Baigua medicinal wine, but also to indicate to Su Liang that in exchanging 2 bottles of wine for an equivalent value of blood-red dragon fish, Wang Zhe had incurred yet another favor. Normally, Yang Jiuchen could make a phone call to arrange such matters. But since the Royal Imperial Cuisine had only 5 bottles left of this Baigua medicinal wine, all stored in a safe, he needed to retrieve it himself. I'll go fetch the wine. By the way, young brother, do you wish to deliver it personally, or should I send someone on your behalf? Yang Jiuchen's question caused Wang Zhe to ponder. No matter how precious this wine was, its name might not be recognized by most, just like him. If he were to deliver it himself, no one would believe him. But if someone from Royal Imperial Cuisine were to step in, the effect would be entirely different. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Jiu, to find someone to deliver it on my behalf. Very well. Yang Jiuchen nodded, having anticipated this aspect, which is why he had brought it up. He rose and left the private room, heading towards his residence while dialing his brother-in-law, Wu Jianghua. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the elegant private room, Professor Lu scanned the surroundings and, noticing that Wang Zhe was absent, inquired, has Wang Zhe gone to the restroom? Or has he been delayed on the way? I shall make a brief visit to the restroom and take the opportunity to express my gratitude to my friend. Without his assistance, we would likely struggle to even secure a meal. Upon the arrival of Professor Lu, Qianliang finally shifted in his seat and stood up. After all, how else could he convey to Professor Lu that this private room was secured through his connections? This would serve to highlight his superior network compared to Wang Zhe's. What is going on here? Professor Lu further questioned. Dad, are you aware of Wang Zhe's actions today? He purchased a nearly lifeless fish, claiming it was worth 200,000 to present to you, and then he turned his back with disdain. Moreover, for your 50th birthday, I had asked Wang Zhe to reserve a table here, yet he completely disregarded it and forgot. If it weren't for Qianliang, we would probably still be waiting in line, hungry. We merely complimented Qianliang a few times, and Wang Zhe immediately adopted a sullen demeanor, making everyone uncomfortable. Lu Li rose, embellishing her account of Wang Zhe's numerous faults. In her narrative, Wang Zhe transformed into a deceitful, shameless, petty, and envious individual. Those who arrived later could only listen to Lu Li's exaggerated claims, and naturally, those she had invited would side with her, seizing the chance to flatter the wealthy Qianliang. In this day and age, with employment pressures so immense, it was prudent for Qianliang to remember one's merits, as it would surely yield numerous benefits in the future. As for Wang Zhe, a mere impoverished laborer reliant on temporary work for his income, what significance was there in bullying him, slandering him, or tarnishing his reputation? A trivial character, serving as a stepping stone for them, could be considered a form of resourceful utilization, aiding many in garnering Lu Li and Qianliang's favor, a privilege for someone like Wang Zhe. Thus, the deceitful words flowed forth with conviction. After concluding her tirade, Lu Li silently regarded Professor Lu, resolutely stating, Dad, this is all you're doing. You insisted on having Wang Zhe as our family's son-in-law. You may hold him in high regard, but I do not share your sentiments. You believe he can bring me happiness, yet I refuse to allow my future to be tarnished by someone as ineffectual as him. Lu Li was unconcerned about whether her father would uncover the truth. All of this was merely to demonstrate her attitude and determination to Professor Lu. Impossible. Wang Zhe is not that kind of person. Indeed, Professor, I too believe Wang Zhe is not that sort of individual. Lu Li rolled her eyes. What do you mean? Are you insinuating that I am fabricating accusations against Wang Zhe? Or do you imply that all of us here, numbering over a dozen, are nothing but slanderous petty individuals? As soon as Lu Li uttered these words, several people immediately erupted in anger, demanding, exactly. If you too believe Wang Zhe is not that sort of person, does that mean we are? We bear no grudge against Wang Zhe. Why would we concoct falsehoods to slander him? If you too are skeptical, why not summon Wang Zhe, who publicly displayed disdain, to confront us? Right. One with integrity fears not the shadows. We are not afraid to stand against Wang Zhe. One by one, individuals questioned her. Those unaware of the truth chose to remain silent. In response, Professor Lu could only say, enough, let us eat. Today's events shall not be mentioned again. I am aware of the situation. While he spoke thus, Professor Lu's heart wavered with doubt. Could Wang Zhe truly be the person Lu Li described? No. If that were the case, why had he not continued to maintain his facade until now? If he were not, how could so many classmates collectively accuse him? Professor Lu resolved to inquire with Wang Zhe at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, on his way to the restroom, Qian Liang encountered Wu Jianghua, who was delivering wine, and immediately broke into a smile. Approaching, Wu Gu, I must thank you for today. The private room you arranged not only allowed me to save face in front of my classmates, but also enabled my romantic interest to publicly declare me her boyfriend. The private room was not arranged by me. It was organized by my brother-in-law. Qian Liang, filled with excitement, was momentarily taken aback. Was it not arranged by Wu Jianghua? Had he made a mistake? It couldn't be. The manager had personally guided him, so this matter surely could not have gone awry. Could there be someone among his classmates with connections even more formidable than his own? Impossible. Qian Liang shook his head. The owner of the royal feast was no ordinary individual. Anyone capable of securing a private room and garnering respect from the owner, even if they were merely a classmate, would undoubtedly leave some trace of their influence. Wu Ge, do you know who holds such sway to have your brother-in-law personally arrange the room? A fellow named Wang Zhe. Look at these 2 bottles of wine in my hands. I usually can't even manage a sip, as most people with money can't buy them. Yet, my brother-in-law handed me 2 whole bottles to present to you in celebration of Professor Lu's birthday. This revelation left Qian Liang feeling as if he had been petrified by an incantation, unable to move, his expression frozen in shock. While Wu Jianghua waved his hand in front of him. Hey, is this Wang Zhe the impressive figure you speak of truly a classmate of yours? Wu Jianghua kicked Qian Liang's leg, prompting him to snap out of his stunned silence. Then, Qian Liang fell back into his spiral of confusion. The private room had been secured due to the influence of Wang Zhe. The wine that had captured Wu Jianghua's envy was also provided out of respect for Wang Zhe. Impossible. How could someone as impoverished as Wang Zhe possess such significant influence? Pretending to be poor? Such an act was utterly inconceivable. For one can feign poverty in many matters, yet one would never feign destitution regarding their own mother's medical expenses. At one point, Wang Zhe had nearly resorted to selling his kidney to pay for his mother's hospital bills. Had it not been for Professor Lu's timely intervention and subsequent call to the authorities, Wang Zhe might have lost his kidney, failed to secure the funds, or even lost his life. Could such an individual command such respect from the owner of royal feast? Qian Liang struggled to accept this notion. Yet a fiery sensation akin to a slap from Wang Zhe burned on his face. Forget it. I shall deliver the wine and directly inquire with your Professor Lu. Hoping to establish a connection with Wang Zhe, Wu Jianghua's words further unsettled Qian Liang, and a thought quickly sprang to mind. No, I cannot allow Wu Jianghua to appear in the private room. Otherwise, all the flattery I just offered will turn into slaps across my face. Wait, Wu Ge. Could you refrain from delivering these 2 bottles of wine, and instead keep them for yourself? Qian Liang's words halted Wu Jianghua's steps, and he turned back. What do you mean? There is a student in our class named Wang Zhe, who is merely a struggling individual relying on temporary work for his living expenses. Even depending on Professor Lu's sponsorship for his tuition, there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps Wang Zhe inadvertently assisted your brother-in-law during his work, leading to your brother-in-law owing him a significant favor, and this is merely an opportunity to settle that debt. Facing Wu Jianghua, Qian Liang dared not exaggerate Wang Zhe's shortcomings. But even speaking the truth, Wang Zhe remained a member of society's lowest tier, needing assistance to barely attend university. Qian Liang hoped to persuade Wu Jianghua to keep the wine hidden, treating Wang Zhe's situation as if he were unaware, and that the private room was a special exception granted through his influence. Qian Liang's suggestion intrigued Wu Jianghua. Provided that he believed what Qian Liang had said to be true, he would consider stashing away the 2 coveted bottles of wine. If what Qian Liang claimed held true, he could find an opportunity to threaten or coerce Wang Zhe into compliance. How can you substantiate your claims? Wu Jianghua is exceedingly cautious. He has previously faced a perilous situation and narrowly escaped thanks to his brother-in-law. Consequently, he has become much more reserved, avoiding offending others and refraining from undertaking endeavors unless he possesses at least a 90% certainty of success. In the elegant private room, feel free to inquire about Wang Zhe from any individual you encounter, or even at school within our department. Should I utter a single falsehood, I would deserve the most severe punishment. Wu Jianghua's cautious mind immediately sprang into action, his gaze fixated on Wu Jianghua's money, and he swiftly seized the opportunity to invite, "Brother Wu, let us first go to the private room as friends. I have a way to validate my earlier statements." "Excellent." Wu Jianghua squinted, pondering that if this social subordinate inadvertently aided his brother-in-law once, it would be trivial to bully such a person. After all, would his brother-in-law impose a severe penalty for someone so inconsequential? At most, it would result in a few verbal reprimands, perhaps a light physical reprimand. 5 to 6 minutes later, Wu Jianghua exited the private room with a smile, not uttering a word about the matter of delivering wine, though he harbored a strong desire to retain the 2 bottles of herbal liquor. However, feeling somewhat uneasy, he planned to subtly inquire about it with his brother-in-law. An hour later, Wang Zhe departed from the royal gourmet. Wu Jianghua appeared before his well-fed brother-in-law, Yang Jiuchen, with a grin. "Who is this Wang Zhe that even you were willing to part with 2 bottles of herbal liquor? Not selling, but exchanging. I traded the liquor for a blood-red dragon fish of equivalent value. He is a man of deep loyalty and affection. After doing him a favor, there may be unexpected rewards. I have other matters to attend to, so please handle the store affairs. Call me if there are any issues." Yang Jiuchen, not overthinking it, replied and left. Ever since that incident, Wu Jianghua had behaved quite obediently and honestly, unlikely to cause him any trouble. As he settled into his car, Yang Jiuchen felt an unease. Why did that lad suddenly inquire about Wang Zhe? Could it be that he was seeking to establish contact on the sly? Yang Jiuchen was well aware of Wu Jianghua's private associations, yet he believed that as long as Wu Jianghua did not stir up trouble, it would be fine. His mind drifted to Boss Zhou's words. Wang Zhe rode an electric bike, carrying 4 blood-red dragon fish worth over $1 million. Such a person must either be entirely ignorant of the dragon fish or simply indifferent to its value. Which category did Wang Zhe belong to? Contemplating Wang Zhe's fervent claims of possessing even more exceptional blood-red dragon fish, Yang Jiuchen naturally deduced that Wang Zhe was the latter, a low-profile, yet extraordinary young man. His unease prompted Yang Jiuchen to call Wu Jianghua, cautioning him against approaching Wang Zhe privately, as he was a person of subtle complexity, perhaps not fond of disturbances, and thus should not be provoked. To this, Wu Jianghua earnestly assured him and ended the call, yet his restless mind could hardly be quelled. "No, just to be safe, I shall seek out some trustworthy individuals to investigate Wang Zhe. If, as Qian Liang and those university students claimed, he indeed harbors secrets, then Wang Zhe must possess the elusive blood-red dragon fish, a rare and precious creature. If Wang Zhe is not to be trifled with, then naturally, Qian Liang will bear the consequences of his deceit. If what Qian Liang asserted is true, then the innocent may suffer for possessing something precious. Those incapable of securing the means to acquire the blood-red dragon fish have no right to it." Achu. Wang Zhe, riding on his electric bike, suddenly sneezed, murmuring a few words, completely unaware that he had caught the attention of Wu Jianghua, a person he had never encountered before, thanks to Qian Liang. Upon arriving at a familiar bookstore, he purchased several books on wilderness survival. With a strong curiosity, Wang Zhe was already contemplating the opportunity to explore that mysterious valley. But he knew he must not rush. Once the funds were in, he would also need to acquire specialized equipment: hiking boots, a metal trekking pole, a compass, a water bottle, a Swiss Army knife, a windproof lighter, and other essentials for long-distance exploration, such as a sleeping bag, a tent, binoculars, a backpack, and compressed rations, along with ample water. The hiking boots, metal pole, knife, and even firecrackers to scare off wild animals would be easy to procure. Wang Zhe planned to first catch a few blood-red dragon fish, then meander around the outskirts of the primitive forest before exploring further along the creek. After gathering most of the necessary items, Wang Zhe opted not to return to school, but rather to rest in his rented room to regain his strength. Around 6 o'clock, after ordering takeout, Wang Zhe noticed several missed calls, among them 3 from Professor Liu, and promptly returned the call. When the call connected, Wang Zhe cheerfully inquired, "Professor Liu, have you received the 2 bottles of liquor I had sent?" "Liquor? No one has delivered any to me." "But you, what on earth happened today?" In the call, Professor Liu, sounding like a concerned elder, posed questions to Wang Zhe. After hearing his words, Wang Zhe felt a mix of anger and amusement. Anger arose from being the subject of baseless rumors, while amusement came from the realization of how foolish he had been in the past, akin to a simpleton. After a prolonged silence, Professor Liu could not resist asking, "Wang Zhe, do you not intend to explain? Or is what they said indeed true?" Explain? How could he possibly clarify? Would it only lead to discord between Professor Liu and his daughter? It was one thing for Liu Li to harbor resentment. But if she tarnished his reputation, he could endure it. He just did not want Professor Liu to face difficulties, causing family discord and bearing these unfounded accusations. With the opportunity to traverse through the wardrobe and the magical valley behind it, did Wang Zhe still need to care about the scorn and ridicule of those petty individuals? I am sorry, Uncle Liu, for disappointing you. Your kindness, I shall repay manifold. Perhaps this will be the last time I address you as Uncle Liu. Some matters are destined to remain unfulfilled. After hanging up, Wang Zhe stood by the window, observing the darkening sky. The room remained unlit, and the takeout became increasingly cold. The solitary figure gazed out at the brightly lit city. After what felt like an hour, or perhaps two, Wang Zhe finally reached a resolution. Tomorrow, everything would begin anew. Opening the wardrobe, he saw that the items were still present, then closed it again. Using his phone, he ordered another dinner, and after eating, he repeatedly opened and closed the wardrobe. At precisely midnight, the items within the wardrobe mysteriously vanished once more. It turned out that one could only traverse after midnight. Having grasped this crucial detail, Wang Zhe first extended his head through to assess the situation. The valley was adorned with a blue sky and white clouds, basked in the bright sun, and the nearly vertical shadows indicated that it was around noon in the valley. Everything remained unchanged, and taking a deep breath of the refreshing air, he felt more invigorated than in an oxygen bar. Once fully traversed, Wang Zhe's first task was to retrieve his belongings. Scanning the surroundings, he scratched his head in confusion. Where had that water bottle from yesterday gone? How could it have disappeared? Wang Zhe swore he had not misremembered, yet there was no flooding, so why was the water bottle by the shore missing? Had it been taken by a wild beast? Wang Zhe shook his head, dismissing that thought. After all, a plastic bottle was not edible. Could it be that someone had come through here and taken my water bottle? The more Wang Zhe pondered, the more plausible it seemed. And he hurriedly searched for the blood-red dragon fish in the creek, silently praying. Upon seeing that the fish were still present, Wang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and began to catch them, knowing that these fish were valuable treasures and exercising even greater caution than before. Meanwhile, within an archaeological site, a group of researchers was meticulously excavating with unparalleled excitement. This latest discovery, an ancient relic capable of overturning the very history of human civilization, left the archaeologists utterly astounded when yet another fossil was unearthed. To their astonishment, the recently excavated fossil turned out to be plastic from the same epoch as the dinosaurs. Or perhaps even older. Those who learned of this revelation were driven to near madness, as if by an infectious disease. Chapter 07, The Plastic Fossil. In Africa, within an archaeological research institute protected and cordoned off by a cutting-edge modern military, over 40 archaeologists from both domestic and international backgrounds convened in the most secure conference room. Outside, 2 Joint Special Forces units vigilantly guarded every position. At the sole table in the conference room, encased in tempered glass, stood the recently excavated plastic fossil. Composed of synthetic resins, fillers, plasticizers, stabilizers, lubricants, colorants, and other additives, plastic has become a ubiquitous presence in the 21st century, representing one of humanity's most significant sources of pollution. Yet, the existence of a plastic fossil dating back hundreds of millions of years threatens to completely upend our understanding of civilization. Could it be that in some future era, human technology has advanced to the point of developing a time machine, inadvertently leaving a piece of plastic behind millions of years ago? One researcher floated this fantastical hypothesis. Immediately, others chimed in with their own conjectures. The likelihood of a time machine seems slim. If such a device truly existed, its impact on any civilization would be catastrophic. I propose that perhaps this plastic is a remnant of an alien civilization, fortuitously fossilized over millions of years. This notion garnered silent nods of agreement, as such an extraordinary phenomenon could only be reasonably attributed to extraterrestrial origins. Professor Qian, wasn't there a similar ancient civilization site discovered recently in Huaxia? What are your thoughts on this plastic fossil? The question prompted all eyes to shift towards Professor Qian, the representative from Huaxia. The query came from a professor from the United States, eager to leverage the opportunity to share excavation data regarding the ancient site number 4. Waiting for Professor Qian to speak first. Facing the collective gaze, Professor Qian calmly recounted, in 1846, dinosaur egg fossils were discovered in the province region. And it wasn't until 1923 that their existence was confirmed. To this day, we continue to explore the era that predates us by millions of years. Whether during the age of dinosaurs or throughout human civilization, our understanding is constructed through archaeological excavations. However, we can only speculate about the true nature of ancient times. Just as we have uncovered evidence of a civilization that was utterly extinguished during the age of dinosaurs, we must consider the possibility of civilizations that may have existed long before us. Impossible, exclaimed a blonde archaeologist, rising in agitation. Civilizations existed before the age of dinosaurs? How could this be? How could those devoted to archaeology accept such a notion? Professor Qian shot him a glance. The Earth has existed for at least 6 billion years. If a civilization were to be entirely obliterated, leaving no trace behind, who would be aware of its existence? Just as many species of flora and fauna remain unknown to this day, written records can deceive, and history can be manipulated. But the ancient relics buried beneath the earth will not lie. This assertion, made by a representative from the United States, perhaps held more weight than our own findings from the excavation of Site Number 3, which we uncovered a full year earlier. With this, all eyes turned towards the American representative. Ultimately, after much debate, the United States agreed to publicly disclose all data regarding the excavation of Site Number 3, and in return, Huaxia consented to share information on Site Number 4. Naturally, the entire process would be conducted under strict confidentiality, with the specifics of what to keep secret to be determined through discussions among the participating nations. This ancient relic, capable of upending the worldview of all humanity, was simply too shocking. It would be better for only a select few to know, lest the world descend into chaos. At times, ignorance can indeed be a form of bliss. Perhaps this is why the truth is often held by a privileged minority. In a valley surrounded by towering trees, Wang Zhe, exercising extreme caution, spent nearly half an hour capturing a blood-red dragonfish exceeding 30 centimeters in length, promptly placing it into a rectangular plastic tank. After another half hour, he succeeded in catching a second one of similar size. Fearing that he might lose the opportunity to traverse this place, or that the blood-red dragonfish might suddenly vanish, he opted for the larger, more valuable specimens. Just 2 blood-red dragonfish made the plastic tank feel somewhat cramped, prompting Wang Zhe to abandon the pursuit of a third and instead transport the tank back to his bedroom. This endeavor took him a full 20 minutes, leaving him breathless and drenched in sweat. This is too exhausting. I'll leave the plastic tank in my bedroom and use a bucket to bring the dragonfish back one by one, he resolved, spotting a battered, injured dragonfish struggling for life in the bucket. Out of a sense of compassion for its plight, he returned the nearly lifeless creature back to the stream. When Wang Zhe spent over 40 minutes catching a third, more satisfactory blood-red dragonfish and approached the stream's edge with his bucket, he was suddenly struck with astonishment. The once feeble dragonfish now lay quietly submerged in the water. Its gills opened and closed rhythmically, and as Wang Zhe startled it, it flicked its tail and clumsily swam towards deeper waters. Naturally, Wang Zhe could not allow this miraculous survivor to escape. He effortlessly seized it, feeling a surprising strength in its struggles. This fish, this stream? A sudden insight flashed in Wang Zhe's mind, leading him to dig a small pit by the stream's edge where he could place the blood-red dragonfish to observe it further. He chose not to pursue a fourth dragonfish, as the third measured over 40 centimeters. Capturing a larger one would result in an overcrowded tank, while a smaller one would lack value. If no one discovered the secret of this place, he could allow those dragonfish to grow before capturing them. As the clock ticked past midnight and into the early hours of the morning, Wang Zhe, noticing the time was still early, changed into fresh clothes, took his metal staff, a combination of a fruit knife and a chef's knife, and some firecrackers to deter wild beasts. After crossing into the valley, he attempted to approach the towering trees for exploration. Within the forest, leaves lay thickly piled, and the occasional sound of birdsong could be heard, while the canopy above obscured the sunlight, rendering the woods dim and somewhat humid. Various unfamiliar plants and thorns resembled those seen in documentaries about the Amazon rainforest. Perhaps it would be better to wait for another occasion to venture deeper into this forest, he thought, choosing instead to observe along the periphery. Testing the thickness of the leaf litter with his metal staff, Wang Zhe began to move along the edge of the forest and the stream. Suddenly, a few meters away, a 2-foot-long black centipede emerged from a patch of grass, its pincers waving aggressively as it swiftly disappeared up the slope into the woods. What species of centipede is this? So large. If I caught one to soak in liquor, it would surely be a great tonic. Startled by the sudden appearance of the giant centipede, Wang Zhe, bolstered by his bravado, felt no fear. Instead, he contemplated bringing along some professional tools next time to learn how to deal with centipedes and catch a few to make medicinal wine. Buzzing loudly, a mosquito the size of a small infant's fist lazily drifted past Wang Zhe, stopping to glance at him before diving straight towards him. Quick as a flash, he swung his metal staff, striking it down. The oversized mosquito was not particularly swift and was easily dispatched by Wang Zhe's blow. Stepping forward, he wiped his eyes clean. My goodness, are there such enormous mosquitoes in this world? Wait, could it be that this mosquito, along with the centipede from earlier, has been subjected to nuclear radiation? A chill ran down Wang Zhe's spine as he pondered that only nuclear radiation could cause such biological mutations. However, upon further reflection, he realized that it was impossible. Dragonfish are notoriously selective about their living environments and could not possibly survive in a radiation-affected area. A gentle breeze wafted towards him, carrying an unprecedented and enchanting fragrance that compelled Wang Zhe to inhale deeply, his pores opening in delight. How delightful! Curiosity piqued, he took a few steps forward, soon discovering a tree laden with purple fruits. Birds he had never seen before were pecking at the purple fruits, and as they broke open, a rich purple juice flowed out, the source of that exquisite aroma. Surely, these purple fruits must be edible, he thought, as he savored the enchanting scent. He could not help but swallow hard. An urge to pluck a few and taste them surged within him, yet fear of toxicity held him back. Despite the numerous unfamiliar birds feasting on them, one must remain cautious when it comes to matters of life. He decided to gather some to take back home, intending to have a professional institution test them for harmful toxins before daring to sample their flavor. Approaching the tree, he filled a bag with over 20 fruits, each about the size of an infant's fist. Noticing that the sunlight was dimming, he hurriedly returned to the boulder and traversed back to his bedroom, waiting until the wardrobe ceased its ability to transport before climbing into bed to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking jolted Wang Zhe awake after only a brief slumber. Blinking his eyes, he opened the door, only to be met by an unexpected figure that instantly banished his drowsiness. Chapter 08, The New Landlord. A delicate visage, soft rosy lips, and a pair of lively, expressive eyes beneath elegantly arched brows. Dressed in a white shirt and form-fitting black pants, her fair skin and charming smile rendered Wang Zhe utterly captivated, stirring a primal impulse within him. However, he quickly suppressed the urge and greeted the beautiful guest with a smile. Hello, my name is Wang Zhe. Have you perhaps knocked on the wrong door? Scouring his memory, he found no trace of recognition for the stunning woman before him. I am Yimingxin. The house you are renting has been purchased by me. A new landlord? Wang Zhe was taken aback. Was it possible for someone to buy a house that had seen its share of death? He quickly invited the lovely landlord inside, all the while contemplating selling the 3 blood-red dragonfish later that day to acquire this very house. At present, he was uncertain whether the wardrobe's ability to transport was linked to this house or merely to the wardrobe itself. Perhaps relocating the wardrobe would alter its properties? Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to secure the house, just in case. Could you please put on some clothes? Yi Mingxin's reminder jolted Wang Zhe into awareness. He had been sleeping in nothing but a pair of shorts due to the heat. Embarrassed, he hurriedly dashed to his bedroom to dress. Upon glancing in the mirror, he noticed his hair was disheveled and stubble had begun to grow, prompting him to rush to the bathroom. The door was ajar. This fellow's room is rather tidy. Oh, the fish in the tank are beautiful. Although Yi Mingxin did not recognize the blood-red dragon fish, she was nonetheless drawn in, unable to resist stepping closer. The faint enchanting aroma immediately filling her nostrils. The unbroken purple fruits continued to emit a subtle, yet captivating fragrance. After observing the fish for a moment, her gaze fell upon the purple fruits. Having considered herself well acquainted with various fruits, she was immensely curious about the ones in the bag. What on earth are these fruits? How delightful. A rational mind would ponder, what fruit would be kept in a bedroom? Naturally, they must be edible. Yi Mingxin found herself thinking along those lines. Contemplating, these fruits smell so wonderful, they seem so pleasant, I wonder how they taste? Perhaps I should try one, just one. If it's delicious, I'll ask Wang Zhe where he got them and procure some for myself. Thus, without hesitation, Yi Mingxin elegantly took a small bite of one of the fruits. And as the juice burst forth, it splattered onto her clothing. At that moment, she was utterly unconcerned with any mess, her eyes closing in bliss as she savored the exquisitely sweet and intoxicating flavor. In the blink of an eye, the first purple fruit was gone. All her earlier resolve was cast aside as she reached for a second fruit, this time utilizing her newfound experience to pop it into her mouth all at once. The explosion of flavor was even more intense than before. Unable to contain herself, a soft, tantalizing moan escaped her lips, her face alight with ecstasy. At that moment, Wang Zhe, having tidied himself up, returned to the doorway of his bedroom, stunned to witness Yi Mingxin devouring the purple fruit with such gusto. He swallowed hard, panic surging through him. This woman is recklessly consuming something. What if the purple fruit is toxic? Oh Buddha, oh God, all the deities. Please ensure that this fruit is not poisonous. Otherwise, I could find myself accused of murder if something were to happen to her. Just as Yi Mingxin reached for a third purple fruit, he shouted in alarm, Stop. No, wait, don't eat that. Yi Mingxin, with her mouth agape, blinked in surprise. It's just one fruit. I'll pay you for it. It's too delicious. I'm eating one more, the last one. With that, she shoved the fruit into her mouth, causing Wang Zhe to leap forward instinctively, his mind racing with concern. Fearing the fruit's toxicity, he regretted not having closed the door earlier and, worried about a potential catastrophe, he lunged at Yi Mingxin. Weighing over 120 pounds, Wang Zhe was not overly heavy. Yet Yimingxin, being a woman, had little strength to resist. Thus, she found herself toppled onto the bed beneath his weight, her mouth stuffed with fruit. Her eyes widened in shock as they locked gazes, their faces mere inches apart, breath mingling in the air. Yimingxin kept her lips tightly sealed, determined not to relinquish the fruit that had made its way into her mouth. "Ah, my apologies," Wang Zhe exclaimed, hastily scrambling to his feet, feeling that it was quite improper to have a woman, especially a beautiful one, pinned beneath him. Although, he couldn't help but wish to linger a moment longer atop Yimingxin. Her eyes, wide with delight as she savored the fruit, narrowed into a playful smile. "Do you think I'll forgive you that easily?" "Wait," she said with a laugh, trying to maintain an air of seriousness. Her expression shifted dramatically. "You were just on top of me. While no one saw, your fingerprints remain on my skin. And there will certainly be traces of my hair left on your bed. If I were to report this, I could easily accuse you of misconduct." The muscles at the corner of Wang Zhe's mouth twitched as he silently observed Yimingxin tugging at a few strands of his hair, scattering them across his bed like a flower girl tossing petals. This blatant framing was a bit too obvious, was it not? Does that not hurt you? What do you intend to achieve? Those fruits belong to me, and while you're at it, tell me where you bought them. If you do that, I might consider forgiving you for this little incident. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it. Yimingxin feigned a fierce demeanor, but her playful tone made Wang Zhe want to laugh. At that moment, Yimingxin truly appeared miffed. "What do you mean? I'm being serious. And you find that amusing? Is my fierce expression truly that funny?" As his expression darkened, Wang Zhe immediately recognized that he should not have laughed. Yet he found it utterly irresistible. In a hurry to make amends, he earnestly began, "Actually, I just thought of a rather corny joke. And I couldn't help but chuckle." "What joke?" Yimingxin, with an air of granting him a chance to explain, occasionally glanced at the fruits in her bag, swallowing back the saliva that was almost overflowing. Her fierce demeanor lasted barely 3 seconds before she transformed into a little glutton. "Well, one day, when Fushi saw Nuwa molding clay to create humans, he couldn't help but laugh and asked, 'Nuwa, why do you keep laughing while making people?' Nuwa replied, 'The most important thing about being human is to be happy. Is that really funny? Should I laugh just to spare this fellow some embarrassment? What if he gets upset and refuses to give me the fruits? Well, for the sake of those fruits, I'll force a smile.' Hee. Yimingxin forced a grin, while Wang Zhe pretended not to notice. His gaze complex as it lingered on the mysterious purple fruits in the bag, his emotions tangled further. "These fruits are not for sale, but if you want them, feel free to take some. Just leave me 3. Dingling. The sound of her phone rang, and Yimingxin quickly answered, her expression suddenly changing as she said, "I'll be right back." After hanging up, she looked at Wang Zhe with seriousness. "I have urgent business to attend to. I came to discuss the house with you. I don't intend to rent it out after purchasing it, so please find a place to move out as soon as possible. I want to deduct a penny from the penalty fee. I'm taking these fruits as compensation for you pushing me onto the bed." Without waiting for Wang Zhe's response, Yimingxin grabbed the bag and hurriedly dashed out of the bedroom, and in the blink of an eye, the sound of pounding footsteps echoed down the staircase. It was only after the footsteps faded that Wang Zhe clasped his hands in prayer, wishing, "May this woman, named Yimingxin, be spared from poisoning." Wait, did she just imply that I should move? Impossible. I could never relocate in this lifetime. Pulling out his phone, Wang Zhe quickly contacted Boss Zhou. Along with Boss Zhu and Zhou Gu, planning to conduct a transaction at Zhou's water dragon establishment. Once the money was secured, he would immediately approach Yimingxin to purchase the house and eliminate future troubles. Meanwhile, the results of extensive investigations converged before Wu Jianghua, containing detailed information about Wang Zhe's deceased mother and traceable records from his junior high to high school years. The only missing element was substantial information about his biological father, as Wang Zhe had lived solely with his mother since childhood. However, given Wang Zhe's impoverished upbringing, Wu Jianghua was confident that whether or not he investigated Wang Zhe's biological father was inconsequential. Would a wealthy man allow his son to suffer in such a manner? Would he permit his wife to die on a hospital bed? Thus, Wang Zhe, if you truly possess the blood-red dragonfish, then the secrets within you rightfully belong to me. Wu Jianghua's gaze turned cold and greedy as he smiled. Chapter 09, Tenfold Repayment. After praying for Yimingxin's safety, Wang Zhe picked up his charging phone. Your industrial and commercial bank account 620-120-900-3567 has received a transfer of 100,000,000 yuan. Insurance. Account balance. 100,218,980 yuan. Your industrial and commercial bank account 620-120-900-3567 has received a transfer of 40,000,000 yuan. Compensation. Account balance. 140,218,980 yuan. Additionally, there were several missed calls from the insurance adjuster and the owner of the BMW. After logging into a ride-hailing app and calling for a car, he returned the calls. After a few minutes of confirming the matter was settled, the driver called Wang Zhe. Hello, is this the ride you called for? I've arrived. I have 2 plastic tanks filled with water and fish. Could you please come up and help me carry them? I'll offer you 500 yuan as a reward. In this day and age, having money grants one a certain authority. Earning 500 yuan for transporting 2 plastic tanks filled with water and fish was a tempting offer. And the driver, confident in his strength, readily agreed. By the time the tank containing the blood-red dragon fish was loaded into the trunk of the car, it had been nearly half an hour. After instructing the driver to drive slowly and steadily, Wang Zhe picked up his phone to check messages. With the newfound wealth, he could forego the odd jobs he had previously taken on, but he thought better of abandoning his tutoring duties. At the very least, he should help find a suitable replacement tutor for his students. This was a matter of basic integrity and responsibility. Opening QQ, he noticed 99 messages in his university class group and entered to see if anyone was deliberately discussing Professor Lu's birthday party from the previous day. Instead, he found many congratulating Lu Li, expressing envy. The group was lively with chatter. Scrolling up, he found the source of the topic. At 7:28 a.m., Lu Li had posted a photo of herself in the sunlight, holding a large bouquet of roses, accompanied by the text, "The morning sun warms my body. The beautiful flowers warm my heart. It's truly wonderful to have you by my side." Lu Li did not name anyone explicitly, but it was clearly a public display of affection. Consequently, a flurry of blessings followed. "You and Qianliang are a perfect match, truly a golden couple. Blessings and flowers." Envy and congratulations poured in. Isn't Lu Li in a relationship with Wang Zhe? I saw them together at the movies not long ago. Does Wang Zhe deserve Lu Li? Indeed, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. He could barely afford his tuition by relying on charity. What could he offer Lu Li in terms of happiness? Wang Zhe was merely infatuated with Lu Li's beauty and her affluent background, all the while pretending to win over Professor Lu's favor, ultimately becoming a gigolo. The ensuing conversation swiftly transitioned from congratulating Lu Li to disparaging Wang Zhe. Those classmates who had dined with Lu Li and Qianliang at the royal feast yesterday all seemed to tacitly agree to belittle Wang Zhe with various insults and jabs. Were they trying to curry favor with Qianliang and Lu Li, or were they simply permitted to do so? Wang Zhe typed a response in the chat box, but ultimately decided against it. These people, having once helped him, presumed they would always hold a position of superiority before him. Once he sold these 3 blood-red dragon fish and repaid them, they would be even. Just as Wang Zhe was about to exit the class group, a message from the group ID Lu Wanxin appeared in pink text. "Can you all show a bit of decency? We are all classmates. Is there really a need to deliberately undermine Wang Zhe? This was our class's literary talent, the great writer. I heard you donated 3,000 yuan from your earnings writing novels to the fundraising campaign, so you must have a special relationship with Wang Zhe to defend such a petty person." Some were jealous and mocked Lu Wanxin, while others immediately came to her defense, and the topic finally shifted away from Wang Zhe. Curiously glancing at Lu Wanxin's new book, which was not so new anymore, having nearly reached 1,000,000 words, Wang Zhe thought that perhaps the Silver Alliance could increase the exposure of her work. In the group, Lu Wanxin, who had rented a place to write, furrowed her brow behind her large, cumbersome glasses, pondering, what does Wang Zhe mean? There are so many people in the group slandering him, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I spoke up to change the topic. And suddenly he is asking me about the Silver Alliance. Is that supposed to be interesting? Does he think he can make me a member of the Silver Alliance? Truly a hopeless case. Unwilling to respond, but feeling it would be impolite to ignore him, she casually replied, Lu Wanxin had a habitual inclination to peruse the latest reader comments. After a few minutes of waiting for approval, she refreshed the page and was taken aback to find a flurry of red notifications across the internet. A reader known as De Wong had bestowed upon her a staggering 1 million in rewards. What on earth? Am I dreaming? Lu Wanxin rubbed her eyes again, only to discover that this reader, De Wong, had given her another 1 million reading coins. Still reeling from the surprise, another million reward appeared within mere seconds. In less than a minute, this De Wong character had gifted her 30,000 yuan. Had she stumbled upon a super-rich benefactor? However, a minute later, Lu Wanxin realized that this was a new user, with only a solitary book of hers on their shelf, with a fan value of merely 3 million. It indicated that this wealthy patron had only donated 3 million, yet had not subscribed to her book, merely being a fan of her singular work. The name Wang Zhe immediately sprang to her mind, and without hesitation, she messaged the group. Wang Zhe, did you just reward me 3 million? What, 3 million in rewards? Clearing his throat, she recalled that 100 reading coins equated to 1 yuan, thus 3 million translated to 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan was roughly the entirety of her annual living and tuition expenses. Where could Wang Zhe possibly have acquired such wealth? Indeed, it was improbable that Wang Zhe possessed such a sum. Rumors had circulated about Lu Wanxin's complex relationship with Wang Zhe. Perhaps she had rewarded herself and claimed it was Wang Zhe who did so. Did they not understand what kind of person Wang Zhe was? It was already a stretch for him to part with 3,000 yuan, let alone 30,000. The group erupted into a heated debate, with nearly no one believing Lu Wanqin's words. Naturally, Lu Li and Qian Liang, upon seeing the messages in their class group, shared a similar disdainful attitude, wishing rather that Wang Zhe and Lu Wanqin truly had an extraordinary relationship, thus eliminating any future entanglements with Wang Zhe. Perhaps this 30,000 yuan was linked to the 2 bottles of wine gifted by Wu Ge, yet a salted fish would forever remain a salted fish. Qian Liang scoffed, dismissing even the notion of 30,000 yuan. He wouldn't bat an eye at 300,000. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe, having arrived at Boss Zhou's fishery, was busy unloading the blood-red dragon fish from the trunk with the driver. For him, 30,000 yuan was merely a repayment for the 3,000 yuan Lu Wanqin had once donated to him. The tenfold increase was entirely motivated by Lu Wanqin's kind-hearted remark. Simultaneously, in a special ward of a military hospital in Nanjing, several medical staff were carefully attending to a young boy. This frail child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, sat pale-faced on the hospital bed, tormented by illness and visibly emaciated. It was an unspoken truth among the staff that the boy from the Xiao family was afflicted with a condition far more dreadful than late-stage cancer. With no remedy in sight, he could only languish in suffering until his inevitable demise. Clad in a white coat, Yi Mengxin hurriedly entered the ward, clutching a bag of purple fruits she had procured from Wang Zhe's family. Although she was merely an intern, this gravely ill boy found solace in her presence, perhaps seeing in her the image of his sister, who had succumbed to a similar affliction. A man who appeared to be in his 40s rushed forward. Dr. Yi, I apologize for calling you in on your day off, but little Qi has been clamoring for you the moment he woke up. He absolutely refuses to take his medication without you. I am a doctor. Caring for my patients is my duty. Yi Mingxin replied with a gentle smile, taking a seat by the bedside and producing a purple fruit, as she always shared delectable treats with this little boy. I just bought you some delicious fruit. I assure you, you've never tasted anything like it. Come, take a bite and savor it. The boy grinned and followed her instructions, with no one present daring to intervene as he indulged in this unprecedented delicacy. Sister, I want more. All right, but you mustn't overindulge. This is the last one. On her drive over, Yi Mingxin had only 5 left, and though her stomach was full, the temptation was hard to resist. Having experienced such exquisite flavors, she understood the allure of culinary delights. Upon consuming the second fruit, the boy looked at Yi Mingxin with pleading eyes. With firm resolve, she decided to sacrifice her own portion. If you cooperate during the examination and take your medicine, I will make an exception and let you have another. Okay. The boy nodded earnestly, vowing to himself not to cry for the sake of that delectable fruit. 10 minutes later, however, he forgot his promise and burst into tears, eliciting heartache from the man who could only wish to endure the pain in his stead. Half an hour later, the boy returned to the ward, and seeing his distressed state, Yi Mingxin reluctantly offered him a third purple fruit. Moments later, the attending physician rushed into the ward with the latest report, excitement radiating from his face. Quick, we need to conduct another examination. I must confirm if the toxins in this child's body have indeed decreased by 3 points. If so, it would be nothing short of miraculous. A decrease of 3 points? Xiao Zhan thought he must have misheard, while Yi Mingxin suspected the instruments might have malfunctioned. Up until now, they had merely managed to delay the spread of toxins within the boy's body, and a decrease was unprecedented. Dr. Chun, are you certain this report is accurate? The attending physician replied gravely. I have verified it 3 times, and each time it has been identical. Yet I still cannot believe it, which is why I rushed here for another check. 3 times. Xiao Zhan gazed at his only son with a mix of hope and disbelief. If this were true, it would mean his son would not have to suffer a torturous fate. Dr. Chun, little Qi just underwent an examination. We must wait at least 2 hours before conducting another. Yi Mingxin's words jolted Xiao Zhan back to reality, and he began to pace anxiously, feeling discomfort in every part of his being, as though time had never crawled so slowly before. He endured, he waited. After what felt like an eternity, the anguished cries of his 8-year-old son echoed in his ears, and finally, after what seemed like a century, Xiao Zhan awaited the latest examination report, grasping the hands of Dr. Chun as he inquired, Dr. Chun, what were the results of my son's examination? Did the levels truly decrease by 3? Dr. Chun shook his head, dousing Xiao Zhan with a wave of despair, causing him to slouch in defeat, murmuring, it must have been a mistake. If there were real hope, my daughter wouldn't have perished. Regret and self-reproach washed over Xiao Zhan, as the Xiao family had publicly claimed that their children suffered from a rare illness, yet deep down, they knew it was not a disease but an unprecedented and bizarre poison. The prestigious Xiao family was utterly unaware of who had poisoned their direct descendants. If this were to leak, they would become a laughingstock. Just then, as if the voice of an angel. Dr. Chen's words broke through the tension. According to this latest examination, young Master Zhao's toxin levels have decreased by 546. A remarkable drop of 246 points since 2 hours ago. This is nothing short of a miraculous event. A decrease of 546? Xiao Zhan felt as if he had just plummeted from a roller coaster, glaring at Dr. Chen in disbelief, his heart racing with frustration as he thought. Could you not deliver the news in one go? You nearly scared me to death. Then he heard Dr. Chen continue, by the way, did your Xiao family acquire any extraordinary medicine? Could you share the recipe with us? Extraordinary medicine? There is no such miraculous cure, mused Xiao Zhan, shaking his head. Suddenly, he recalled the purple fruit that Dr. Yi had been giving his son. His son underwent daily checkups, and from yesterday to today, the only difference was that purple fruit. Of course, Dr. Yi. Xiao Zhan dashed off to find Dr. Yi, for the hope of his son's survival might well lie in that very purple fruit. When Xiao Zhan hurriedly appeared before Yi Mingxin, who was holding the last purple fruit in her right hand, she was just about to open her mouth. Silence, she snapped. Silence. Impossible, she thought. Unless the earth itself were to perish, no force could prevent a gourmand from savoring a delicious morsel at their lips. With one bite, her cheeks puffed as she bit into the purple fruit, a look of blissful indulgence spreading across her face. After a moment, she regained her composure and gazed at Xiao Zhan before her. Good heavens, this is the helmsman of the Xiao group, and he is staring at me so covetously. I'm so scared. I so want to eat another purple fruit. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath and smiled gently. Dr. Yi, may I ask if you still have any more of these purple fruits? No, that was the last one, Yi Mingxin replied, raising her right hand solemnly to assure Xiao Zhan of her honesty. May I ask where I might purchase more? I don't know either. This morning, a tenant named Wang Zhe. Well, he kindly gave me one. Such a delicious fruit. I wish I knew where to buy it myself. Could you provide me with his contact information? Xiao Zhan asked eagerly, for the matter concerned the very life of his only son. Suddenly, Yi Mingxin realized she did not have Wang Zhe's contact details and quickly inquired with the agency. Minutes later, Xiao Zhan received Wang Zhe's contact number. Though after some thought, it seemed more appropriate for Yi Mingxin herself to make the call, lest Xiao Zhan's urgency frighten the other party. At Boss Zhou's Water Dragon Pavilion, Yang Jiuchen beamed with satisfaction as he gazed upon his own blood-red dragonfish. His eyes then flicked over the ones purchased by Boss Zhou and Zhu Wenjun, deepening his contentment. The asking prices for Boss Zhou's and Zhu Wenjun's fish were 1.42 million and 1.36 million respectively, while Yang Jiuchen's fish was priced at 1.86 million. After deducting 300,000 for 2 bottles of wine, the final payment to Wang Zhe was 1.56 million. The 3 fish brought Wang Zhe a total of 4.34 million, and with a previous 1.4 million, he suddenly became a small tycoon with over 5 million in assets. Before leaving, Wang Zhe smiled at Yang Jiuchen and said, Brother Jiu, I trust your character. But I wonder if you trust me. The 2 bottles of wine you asked me to deliver to my teacher, Professor Liu, never arrived. Pursue it? Question it? Forget it. Wang Zhe was well aware of the origins of his blood-red dragonfish and knew better than to offend someone as extraordinarily wealthy as Yang Jiuchen. Thus, he reserved his words for their farewell, so as not to embarrass Yang Jiuchen or sow ill feelings. Not received. Yang Jiuchen narrowed his eyes, already planning to confront his inept brother-in-law upon returning. As for Wang Zhe, after leaving the Water Dragon Pavilion and getting into his car, he received a call from Yi Mingxin urging him to rush to the military hospital in Nanjiang. His first thought was, damn, could the beautiful landlady have been poisoned by that fruit and hospitalized? She can still call me, so it can't be too severe. Patting his chest, reassured by his fortune of over 5 million, he hung up and closed his eyes briefly. Only then did he finally relax. Unbeknownst to Wang Zhe, a van parked by the roadside promptly started and began following him at a measured distance. Inside the vehicle were Wu Jianghua's trusted men, sent to secretly tail Wang Zhe, hoping to uncover his secrets and intimidate him. A final and most sinister plan by Wu Jianghua. Especially after learning from a WeChat chat with Boss Zhu that Su Liang had purchased 3 fish for over 4 million. Wu Jianghua was even more eager to uncover the secret behind this apparently penniless man. The secret followers trailed the car all the way to the military hospital. 6 men disembarked, guarded the entrances while 2 cautiously continued to follow Wang Zhe. When Wang Zhe met Yi Mingxin in the hospital room, he was startled. You're a doctor? Yi Mingxin rolled her eyes, her chest heaving with indignation. Who says that being well endowed precludes one from being a doctor? Let us focus on the matter at hand. I've taken note of this grudge. Unless you bring me 10, no, 20 purple fruits, don't expect me to forgive you. I'll make you beg for my mercy in tears. Smiling, Yi Mingxin explained, Wang Zhe, this is Mr. Xiao, CEO of the Xiao Group. He asked me to call you urgently. The Xiao Group? One of Nanjiang's 3 most wealthy and powerful conglomerates? Damn, why would such a big shot contact me? Could it be about the purple fruit? Wang Zhe grew wary. 10 minutes later, moved by Xiao Zhan's sincerity, Wang Zhe agreed to bring 10 purple fruits the next day, thereby preserving the rarity and value of the fruit. 10 million for 10 purple fruits. Reflecting that she had already consumed nearly 20, Yi Mingxin wanted to beat herself for her insatiable appetite, having spent 20 million that morning alone. If she had that much money, why bother working? She could simply enjoy life as a petite bourgeois at home. Xiao Zhan personally escorted Wang Zhe to the hospital entrance. As Wang Zhe got into the car and drove off, an undercover bodyguard whispered into Xiao Zhan's ear, "Boss Xiao, I just noticed someone suspiciously tailing Wang Zhe. They can't be good people. We should send someone to investigate. Also, instruct that until the young master recovers, anyone who dares harm Wang Zhe will answer to me personally." Xiao Zhan's killing intent flared. Wang Zhe was now the lifeline for his only son. Anyone who harmed him would be as if they had killed his son. Naturally, he would not let them off. His bodyguards immediately took action. Chapter 11. 500,000 in cash. Damn. I forgot to discuss the house purchase with the beautiful landlady. Wang Zhe suddenly slapped his forehead after getting into the car, then reconsidered. There was no rush. The house wasn't going anywhere. Now that he had money, buying the house would be no problem. He had missed school yesterday but had a class this afternoon, Professor Lu's class, which he must attend. Near the school, he ran into a female classmate close to Lu Li. She froze upon seeing Wang Zhe, then spoke with a hint of envy. "Wang Zhe, what a coincidence. I heard you were tricked into buying a nearly dead fish and couldn't even afford an aquarium. Are you here to withdraw money from the bank? 100 or 300? Wait, you can withdraw hundreds or thousands from an ATM. You wouldn't have to come to the counter unless you don't even have 100 yuan on you, right?" Wang Zhe ignored her remarks and walked straight to a teller. Gu Tingting, the bank clerk, felt slighted by Wang Zhe's dismissive attitude and raised her voice. "Wang Zhe, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me speaking to you?" The bank clerk smiled politely and asked, "Hello, what service may I assist you with?" "I want to withdraw 50,000 in cash. Can I take it now, or do I need to make an appointment?" 50,000. Gu Tingting thought she had misheard, a look of skepticism immediately flashing in her eyes. In her opinion, a person like Wang Zhe, after being deceived, could at most retrieve 50 yuan. There was no way he could withdraw 500,000. Insanity. This fellow must have suffered such a blow that he was lost in delusion. The bank staff, however, were devoid of such peculiar thoughts as Gu Tingting. With a smile, they replied, "Sir, as long as the bank account is under your name, you can withdraw 500,000 at any time from us. All right, prepare 50,000 in cash for me immediately. I wish to take it." To ensure Wang Zhe experienced swift and satisfactory service, the staff immediately gestured for him to follow, saying, "This way, please. There are a few people at the moment. I will take you through the VIP passage for a quicker process." Originally intending to leave, Gu Tingting plopped down in the lobby, muttering defiantly, "I truly don't believe you can withdraw 500,000. 10 minutes later, Wang Zhe emerged from the bank, his backpack bulging with 500,000 in cash. And as he was smilingly seen off by the bank staff, Gu Tingting rushed up to him. "Wang Zhe, did you really withdraw 500,000? Where did you get so much money? Can I see it?" Her tone had shed its initial sourness, now infused with intense curiosity and a hint of playful charm. "Sure. By the way, I remember you donated 50 yuan to me back then." As Wang Zhe spoke, he unzipped his backpack in front of Gu Tingting, revealing a stack of cash that made her eyes sparkle with excitement. He pulled out a bundle and zipped the bag up again, counting out 3 bills. He handed them to Gu Tingting, stating, "Here's 500 yuan. I no longer owe you anything." With a flourish, Wang Zhe tossed 5 100 yuan bills at her face and strode away with purpose, heading to school to repay those who had either donated or lent him money. "Money. My money." Gu Tingting quickly picked up the 500 yuan, but instead of feeling humiliated by Wang Zhe, she was in disbelief. Could it be that this guy had won 5 million in the lottery? In an instant, she felt compelled to pursue Wang Zhe. She considered herself quite attractive, otherwise. Why would a dozen boys pursue her? Just moments ago, Wang Zhe had been nothing but a worthless individual in her eyes, but now, he had transformed into a wealthy man deserving of her flattery. However, after some contemplation, Gu Tingting decided to call Lu Li. Wang Zhe withdrew 500,000 in cash? Lu Li chuckled. "Even if he did win the lottery, so what? 500,000 is nothing for our families, let alone for Qian Liang's family. It hardly counts for anything." As for Gu Tingting's reaction, Lu Li thought only one thing. How rare and strange. Someone from the countryside has such limited perspective. Getting so excited over a mere 500,000. Go ahead and chase him if you wish. No need to consider me. I have no connection with Wang Zhe, and I certainly don't look up to him. Well, that's that. Lu Li hung up the phone, well aware of Gu Tingting's intentions. Reflecting on it, she thought that with Gu Tingting's looks, it wouldn't take 3 days for her to end up in a hotel room with Wang Zhe. This was evident from Wang Zhe's sudden withdrawal of 500,000 in cash. A person lacking capability, yet eager to prove himself through money. Unaware of how ridiculous his behavior was. Minutes later, as Wang Zhe entered Nanjing University, he encountered familiar students who pointed and whispered about him. In response, Wang Zhe chose to act as if he hadn't noticed, even managing a faint smile. You can still smile? As he approached, a figure blocked his path. Looking up, he found Lu Wanxin, youthful and charming, though not a striking beauty, smiling and saying, "Why shouldn't I smile? I'm not living for them. Besides, should I lower myself to argue with a bunch of barking dogs?" Lu Wanxin swore that if Wang Zhe's words were overheard by those people, he would surely be attacked. Thankfully, he wasn't foolish and only vented his dissatisfaction in front of her. "After class, come with me to the bank. I'll give you 15,000. My books and website will split the earnings 50-50, and taxes will be deducted, understood?" Lu Wanxin's demeanor suggested she wasn't taking advantage of him. In fact, she was even willing to pay out of her own pocket, which caught Wang Zhe off guard, making him find her somewhat endearing. "No need. I'm not lacking in money right now. Besides, a small kindness should be repaid with a grand gesture. You donated 3,000 to me back then, and now that I have money, I'll reward you with 30,000 to also increase the exposure of your work, which counts as repaying your kindness from back then. I don't want to owe anyone anything." Wang Zhe spoke earnestly. He had lacked capability in the past, but he had it now. "Did you win the lottery?" "Sort of," Wang Zhe nodded, likening the miraculous wardrobe to winning the lottery. "Even if you did win, you shouldn't spend money so recklessly. If you want to repay me, 3,000 will suffice. As for gratitude, just treat me to a meal. Otherwise, it'll make me feel indebted to you. Let us settle it like that. I'll withdraw 12,000 for you this afternoon." Lu Wanxin's words surprised Wang Zhe, and he nodded in response to her seriousness with a smile. At this moment, as class approached, most students wouldn't miss Professor Lu's lecture. Just as Lu Wanxin stepped into the classroom, Lu Li and Qian Liang strolled in side by side. Upon seeing Wang Zhe, they immediately linked arms. "Wang Zhe, I just heard Gu Tingting say she saw you withdraw 500,000 in cash from the bank. Are you trying to prove something by bringing that much money to school?" 500,000. The surrounding students widened their eyes in disbelief, including Lu Wanxin, who looked at Wang Zhe with astonishment, their expressions growing increasingly dramatic. "I don't want to prove anything. I'm here to repay debts, so you don't keep thinking I owe you." Opening his backpack, he revealed 20 bundles of cash and placed them in front of Lu Li, stating, "Here is 200,000. Lu Li glanced at it, unimpressed, while Qian Liang scoffed at the mere 200,000. Did this person, who relied on winning the lottery to become wealthy, really think he could flaunt his money before a rich second generation like him? Was Wang Zhe's head caught in the door? 5,000 will suffice. I won't take a single cent more. And by the way, you should see a psychologist. I don't know how much you won in the lottery. Nor do I care, because you will never be able to compete with Qian Liang." Her words, devoid of obvious sarcasm or insult, came across as calm yet condescending. Viewing Wang Zhe as a mere insignificant jester unworthy of attention. To Lu Li, Wang Zhe's actions only made him seem increasingly ridiculous. Haha, Wang Zhe merely smiled faintly. Was Qian Liang's family truly wealthy? Is tens of millions considered a lot? Just recently, he casually sold 10 purple fruits for 10 million, judging by Xiao's demeanor. Even if he priced them at 50 million or more, he wouldn't refuse, for those purple fruits equated to the life of his only son. However, Wang Zhe didn't inflate the price. That 10 million was generously given by Xiao Zhan, ensuring he wouldn't owe Wang Zhe too large a favor. Compared to the Xiao family, Qian Liang's family was like a flickering candle on the table, while the Xiao family shone like the sun in the sky. As long as he wished, he could exchange one favor for Qian Liang's family being left with nothing. Xiao Zhan would surely be more than willing. Yet for Wang Zhe, it simply wasn't worth it. In comparison to the favor owed to Xiao Zhan, Qian Liang was no more significant than a negligible ant. With Lu Li on his arm, Qian Liang swaggered into the classroom, appearing ignorant and laughable in Wang Zhe's eyes. He was merely refraining from engaging because of Professor Lu's status. Upon entering the classroom, seizing the moment before Professor Lu's arrival, I poured the remaining cash of over 400,000 onto the podium, instantly rendering nearly all the students speechless. "Now, those whose names I call, please come forth to repay your donations. You contributed to me, and I shall return it thrice over. However, to the 3 present here, I shall not give a single cent, for they are my friends, and bestowing money upon friends is a humiliation." Chapter 12, A Warning. The total of 500,000 exceeded Wang Zhe's expectations by over 200,000, partly due to Lu Li receiving only 50,000. At last, I am free from owing these individuals any favors. A sense of joy welled up within Wang Zhe. Now, his only significant debt remained to Professor Lu. A class is neither long nor short. As the bell rang, just before leaving, Professor Lu called out, "Wang Zhe, please come here for a moment." Stepping outside the classroom to a secluded spot near the teaching building, Professor Lu earnestly said, I apologize for Lu Li's actions. I never anticipated that this child would become so extreme. In the past, I was merely indulging her. I hope you can find it in your heart not to harbor too much resentment against Lu Li. In truth, she is not ill-intentioned, and I will ensure she apologizes to you. Please, Professor Lu, let it be. If Lu Li apologizes to me, it may complicate matters further. Let us leave it at that, Wang Zhe replied sincerely. Observing Wang Zhe's generosity, Professor Lu felt a tinge of regret for his daughter's choices and extreme behavior. Yet, no matter how childish Lu Li's actions were, she remained his only daughter, his heart's flesh. Professor Lu nodded, hesitated for a moment, and continued, last night, I received a call from your father. He inquired about your situation and offered me 1 million as a token of gratitude, even suggesting that he could help facilitate your promotion to associate professor, but I declined. Wang Zhe's expression turned icy and somber in an instant, before he chuckled coldly. Does he truly have such benevolence towards me? Is he not afraid of that woman discovering it? To me, his kindness seems a mere facade, a pretense cloaked in ulterior motives. Wang Zhe, you mustn't view him so negatively. He is, after all, your father. Since I became aware of my surroundings, I have been a child of a single mother, devoid of a father. He is unworthy of my consideration. I have sworn by my mother's grave that one day he shall kneel before it and confess his wrongs. Wang Zhe spoke coldly, devoid of any trace of anger. For one only feels anger towards those they care about. As for that illustrious man, he held no expectations whatsoever. Wang Zhe could accept pity from anyone but would never accept a single penny from that man. He would forever remember kneeling before him, begging for money to treat his mother, only to be met with a heartless refusal. The rejection stemmed from the fact that the man was the general manager of Shanghua Group, a son-in-law to the powerful Jiang family in Modu, who, in a bid to preserve his own interests, callously watched as the woman who bore him a son perished on the hospital bed due to an inability to pay the exorbitant medical fees. Alas, Professor Lu could only sigh, for even a righteous official finds it difficult to adjudicate family matters, let alone manage his own. Lu Li was unaware that Professor Lu had once been university classmates with Wang Zhe's biological father, but now their paths had diverged completely. In a sudden downturn of spirits, as Wang Zhe walked away a distance of 20 to 30 meters, he was confronted by 3 boys. The leader, Zhang Tao, grinned, "Look at you, Wang Zhe. In just a day, you've transformed into a wealthy tycoon. After you dumped that 50,000 cash on the podium." Those who used to slander you in the group chat suddenly turned pale, their eyes filled with unrestrained envy and jealousy. Let us not speak of anything further. In the past, we treated you to lavish meals, but today, we shall feast at your expense. Wang Zhe, unwilling to reveal his inner turmoil, forced a smile. All right. Choose any restaurant in Nanjing. As for eating me out of house and home, I doubt even the 3 of you could manage that in this lifetime. Lin Fan blinked. We never said just the 3 of us. Since we have a feast without spending a dime, we've invited the 4 lovely ladies from the social dormitory to join us in this endeavor. Dinner will depend on your performance. Mu Yao is the sweetest and most charming single lady among them. Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows in an insinuating manner, for the trio was genuinely concerned that Wang Zhe, after being spurned by Lu Li, might fall into despair and self-destruction. Given Wang Zhe's reckless spending today, their worries were not unfounded. In the past, without Lu Li, they wouldn't have made introductions. Dating in college is an expensive endeavor, one that most cannot afford, let alone Wang Zhe. I have no objections to inviting them for dinner, but please refrain from meddling in matters of the heart. If there is a mutual attraction, I will pursue it. For now, let us just be ordinary friends. Wang Zhe smiled faintly, for he had no inclination to engage in romantic pursuits at present. He believed that time spent on dates with girls was better utilized in resting to regain his strength or hitting the gym to improve his physical form. Exploring a vast forest is perilous and tremendously taxing. The unknown woods represented a treasure trove of mysteries for Wang Zhe. As for a girlfriend, in today's society, who could fear the lack of young, beautiful women with wealth at their disposal? Royal delicacies. Yang Jiuchen glared at the trembling Wu Jianghua with a hint of anger. Awaiting an explanation, Wu Jianghua, emboldened, replied, "Brother-in-law, I've uncovered everything. The fellow named Wang Zhe is merely a destitute university student. Far from the low-key wealthy individual you imagined. He lives off meager wages from part-time jobs. And his mother died in the hospital due to over $1 million in medical expenses." Wu Jianghua relayed his findings candidly, revealing his ulterior motives without reservation, even seeking to claim credit for uncovering Wang Zhe's secret and inciting Yang Jiuchen to take action against him. Suddenly, the office door swung open without a knock. And before Yang Jiuchen could express his ire, he was taken aback by the sight of the visitor, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is he doing here? Wu Jianghua, recognizing the newcomer, was equally alarmed and quickly donned a sycophantic smile. "Hello, President Xiao. You must be here to see my brother-in-law." "No, I'm here specifically for you. Xiao Zhan replied, his tone cold and indifferent, startling Wu Jianghua. Xiao Zhan was a figure whose slightest change in demeanor could instill fear into Wu Jianghua's heart, leaving him flabbergasted. Thus, his smile grew even more radiant. President Xiao, how may I assist you? Bring them in. With Xiao Zhan's command. 6 battered men with bruised faces limped into the room, instantly draining Wu Jianghua's complexion to a ghostly pallor. These were the very individuals he had dispatched to track Wang Zhe. How could they possibly be brought here by President Xiao? A horrifying thought crossed Wu Jianghua's mind, and he found himself trembling uncontrollably. His demeanor alone was enough for Yang Jiuchen to deduce that Wu Jianghua had landed them in serious trouble once more. This incident was far graver than the last. Otherwise, President Xiao would not have personally intervened. President Xiao, Yang Jiuchen began, but Xiao Zhan waved his hand, silencing him, and smiled. The situation is not as dire as you imagine. I'm merely here to extend a greeting on behalf of the Yang family. Should you dare to harm Wang Zhe, I will ensure you vanish from Nanjing, or even from this world entirely. This is both the first and last warning. These individuals are returned to you. Feel free to visit me for tea sometime. Xiao Zhan arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly, yet Yang Jiuchen's heart trembled uneasily, as if caught in a tempest. Although Xiao Zhan spoke with a smile, the words he uttered were more terrifying than a gun pointed at one's head. For the gunman might hesitate to act out of respect for the Yang family. However, Xiao Zhan was acutely aware that this encounter was merely a courtesy extended due to the Yang family's influence. The situation was dire, as Wu Jianghua had dispatched someone to covertly follow and surveil Wang Zhe. Otherwise, a few mere warnings would not suffice. Good heavens! What manner of formidable individual was Wang Zhe that could provoke such trepidation in Xiao Zhan? Given Wang Zhe's age, could it be that he was an unintentional seed sown during Xiao Zhan's youthful escapades? Countless speculations flitted through Yang Jiuchen's mind. Without uttering a word, Wu Jianghua, pale as a sheet, abruptly knelt, crying out, "Brother-in-law, it was that fellow Qian Liang who incited me. Otherwise, I would never have dared to target Wang Zhe. Stay on your knees. Do not rise without my permission, or I shall break your legs. I mean what I say." Yang Jiuchen harbored a desire to strike Wu Jianghua dead, yet simultaneously felt relieved that Wu Jianghua had not directly sought trouble with Wang Zhe. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to hand Wu Jianghua over for retribution, possibly implicating himself in the process. Picking up his phone, Yang Jiuchen feigned nonchalance as he dialed, and upon the call connecting, he cheerfully inquired, "Little brother, are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner." "What? You wish to treat others? Come to my royal gourmet. I shall arrange the finest private room for you and procure a couple of exquisite bottles of wine." At the university, Wang Zhe was entirely unaware of the surveillance, and he was taken aback by Yang Jiuchen's sudden invitation. Despite his surprise at Yang Jiuchen's enthusiasm, he ultimately did not decline. After hanging up, Wang Zhe promptly notified Zhang Tao and the others that dinner would be at Royal Gourmet. As dinner time approached, Wang Zhe arrived at the entrance of Royal Gourmet on his electric bike, only to encounter Qian Liang and Lu Li, who were arm in arm. Given Qian Liang's status, dining in the school cafeteria was out of the question. Royal Gourmet offered delectable cuisine and a touch of prestige, not to mention the opportunity to flaunt in front of acquaintances. Naturally, it was the preferred choice after growing weary of the mundane. Qian Liang greeted Wang Zhe with a smile. "Wang Zhe, are you here for dinner at Royal Gourmet as well? Have you made a reservation? If not, would you mind joining our table? I owe you an apology for the last incident." Qian Liang, now basking in success with Lu Li's approval, felt no need to quibble with someone like Wang Zhe, who had struck it rich overnight through a lottery. Besides, continuing to argue with someone like Wang Zhe would only diminish his own social standing. Chapter 13. Showing off? Wang Zhe regarded Qian Liang with indifference and replied flatly, "No need. I'm treating a few classmates to dinner today, so I wouldn't want to intrude upon your romantic evening." The trembling Wu Jianghua was now entirely under Yang Jiuchen's command, nearly paralyzed by fear, praying his fate would not be too grim. As for Yang Jiuchen, he had no intention of confronting someone like Qian Liang, whom he deemed insignificant. Since the matter originated with Wang Zhe, he felt it necessary to consult him first. Yang Jiuchen planned to candidly disclose Wu Jianghua's actions to Wang Zhe and offer an apology to prevent any displeasure arising from Wang Zhe hearing it from Xiao Zhan. At that moment, Zhang Tao and his group, comprising 3 men and 4 women, arrived by taxi. Wang Zhe had considered inviting Lu Wanxin, but she had declined over the phone, citing her commitment to an extra chapter as a principled author, determined to reward Wang Zhe's 300,000 book coins with additional content. Reflecting on her grievances, Lu Wanxin felt an impulse to withhold repayment from Wang Zhe, perhaps even to exact revenge for his indiscriminate tipping. "Lu Li, Qian Liang, how come you two are here?" Zhang Tao inquired curiously upon arrival. While others needed to flatter Qian Liang, he was not among them, as his own father held a position as deputy director, albeit in a small county. providing him with ample prospects. Qianliang was about to speak, but Lu Li gently tugged at him, prompting Qianliang to reconsider. With so many people here, and as we are all classmates, why not share a table? I've reserved a bottle of red wine worth over 8,000. Fine wine should be enjoyed together. Qianliang glanced at Wang Zhe, wishing to demonstrate the distinction between a nouveau riche and a true wealthy individual, considering Wang Zhe's unexpected fortune as inconsequential. Dining together? That's out of the question. Zhang Tao and Lin Fan had not forgotten yesterday's events and were about to interject on Wang Zhe's behalf when they noticed Wang Zhe smiling graciously. Sure. My friend has prepared some fine wine for me. I look forward to discussing it with you shortly. Fine wine. Prepared by a friend? Since Lu Li is now my girlfriend, I shall grant you a modicum of courtesy. Qianliang smiled, but remained silent. While Zhang Tao and Lin Fan were eager to inquire why Wang Zhe had agreed, yet Wang Zhe merely smiled mysteriously. You will find out soon enough. Under the attentive guidance of the manager, the group was led to an elegant private room, where several exquisite dishes awaited, exuding delightful aromas. This fellow actually booked a private room. No surprise, considering Wang Zhe managed to have the owner send 2 bottles of wine to Professor Liu. Qianliang dismissed the matter lightly, but Lu Li cast a surprised glance at Wang Zhe. Perhaps it's just luck that he secured a private room. A mere royal gourmet private room held little significance. As they settled in, Qianliang had already instructed the waiter to bring the wine. Just as they took their seats, a waiter entered carrying the wine, smiling at Qianliang. Sir, would you like me to uncork this bottle of red wine for you? Qianliang nodded, and after the wine was opened, he poured half a glass for Lu Li, then filled his own glass before turning his gaze to Wang Zhe. Gentlemen, this bottle of red wine costs over 8,000. It's a rare opportunity to savor it. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room, which had not been closed, was rapped upon, and the manager, accompanied by a waiter carrying more wine, stood at the entrance. Seeing that his knock had caught Wang Zhe's attention, he smiled. Mr. Wang, Brother Zhou instructed that as soon as you and your friends are seated, these 2 bottles of 82 Lafite will be delivered immediately. Shall I uncork them for you now? Qianliang, holding the wine bottle, froze, his expression turning to one of disbelief, as did Lu Li and the others. 2 bottles of 82 Lafite, worth around 600,000 to 700,000? Who was this Brother Zhou to bestow such lavish gifts upon Wang Zhe? Wang Zhe himself was somewhat taken aback, pondering how overly generous Brother Zhou was to present him with 2 bottles of 82 Lafite, treating him as if he were a wealthy second-generation heir, reflecting on the 10 million that Xiao Zhan had forcibly given him, though it had yet to arrive. He could certainly afford 2 bottles of 82 Lafite. Please thank Brother Zhou for me, and have them open both bottles. The manager personally uncorked the wine and added, Brother Zhou mentioned that if you need more wine, just let us know. He specifically arranged for you to have 5 bottles of 82 Lafite today, covering all expenses. After the manager departed, Zhang Tao and the others remained in stunned silence, realizing that 82 Lafite was a luxury they might never have the chance to taste again in their lifetime. Wang Zhe, who is this Brother Zhou? He is so impressive to send you 2 bottles of 82 Lafite. No, it should be Wang Zhe who is impressive. Otherwise, why would Brother Zhou send him such extravagant gifts? Brother, tell us how you managed this. Zhang Tao, Lin Fan, and the others eagerly pressed, their excitement surpassing even Wang Zhe's own. Meanwhile, the 4 girls from the dormitory exchanged glances, 3 of them signaling Mu Yao to step up her game. Realizing Wang Zhe was no ordinary individual who needed to be pursued lest he be whisked away by another woman. Lu Li gaped in disbelief. Qianliang, would you like to try my 82 Lafite? Let us sample this wine, which has been inflated to hundreds of thousands per bottle, and discern its authenticity. Wang Zhe's words brought immense satisfaction to Zhang Tao and his companions. Deep down, they too harbored disdain for Qianliang, the ostentatious individual who flaunted his wealth. Yet they found themselves powerless against him. Now, witnessing Qianliang being publicly humiliated in such a manner was truly exhilarating. Zhang Tao, who shared a close camaraderie with Wang Zhe, felt flushed with excitement even before tasting the wine, exclaiming, Ah, Qianliang, my apologies. But I shall decline this wine priced over 8,000 a bottle. Yes, best for you to take that $8,000 wine home and savor it slowly. We shall indulge in this 1982 Lafite. Each remark landed like a resounding slap upon Qianliang's face, leaving him feeling as though the ground beneath him should split open to provide an escape. While he could certainly afford the extravagant 1982 Lafite, his parents would never permit him to indulge in such extravagance for the sake of mere appearances. In need of funds from them, he was unlikely to purchase the Lafite. At this moment, even if he gritted his teeth and bought a bottle, it would serve no purpose. How could Qianliang swallow such humiliation? Wang Zhe, you truly ought to consult a psychologist. Lu Li interjected at a crucial moment, not only alleviating Qianliang's predicament, but also illuminating a new perspective for him. Indeed, how did I overlook that? Thus, in an instant, The humiliation he felt transformed into a calm and composed smile. Wang Zhe, I did not expect you to be so obsessed with face. You must have spent quite a bit to stage this performance. It piques my curiosity as to how much you won in the lottery. I spent not a single penny on this meal. Do you believe it? He chuckled. Internally, Qianliang could not suppress his scorn, thinking, a person like you, not spending a dime, yet 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite are delivered to you? Do you take us for fools, unsophisticated and naive? How absurd. Wang Zhe, your behavior only serves to deepen my contempt for you. I had intended to apologize for yesterday's incident, but now I feel you are unworthy of my apologies. Qianliang, let us depart, Lu Li declared. Rising with a sense of urgency, she wished to leave this place immediately. A person who resorts to such ostentatious displays of wealth would only continue to disgust her. Qianliang smiled, embodying the essence of a victorious monarch, feeling triumphant. Wang Zhe, even if you are fortunate enough to win a lottery jackpot, what of it? The lengths you go to in order to maintain this facade, what have you truly achieved? Admittedly, I was momentarily caught off guard by you, but what does that matter? Look, Lu Li now regards you with even greater disdain. As Qianliang internally reveled in his victory, he maintained a gentlemanly facade as he prepared to escort Lu Li away. Upon opening the door to the private room, he was greeted by Wu Jianghua, prompting Qianliang to rise and approach him warmly, exclaiming, Brother Wu, your arrival is most fortuitous. Instantly, Qianliang felt elated. He intended for Wu Jianghua to expose Wang Zhe's pretense, which could easily crumble under scrutiny. Turning to introduce Wang Zhe, he said, this is Brother Wu, whom Zhang Tao and the others are already acquainted with. As for you, Wang Zhe, you likely have no prior opportunity to meet him. Allow me to introduce him. Brother Wu is the Deputy General of the Royal Gourmet, a notable figure in Nanjing. Before he could finish, Qianliang felt a forceful shove, and upon regaining his composure, he witnessed Wu Jianghua kneeling before Wang Zhe. Then, with a resounding slap, struck himself across the face. Chapter 14, The Beautiful Young Songstress. Rewinding to before Wang Zhe and his party entered the private room. Yang Jiuchen had gone to great lengths for his little brother-in-law, knowing that while the herbal liquor was superior to the 1982 Lafite, it remained uncelebrated. To ensure Wang Zhe could save face among his classmates, he had procured 5 bottles of the Lafite. After Wang Zhe and his companions were seated, Yang Jiuchen approached Wu Jianghua with a serious demeanor. I have arranged for the guests. Wang Zhe wishes to host a gathering for his close friends, including that Qianliang. This is advantageous for you. Take this opportunity to apologize and make amends. You know how to proceed without my guidance, I trust. Should Wang Zhe choose to forgive you, this matter can be laid to rest. If not, perhaps losing 3 fingers will placate him. Why are you still standing there? Go and apologize. With a thud, Wu Jianghua attempted to rise but collapsed due to the prolonged kneeling. However, realizing this might be his only hope, he gritted his teeth and exited Yang Jiuchen's office, only to find 2 individuals waiting to assist him at the door. Thus, with their support, he gradually regained his composure and encountered Qianliang and Lu Li as they were about to depart. Initially seeking to catch his breath, he was startled by Qianliang's words, causing him to hastily push Qianliang aside and, with newfound determination, kneel before Wang Zhe. Young Master Wang, every fault lies with me. I have acted brazenly, and I kneel here to apologize and seek your forgiveness. With a resounding slap, Wu Jianghua struck himself forcefully across the face, leaving his left cheek reddened and swelling, plunging the room into a profound silence, with all present rendered speechless. The atmosphere hung thick with tension, each breath echoing as time seemed to suspend. Yet, Wu Jianghua's heart trembled in uncertainty. Why was Wang Zhe silent, mouth agape? Offering no reaction? Did his silence indicate a desire to forgive, yet a belief that his current display of sincerity was insufficient? Yes, it must be that way. Wu Jianghua reasoned internally, unaware that Wang Zhe was utterly bewildered, contemplating how he had come to deserve such extravagant displays of respect. Why had Jiuchen sent his brother-in-law to kneel and apologize over merely 2 bottles of wine? Was it truly warranted? Nevertheless, Jiuchen's actions must have been driven by some intention, yet Wang Zhe resolved to remain humble and composed, striving to forgive graciously, perhaps to grant Jiuchen even more face. Just as Wang Zhe was finally ready to speak, Wu Jianghua raised his hand and delivered another resounding slap to Wang Zhe's right cheek, the sound echoing even louder than before, with a trace of blood appearing at Wu Jianghua's mouth. Everyone swallowed hard, having witnessed many instances of violence. But never had they seen someone inflict such harm upon themselves. Zhang Tao, Lin Fan, Qianliang, and Lu Li stared in disbelief, collectively fixating on Wang Zhe, their minds racing with the implications of Wu Jianghua's 2 slaps and his words while kneeling. Young Master Wang, kneeling here to apologize? Wasn't this Wu Jianghua purported to be a formidable figure? And yet, he was now kneeling before Wang Zhe, publicly striking himself. Was this all an act? Even the greatest actors could not rival such performances, if it were indeed a ruse. What did it signify for someone to be so self-deprecating in an effort to elevate Wang Zhe's status? Finally, as realization dawned, Qianliang felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, wishing to convince himself that it was all a figment of his imagination, a dream born from sleeplessness. Yet, no matter how hard he wished for it to be untrue, the reality before him remained unchanged, indifferent to his disbelief and resentment. A shiver ran through his legs, causing Qianliang to instinctively take a step back, his body leaning against the door of the private room. The memory of his humiliating attitude towards Wang Zhe yesterday, along with the events that transpired, drained the color from his face. Even Wu Jianghua had knelt before Wang Zhe. Qianliang couldn't help but wonder if he would continue to strike himself if Wang Zhe remained silent. What would Wang Zhe's retribution be for him? The more he contemplated, the more fear gripped him. He tried desperately to maintain his composure. Perhaps there were secrets he was unaware of. Or maybe Wang Zhe was not as formidable as he seemed. Or perhaps Wu Jianghua had some leverage that Wang Zhe held over him. As for Lu Li, her emotions were conflicted as she gazed at Wang Zhe, mirroring Qianliang's disbelief at the unfolding events. Seconds ticked by, with everyone waiting for Wang Zhe to speak. Finally, they witnessed Wang Zhe, with an air of nonchalance, say, "For the sake of Zhouge, you may rise. 1 bottle of wine, 1 slap. I forgive you. Now get up." "But there is nothing to discuss. How can I dine with my classmates while you kneel here? Return for now. I will meet Zhouge shortly. Otherwise, the dishes will be cold." Seizing the opportune moment, Yang Jiu-chun entered with a chuckle, accompanied by a tall, fashionable woman exuding youth and grace. No one in the room could compare. Dongshan. Ah, it truly is Dongshan. In an instant, the 4 girls from Zhang Tao's dormitory shrieked in unison, drowning out Lu Li's astonishment. The boys reacted slightly better. Zhang Tao, like Wang Zhe, only recognized this third-rate pop star through the women beside him. "Hello everyone, I am Dongshan, a member of the HY girl group. It's a pleasure to meet you all." "Hello, Wang Xiao. I heard from Zhouge that you queued for tickets at 4 in the morning to support me. I am truly grateful. Zhouge has prepared a table. May I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" Dongshan smiled, her beautifully crafted appearance making her even more captivating, enough to leave most men yearning for her presence. Wang Zhe was at a loss for words. In the past, he had to focus on his studies and run errands for Qianliang. He had no energy for idol worship. Queuing at 4 in the morning for tickets was purely for Lu Li. Refusing an invitation from a beautiful woman seemed inappropriate, especially with Zhouge present. Thus, Wang Zhe nodded. "It would be my honor. Allow me to toast my friends before joining you." Dongshan glanced at Yang Jiu-chun, then nodded and exited, followed by Wu Jianghua. Wang Zhe found himself surrounded by eager eyes, almost as if they wished to see right through him. In the entertainment industry, although Dongshan was a newcomer, she was undeniably one of the popular singers from the HY girl group, a true star. The Dongshan they could only see in videos was now standing before them, sweetly addressing Wang Zhe as Wang Xiao, inviting him to dinner. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This was enough to brag about for a month at school. The 4 girls, too bashful to approach Wang Zhe, exchanged frantic glances with Zhang Tao and the others. The goddess's gaze was impossible to ignore, and without any hesitation, one of them boldly asked, "Wang Zhe, could you possibly get us an autograph when you dine with Dongshan?" "Of course," he replied, willing to oblige. Turning to Lu Li, who still stood there, somewhat dazed, he smiled generously. "Would you like me to get you an autograph? Or perhaps her WeChat ID?" Reflecting on her earlier arrogance, her steadfast declarations, and her disdain for Wang Zhe, Lu Li felt suddenly exposed by Wang Zhe's words. However, her strong-willed nature compelled her to meet his gaze defiantly, her tone striving to uphold her crumbling pride. "No need, Wang Xiao. While I do not understand what has led to your sudden change, you and I remain from entirely different worlds. I never regret my decisions, and you should never expect me to seek your favor." With quickened steps, Lu Li fled, resembling someone in retreat, while Qianliang glanced at Wang Zhe, then at Lu Li's departing figure. Gritting his teeth, he followed suit. To beg for mercy from someone he had so belittled? How could he face anyone at school after this? Besides, Nanjiang was merely a place for his studies. If Wang Zhe were to become aggressive, he could always leave. After all, would Wang Zhe still be impressive after leaving Nanjiang? Lu Li refused to bow to him, and he would not bow to Wang Zhe either. Chapter 15, to be discussed later. Dongshan stood at least 1.70 meters tall, her legs long and slender, drawing wistful glances merely from her bare legs. Her perfect S-shaped figure was undeniably alluring. If she wore a short skirt that revealed her shoulders, with hints of her décolletage, few men would be able to resist. Although she had successfully debuted, Dongshan was acutely aware that as the hype faded, the HY girl group was on a downward trajectory, facing imminent disbandment. Once that occurred, her only recourse would be to rely on connections and influence. She had no connections. But according to her manager, she possessed ample capital. If she was willing to take risks and make sacrifices, establishing herself in the entertainment industry would not be insurmountable. She had no idea who the figure known as Zhou Ge was, nor had she heard of Wang Xiao. But the person who had compelled her to rush over by high-speed train was not someone she could afford to offend. Fortunately, it was a short journey of less than 2 hours. Otherwise, she might not have made it in time. Having meticulously prepared herself, she felt a twinge of nervousness as the door to the private room swung open. She forced a sweet smile, saying, "Wang Xiao, please come this way." The private room was not large, but the soundproofing was excellent. Upon Wang Zhe's entrance, Yang Jiuqun stood up, while Wu Jianghua had never taken a seat. His face was swollen, nearly unrecognizable. "Brother Wang, I will drink 3 cups as an apology. After I explain, if you still feel uncomfortable, please state your conditions, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them." He poured 3 cups of liquor in rapid succession, downing the first in one go, then immediately raising the second cup, effectively consuming all 3 in a single breath, leaving Wang Zhe utterly bewildered. What was Zhou Ge doing? Was it necessary to apologize so earnestly over just 2 bottles of wine? Confounded, Wang Zhe finally spoke up. "Zhou Ge, just say what you need to. I'm still in the dark." With a glance, Yang Jiuqun prompted Wu Jianghua to kneel again. Before explaining the situation in detail and ultimately pleading with Wang Zhe to speak a few kind words on his behalf in front of Xiaozhan. As the pieces fell into place, Wang Zhe felt a mix of shock and fear. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that had saved him. He was immensely grateful to the beautiful landlord, Yi Mingxin, for their serendipitous connection. Without her, he would never have had the opportunity to meet someone as significant as Xiaozhan. His gaze shifted to Wu Jianghua and then to Yang Jiuqun. Anger? Hatred? No. Instead, Wang Zhe felt a surge of gratitude towards Yang Jiuqun. His transparency had illuminated a vital truth. He was merely an ordinary person. And he understood the adage that sometimes innocence could lead to punishment. Fortunately, it appears that everything is still salvageable. Moving forward, I must contemplate more deeply on how to safeguard myself and avoid attracting the attention of those with malicious intentions. Brother Gio, let bygones be bygones. You have a fondness for those who value loyalty, and I share that sentiment. I raise this cup in your honor, leaving the past unexamined, for we remain friends. Splendid. Yang Jiuqun felt a surge of joy, while Wu Jianghua sighed in relief, kneeling thrice, feeling that the 2 slaps were well worth it. Overwhelmed with emotion as he discreetly wiped away the tears that threatened to spill. Seizing the opportunity, he urged Wu Jianghua to leave, for his swollen visage was too unseemly. He should hasten to a hospital for treatment. With Wu Jianghua gone, Yang Jiuqun naturally shifted to another topic. Midway, Dongshan stepped out to take a phone call, and Yang Jiuqun couldn't help but beam with unabashed delight. "Dongshan is certainly far superior to those female students at your school. Are you interested in joining me tonight? I've already arranged a room for you, absolutely safe and secure, without the risk of anyone eavesdropping." Wang Zhe understood but felt somewhat at a loss for words. He did not deny that Dongshan was the kind of woman who stirred the hearts of most men, tempting them to taste the forbidden fruit, to indulge or not. After some contemplation, Wang Zhe decided against it. The troubles associated with female celebrities were too numerous. If she were to be exposed later, it could lead to a harrowing situation. Especially if a delusional fan were to find out, they might even harbor murderous intentions. It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but subtle threats are far more insidious. "This matter, I shall defer to a later time," Wang Zhe remarked. Yang Jiuqun replied, "Then make haste while the sun shines." Wang Zhe sighed. Lamenting the profound depth of the Chinese language, he had attempted to decline politely, only to have the other party drive forward unabashedly. After dinner, in the vehicle arranged by Yang Jiuqun, a slightly inebriated Dongshan rested her head on Wang Zhe's shoulder, emanating a subtle fragrance. The V-shaped neckline, with the slightest tilt of her head, created an alluring pressure. The man's hormones seemed like an invisible hand, stirring the depths of Wang Zhe's desires, compelling him to silently repeat, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," as he gently pushed the drowsy Dongshan away. Miss Dong, Miss Dong." As the vehicle reached its destination, Wang Zhe softly called to the slumbering Dongshan. A languorous murmur escaped her lips, and as her long eyelashes fluttered, she opened her eyes. Supporting herself with her hands, as she stood up from the vehicle, her hazy mind caused her to falter momentarily, leaning forward. "Be careful." Wang Zhe, quick on his feet, instinctively reached out to catch Dongshan, inadvertently brushing against an astonishingly soft curve, prompting him to hastily retract his hand. "Miss Dong, I apologize, it was unintentional." Glancing at Wang Zhe, who wore an apologetic expression, Dongshan, her cheeks flushed, softly replied, "It's all right," before donning her mask. Upon reaching the door of her room, Wang Zhe mustered considerable courage. "Rest well. Are you not staying the night?" Dongshan asked, her curiosity piqued. Was her attire today amiss, or was her allure insufficient? Considering her purpose for being here, she could no longer restrain herself from speaking plainly. I tend to avoid complications. I am certainly not the type to forget myself after a fleeting encounter. Let's leave it at that. I will speak on your behalf to Brother Jiu. Wang Zhe, without a backward glance, hastily departed, fearing he might not be able to refuse Dong Shan's second invitation. Once outside the hotel, he couldn't help but engage in self-deprecation. As a man, he felt somewhat of a failure. Alas, if only Dong Shan were a model or a similar type, perhaps she would have easily stayed the night, but she was, regrettably, a celebrity prone to complications. He picked up his phone to call Yang Juchen, hung up, then called Xiao Zhan to express his gratitude, and finally contacted Zhang Tao and others to inform them that Dong Shan's autograph would have to wait until tomorrow, as he had indulged in too much drink and needed rest. Naturally, Zhang Tao and the others had no objections. He couldn't be bothered to retrieve the electric scooter left at the Royal Imperial Cuisine. Instead, he hailed a taxi to return home early. However, just as he alighted at the community entrance, a man suddenly appeared, blocking his path. You are Wang Zhe, correct? Our President Wang wishes to see you. President Wang? Which President Wang? I don't know anyone by that name. President Wang Gaochen of Shenghua Group, your father. In an instant, Wang Zhe's mood soured dramatically, his expression turning cold as he shot a scornful glance. I'm sorry, but I do not know your President Wang. As for my father, he passed away when I was 12, so kindly step aside, or I shall have to call the police. Seeing Wang Zhe's defiant attitude, the man blocking his path made no further attempts to press. His task was accomplished, having relayed Wang Zhe's response. Next time, President Wang would undoubtedly come in person. This scene did not go unnoticed by Xiao Zhan's bodyguards, who were discreetly watching over Wang Zhe. However, seeing that Wang Zhe was not in any trouble, they merely regarded the man as an ordinary passerby seeking directions. Back in his room, lying on the bed, Wang Zhe felt quite troubled. He had intended to get some rest, but now, his mind was a jumbled mess, rendering sleep impossible. Using Xiao Zhan's connections to achieve his own ends? He had contemplated this before, yet the Zhang family was a powerful clan. The Xiao group might not be able to sway them. After what felt like an eternity, midnight finally arrived. Opening the wardrobe and traversing into the valley, Wang Zhe planned to pick the purple fruits, dismissing the idea of catching the blood-red dragon fish in the stream after today's events. At the very least, he couldn't continue selling the blood-red dragon fish in Nanjiang. Especially since he no longer lacked funds, he would wait for another opportunity to catch them. However, he still wanted to check on the ailing blood-red dragon fish. A day had passed. Surely, a miracle might have occurred. Chapter 16, Encountering Danger. The crystal-clear stream revealed even the sandy bottom in the sunlight. The blood-red dragon fish swam about carefree, and when Wang Zhe approached the water hole he had dug, his eyes widened in disbelief. The fish that had been on the brink of death from the car accident now appeared robust, energetically struggling against Wang Zhe's hands. This fish, once near death, had miraculously come back to life? Wait, something's amiss. Upon closer inspection, Wang Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. Akin to the disbelief of discovering the wardrobe's ability to facilitate time travel, this fish, which had been on the verge of death, not only revived but also showed significant improvement in its previously damaged areas. Could it be that the water from this stream possesses miraculous restorative properties? I should take back a bucket of this water for further testing. Wang Zhe gently placed the blood-red dragon fish back into the water hole he had dug, intending to observe how long it would take for the fish to fully recover. Continuing forward, he found a tree laden with purple fruits, picking over 20 before heading back, setting aside 10 in a plastic container for Xiao Zhan. Returning to his room, Wang Zhe hurried to the bathroom, not out of desire to relieve himself in that wondrous valley, but rather due to the frighteningly large mosquitoes that occasionally appeared, fearing that if he were to carelessly expose himself, he would face unforeseen consequences. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Upon exiting the bathroom, Wang Zhe, no longer burdened by concerns, promptly tasted a purple fruit, the exquisite flavor nearly bringing him to tears, as he devoured 6 or 7 in quick succession. Such delectable fruits. He wished to share them with Zhang Tao and Professor Liu. Wang Zhe shook his head once more, contemplating the matter at hand. This fruit could not be shared with anyone. Once consumed, it would inevitably incite an insatiable desire for more, much like his own. Should the number of those who partake increase, leading to a surge in demand, how could he possibly explain it? For the sake of his own safety, it was imperative to remain discreet. The fewer who knew, the better. Clearly, these dozen or so purple fruits were insufficient. He would need to gather more and store them in the refrigerator for his own leisurely consumption. The temptation gnawing at him, Wang Zhe hurriedly traversed back to the valley, making a beeline for the purple fruits. This time, he only managed to pluck 3 when suddenly, rustle, 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 accompanied by a loud noise. A thicket of wild grasses and a few lowly trees on the opposite bank of the stream swayed perilously, as if trampled by some colossal creature. In an instant, the tense and watchful Wang Zhe beheld the true form of the creature that made the noise. A snake, a monstrous serpent, as thick as a bucket and nearly 20 meters long, bore a grotesque growth atop its head. The exaggerated size of its head, reminiscent of an electric tricycle, drained the color from Wang Zhe's face. This was no mere snake, but a terrifying beast. With a rush, the creature spotted Wang Zhe, perceiving him as an unexpected morsel. Without a moment's hesitation, it lunged at him, sending Wang Zhe scrambling to retrieve the firecrackers from his pocket. He ignited them with his lighter and hurled them towards the serpent's grotesque head. The creature, unflinching, opened its mouth wide, deeming the insignificant little object harmless. But as its jaws swept past the stream, the firecrackers exploded within its mouth with a cacophony of sound. The serpent's forked tongue flicked out, spewing blood. It was the first time it had encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Its jaws throbbed with pain as it stared at Wang Zhe, bewildered yet menacing. Having learned a lesson, the creature became cautious. Wang Zhe swiftly ignited a second string of firecrackers and tossed them again, this time careful not to aim for the serpent's mouth. The thunderous explosions startled the beast, causing it to retreat, lifting its head to regard Wang Zhe as he prepared a third string of firecrackers. After a moment of hesitation, it turned and slithered away. It was not desperate for its prey after all. Wang Zhe let out a sigh of relief, his heartbeat racing, his legs quivering uncontrollably. Aside from the firecrackers, he possessed a few explosive devices meant for fishing, one as large as a fist and 3 others half that size. Acquired with much effort from a parent tutoring a child, these were contraband, punishable by confiscation and fines if discovered. The reason he had resorted to firecrackers instead of explosives was due to his reading on wilderness survival, which taught him that a wounded beast is far more dangerous than a hungry one. A starving animal might flee if frightened, but an injured one, once it launched an attack, could either be killed or kill you. Wang Zhe had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with such a monstrous serpent, nor did he possess the confidence to do so. In the wild, feral creatures are often found near water sources, the essence of life. Just as the serpent turned to leave, Wang Zhe's heart, still racing with anxiety, had barely settled when a wolf-like creature appeared by the stream bank. Its tawny coat blended seamlessly with the carpet of fallen leaves, providing excellent camouflage. In addition to its ears, eyes, nose, and mouth, a prominent horn protruded from its head, and its green eyes darted about, seemingly drawn by the earlier commotion. Upon noticing Wang Zhe, it bared its teeth, extending its sharp claws as a signal of aggression. Damn it, what terrible luck. Should he return home, perhaps he might win the lottery for 5 million? Wang Zhe's face paled, and he ignited the firecrackers in his hand, throwing them at the forest beast. The explosive sounds startled the creature, but it did not flee. Observing this, Wang Zhe threw another string of firecrackers. This time emboldened, the beast remained still as the firecrackers detonated, realizing that this strange object posed no real threat. It fixated on Wang Zhe with drool dripping from its mouth, as if envisioning a delectable feast. Wang Zhe was filled with terror. He desperately wished to annihilate this 2-meter-long creature with an explosive. Yet he knew full well that unless the beast ingested it, the odds of success were less than 1 in 100. Wolves are inherently cunning and ferocious. Yet most canines lack the ability to climb trees, unlike leopards, which, despite their size, belong to the feline family. He had to escape. Wang Zhe set his sights on a tree twice the thickness of his thigh, the closest one available. Sprinting 5 meters with all his might, he scrambled up, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters above the ground, and raised his right middle finger downwards towards the beast. Come on, if you dare. Climb up here and bite me. The creature circled the base of the tree, unable to ascend. It glanced upward but could not reach Wang Zhe, who was now safely out of reach. Just as he began to relax, thinking the wolf had given up and left, it dashed off only to turn back abruptly, hurling its horn viciously against the tree trunk. Was it so enraged by his taunts that it sought to commit suicide? In the next moment, Wang Zhe realized he had overestimated the situation. The tree he was hiding in shook violently from the impact, nearly dislodging him from his perch. His face drained of color. This was no ordinary beast but a monstrous creature, a terror the likes of which he had never seen on Earth. With each subsequent collision, Wang Zhe's anxiety intensified. The second impact was even more forceful than the first, and if this continued, the tree might not withstand the assault. It could either be uprooted or snapped in two. Whichever scenario unfolded, it would surely spell his doom. Fully aware of what awaited him, Wang Zhe found himself utterly helpless against this monstrous wolf. In a moment of desperation, he wished fervently that the beast would inadvertently consume an explosive. The violent shaking of the tree forced Wang Zhe to cling tightly with both arms, leaving him no energy to grasp the explosive or the lighter. Seconds ticked by as the wolf, worn out from its futile efforts, finally paused at the base of the tree to rest, only to resume its relentless assault, displaying the same cunning, ferocity, and vengefulness that characterized its kind. To it, Wang Zhe was not just another prey, but a unique target, an adversary that had dared to attack. With each collision, the tree began to lean precariously, its roots cracking under the strain of the wolf's horn, groaning ominously as it tilted further. After a grueling 10 minutes, the tree finally succumbed to the relentless assault of the persevering beast. Chapter 17, No Choice Left. Wang Zhe had never imagined he would have a close encounter with a snarling, terrifying wolf. As he watched the tree topple, the creature he had labored so hard to evade lunged towards him. The branches obstructed its movement slightly, but not enough to deter its advance. Wang Zhe recalled the Beauty's personal anti-wolf spray, which instantly immobilizes any aggressor. Those sprayed would find their eyes watering uncontrollably, sneezing and coughing incessantly, their respiratory systems ablaze. Suffering immensely, regardless of the opponent's strength, they would be unable to withstand its potency, all while causing no harm and sparing the user from legal troubles. The spray contained 60 grams of pure pepper extract, mustard extract, and other naturally potent irritants, which could also affect wild animals to some extent. The affordable price prompted Wang Zhe to purchase a weapon to keep on his person. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief after finishing his business in the restroom. His objectives were twofold: to gather a few more purple fruits, and to continue his exploration into uncharted territories. Thus, he had equipped himself with all the defensive tools he could procure. A dense mist sprayed directly onto the monstrous wolf charging towards him, and in that instant, the creature's eyes welled with tears as it emitted a pained howl, momentarily halting its predatory advance. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhe did not hesitate to scramble to his feet and dash toward a sturdier tree, one significantly thicker than the others. He cast his rope. It was as thick as his thigh, the trunk standing over 3 meters high, and even a woman could manage to hit it. The end of the thrown rope was secured with a professional triangular hook. With a vigorous tug, the hook lodged itself firmly enough to support Wang Zhe as he pulled with both hands and climbed the trunk with his feet. Despite having received guidance from professionals and watched instructional videos during his purchase, the exertion was immense for Wang Zhe on his first attempt. Yet, driven by the instinct to survive, he gritted his teeth and rapidly ascended to the lowest branch. After loosening the triangular hook and wrapping it around himself a few times for security, he continued his arduous climb. It was only after reaching a point he deemed sufficiently safe that he realized multiple scratches marred his body from the branches, his entire being drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, yearning for a place to lie down, the monstrous wolf, whimpering beneath the tree, had not moved an inch even after 5 long minutes. Its discomfort leading it to question its very existence. Squatting at the base of the tree, it incessantly rubbed its nose and mouth with its forepaws, refusing to leave. Harboring a grudge it would not soon forget, it would not depart until it had avenged itself on the creature perched above. An hour passed, then 2. The light in the forest dimmed progressively, especially deeper within the woods, as dusk approached, leaving Wang Zhe, who was momentarily free from life-threatening danger, in a state of unease. The wolf remained obstinately beneath, and the night in the forest was far more perilous than during the day. Moreover, he had never spent a night in the woods. And while fortune might favor him with survival until dawn, the dark could just as easily claim his life in ways he could not foresee. He resolved that he must return before darkness enveloped the land, for once the light dissipated, passage would be impossible. Even with food and water barely sustaining him for several hours, he doubted his ability to survive in such a bizarre valley. With no choice left, Wang Zhe began to contemplate his escape. Towering ancient trees loomed, their untouched canopies dense, with branches closely intertwined. He had been aware of this, but had lacked the courage to attempt it until now. To survive, he had to take the risk. First, he tried to secure his rope to a tree across from him to prevent a fall from the 7 or 8 meter high trunk. Once assured of its stability, he gritted his teeth and leaped toward the next tree. The selection of trees was not arbitrary. It had to be robust enough to withstand the monstrous wolf's assault. His first attempt was a success. As he paused to catch his breath and prepare for the next tree, his pupils suddenly contracted in horror as panic surged within him. A spider, a creature larger than a millstone, unlike any spider he had ever encountered. Its body was covered in scales, resembling a gecko, and it clung to the tree without a web. A mosquito the size of an infant flew by, and the spider instantly shot out silk, ensnaring the mosquito and pinning it against another tree. It then made a gentle leap, devouring both the mosquito and its silken trap in one swift motion. Raising his binoculars, Wang Zhe felt an overwhelming dread wash over him. The forest was rife with gigantic mosquitoes, sustaining such monstrous spiders. Furthermore, he spotted lethargic giant snakes hanging from the towering trees. He rubbed his eyes several times, convinced he was mistaken. Yet he had to accept the horrifying reality. A giant snake had become a meal for a tree, which also bore the decaying corpses of numerous dead animals. In such a terrifying forest, how could he possibly escape? Whether confronted with a spider the size of a millstone, a giant snake, or that fearsome carnivorous tree. Wang Zhe believed that his life, weighing over 100 kilograms, would not suffice. The safest route was undoubtedly to traverse along the creek back to his room. But the wolf lurked below. In this eerie and perilous forest, he was certain that staying for over 10 hours would lead to his demise. Perhaps a desperate struggle against the wolf might offer a sliver of hope. Regret washed over him. Had he known this would come to pass, he should have struck the beast instead of fleeing in panic. Yet, given the same choice again, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escape. For in the face of hope, over 90% of people would make the same decision as he did. And now, a thunderous explosion erupted as he hurled a firecracker at the wolf, which immediately recoiled several meters in alarm. The resounding boom echoed through the woods, startling numerous birds into flight. Indeed, it seemed that a confrontation with a blade was inevitable, Wang Zhe thought with a bitter smile. Lacking wolf repellent spray, he estimated his chances of survival were less than 30%. Now, at least, he had a 30% chance. Descending from the tree was undoubtedly easier than climbing up. As the wolf began to growl menacingly, Wang Zhe knew he had to avoid its antlers at all costs. Should he be struck, his demise would likely be immediate. With a fruit knife in one hand and wolf repellent spray in the other, he repeatedly reminded himself to proceed with caution. His heart racing as if it would leap from his throat, his palms slick with sweat around the knife and spray. Man and beast locked eyes, each poised for the inevitable clash. Wang Zhe, desperate to return to his room, knew he could not maintain this standoff indefinitely as the sky darkened, with the enemy unmoving. He had no choice but to inch away, but as he made his move, the wolf lunged forward with primal ferocity, unwilling to forfeit any opportunity to hunt him down. In a flash, Wang Zhe sprayed the wolf with the repellent, and even as the creature closed its eyes, it was clearly affected. Seizing the moment, he thrust the fruit knife with all his might towards the wolf's neck. This strike had to be lethal. Otherwise, if the wolf were to become enraged from its injury, even the repellent would fail to restrain its fury. With a forceful stab, pain radiated through his palm, and though the knife pierced the wolf's fur, Wang Zhe realized with dread that the impact had only grazed its surface. It was not that he lacked strength. Rather, the recoil from the strike nearly caused him to drop the knife, revealing the wolf's remarkably tough hide. Even if he were to stab the same spot multiple times, he feared it would take several blows to inflict a serious wound. But would the wolf grant him such an opportunity? The injured creature, now ferocious, opened its gaping maw to lunge for Wang Zhe's neck. In that split second, a sharp twang cut through the air. An arrow pierced the wolf's throat with a swift precision, showering Wang Zhe in blood and leaving him breathless as he gazed at the beast collapsing at his feet. He could hardly believe he was still alive. Wait, an arrow? Would a beast wield arrows? The answer was clearly no. Only intelligent beings could use arrows. Only primitive humans would possess such skills. In the next moment, a peculiar voice resonated behind Wang Zhe, merely a few meters away. Gulu gulu. As Wang Zhe turned back, a wave of anxiety gripped him, rendering him unable to swallow his fear. As he realized that 7 or 8 individuals clad in animal hides had emerged from the woods, their icy black arrows glinting ominously as they aimed at his head. Chapter 18, Utter Terror. Faced with the frigid tips of the arrows, Wang Zhe felt an even greater dread than he had in the presence of the monstrous wolf from earlier, as if death loomed just before him. Escape was impossible. The strange beings had already encircled him. Moreover, the creature that had threatened him was effortlessly dispatched with a single arrow, leaving no hope for his own frail form. He hastily raised his hands, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I'm a good person." The incoherent babble that filled his ears resembled a futile exchange between two worlds. Like a chicken and a duck, destined never to meet. These figures, adorned in animal skins and wielding weapons hewn from bone, appeared to Wang Zhe as primitive beings devoid of modern civilization. Conversely, in the eyes of these primitives, Wang Zhe, clad in camouflage, with a backpack and helmet, was an equally unfamiliar oddity. Both sides found the sounds emanating from one another bizarre and incomprehensible, yet Wang Zhe's raised hands, a gesture of non-threatening submission, somewhat eased the tension in the group. Soon after, one of the primitives approached him amicably, but in the next moment, Wang Zhe felt a sudden darkness envelop him as he lost consciousness. One of the primitives hoisted the corpse of the wolf and departed, while the remaining ones, after securing Wang Zhe's limbs with strong ropes, carried the unconscious man deeper into the forest towards a steep mountain. As night fell, the portal that might have returned Wang Zhe to his room flickered and vanished, leaving him stranded in this world, with no knowledge of the consequences that awaited him. Nanjing City, the bustling metropolis that Wang Zhe was familiar with, awakened to the dawn, resuming its usual clamor. Xiao Zhan had anxiously awaited throughout the night, unable to find solace, prompting him to visit Wang Zhe early in the morning. After knocking for what felt like an eternity with no response, his concern deepened. He turned to the bodyguards he had assigned to protect Wang Zhe, questioning, "Are you certain that Wang Zhe is at home?" Absolutely, one bodyguard replied. We've been stationed downstairs all night, taking turns without blinking. Not even a mouse could have slipped past us unnoticed. Xiao Zhan believed their words. Yet a knot of worry tightened in his chest. What if something had happened to Wang Zhe? The thought made him restless. He had considered calling a locksmith. But the fear of wasting precious time, should something be amiss with Wang Zhe, compelled him to act. Break down the door, he commanded. One bodyguard stepped back, then charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that caved in the security door. On the second strike, the door gave way entirely, and the bodyguard rushed inside. The two-bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom apartment lay empty, devoid of life. The only locked door, that of the bedroom, prompted the bodyguard to kick it open without waiting for instructions. Inside the bedroom, the neatly folded blanket lay on the bed, the computer was powered down, and neither Wang Zhe nor his phone was present. However, a plastic container with 10 purple fruits on the desk captivated Xiao Zhan's attention. After a prolonged moment, he set aside his worries and chuckled. It seems that Wang Zhe is quite extraordinary, managing to slip away unnoticed under your watch. The two bodyguards, tasked with Wang Zhe's covert protection, felt a wave of shame wash over them. They had confidently guaranteed his safety, only to find him missing right under their noses. To them, and to Xiao Zhan, it appeared that Wang Zhe had not left in haste but had planned ahead, leaving behind the 10 purple fruits as a subtle reminder of his capabilities. Meanwhile, a late-arriving Yi Mingxin gazed in shock at the dented and nearly ruined security door. Dr. Yi, I will have my men repair this door for you, Xiao Zhan assured her. I must deliver the purple fruits to Xiaoqi now. With a satisfied smile, he departed with the fruits in hand. A few minutes later, Yi Mingxin, pouting and visibly upset, searched the entire house, but found not a single purple fruit. As a food enthusiast, the absence of the delicacies she had longed for throughout the night dampened her spirits, making her reluctant to head to work. However, before leaving, she tidied up the apartment, folding Wang Zhe's clothes and placing them neatly in the wardrobe. Simultaneously, as his consciousness gradually returned, the cacophony around him became overwhelming. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find himself bound tightly, surrounded by a group of curiosity-driven primitives, their upper bodies exposed. Stripped of everything but his clothing, he was tethered to a wooden stake, and as he regained consciousness, the primitives quickly dispersed. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air, and instinctively, Wang Zhe turned towards the sound, his face paling as horror gripped him. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he witnessed a gruesome scene unfold before his eyes. Wang Zhe had seen animals slaughtered, but he had never witnessed a human being vivisected, even if that person was a primitive. To make matters worse, a leg was roasting over a blazing fire. While two primitives savored the taste of human flesh, he found himself in the midst of a cannibal tribe, something he had only encountered in films from the West, where the flesh was merely a prop. The gruesome reality before him was enough to render him speechless. He could not bear to imagine being disemboweled, his innards spilled out and discarded, his limbs roasted until only bones remained. He would rather have been slain by the monstrous wolf than witness such a horrifying spectacle. What was he to do? Faced with a group of incomprehensible and cannibalistic primitives, the outcome seemed grimly apparent. Trembling in terror, Wang Zhe felt as though the universe was playing a cruel joke on him, bestowing him wealth only to demand his life in such a horrific manner. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was, bound as he was, he could not alter the reality before him. After a time, once the nausea subsided, he was met by the primitive who had previously aimed an arrow at him, now grinning as he approached with a large piece of meat severed from the roasted leg. He babbled incoherently, presenting the flesh to Wang Zhe. Though he could not comprehend the words, the intent was clear. This flesh was meant for him. Outside the circle of fire, a gathering of primitive children and women watched with eager eyes, their mouths watering at the sight of the offered meat. Wang Zhe turned his head away, unable to suppress another wave of nausea. Raised in a civilized world, he could not even bear to look at the human flesh, let alone consume it. Just kill me, please. Grant me a swift end, he pleaded silently, overwhelmed by despair and the impossibility of escape. He feared that he might succumb to madness at the hands of these primitives. His mind teetered on the brink of collapse. Upon witnessing Wang Zhe's peculiar demeanor, the primitive man holding the meat scratched his head in bewilderment. This was flesh, one of the most coveted resources within the tribe, reserved exclusively for the strongest individuals. Yet this fellow chose not to partake. Turning around, he engaged in a rapid exchange with another primitive man, and soon, an array of fruits appeared before Wang Zhe. The bindings were loosened, though two primitives brandished bone weapons, and an arrow crafted from beast bone was aimed squarely at him. What could this mean? Were they coercing him to consume these fruits? The nausea, coupled with his already ravenous state, caused Wang Zhe's stomach to grumble pitifully, prompting a wry smile. Very well. As the saying goes, better to perish as a glutton than as a starved wretch. With that thought, he began to eat. The fruits were quite palatable. though their flavor paled in comparison to that of the purple fruit. Just as he was midway through his meal, the sudden appearance of a primitive man, accompanied by a few rapid utterances, resulted in Wang Zhe being seized by two others, one on each side, and hoisted into the air like a mere chick. Hastily directed towards a cave, what unfolded before him was beyond his wildest imagination. "Stranger, who are you, and whence do you hail?" The voice, suddenly intelligible, stirred a wave of emotion in Wang Zhe, bringing him to the brink of tears. He opened his mouth to respond, but found himself momentarily speechless. Chapter 19, The Return. Within the cave illuminated by flickering flames sat an elderly man, hunched and distinct from the burly, fur-covered primitives, save for his animal skin attire. His white hair rendered him indistinguishable from an ordinary elder. His keen eyes seemed to penetrate the very essence of existence. Adorned with beast teeth and accompanied by a solemn bone staff, leaving Wang Zhe momentarily stunned. Particularly striking was the familiarity of the words that echoed in his mind, as if drawn from a dream. "You seem to find me quite peculiar." The aged voice resonated once more, prompting Wang Zhe to rub his eyes. Just moments ago, he had overlooked the detail, but now it was abundantly clear. The elder's lips had not moved, nor did his throat tremble. It was not ventriloquism. "Can you understand my speech?" Wang Zhe marveled at the surrealism of the situation, convinced that this individual was from an entirely different era. Even the bizarre creatures, the wolves, spiders, and mosquitoes, had caused him to question the very nature of his surroundings. The world he traversed through the wardrobe could very well lie beyond Earth itself. "This is a form of sorcery. I am the shaman of this tribe. Your attire is unlike anything I have ever seen. Might you hail from a royal lineage?" Sorcery? Shaman? The image of mythical sorcerers surfaced in Wang Zhe's mind, and the realization struck him with greater certainty. He was not on Earth, nor in the world he had known. He had traversed into an alternate temporal realm. Is it the kind of sorcery that allows one to soar through the skies and move mountains? Wang Zhe inquired, swallowing hard. The elder grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Pray tell, have you suffered from amnesia?" Even the greatest sorcerers of antiquity lacked the ability to defy gravity or reshape the earth. Sorcerers are merely individuals like you and I, possessing unique abilities. The divine has bestowed upon us these gifts to guide the civilization of humanity. I am on the brink of death, yet the fire tribe cannot be without a shaman. Otherwise, the men will become prey for other tribes, and women and children shall be enslaved or consumed. After some time, Wang Zhe began to grasp the essence of the conversation. The shaman's role bore little resemblance to the mythical figures he had envisioned. In modern parlance, they were akin to a group of extraordinary individuals endowed with superhuman abilities. Unlike the towering, fur-covered giants surrounding him, he was easily distinguishable. To these primitive beings, Wang Zhe, with his delicate skin, bore a striking resemblance to the shaman. Yet he was acutely aware that he did not belong to this world, nor was he a naturally gifted shaman. Agreeing to play along could expose him. And if they felt deceived, who could predict their reaction? Conversely, refusing to comply could lead to his immediate demise. As for the notion of fortuitously becoming a shaman, living in the 21st century, rife with pollution, gutter oil, and myriad chemical additives, he doubted he could ever resonate with their kind of sorcery. After much contemplation, Wang Zhe resolved to seize this singular opportunity for survival, intending to agree but with a stipulation. Thus, he spoke earnestly. "I am willing. However, I have lost something of great value at the site of my assault. I request that the tribe dispatch a few individuals to escort me in retrieving that which I hold as dear as my own life." "Not a problem. We are about to initiate the shamanic succession and require some preparations." Wang Zhe exhaled in relief. He now had ample time until dawn to devise an escape plan. The thought of whether the primitives would follow him back through the portal upon returning to his room paled in comparison to his instinct for survival. If he perished, what significance would the secret of his traversal hold? "You shall sleep in this cave tonight." Sleep in a cave? This cave, adorned with beast bones and teeth? Well, it may appear somewhat intimidating, but it was certainly preferable to sharing quarters with a horde of hairy primitives. Gathering his courage, he attempted to reclaim his belongings. To his surprise, the other party acquiesced readily. In this tribe, where even human flesh was consumed, the shaman held an exalted position, nestled against the mountains. The primitives resided in crude, thatched huts, their bonfire burning incessantly through the night, its light warding off wild beasts. Fire was akin to life for the tribe. The cave was warm, and as Wang Zhe lay still upon the animal hides, sleep eluded him. Outside, the silence was occasionally pierced by the roars of creatures he had never encountered before. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and after some time, the heaviness of his eyelids grew insurmountable, fatigue washing over him, particularly after having consumed considerable alcohol prior to his journey. Upon awakening from his slumber, he found himself covered by animal hides. Glancing at his phone to discover it was 9:16 p.m. In Nanjing, it was nearing the dead of night, while here, the sun blazed brightly. "You have finally awakened." Since you are up, let us embark with the provisions I have prepared for you. The shaman's voice resonated behind him, revealing 3 simple bamboo tubes, their openings sealed with some form of animal hide. One of the tubes was opened and handed to Wang Zhe. Your physique is too frail. Consuming this will be beneficial. The other 2 tubes contain remedies, one marked for healing wounds, and the other for detoxification. In these woods, many toxins are more fearsome than the beasts themselves. As for the herbs for external injuries, the tribe's hunting party possesses those. Without hesitation, Wang Zhe drank the concoction, not out of trust for the shaman, but rather out of necessity. One must bow one's head beneath the eaves. He knew that refusing would likely preclude his very exit from the tribe. Having just finished, he heard the shaman's voice again. The elixir you consumed will not only fortify your body, but also contains a hint of herbal essence. Should you fail to return within 3 days. The rest of the warning trailed off, yet the satisfied, creased smile on the shaman's face instilled a dread within Wang Zhe. The unknown is invariably more terrifying than the known. He could only place his hopes in modern medicine. Thus, with a sense of trepidation, Wang Zhe departed from the tribe. Leading the way was a primitive man wielding a long wooden stick, striking it against the ground to scare away any lurking deadly creatures. The dense thickets and brambles were definitely places one should not tread lightly. Each primitive man walked barefoot, yet moved with surprising swiftness. They proceeded with intermittent pauses. Primarily due to Wang Zhe's dwindling stamina, it took them a full 2 hours to reach the spot where he had encountered the strange wolf. Wang Zhe had already described the sought-after item to the shaman, who in turn communicated it to the group of primitive men with whom he was unable to converse. Upon their arrival, the group immediately dispersed, meticulously searching inch by inch while remaining vigilant of venomous insects, snakes, and the peculiar serpent that Wang Zhe had seen. Noticing that only one primitive man was following him, Wang Zhe felt a sense of relief. The situation seemed less daunting than he had imagined. Pretending to search for something, he slowly made his way along the stream towards the massive stone, intent on seizing the moment and the opportunity. As he checked the time on his phone while feigning a search, he approached the giant stone. By the time he lingered near it, his phone displayed that it was past midnight, and he noticed the shimmering circle atop the stone had appeared. Not only had the circle manifested, but several of his garments had also materialized, instantly capturing the attention of the primitive man, who stared in awe, not even blinking. Seizing the moment, Wang Zhe dashed through the circle, bolting out of his bedroom to shut the door behind him, then securing the anti-theft door, ready to call for help. Claiming that an intruder had entered his home, or perhaps luring the man into the street, Wang Zhe pondered the odds of keeping this secret concealed. Exposure was a last resort. He propelled himself with urgency towards the luminous circle on the giant stone, but the primitive man, who had been searching diligently, was startled by Wang Zhe's frantic rush and quickly attempted to intervene. Reaching out for him, he narrowly missed. His wide eyes fixed on the spot where Wang Zhe vanished, left in stunned silence before kneeling, mumbling fervently in reverence. After a while, he rose hastily to summon his companions, gesturing towards the giant stone and the garments on the ground. Within minutes, a dozen primitive men arrived at the stone's edge. After a brief discussion, they surprisingly endeavored to lift the massive boulder, and with the effort of merely 6 men, they effortlessly hoisted it. Retracing their steps, they aimed to carry the stone back along with the peculiar garments, for they could not return to the shaman without them. Chapter 20, Not for Sale. The familiar confines of his bedroom filled Wang Zhe with a surge of exhilaration, almost prompting tears of joy. Surviving the terrifying experiences of that world felt nothing short of miraculous. Having traversed back through the wardrobe, Wang Zhe hurriedly exited the bedroom, shutting the door behind him, and naturally proceeded to secure the anti-theft door. However, as he burst into the living room, he was taken aback. A woman stood there, her wet hair wrapped in a towel, clad in shorts, her hands reaching behind her to fasten her bra. The astonishment on her face was unmistakably that of the beautiful landlady, Yi Mingxin. Yi Minxin, too, was caught off guard by Wang Zhe's sudden appearance, her hands slackening their grip on the bra strap as she froze in shock. Once she regained her composure and attempted to grasp the strap, it had already slipped down her smooth, delicate shoulder to her elbow. Everything that should and should not be seen was vividly etched in Wang Zhe's mind, causing him to swallow hard. A high-pitched scream erupted abruptly. It was only then that Wang Zhe realized what had transpired, hastily retreating back into the bedroom. The earlier scene replaying relentlessly in his mind. Turning on the light, he scrutinized the room. Indeed, this was unquestionably his bedroom, but why was Yi Mingxin changing clothes outside? What could possibly bring her here in the middle of the night? Wang Zhe furrowed his brow, his gaze settling on the still wardrobe, pondering why the primitive men had not traversed back with him. Could it be that they could not see the circle and thus could not cross over? Yet, why would they be unable to see it? If the primitive men could not return to this world, what of the people here? A cascade of unanswered questions raced through Wang Zhe's mind. However, The fact that the primitive men had not emerged from the wardrobe was, in Wang Zhe's view, a piece of good news. Just as he placed his backpack on the bed, the bedroom door was flung open with fervor by Yimingxin. Her eyes ablaze with anger. You, pervert. He wanted to question why she was in his home at such an hour. Although he had just indulged in an unexpected view, he was compelled to vehemently refute her accusation. Your home? This is my purchased property. My name is on the deed. I can come and go as I please without needing your permission. Yimingxin, infuriated by Wang Zhe's retort, nearly lost her composure. Frustrated, she suddenly realized something was amiss and quickly corrected herself. Wait a minute, when I arrived just now, your bedroom was empty. Where did you suddenly come from with that backpack? Wang Zhe felt a flush of embarrassment, recognizing he was struggling to keep pace with Yimingxin's rapid-fire thoughts. Nevertheless, he had already devised a response. I came in through the front door. You must have been in the shower, which is why you didn't hear me. I thought it was just a friend staying over, so I didn't pay attention. The original anti-theft door was damaged by Mr. Zhao's bodyguard, and this one is newly installed. In that moment, Wang Zhe was rendered speechless, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. And he hurriedly interjected, you must have forgotten to close the door. Be more careful next time. And why not change in the bathroom or your bedroom? Why in the living room? If you had been more attentive, this misunderstanding wouldn't have occurred. Noticing Yimingxin's face flush with color, Wang Zhe felt a sense of relief. He knew he had successfully diverted the conversation. Wang Zhe couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Yimingxin was in turmoil. She hadn't changed in the living room, merely trying to refasten her loosened button. Originally, she had planned to move in only after Wang Zhe had vacated. But circumstances had shifted when her roommate brought home a man, and their cohabitation became glaringly apparent. This was quite normal in contemporary society. However, Yimingxin noticed that the man had been casting lecherous glances in her direction. With her roommate absent, she felt unsafe staying alone, compounded by her intention to move into her newly purchased house. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the anti-theft door was being replaced and Wang Zhe was away, she brought over some of her belongings, intending to stay for just one night. Little did she expect the misunderstanding that would ensue. Despite this being a misunderstanding, she could not tolerate being seen undressed, regardless of her usual patience. A misunderstanding? You think saying it's a misunderstanding suffices? Yimingxin glared at him. What do you want then? Wang Zhe shrugged, responding with a look of helplessness. Upon seeing Wang Zhe's expression, Yimingxin felt as though he was the one wronged. The anger she had managed to suppress suddenly erupted like a volcano. Caught in a dilemma, she was at a loss for how to respond to Wang Zhe's retort. Should she request him to disrobe and present himself for inspection, or perhaps summon the authorities? Yet, what charge could they possibly bring against him? Furthermore, being seen in a compromised state by a stranger was hardly a matter of pride. The thought of numerous individuals learning of her predicament was utterly humiliating. Her anger surged like an erupting volcano, yet she found herself unable to express it, a sensation so maddening it was almost unbearable. Yimingxin's face flushed with indignation as she pointed her slender, jade-like finger at Wang Zhe's nose, stuttering for a moment before finally exclaiming, You. Just wait. Or perhaps, shall I offer you a few purple fruits as an apology? You see, I presented 10 purple fruits to President Xiao, and he generously bestowed upon me 10 million in return. Surely you have tasted the delightful flavor of those purple fruits, and must be longing for them now. Wang Zhe's words ignited an overwhelming craving within Yimingxin, and she found herself involuntarily swallowing in front of him, her initial anger dissipating, replaced entirely by gluttonous desire. She extended her hand, declaring, 20 purple fruits, and we can pretend none of this ever occurred. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. But I cannot produce them all at once. I can only offer you 5 purple fruits at this moment. Wang Zhe readily acquiesced. Recalling the splendid sight he had seen earlier, 20 purple fruits ripe for the picking, an excellent bargain indeed. However, he could not part with them all at once, for he lacked the quantity. A minute later, after savoring the purple fruits, Yimingxin waved goodbye to Wang Zhe, wishing him good night. Yet, as she lay in bed having consumed the 5 fruits, sleep eluded her. With 15 fruits remaining, she felt a sense of loss, pondering what she would do after consuming the last of them. Observing Wang Zhe's lifestyle, he did not appear to be in a relationship. Perhaps she could employ a strategy of seduction, hinting that if he provided her with a few purple fruits daily, she might consider being his girlfriend. In her desperation for sustenance, Yimingxin began to contemplate the possibility of selling herself. After all, Wang Zhe was rather handsome and affluent. Since she was destined to seek a boyfriend, why not choose one who could provide her with delectable treats daily? Meanwhile, Wang Zhe remained vigilant, not traversing the wardrobe but instead sitting in his bedroom, attentive to any movement from the closet, wary of a sudden incursion by primitive beings. Yet, he spent the entire night in vain. The wardrobe remained eerily silent. The following morning, as they shared breakfast, Wang Zhe could hardly contain his impatience and initiated the conversation. Dr. Yi, how much did you pay for this apartment? Less than 2 million. The down payment was 1 million, and the rest is mortgaged. Why do you ask? Yi Mingxin replied, her curiosity piqued. The price was quite reasonable. Given that a death had occurred within these walls, I offer you 230,000 to purchase the apartment from you. Before he could finish, Yi Mingxin promptly rejected the offer. Not for sale. 250,000. Are you insulting me? Then how about 260,000? Just turning around. You could pocket 60,000, and I could even add 10 more purple fruits to the deal. Yi Mingxin halted all movement. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Wang Zhe. Give me a reason. Why are you so adamant about buying this apartment? Of course, it's for the wardrobe. This was a truth Wang Zhe would never disclose to anyone, at least not at that moment. Instead, he conjured an explanation he had long considered. Dr. Yi, you must know that a woman once died in this apartment. In fact, I should tell you, the woman who took her own life here was my girlfriend. As he spoke, Wang Zhe noticed a shift in Yi Mingxin's expression and quickly inquired, Dr. Yi, are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to the hospital? Actually, the woman who died in this apartment was my mother. This place was where I lived with her, so no amount of money could persuade me to sell it. You might as well give up. Wang Zhe was taken aback. Chapter 21. Lin Fan in critical condition upon learning why Yi Mingxin refused to sell the apartment. Embarrassment washed over Wang Zhe's face. He wished he could vanish into the ground, yet he forced himself to maintain a facade of composure in front of Yi Mingxin. Is there truly no possibility? Yi Mingxin shook her head firmly. She would never part with the home she had fought so hard to reclaim unless she were utterly desperate. Her resoluteness vexed Wang Zhe. Coexisting under the same roof as Yi Mingxin? That was utterly impossible. Who could guarantee that she wouldn't take drastic measures if she discovered the wardrobe's secret? If she did unearth the truth, would he be forced to resort to extreme measures to silence her? The thought of coercing Yi Mingxin into selling her apartment was immediately dismissed by Wang Zhe. Were it not for her, he would never have met Xiao Zhan, and without that connection, he couldn't even contemplate the consequences of being targeted by Wu Jianghua. In terms of loyalty, Yi Mingxin was his benefactor. In logic, she bore him no ill will. He could never bring himself to resort to underhanded tactics against such a lovely young woman. With neither option viable, what was left? After parting ways with Yi Mingxin, Wang Zhe pondered every conceivable avenue. First, he would visit the hospital for a checkup. Perhaps clarity would emerge naturally without the need for scheming. Naturally, he chose the largest and best-equipped hospital in Nanjing City. Upon arriving at the outpatient department to register, he unexpectedly received a call from Zhang Tao, who opened with an inquiry about Wang Zhe's whereabouts. I'm at the Nanjing First People's Hospital. You're at Nanjing First People's Hospital? Where are you at this moment? Registering for outpatient services. Wait a moment. Su Fan and I will be there shortly. 5 or 6 minutes later, upon encountering Wang Zhe, the two approached him in unison. Wang Zhe, where have you been? We couldn't locate you, and your phone was unreachable. Su Lang nudged Zhang Tao. Are you not concerned that your question might embarrass Wang Zhe? We all saw him get into the same car as that Dong Shan, accompanied by a beauty, no less, a celebrity. It's hardly surprising he vanished for a day. Wang Zhe shot Su Fan a glare. Such remarks only intensified his discomfort. He quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, what brings you here? Lin Fan has been hospitalized. He is in critical condition, Zhang Tao explained. Su Lang glanced around and spoke in hushed tones. The situation is dire. The hospital has issued a critical illness notice, advising family members to prepare themselves mentally. How could that be? Just the day before yesterday, we were all together at dinner. Wang Zhe found it hard to believe, yet he understood that Su Lang and Zhang Tao would never jest about such grave matters. His expression grew serious as he pressed on. What illness has Lin Fan contracted? It appears to be poisoning. He accepted a ride-hailing assignment yesterday and ended up like this. When he was found, he and the driver were both unconscious. Preliminary police investigations suggest it was a case of deliberate poisoning. Yet the hospital has yet to identify the toxin. Poisoned? Deliberately poisoned? Wang Zhe struggled to process the information. Lin Fan seemed to come from an average background. Always honest and unassuming, never provoking conflict. What kind of person would resort to poisoning him? Zhang Tao sighed. Don't overthink it. Lin Fan is merely unfortunate. It's a case of collateral damage from the chaos. We should hurry to see him. It might be the last chance we have. Wang Zhe nodded and urged Zhang Tao and Su Lang to lead the way. Soon, Wang Zhe found himself in the intensive care unit, gazing at Lin Fan, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, his complexion a ghastly shade of blue-black. Beside his sickbed stood two figures, his parents. His mother was quietly sobbing, while his father wore a furrowed brow, deeply distressed. After all, the child they had painstakingly raised was now on the brink of death in the blink of an eye. Anyone would be anguished under such circumstances. Uncle, Aunt, Zhang Tao, Su Lang, who is this? His name is Wang Zhe. He is Lin Fan's classmate. We just called him. And he happened to be at the hospital for an outpatient visit. Upon hearing about Lin Fan's condition, He came straight here without even registering for a consultation. Just then, a doctor entered the room. Are you Lin Fan's family? Have you prepared the medical fees? Wang Zhe was about to speak when Zhang Tao quickly interjected. The doctor said Lin Fan has been poisoned, but they cannot determine the exact toxin, only that it is highly potent and uncontrollable. The only hope lies in a full-body blood transfusion surgery, but the cost, including subsequent care, might exceed $1 million. Wang Zhe immediately understood. $1 million in medical expenses was beyond Lin Fan's family's means. Zhang Tao and Su Lang wished to help, but were powerless. After the events 2 days prior, Wang Zhe had become their sole hope for aiding Lin Fan at this critical moment. Doctor, what are the chances of recovery with the full-body blood transfusion? The doctor's expression shifted noticeably, a sensitive topic for both him and the hospital. He adopted a grave and solemn demeanor. The patient's condition is complicated and precarious. There is a constant risk to his life. No one can guarantee that complications won't arise during the transfusion. Theoretically, the likelihood of success is approximately 30%. Without the transfusion, he likely wouldn't have survived until today. If you decide to proceed, please pay the medical fees and sign this statement. Statement. Everyone present, except Wang Zhe, was momentarily stunned. Wang Zhe merely smiled and explained, it's a disclaimer, meaning that if Lin Fan dies during treatment, the hospital and doctors bear no responsibility. Without signing, the hospital and doctors won't perform the surgery. Such disclaimers and consent forms are commonly coerced from patients undergoing surgery, encompassing all conceivable risks, even minor procedures. This shields the hospital from liability should unforeseen complications arise, a practice now institutionalized, albeit morbid. Lin Fan's parents could only sigh in resignation. $1 million in medical expenses for a mere 30% chance of survival. This felt like a cruel fate, destined to rob them of their child. Borrow money. We are rural folk. Where would we find such a sum? Even if we borrowed, could we ever repay it? We still have another son. We cannot bankrupt ourselves and be burdened with lifelong debt for one child. Perhaps I have a solution. Wang Zhe whispered after the doctor left. What did you say? Zhang Tao and Su Lang exchanged surprised glances. Wang Zhe recalled a potion from a shaman of the Manhwa tribe, purportedly an antidote. Though uncertain of its efficacy, it was worth trying. Unlike the hospital, where even the specific poison remained unidentified, this poison severely impaired the blood's natural functions, necessitating the drastic transfusion. If it could save Lin Fan, Wang Zhe did not hesitate to offer $1 million for his cure. Uncle Aunt, I know a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who can prepare an antidotal potion. I happen to have some with me. Shall we try it on Lin Fan? If it fails, we can proceed with the transfusion. I will cover the medical expenses. You can repay me over 10 or 20 years, no rush. Traditional Chinese medicine? Will it work? Lin Fan's father expressed doubt. Why not? Many ailments that hospitals fail to cure are healed with herbal remedies and folk prescriptions. Little Wang. It's your call. We trust you. Lin Fan's mother eagerly agreed, shooting a glance at her husband. Wang Zhe nodded and hurried out of the ward. As Zhang Tao and Su Lang escorted him, Lin Fan's mother glanced around before whispering, why can't you be more flexible? Didn't little Wang say that if the antidote fails, he'd cover the medical fees and allow you to repay over many years? Let us go with his plan. Otherwise, how will you pay for our son's treatment? Lin Fan's father fell silent. Though skeptical, he acquiesced, swayed by Wang Zhe's promise to advance the fees. Wang Zhe, is everything you said true? Of course. This is a matter of life and death, no jest. I truly know a master herbalist who can prepare such an antidote. Zhang Tao and Su Lang found it hard to believe. Even the largest, most advanced hospital in Nanjiang could not identify the poison. Could traditional medicine really work? It should, Wang Zhe replied cautiously. The Manhwa tribe's shaman claimed the antidote counters most toxins from forest flora and fauna. Even if ineffective, it might alleviate some internal poison, buying time. Since it has no side effects, why not try? Chapter 22, The Attempt. The antidote was retrieved swiftly, still contained in a bamboo tube. This otherworldly substance's packaging might subtly alter its properties, diminishing or nullifying its effect. Saving a life is akin to fighting a fire. This could be the only hope. Wang Zhe dared not treat it lightly. Carrying his backpack, Wang Zhe returned to Lin Fan's intensive care unit. Nurses and doctors were urging Lin Fan's parents to comply. Despite the $1 million cost, the parents insisted on waiting for Wang Zhe's return. I'm back. Here is the medicine. Wang Zhe arrived at the hospital entrance nearly breathless, his concern for Lin Fan's welfare overriding all else. His physical endurance had surprisingly improved. Previously, he could never have sprinted from the entrance to the ward without exhaustion. As he approached, a nurse sternly blocked his way. What are you doing? I'm bringing medicine for my friend. What medicine? Do you have a doctor's prescription? Is it prescribed by our hospital's doctor? Show me the medicine and prescription. The nurse, barely 5'3", stood before Wang Zhe like a protective hen, arms outstretched to bar his advance. Prescription? Of course not. And the medicine? There's no way I'd hand it over to hospital staff. What if they confiscate it? What if they send it for testing? That would delay precious time. Lin Fan's mother grew agitated. You little nurse, move aside. If my son's life is endangered because of you delaying this medicine, I'll hold you responsible. The nurse, unaccustomed to such confrontations, looked frightened and sought the doctor's intervention. Administering unknown medicine to a critically ill patient within a hospital is unthinkable. No hospital would permit it. The doctor, adjusting his glasses, addressed Wang Zhe, sir. You must understand that if you administer unapproved medicine and something happens, you bear full responsibility. You could even face criminal charges. This is traditional medicine with no side effects. As for responsibility, I accept it. Now please step aside. At that moment, Lin's mother nudged Lin's father, who, being devoid of money in his pockets, reluctantly spoke on behalf of Wang Zhe. Doctor, please allow Xiao Wang to give it a try. After all, my son is in such a dire state, and your hospital has no guarantees of healing him. Moreover, it is exceedingly difficult for us to gather a sum of 100,000 at once. Are you truly going to let my son perish on your hospital bed simply because we lack the funds for treatment? If this medicine proves effective, and you obstruct its administration, leading to my son's demise, I assure you I will cause an uproar in your hospital, and your families will not find peace. Such words would instill fear in anyone, especially among the doctors and nurses who dread disturbances from the families of patients. They thought it best to relay the matter to Director Yao or the hospital president as swiftly as possible to avoid bearing any unfounded responsibility. Thus, they opened their phones to record the video. The medication was obtained from outside the hospital, correct? Lin Fan's parents nodded. If anything were to happen after he consumes it, it would not implicate our hospital, would it? They nodded once more. Subsequently, Lin Fan's parents gently pried open their son's mouth and administered 1/3 of the verdant potion from the bamboo tube, as instructed by Wang Zhe. Then anxiously took a seat beside their son. A nurse stood watch, while the doctor had stepped outside the ward to notify the president about the situation. Meanwhile, the president of the South River First People's Hospital was in conversation with Director Yao. Director Yao, in his 40s, was aware that the president would soon retire in about 3 years. Currently, there was a vacancy for the vice president position, and anyone who ascended to that role would likely be the next president. Having been tirelessly vying for the vice presidency for nearly a year, Director Yao, who had gained a bit of weight, was becoming increasingly exhausted. However, today, the president spoke earnestly and directly to Director Yao Qian. The patient in the 608 intensive care unit successfully underwent a complete blood exchange under your care. It has been approximately 6 to 7 hours since. If this patient recovers and is discharged, the vice presidency will be yours, and eventually, the presidency will also be within your grasp. With your capabilities, it would not be an issue for you to ascend to a directorial position at the provincial hospital. While the directorship of the provincial hospital may seem less prestigious than being the president or vice president, it held its own significance. Even renowned experts from the provincial hospital would be greeted with utmost respect by the president of the South River Hospital. Given Director Yao's connections, he felt he had little hope. Thus, he was taken aback by the president's words, feeling as though he had stumbled upon an unexpected windfall. In disbelief, he asked, President, are you jesting? What is the identity of the patient in the 608 ICU? If he is from a powerful family, saving his life will make us both benefactors. The president smiled slightly, but just then his phone rang, and as he answered, his expression abruptly shifted. He quickly hung up and pulled Director Yao along, rushing toward the 608 ICU. At that moment, Director Yao's phone rang as well. While he walked and answered, his face betrayed an uncontrollable panic. President, it's bad. The patient in the 608 ICU is showing signs of poisoning again. The president was instantly more shaken than he had been by the previous call. Without a second thought for the patient named Lin Fan, he hurriedly sprinted alongside Director Yao to the 608 ward. Standing at the entrance of the 608 ICU was a woman, with distinct facial features, deep, captivating eyes, a straight nose, and smooth, healthy skin. She wore a pristine silk blouse and black pencil pants, exuding an air of competence, elegance, and a hint of formidable authority. There was an undeniable aura about her that made one feel compelled to conquer her. Yet, the president addressed her with utmost respect, Miss Zhang. Before he could finish, the woman, her expression grave and authoritative, gestured for silence. Let us skip the pleasantries. I have a single question. Why is my brother still showing signs of poisoning? Wasn't a complete blood exchange performed? After her brother narrowly survived the harrowing procedure, he had yet to regain consciousness, only to exhibit the same symptoms of poisoning once more, a situation that would leave anyone distraught. The president's face grew troubled as he decisively pushed Director Yao forward. Miss Zhang, the treatment of the patient is entirely under Director Yao's purview. He is best equipped to address your concerns. If the treatment succeeded, Director Yao would be hailed as a hero. However, The president left unspoken the implication that should the treatment fail, the blame would naturally fall upon Director Yao. As for disclaimers and surgical notifications, while they may suffice for ordinary individuals, they would hold no weight against someone like her. If she sought retribution, one could only pray for divine intervention. If she chose to refrain from pursuing trouble, one might as well pay homage at ancestral graves, hoping for auspicious signs. As Director Yao was pushed aside, his face turned pale, his heart brimming with resentment towards the president. Meanwhile, 4 to 5 minutes had passed since Lin Fan was forcibly administered the antidote. Despite being in a comatose state since his admission, Lin Fan's right fingers twitched, and his lips parted. Lin's parents thought they were seeing things. P.S. responding. Zhang Tao and Su Lang exchanged incredulous glances. Immediately, Lin's parents exclaimed with excitement. Lin Fan, quickly, administer the rest of the medicine. They were eager to pour the potion down their son's throat in one go. Wang Zhe hurriedly intervened, reminding them that the shaman from the fire tribe had expressly warned that only 1/3 could be taken within a specific time frame. Excessive consumption would turn the remedy into poison. Seeing their son unable to continue, Lin's parents urgently called out, "Doctor, quick! Our son's lips and fingers are moving, and his complexion has improved significantly." Chapter 23. The doctor who had just spoken with Director Yao, along with a nurse, had been present. Such matters could be trivial or severe, but when it concerns life and death, the implications could tarnish the hospital's reputation. Hearing Lin's parents' cries, they rushed into the ward, initially fearing the critical patient might be on the verge of death. Movement of lips and fingers could signify little, and a better complexion might merely be a fleeting phenomenon. They hurried to examine Lin Fan. "It's impossible, this cannot be." As the examination progressed, the doctor's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. The patient, who had shown signs of multiple organ failure and was on the brink of death, now exhibited stable vital signs, with heart rate and blood pressure returning to acceptable levels. "What have you done to him?" the doctor inquired urgently after completing the examination. "We merely administered the antidote you saw earlier, doctor." "What is my son's current condition?" Lin's parents pressed anxiously. "His heart rate is declining, blood pressure is normalizing." "We need to observe further," the doctor replied, prompting a collective sigh of relief from everyone in the ward, particularly Wang Zhe, who was under immense pressure. Just then, Wang Zhe's phone rang, and the moment he answered, the smile vanished from his face. "Uncle, Aunt, I have left the medication for you here. You should consume no more than 1/3 in a day, and tomorrow at this time, take the remaining half. If the medicine runs out and Lin Fan has yet to recover, do not hesitate to call me. I must take my leave now." Wang Zhe departed in haste. Leaving Lin's parents without the opportunity to express their gratitude, they could only ask Zhang Tao and Su Lang to convey their heartfelt thanks to Wang Zhe, promising to treat him to a meal once Lin Fan was discharged from the hospital as a gesture of appreciation. 5 or 6 minutes later. "Dad, Mom." The voice was feeble, akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito, yet to the anxious parents listening nearby, it was the most melodious sound in the world. "Lin Fan, you're awake." Lin's parents were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces, while Zhang Tao and Su Lang exchanged relieved smiles. Only then did they dare to contact Lin Fan's girlfriend to inquire whether she would be willing to visit, given that his parents were present. Some young women might be hesitant in such circumstances. Lin Fan's awakening prompted the doctor to urgently call Director Yao. At that moment, Director Yao was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, the immense pressure nearly suffocating him, and he found himself at a loss despite racking his brain. The patient had undergone a complete blood transfusion only 6 or 7 hours prior, and having teetered on the brink of death at that time. A second transfusion was out of the question. Such an act would be tantamount to murder. Yet, how could they treat him without another transfusion? Zheng Yaqing was even more anxious than Director Yao. Her younger brother was the patient lying in that hospital room. If circumstances allowed, she would have wished to transport him to the finest hospital in the world for treatment. However, if he were to be moved from the intensive care unit, it was likely that her brother would not survive the ordeal. She longed to exact vengeance upon the one who poisoned her brother, yet currently, there was not a shred of information to pursue. Director Yao's phone buzzed incessantly, further agitating his mind. Upon answering, he heard, "Director Yao, the patient named Lin Fan. Is he dead? If so, please call the police to handle it. This is not the responsibility of our hospital or doctors. He hasn't died. He has just awakened. Hurry and come see." "What did you say?" Director Yao could not suppress an exclamation, and upon hearing the miraculous news, he was suddenly elated. The occupants of room 608 had hope, and so too did his own future. He could hardly wait to share this astonishing revelation with the hospital director and Zheng Yaqing. The director was incredulous, while Zheng Yaqing clung to the news like a lifeline, rushing off at top speed to find the remedy that could save her brother's life. 1 minute later, faced with Zheng Yaqing's plea for help, Lin's parents did not refuse. To them, the medicine belonged to Wang Zhe. Once depleted, Wang Zhe would have none left, so they promptly divided half of it for Zheng Yaqing. 10 minutes later, in room 608, Zheng Yaqing gazed at her brother, whose signs of poisoning had dissipated. His unconsciousness was a result of the extensive blood transfusion he had undergone, during which he had nearly perished multiple times on the operating table. When would he awaken? What lingering effects might he suffer? Director Yao candidly laid out the direst scenario. If her brother did not regain consciousness within 3 days, he would likely become a vegetable. Under such circumstances, the blood transfusion had harmed his organs, and his brain had been deprived of oxygen for several seconds, a duration that could have unknown repercussions on his cognitive function. The medical field had yet to advance to a point where such outcomes could be precisely predicted. In her heart, Zheng Yaqing could only silently pray for her brother. 3 days felt like an eternity, and she could not afford to wait. She immediately set about contacting the best specialist to assess her brother's condition. Her thoughts consumed with his safety, causing her to temporarily overlook the gratitude owed to Wang Zhe. For her, expressions of thanks could wait. There would be ample opportunities in the future, and perhaps she would even need to request more antidote from that individual named Wang Zhe. So why not wait until her brother was fully recovered before expressing her gratitude? Nanjing, a modern metropolis at the confluence of 3 provinces, boasts a population exceeding 8 million. Situated over 20 kilometers from the city center, Linshan town is home to the city's newest cemetery. As noon approached, the sky suddenly darkened with clouds, and the wind rustled the evergreen trees in the cemetery, causing the area to feel desolate as the impending storm loomed. A solitary figure, sheltered by a black umbrella, stood before a gravestone, the complex emotions reflected in his gaze known only to himself. Flowers, offerings, and fruits adorned the site. Clad in a black long-sleeve shirt and trousers, he appeared to be in his mid-30s, his glasses lending him an air of scholarly refinement, while his sun-kissed skin rendered him more attractive to the opposite sex. Wang Gaochen, put away your facade of false compassion. You do not deserve to stand here. Leave my mother's gravestone at once and never return. Wang Zhe arrived in a flurry, his expression dark, fists clenched tightly, filled with an overwhelming desire to strike the man before him. Is this how you speak to me? Wang Gaochen's sharp reprimand was accompanied by an imposing aura of authority. As the general manager of a company worth hundreds of billions, this enterprise was merely one of the assets belonging to the Jiang family. He held no regard for anyone, especially not his own son. This is the best attitude I can muster towards you. Speak, what do you want? I remember every word you said that day. Jiang family's ideal son-in-law. CEO Wang of Shenghua Group, huh? He looked down upon Wang Zhe with an air of superiority, his expression indifferent, offering a chance to be a person of stature. With luxurious mansions, expensive cars, and a lifetime of wealth, the conditions to attain such privileges were clear. Wang Zhe had long since seen through this man's duplicity. Your brother requires a kidney transplant to survive, and you are his only hope. If the compatibility is successful, you can have everything I just mentioned. Get lost. The word was spat from between Wang Zhe's clenched teeth, utterly ridiculous. Had this man ever shown even a modicum of compassion when he had come pleading for help? Now, when in need of assistance, he expected Wang Zhe to willingly sacrifice a kidney to save a life. Such a notion was nothing short of a fantasy. Go back and tell that woman to watch her son wait for death. Wang Gaochen displayed neither surprise nor anger, remaining composed and silent for a moment before continuing. I am not requesting anything from you. I am informing you. Do you understand? The Jiang family is allowing you to try this only out of respect for me. If you donate a kidney and the compatibility is successful, without me, you may very well lose your other kidney as well. His tone remained steadfast, forceful, and condescending, as if gazing down upon an ant he could easily crush underfoot. In truth, for the Jiang family, individuals like Wang Zhe were indeed akin to ants, easily squashed without a second thought. I understand. Wang Zhe felt no anger or resentment. Instead, he smiled faintly, because I am the weak one. The weak are destined to be trampled underfoot, to lack the right to choose, or perhaps, to those who consider themselves superior, the weak are merely their slaves. Even in death, they perish in vain, like floating weeds swept away by the river's current, so fragile. He lowered his head, gazing at his hands, then raised his eyes with a smile, and struck out with his palm. But it was not for himself. Chapter 24, The Confrontation. Perhaps it was something he had never considered, or perhaps he had no time to react. Wang Zhe's palm landed solidly upon Wang Gaochen's face, leaving a distinct imprint. This slap is a repayment to you on behalf of my mother. If you have the ability, come and take the kidney from me. Clutching his face, Wang Gaochen seethed with anger, his eyes fiercely glaring at Wang Zhe. What Wang Zhe did not know was that his kidney was highly compatible with his gravely ill son. It was currently the only viable source. However, a person only possessed 2 kidneys. While it is true that one can survive with a single kidney, the price to pay is a lifetime of imposing health on oneself. The Jiang family coerced him into sacrificing a kidney to save another, but who is Wang Gaochen? A man who has been hypocritical and selfish from the beginning, willing to sacrifice anyone and do anything, all to ensure his own survival. The tears flowing from his eyes are akin to the crocodile's tears. The fiery pain on his face stripped Wang Zhe of his last shred of patience. With a cold smile, he remarked, "You will regret your choice today. Consider this slap as clearing my debts to you. Take care of yourself from now on." Wang Zhe strode away with determination. He did not act immediately, not out of compassion, but because the situation was not suitable. And there was the risk of things going awry. Let the Jiang family handle it. They have their ways. The belongings of that man, taken from his deceased mother's tombstone, were discarded into the trash. Wang Zhe did not perceive Wang Zhe's words as mere intimidation. What dangers lay ahead for him remained uncertain. As for when they would manifest, perhaps the day after tomorrow, or maybe tomorrow, or even after he exited the cemetery. The taxi he had arrived in did not leave. For the sake of money, the driver was willing to wait in the cemetery parking lot for Wang Zhe. With 2 mandatory classes in the afternoon, he decided to postpone the hospital visit until tomorrow, as the shaman from the fire tribe had mentioned 3 days. Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, many gazes directed at Wang Zhe were markedly different. After all, he was now a wealthy man after winning the lottery. The events that transpired that night at the royal feast would remain unspoken by Lu Li and Qian Liang, while Zhang Tao and others opted for discretion. Having witnessed Wang Zhe getting into a car with the actress Dong Shan, who appeared to have indulged in quite a bit of alcohol. As long as Wang Zhe remained silent, it would be as if the incident had never occurred. The moment they saw Wang Zhe, Lu Li and Qian Liang's expressions became visibly awkward. If possible, Qian Liang would have preferred to resolve their past grievances with Wang Zhe. But out of consideration for Lu Li, he chose to ignore him, gritting his teeth and refusing to back down. Wang Zhe also refrained from confronting Qian Liang, as he was now Lu Li's boyfriend, and for the sake of Professor Lu, he decided to let bygones be bygones, hoping it would not happen again. After class, the rare opportunity presented itself as Gu Tingting approached Wang Zhe, her appearance carefully curated, exuding a smile and the scent of perfume. "Wang Zhe, do you have time tonight? I would like to ask you for a favor. Since we are classmates, you wouldn't refuse, would you?" "No time." The simplicity of his 2 words caused Gu Tingting's smile to freeze. After a slight change in her expression, she persisted, "What about tomorrow? If not, the day after, or even the day after that would be fine." Wang Zhe, disinterested, walked away, infuriating Gu Tingting, who stamped her foot in frustration. "What's with the attitude? It's just winning the lottery." Her words dripped with a hint of jealousy. After the second mandatory class, it was nearly 4:30 p.m. He retrieved his electric bike from the royal feast. Of course, with his current means, he could afford luxury cars, but lacking a driver's license. He opted for the electric bike. Carrying 2 bottles of medicinal fruit wine originally intended for Professor Lu, Wang Zhe planned to deliver them personally, as the saying goes. "A feather sent 1,000 miles carries weighty sentiments." "Brother Huang, that kid is leaving." A sinister voice echoed in Huang Hao's ear. "Analyze the route. See where this kid is most likely headed, and find a good spot to ambush him." A van parked across the street from the royal feast. Huang Hao ended the call and coldly addressed his companions. "Brothers, an opportunity for fortune is right before us. If we succeed, everyone can earn 100,000. The Jiang family has offered more than just this, but some will surely take more. Don't worry, Brother Huang." The glint in his subordinates' eyes revealed their ruthless intent. 20 minutes later, as Wang Zhe rode his electric bike, he suddenly found his path to Professor Lu blocked by a group of 5, who completely obstructed the alley. A chill ran down Wang Zhe's spine. This was no friendly encounter. He steeled himself and accelerated the bike to its maximum speed. Bang! The electric bike collided with 3 individuals, a dull thud echoing as Wang Zhe leaped off the bike, rolling to evade further danger. "Catch him!" The urgency in their voices weighed heavily on Wang Zhe's heart. He could only think of that man and the Jiang family, never anticipating their swift retaliation. Seemingly wary of prolonged delay leading to unexpected complications. Sighing softly, he realized he had not been cautious enough. Observing that they wielded weapons, he felt a wave of shock. If things escalated further, he could be left crippled. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept past him, prompting Wang Zhe to instinctively turn his head, narrowly avoiding a metal rod that grazed his scalp, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He crouched low, elbows bending slightly, and charged fiercely to the side. Though he appeared frail, his strength was surprisingly considerable. His elbow struck the chest of one thug, causing him to stagger back several steps, gasping for breath. Wang Zhe was taken aback. His strength had increased significantly. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, grasping the baseball bat and delivering a vicious kick to the thug's groin. Bang! The thug doubled over in pain, relinquishing his grip on the weapon. Wang Zhe capitalized on the opportunity, but soon felt a searing pain radiating through his back, as if his bones were shattering. Damn it! A surge of determination coursed through Wang Zhe. He spun around. Raising the bat, and striking down upon the thug's head with all his might. The blow was fueled by rage, and the thug barely managed to lift his weapon in defense before hearing a resounding clang. His hands trembled, and the stick flew from his grasp as Wang Zhe landed a powerful blow to his shoulder. Ah! The thug screamed in agony, his shoulder dislocated, rolling on the ground in torment. In that moment, Wang Zhe felt as though he had been struck multiple times. Pain coursed through his body, and he realized he had been surrounded. The thugs wielded steel pipes and bats, relentlessly assaulting him. Damn! Although Wang Zhe had never engaged in a brawl before, he knew that being encircled was essentially a death sentence. Instead of retreating, he became increasingly frantic. The consequences of being taken down by this group would be dire. Bang! 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 Wang Zhe lost count of the blows he endured, swinging the bat in a daze, blood streaming from his wounds, his vision blurring. Had he not consumed the shaman's medicine, it would have been impossible for him to possess such resilience. Bang! Bang! Wang Zhe found himself cornered, utterly drained of strength. Leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Huang Hao wiped the blood from his face, a vicious grin spreading as he snarled. Damn, what a tough nut. Hold him down for me. Today, we'll break one of his hands, and then his leg, then stuff him into a car to take him away. Lest this guy causes trouble halfway. Breaking a hand and a leg was a specific instruction. Wang Zhe's heart sank to an icy depth as he realized the futility of his efforts. Despite his desperate struggle, the overwhelming numbers of his opponents rendered him powerless. They had come prepared, leaving no chance for his escape. Such is the fate of the weak. Were he sufficiently formidable, a mere handful of ruffians would pose no threat. Alas, that remains a mere hypothetical. Should he be captured and his limbs restrained, even if he were to survive, he would likely be rendered a shell of a man for the remainder of his life, and the odds of survival were scarcely above 1 in 5. Chapter 25, Doubt. Wang Zhe finally comprehended the meaning of the phrase, fated adversaries crossing paths. Upon noticing Wang Zhe's smile fade and his countenance shift, Zheng Yaqing was about to speak when, not far away, Wang Gaochen furrowed his brow and inquired, Wang Zhe, do you know Miss Zheng? Wang Gaochen was taken aback and astonished that his utterly unremarkable son was acquainted with someone of Zheng Yaqing's stature, a lady of such distinction. How did they come to know each other? Now, it was Zheng Yaqing's turn to feel surprise. She was about to respond when Wang Zhe coldly retorted, Wang Gaochen, who I know is of no concern to you. Did you not leave? Why are you following me to the hospital? Are you seeking an opportunity to resort to underhanded tactics and forcefully abduct me to exchange for a kidney for your son? Following you? You overthink, Wang Gaochen chuckled. Unwilling to continue conversing with the son he increasingly detested, opting instead to focus on Zheng Yaqing. Miss Zheng, I regret not mentioning earlier that our Jiang family has finally procured a millennium-old wild ginseng after much effort. The conditions remain unchanged. Feel free to contact me when you have made up your mind. Yu Jiang family truly goes to great lengths, Zheng Yaqing managed to articulate, each word laced with barely contained anger. Wang Gaochen grinned broadly. This millennium-old wild ginseng is the sole remedy that can cure your grandfather. Naturally, our Jiang family must put in the effort. You can choose whether to watch your grandfather perish or marry into our Jiang family with the prescription. There's no rush. We have ample time to await your response. Wang Gaochen laughed heartily as he departed, leaving Zheng Yaqing's expression dark and tumultuous. Despair began to seep into her being. Yet in that moment, Wang Zhe's voice pierced through the shadows like a beacon of hope. Miss Zheng, perhaps I can help you find the millennium-old wild ginseng. Startled, Zheng Yaqing instinctively grasped Wang Zhe, her usual strong and aloof demeanor melting away to reveal a vulnerable, pleading side. Really? Indeed. I have a 70 to 80% chance of success, but I kindly ask for some time. Wang Zhe planned to venture into the primordial world to seek the wild ginseng, but uncertainty loomed over how long it might take to locate it. Very well. If you truly can procure it, you will be a great benefactor to our Zheng family, and you may request any form of recompense you desire. Are you capable? Wang Zhe jested without much thought. To his surprise, Zheng Yaqing's cheeks flushed. As long as you do not mind my being older than you. Ah, I was merely jesting. I must attend to my friend's meal first. Rest assured, I will do my utmost regarding the ginseng. Wang Zhe hastily excused himself. Feeling ill-equipped to handle such a strong-willed woman, Zheng Yaqing silently prayed, you must find it. In the afternoon, after class, Wang Zhe, bloodied and bearing 2 bottles of wine, stood before a stunned Professor Liu. Wang Zhe, what has happened to you? I was momentarily distracted and fell while riding my bike. I had intended to deliver these 2 bottles of wine for your 50th birthday, which were delayed for various reasons. Today, I brought them to you. This is a medicinal wine brewed by a friend, known to enhance vitality and promote health. Quickly, come inside and wash the blood from your face. Apply some antiseptic. Upon entering Professor Liu's home, Wang Zhe noticed a considerable gathering. Lu Li was present, but Qian Liang was understandably absent, as he and Lu Li were still in the early stages of their relationship. Lu Li, Wang Zhe has had an accident while riding. Please fetch him some antiseptic. Though reluctant, Lu Li couldn't afford to act petulantly with so many guests, all former students of her father. Thus, she rose to retrieve the antiseptic for Wang Zhe. As Wang Zhe cleaned the blood from his wounds in the bathroom, Lu Li glanced at the 2 bottles of medicinal wine placed on the table by Professor Lu. The ceramic vessels bore no labels, production dates, or manufacturer details, prompting her to speak. Father, take a look at what wine Wang Zhe has brought you. Wang Zhe claims it is homemade medicinal wine that enhances health. These words deepened Lu Li's discomfort. The first names that sprang to her mind were Zhang Tao, Lin Fan, and Su Lang. Since severing ties with Wang Zhe, she had faced her father's admonishments, and now was the perfect opportunity to address the matter of the wine. Thus, Lu Li spoke indignantly. Father, I happened to witness Wang Zhe dining with Zhang Tao, Lin Fan, and Su Lang at the royal feast the other night. He treated them to 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, and each left with a bottle as well. Yet, he brings you this unknown, homemade medicinal wine. What does he take you for? Lu Li's outrage escalated, her emotions swiftly influencing those around her. Typically, others would remain indifferent to what gifts were bestowed upon Professor Lu, as such gestures were mere tokens of goodwill. However, upon hearing Lu Li's remarks, they could scarcely contain their indignation. Professor, this Wang Zhe is utterly excessive, a veritable ingrate. It is appalling that you once treated him with such kindness. Indeed, Professor, this wine reeks of humiliation. It would be better not to accept it at all. Professor, I wish to teach this Wang Zhe a lesson. Please do not intervene. A collective outrage arose among those who had once benefited from Professor Lu's generosity. He cast a disapproving glance at Lu Li, seemingly admonishing her for speaking out of turn, though he verbally dismissed the matter. Asserting that Wang Zhe's intentions were what truly mattered, a flicker of disappointment lingered in his heart. He was indifferent to the nature of Wang Zhe's gift. What mattered was the attitude behind it. Lu Li, choosing to ignore her father's gaze, felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. As if she had reclaimed her dignity after being humiliated by Wang Zhe at the royal feast. Her spirits lifted. She felt a sense of glee that had eluded her for days. A few moments later, Wang Zhe emerged from the bathroom. Almost all eyes turned towards him, prompting him to instinctively touch his face. Was it necessary for everyone to stare at him for a mere scrape? Explain yourself. Lu Li pointed to the 2 bottles of medicinal wine on the table, determined to create difficulty for Wang Zhe, hoping to place him firmly on their family's blacklist, thereby avoiding his presence in their home. Lu Li was at a loss as to why, but she simply did not want to see Wang Zhe in her home. At school, unless absolutely necessary, it would be preferable never to encounter him again. Indeed, explain yourself, you ingrate. Professor Lu, with his benevolent and magnanimous nature, might overlook such matters. Yet for those of us who have benefited from his kindness, it is intolerable to witness him being humiliated by you. Offering an 82 Lafite to classmates while presenting this homemade medicinal wine to Professor Lu. Wang Zhe, do you possess no conscience whatsoever? It seems he has none at all. Perhaps it would be best for him to take this wretched wine and leave. As each person took turns to speak, Wang Zhe, who struggled to interject, finally grasped the situation unfolding around him. He hastily began to elucidate the precious nature of this medicinal wine, claiming that a single bottle was worth more than 2 bottles of 82 Lafite. However, this explanation only elicited laughter from everyone present. The 82 Lafite is a globally renowned luxury red wine, valued at 300,000 to 400,000 per bottle, and nearly impossible to procure without connections. Thus, when he claimed that his homemade wine surpassed the value of 2 bottles of 82 Lafite, no one could possibly believe him. This was precisely why Yang Jiuchen insisted on using the 82 Lafite to entertain Zhang Tao and others. Should he give Yang Jiuchen a call? Yet, even if Yang Jiuchen were to intercede on his behalf, these individuals might remain unconvinced. Otherwise, Lu Li would not have broached this topic expressly targeting him. What course of action should he take? To storm out or to continue explaining to this group, incited by Lu Li, who would never accept his words? At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted the tension. Lu Li opened it to find a stranger standing there. Puzzled, she inquired, "Who are you? Have you knocked on the wrong door?" The assistant bodyguard accompanying the man quickly introduced, "This is Mr. Wang from Shenghua Group, a university classmate of your father." Chapter 26. Lu Li's Incredulity. Mr. Wang from Shenghua Group? Instantly, Lu Li recalled information about Shenghua Group, a colossal enterprise with subsidiaries that countless university graduates have yearned to join, boasting assets exceeding 100 billion. It was said that Shenghua Group was preparing for an IPO, and upon its successful listing, its assets could skyrocket to 600 or 700 billion. A significant figure indeed. Mr. Wang was a prominent personage in high society. If she could secure a connection with him, her future would be bright. Her father, how could he not mention such a valuable connection? Lu Li, operating under the assumption that this Mr. Wang must not seek anything from her father, a mere associate professor, but rather was visiting out of camaraderie, was perplexed as to why her father had never mentioned it. Not wanting to leave Mr. Wang standing outside, she hastily stepped aside with a respectful smile. Uncle Wang. My dad is home. Please come in. No need to remove your shoes. The prospect of hosting the CEO of a 100 billion group was an honor. Many would consider themselves fortunate even to have the opportunity to set foot in such a presence. With a joyful expression, Luli called out as Mr. Wang Gaochen entered. Dad, Uncle Wang has arrived. In the next moment, a chorus of incredulous gasps erupted from the individuals in the living room, their hearts racing with disbelief. Good heavens. It's Wang Gaochen, the CEO of Shenghua Group. How could someone of his stature be in a professor's home? Hearing Luli refer to him as Uncle Wang, when did the professor's connections become so formidable? A figure previously only seen in television interviews and news reports now stood before them. Was this an omen of fortune from their ancestors? One by one, individuals donned ingratiating smiles and greeted Mr. Wang. If he were to offer an opportunity, they would likely rush to polish his shoes or offer him a massage. It was akin to encountering Jack Ma, who might say, young person, I have an opportunity for you. My shoes are dirty. If you clean them, I'll offer you a life-changing job. If the benefits were substantial enough, one could imagine that 99 would agree without hesitation. Professor Liu remained seated, awaiting Wang Zhe to speak. As the visitor was, after all, his biological father. Wang Zhe, however, wore a sullen expression. When Mr. Wang Gaochen's gaze fell upon him, he frowned. Who did this to your face? Mr. Wang Gaochen, spare me your insincere sympathy. I do not require your pity, Wang Zhe retorted coldly, and Liu Li immediately interjected. Pointing at him, Wang Zhe, how dare you speak like that? Show some respect and apologize to Mr. Wang. Yes, Wang Zhe, hurry and apologize to Mr. Wang. Echoed another voice. How can you speak to Mr. Wang like that? Apologize at once. Came yet another command. One after another, they issued their orders to Wang Zhe, their tone leaving no room for refusal. You see, this is reality, the essence of society. My status alone garners me a crowd clamoring for my attention. Just as the earlier incident played out. If this is the reality of society, I will trample it underfoot. As for your status, one day, I too shall stand upon it. Wang Gaochen, I can now clearly tell you that everything you pursue, as long as I live, I will devote my life to shattering your dreams. Wang Zhe clenched his fists. Wang Gaochen, however, merely smiled faintly, dismissing Wang Zhe's words as inconsequential. The surrounding individuals were left in shock, unable to fathom whether Wang Zhe had lost his mind to utter such absurdities. Liu Li attempted to speak again, but was silenced by Professor Liu, who stood and locked eyes with Mr. Wang Gaochen, his tone unmistakably unwelcome. What brings you here? Just passing by to see an old classmate. The surroundings here are quite pleasant, Mr. Wang Gaochen replied with an indifferent demeanor, his courteous words masking his true disdain for the environment. His gaze landed upon the 2 bottles of wine on the table, and he brightened, swallowing hard. Medicinal wine? Such fine liquor. Old Liu, where did you acquire this? Would you sell me a bottle? I'd pay $1 million. In an instant, silence fell, jaws nearly dropping to the floor, as Liu Li and the others felt the sting of humiliation wash over them, reflecting on their earlier remarks directed at Wang Zhe, and then contrasting it with Mr. Wang's proposition. A fine wine. $1 million a bottle? Good heavens. 2 bottles would amount to $2 million. Such a price rendered the 82 Lafite utterly trivial. Professor Liu's mouth hung agape in disbelief. Could this wine truly be worth $1 million? Did he know that Wang Zhe had gifted it, thus offering $1 million as a proxy gift? Or was he merely concocting an excuse to procure $1 million for himself? $2 million. Old Liu, no one would pay such a price. If you're unwilling, then so be it. In this moment, money was merely a numeral to Wang Gaochen. Yet he would not squander it indiscriminately. $2 million could easily procure a bottle of this medicinal wine elsewhere, albeit with a bit more hassle. On the black market, such medicinal wine was being sold for $180,000 a bottle, and it was a commodity that money alone could not easily secure. Its price was bound to rise even further in time. Once again, the crowd was left astounded by his words. Professor Liu, though not in want of money, contemplated the prospect. Selling even 1 bottle would yield $2 million, leaving him with another bottle. Yet his gaze shifted back to Wang Zhe. This wine was gifted to me by your son. You should ask him. Boom. It was as though a thunderclap had struck. No. It was akin to a meteor colliding with Earth. Son. This wine had been gifted by Wang Zhe. Thus the son referred to by Professor Liu must indeed be Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe is the son of Wang Gaochen, the CEO of Shenghua Group? Goodness, am I dreaming? Or have I succumbed to auditory hallucinations? Wave after wave of incredulous gazes fell upon Wang Zhe, disbelief etched on their faces. How could they possibly accept such an outrageous revelation? The once down-and-out Wang Zhe, who had once relied on their generosity for assistance, was, in fact, the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Regret. This was the first time Liu Li regretted not heeding her father's advice. Had she known Wang Zhe was the son of Wang Gaochen from Shenghua Group, she would have feigned affection, or at the very least, cultivated some semblance of feelings. As for her pride, it paled in significance against Wang Zhe's stature. Her arrogance was rendered utterly worthless. Lu Li was consumed by regret. Yet she understood all too well that it was far too late. At that moment, Wang Zhe glanced at Professor Lu. Professor, I have delivered the wine to you. How you choose to handle it is entirely your prerogative. I shall take my leave, as I have no desire to remain in the company of these nauseating hypocrites. Even you Buchuan from the smiling, proud wanderer pales in comparison to such people. Wang Zhe, do not be so hasty to depart. Professor Lu's attempt to retain him caused Wang Zhe to pause. With a solemn expression, he reluctantly nodded. Subsequently, Professor Lu ushered Wang Gaochen into the study and closed the door, with Wang Gaochen's bodyguard stationed outside like a vigilant sentinel, forbidding any approach. It mattered not whether Professor Lu was present or Wang Gaochen absent. As long as Wang Zhe was there, it sufficed. Everyone else, apart from Lu Li, entertained thoughts of quickly apologizing for their earlier remarks, hoping that their contrition would still be timely. They could discern the complex relationship between Wang Zhe and Wang Gaochen. However, it was of little consequence, for blood is thicker than water. Wang Zhe disregarded their apologies. He neither felt animosity nor affection, acknowledging that such reactions were human nature. Ultimately, it was Lu Li who had instigated the situation, so he decided to let it go. Wang Gaochen and Professor Lu engaged in conversation for a full half-hour. Initially, the atmosphere was calm, but soon enough, the sound of a table being struck resonated from the study. It was Wang Gaochen, the CEO of Manhwa Group. Many heard his furious exclamation, "Lu Qiming, do you not fear bringing ruin upon yourself?" Then, realizing his voice had risen too high, Wang Gaochen hastily composed himself. Yet the onlookers outside remained puzzled and intrigued. Were Wang Gaochen and Professor Lu not university classmates? Why was Wang Gaochen unleashing such wrath instead of expressing gratitude? And what did he mean by "do you not fear bringing ruin upon yourself"? Was there a colossal secret lurking beneath the surface? Wang Zhe harbored more curiosity than anyone else present, urgently yearning for answers to his questions. Chapter 27. The truth is ultimately unimportant. Time rewinds to the moment Wang Gaochen and Professor Lu entered the study. In the absence of outsiders, Wang Gaochen spoke candidly. "Lu Qiming, you are playing with fire, and you must understand the risks of self-immolation. I simply wish to uncover the truth. Your eagerness suggests you know something. Why not enlighten me? Satisfy my curiosity, and I shall delve into the matters of the past." Wang Gaochen narrowed his eyes, suddenly enveloped in silence. Before recounting events from their university days, memories that lingered vividly between him and Professor Lu. Professor Lu listened patiently, as these recollections were indelible to him. Though the passage of time had altered everything, after so many years, uncovering the truth would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, when Wang Gaochen remarked, "Lu Qiming, it is out of our once brotherly bond that I offer you this warning regarding that matter. If you choose to feign ignorance and turn back, it is not too late." Professor Lu responded earnestly. "Very well, I can provide what you seek, but first, I must ask you one question. How did Jinghua die?" Jinghua, Su Jinghua. She was Wang Zhe's mother, a tragic figure who transformed love into hatred towards Wang Gaochen. In her youth, she was a renowned beauty from a wealthy family, and Professor Lu had once harbored feelings for her. Yet, Su Jinghua fell for the duplicitous Wang Gaochen. For her sake, Professor Lu nearly faced divorce in his later years. His spouse remained resentful and unwilling to return home, while he devoted himself to academia and education, leaving household matters to his wife, including financial decisions. Thus, he lacked the funds to save Su Jinghua, resorting to seeking donations, but ultimately, her life could not be preserved. Wang Gaochen's gaze flickered, and silence enveloped him for a fleeting moment. Hadn't the hospital issued a death certificate for Su Jinghua, declaring her demise as a result of illness? I extracted a small sample of her blood posthumously, gathered some tissue cells, and entrusted a friend to deliver them to the most advanced testing facility in M country. Professor Lu explained, all the while observing Wang Gaochen's demeanor. However, Wang Gaochen, appearing remarkably composed, interrupted him. "I have already stated that she passed away from illness. Do you understand? Regardless of what the investigation reveals, it must be classified as a death due to illness. Immediately call to cancel the tests. And if they have already been conducted, destroy the results. I have requested M country to return the samples and obtain a judicial certificate." Bang! Wang Gaochen's right hand slammed down on the desk, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted, "Lu Qiming, do you not fear bringing ruin upon yourself?" Then, realizing the volume of his voice, he quickly reined in his emotions and muttered, "You are a man with a wife and daughter. If not for yourself, think of them. Why can't you let the past remain in the past? I do not wish for any more innocent lives to be lost due to this." Su Jinghua is a cautionary tale. How benevolent were those words, laden with mercy. The atmosphere in the study grew heavy with tension, silence stretching on both inside and outside the room. "I understand. I will hand over the items to you. My daughter, my wife, and even anyone close to me remain oblivious to this matter. I know your intentions. I merely seek the truth. Here, take these. To substantiate his words, Professor Liu handed a file from his safe to Wang Gaochen. After carefully examining its contents, Wang Gaochen nodded. You are perceptive. One final piece of advice. Do not walk yourself into a dead end. People like us can have our lives manipulated at will, which is precisely why I strive so fervently to ascend. Rising to his feet, having obtained what he desired, Wang Gaochen made no effort to linger. Leaving the study with a cold glance at Wang Zhe without uttering a word, gesturing to his bodyguard as they vanished through the door. The study door remained closed. Professor Liu gazed up at the ceiling, wiping his eyes. Perhaps only ignorance allows one to live blissfully, though it seemed he was speaking to himself. His words were meant for Wang Zhe, Lu Li, and his own family. In that moment of uncovering the truth, he realized that knowledge of it was ultimately inconsequential. Understanding it would not change a thing. As Professor Liu exited the study, Wang Zhe and the others eagerly called out, their expressions mirroring curiosity. But Professor Liu merely smiled faintly. Do not speculate idly. Old Wang is simply that kind of person, unable to restrain himself from using coarse language even with those he knows best. Was it truly so? Wang Zhe is the most skeptical individual one could encounter. Yet, given Professor Liu's unwavering conviction, there is no alternative but to accept the situation as it stands. After dinner, a Mercedes-Benz arrived to escort Wang Zhe away, a sight that had long ceased to astonish anyone. For the affluent, a Mercedes is merely a plaything. Upon reaching the hospital, the Mercedes did not depart but instead lingered, patiently awaiting Wang Zhe. This was a vehicle arranged by Xiao Zhan, with 2 bodyguards tasked with ensuring Wang Zhe's safe return home before they could leave. Inside the hospital, Lin Fan had been transferred from intensive care to a general ward, blissfully being fed rice porridge by his girlfriend, his expression one of sheer contentment. Zhang Tao and Su Lang had already taken their leave earlier. Upon seeing Wang Zhe, Lin Fan immediately beamed, exclaiming, Wang Zhe, I owe you my life. But don't ever expect me to repay you in this lifetime. He paused, adding, by the way, about your face. After detoxification, it had been 8 or 9 hours since morning, and Lin Fan's limbs were now mobile, although the toxins within him had yet to be fully eradicated. This was somewhat related to the body's detoxification process. With another dose of the antidote tomorrow, he should be able to be discharged and return home. Wang Zhe smiled as well. He had never anticipated any repayment from Lin Fan, nor did he require it. Having experienced the profound agony and despair of watching a loved one pass away helplessly, he felt a surge of joy seeing Lin Fan unharmed. The sensation of having saved a life was truly gratifying. Having fallen off my bike, this profound lesson has taught me that it's high time I acquired a driver's license and purchased a car. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, unable to suppress the words he had been holding back. Wang Zhe, once I'm discharged, I'll accompany you to express my gratitude to that esteemed traditional Chinese doctor. By the way, is he so skilled that he can treat other ailments as well? Unlike Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners often gain experience as they age, enabling them to diagnose and treat a multitude of diseases, a fact well known to most. Wang Zhe pondered for a moment and nodded. Regarding the shaman from the fire tribe, the traditional Chinese doctor he had fabricated could only be described as exceptionally capable, albeit with a peculiar temperament that did not warrant any gratitude, as he had already done his part. If Lin Fan truly wished to express thanks, it would suffice to direct it towards him. At that moment, Director Yao and Zheng Yaqing appeared at the door of the ward, prompting Lin Fan to hastily introduce them. Zheng Yaqing smiled, saying, I have already met Mr. Wang. I have come to request your assistance in procuring some more antidote from that esteemed traditional Chinese doctor. Although discussing money feels a bit awkward, I would kindly ask Mr. Wang to suggest a figure, whether it be 100,000 or 200,000. Please feel free to decide. Such a paltry sum simply won't do. Of course it will. We are friends now, are we not? Wang Zhe's words elicited a genuine smile from Zheng Yaqing, causing her fondness for him to swell. Just then, her phone rang. Zheng Yaqing promptly answered, not bothering to avoid the call, as there was no need to do so. She spoke candidly, Dad. Yao Xian's condition is quite dire. The experts from the provincial capital have suggested a conservative treatment approach, but while the bodily injuries can be treated, they cannot be restored to their former state. Given the current level of medical expertise in our country, there is little hope. We must now look abroad. How tragic. Lin Fan's girlfriend couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy upon hearing the term vegetative state, to which Lin Fan nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, after hanging up, Lin Fan's girlfriend suddenly whispered, since the experts from the provincial capital have no solution, why not try that esteemed traditional Chinese Dr. Wang Zhe mentioned? After all, he was able to concoct a remedy that saved a life when this hospital could not even identify the poison. Perhaps there is hope for your brother as well. Her words struck Zheng Yaqing like a lifeline. Indeed, if Western medicine is of no avail. There is still traditional Chinese medicine, is there not? Wang Zhe's expression turned grave. He had only gleaned a rough understanding of the situation. Knowing that Zheng Yaqing's brother was highly likely to become a vegetative state, yet he was entirely unaware of the specifics of his injuries. How could he possibly make a commitment? However, confronted with Zheng Yaqing's pitiable and earnest demeanor, Wang Zhe felt his resolve waver. Let me first ascertain the details of your brother's condition before proceeding. This matter must be handled discreetly. I cannot casually agree to something I cannot fulfill. No pretentiousness should ever be tolerated in this situation. Chapter 28. Unable to traverse? Zheng Yaqing was overjoyed, regardless of the outcome. This was a glimmer of hope. What if it succeeded? However, Director Yao, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief yet refrained from voicing his doubts. It was not that he held traditional Chinese medicine in contempt, but rather that its treatment effects were often slow and reliant on experience. A lack of experience could easily lead to mistakes. Unlike Western medicine, which utilizes instruments and data comparisons for clarity, he was acutely aware of Zheng Yaqing's brother's condition. Knowing that even the experts from the provincial capital had no answers for the brain damage and multiple organ injuries. Could traditional Chinese medicine truly remedy such ailments? If it were so effective, why had it fallen into such an awkward predicament? Unable to treat significant illnesses and slow in addressing minor ones. It had become a supplementary approach within the medical field. Nevertheless, Director Yao felt this had little to do with him. He would remain silent and accompany the formidable young lady, as long as she was pleased. Moreover, Wang Zhe's involvement could prove advantageous, should any issues arise. The responsibility would fall upon him, allowing Yao to extricate himself from the quagmire. This is indeed a rather splendid plan. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Zhe had nearly memorized the symptoms and causes afflicting Zheng Yaqing's brother through rote learning, yet his confidence waned. If modern medicine struggled, could the primitive shaman from that mystical world truly succeed? Miss Zheng, I will take your brother's specific condition to consult that esteemed traditional Chinese doctor. As for whether he can provide treatment and the likelihood of success, I hope you can prepare yourself mentally. Zheng Yaqing nodded vigorously, grateful for even a sliver of hope. Regardless of the outcome, she would be appreciative of all efforts made. After exchanging contact information and bidding farewell to Wang Zhe, Zheng Yaqing could hardly contain her excitement as she dialed a number, realizing that her focus should not be solely on Western medicine. She ought to seek out renowned traditional Chinese doctors across the nation for assistance. A few capable ones would suffice to determine whether traditional Chinese medicine could address her brother's condition. Returning to the ward, Lin Fan wore a somewhat apologetic smile, saying, Wang Zhe, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble. While Wang Zhe was away, Lin Fan had spoken at length about his girlfriend. Realizing that such matters should not be carelessly discussed on Wang Zhe's behalf, the doctor's demeanor clearly indicated that this woman was extraordinary, which made Lin Fan genuinely worry that his girlfriend might inadvertently complicate matters. Wang Zhe shook his head, clarifying that he had never claimed he could heal her brother. He was merely attempting to inquire. There was no trouble in this, and it was uncertain whether a miraculous remedy for Zheng Yaqing's brother even existed. Lin Fan sighed in relief, feeling embarrassed to further discuss seeking Wang Zhe's assistance. Meanwhile, within the residential community where Wang Zhe lived, Huang Hao and his group sat in their vehicle, patiently awaiting their quarry. Given the vastness of Nanjing City, tracking Wang Zhe was no simple task, especially with the throngs of people populating the urban landscape. What if they were to collide with someone? It would be far more prudent to lie in wait for Wang Zhe to return and seize the opportunity to capture him. Brother Hao, it's almost 10 o'clock, and that Wang Zhe still hasn't shown up. Do you think he might not return tonight? Yeah, Brother Hao, what if Wang Zhe decides not to come back? Wouldn't that mean we're waiting here for nothing? If he doesn't return all night, are we supposed to sit here until dawn? I can hardly bear to sit any longer. After nearly 3 hours of waiting, impatience began to seep into their ranks. Confined within the vehicle and prohibited from making any noise or even smoking, they found the prolonged silence unbearable. Huang Hao was equally troubled, fearing that after a long night of vigil, he might end up with nothing to show for it. Yet, when he considered the reward, he resolved to capture Wang Zhe at all costs. After all, the allure of money was simply too tempting. Those who wished to leave could do so immediately. But let me make it clear, anyone who departs shall still be my brother, Huang Hao. However, should this venture succeed, the funds that rightfully belong to you will be redistributed among the other brothers. The thought of having to relinquish 100,000 yuan to others was hardly appealing. Despite the camaraderie displayed, when it came to their own money, friendships could quickly sour, and one might even find themselves without allies. Consequently, one by one, they fell silent and sat obediently, enduring whatever discomfort for the sake of that tenacious sum. As the minutes ticked by, around 11:50 p.m., Wang Zhe returned from the hospital, riding his electric bike as usual, his mind preoccupied with the hope that the beautiful landlord would not be present. The mere thought of Yi Mingxin filled him with vexation, How could he persuade her to sell him this house? Upon seeing Wang Zhe ride back, Huang Hao and the others fixed their eyes on him, some nearly moved to tears with relief. It had been a long wait, and at last, their target had returned. Get moving, Brother Hao, they urged, eager to pounce on the slender figure of Wang Zhe. The mere idea of 100,000 yuan sent a thrill through their ranks. Did you see that? Someone exclaimed. Why wait? Let us seize him and get the money. Huang Hao, however, glared at the speaker, his eyebrows knitted in irritation. Have you lost your senses? What if we alert the security? What if he escapes? We could jeopardize our chance at this fortune. He knew Wang Zhe would likely take a moment to wash up and rest after his return. So be patient. We'll wait until he is fast asleep before we break in. Huang Hao's gaze flickered with determination. Such matters required a cool head. He had prepared professional tools, including a rope for descending from the rooftop. If the door proved too stubborn, they could always pry open a window. As for the sycophants below him, he rolled his eyes, accustomed to their flattery. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe was quenching his thirst with water he had fetched from another realm, boiled in an electric kettle. Far superior to the chlorinated tap water he was accustomed to, infinitely more refreshing than any spring water he had ever tasted. This water possessed a natural sweetness. With Yi Mingxin absent, Wang Zhe felt no inclination to ponder the reasons. Her absence was, in fact, a welcome relief. Just past midnight, Wang Zhe thoroughly locked the anti-theft and bedroom doors, wary of encountering Yi Mingxin again after his inexplicable return to her home. The last time he had managed to bluff his way through, but he knew better than to assume he could do so indefinitely. Having grown accustomed to his peculiar ability to traverse realms, he approached the wardrobe with a sense of familiarity. With a sudden bang, he collided with the sturdy wooden panel, causing blood to flow from his nose as he staggered back, hastily applying a tissue to staunch the bleeding, his gaze fixated incredulously on the wardrobe, momentarily disregarding the pain. Had he truly just bumped into the wardrobe? Looking down at the time, he realized it was already 3 a.m., a prime hour for crossing over. Why wasn't he at working? Was it a matter of posture? Cautiously, he reached out to touch the wardrobe once more. His hand met the solid wood without vanishing, indicating the wardrobe's ability to transport him had seemingly vanished. This revelation struck him with terror. This wardrobe had been his sole means of traversing between worlds. How could he have lost such a crucial ability? What could possibly be the cause? Unbeknownst to him, in another temporal realm, within the Lihua tribe, the enormous stone carried by 6 primitives had been brought back to the village. The shaman, interpreting the gestures of the tribesmen, believed in the honesty of his warriors. However, such a phenomenon was too extraordinary to leave exposed to the elements. Moreover, the stone's presence within the tribe posed a risk, as intertribal exchanges occurred periodically, and outsiders could appear unannounced. If, by chance, the remarkable Wang Zhe were to materialize from the stone, it could spell disaster for the tribe. Thus, the shaman ordered the stone to be placed in what he deemed the safest cave, the very cave where Wang Zhe had spent the night. In that cave, shielded from sunlight, the stone failed to emit the mystical portal that would allow Wang Zhe to traverse realms at the designated time. Thus, the well-meaning shaman inadvertently thwarted Wang Zhe's ability to freely navigate between the two worlds. Chapter 29, Purchasing a Home. After placing the previously discarded clothes back into the wardrobe, Wang Zhe hoped they might disappear, but half an hour later, they remained unchanged. Could it be that the wardrobe had weekends off? In pursuit of transcendence, he had turned off all the lights in his home, and as more time passed, Huang Hao and his men, who had been waiting downstairs, began to speculate. It was late, and surely Wang Zhe must have succumbed to sleep by now. Consequently, they disembarked from their vehicle and stealthily ascended the stairs, employing their professional tools to attempt to pick the lock. However, they quickly discovered that all 3 locks of the anti-theft door had been secured from the inside, prompting them to abandon their efforts. Brother Hao, this door is impenetrable. There are 3 locks barring our entry. Unless we force it open, we might wake the entire building. Then let us head to the rooftop and enter through the window. Wang Zhe's residence was on the top floor of the building, so securing a rope to the rooftop and fastening it around their waists would make entry feasible. For this undertaking, Huang Hao had exerted considerable effort and gathered numerous specialized tools. 10 minutes later, the most agile of the thugs, promised an additional 10,000 yuan by Huang Hao, reached Wang Zhe's window via the rope. As he reached out to open the window, darkness enveloped the room, rendering visibility impossible. When he applied pressure to the glass, the window creaked open, eliciting a wave of joy as he quickly clambered inside. However, before he could regain his footing, he was ambushed from behind and subjected to a flurry of blows. Brother, please don't hit me. I swear I won't steal again. This was the prearranged line, in case he was discovered in the act. As Wang Zhe flicked on the lights, he unbuckled the intruder's belt and secured his hands and feet, contorting him like a shrimp, before decisively calling the police. Damn it, we've been discovered. Let us go. Huang Hao, seeing the lights go on, rapidly led the remaining members in their escape, though inwardly he vowed, Wang Zhe, I shall return. After a lengthy half-hour, the police completed their paperwork and took the intruder away, locking the doors and windows behind them. Wang Zhe's first action was to open the wardrobe, only to find the clothes unchanged. It seemed he could no longer remain in this place, since the wardrobe had lost its ability to transport him. Moving to a new residence became imperative, and swiftly so. He refused to believe that the individual taken by the police was merely a petty thief. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to purchase a house. If he couldn't traverse tomorrow, he would need to relocate. As for the consequences of not returning to the Lihua tribe in 3 days, there was little he could do. The hospital's examination had yielded no issues. If something truly went awry, he would simply have to accept fate. In the high school group chat, a message was sent. I recall 1 or 2 classmates are involved in real estate sales, correct? Is there anyone familiar with the market in Nanjiang? Safety is my utmost priority. Proximity to schools and transportation is secondary. At such a late hour, naturally, no one would respond to Wang Zhe's message. The intent behind sending this was not to boast. Real estate sales come with commissions. If any classmates are working as real estate agents in Nanjiang, I'd like to inquire. Even if not, I'd appreciate some advice on the finer points of purchasing a home. The wardrobe cannot be traversed anymore. Perhaps this modest sum of just over 10 million is all I will ever have, so prudence is essential. Almost sleepless through the night, by 8 the next morning, someone finally replied to Wang Zhe in the group. As high school peers, everyone was well aware of Wang Zhe's family background, so curiosity was piqued by his sudden late-night inquiry about housing. Upon opening the message, a new one immediately appeared. Luyuan Fengting, adjacent to Wangjiang, with north-south orientation. Tall buildings as well as villas within the community, comprehensive surveillance coverage, and 60 professional security personnel working in 3 shifts year-round. With this advertisement, the once dormant high school group chat instantly came alive. Goddess Xia has entered real estate. Impressive. Luyuan Fengting offers prime properties. Owning one would satisfy me for life. Too expensive. I doubt anyone in our group can afford it now. Observing the sudden buzz in the QQ group, Wang Zhe smirked. Such is the power of beauty. After all, Xia Shiyu is undeniably stunning. Yet, fate is fair. She was blessed with a lovely visage and graceful figure, but deprived of the talent to enter university. Behind a computer screen, a young woman with meticulous makeup and a ponytail stared intently at the QQ chat history. Her large eyes and flawless, delicate skin seemed as if they could be pierced by a breath. Though clad in a uniform, she could not conceal her shapely figure, especially her slender, toned legs, evidently maintained through regular exercise. This was Wang Zhe's high school classmate, Xia Shiyu, now working as a real estate sales agent. Months had passed, yet she had failed to sell a single property. Feeling the mounting pressure, she began posting advertisements on her social media and various websites. However, she refrained from posting in the classmates group chat, knowing well that few there were affluent. Most had just started working or were still in university, unlikely to afford such homes. Had Wang Zhe not suddenly inquired about buying a house, she would never have sent that message. After sending it, she regretted it upon seeing the replies. Properties in Luyuan Fengting were notoriously expensive, each unit costing 300,000 to 500,000 more than comparable market prices. Wang Zhe's inquiry was surely for a friend, hoping to leverage connections for a favorable price. Why would he consider such a luxurious development? Suddenly, Wang Zhe's QQ avatar lit up. Opening it, a message appeared. Are you free? I'll come by your place later. If suitable, I want to buy one. Xia Shiyu's face registered surprise. Wang Zhe wanted to purchase a property in Luyuan Fengting. He was still in university, seemingly from a modest family. Where would he get the funds? Could he be interested in courting her? Since becoming a real estate agent, she had encountered suitors employing similar tactics. So her first thought was that Wang Zhe might be one of them. Initially inclined to ignore him, she reconsidered, mindful of her sales performance this month. Biting her lip, she typed, I'll give you one chance. If I find you have ulterior motives, I'll block you. I'm in the sales department. When will you arrive? Taking a taxi now. This response dampened her hopes. Anyone with the means to buy in Luyuan Fengting surely wouldn't lack a car. Should she tell him not to come? Probably pointless now. Better to wait and give him a cold reception, to make clear she was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe abandoned the idea of calling Xiaozhan. The wardrobe could no longer be traversed. If Xiaozhan needed purple fruits, he wouldn't know where to procure them. He silently prayed those 10 purple fruits would save Mr. Xiao's son's life. Thus, Wang Zhe took a taxi directly to Luyuan Fengting. Upon arrival, he messaged Xia Shiyu. 10 minutes later, a girl with elegant brows and pearly teeth, clad in a purple uniform, her shapely legs encased in black stockings beneath a short skirt, approached him. At first glance, Wang Zhe was struck by her beauty. Having entered society, Xia Shiyu was more stunning than he remembered. Within the women he had encountered, she ranked in his top 5, no, top 3. Not even the gluttonous landlord Yi Mingxin or Lu Li could compare. Zheng Yaqing, whom he had met briefly the previous night, with her unique aura, ranked first. Second was the young singer Dong Shan, whose girl group debut guaranteed her looks. Yet Xia Shiyu, upon seeing Wang Zhe's appearance, felt disappointed. If you want to put on airs to buy a house, at least dress properly. Don't they say clothes make the man? Showing up in cheap clothes here to buy a house. Who would believe that? Let us go? Please take me to the sales office to see the models. By the way, is there truly an advanced high-tech alarm system in the villa area? Can you show me that later? Buying an apartment is no match for a villa. At least villas offer better security and privacy, plus the high-tech alarm system. If I hide in a villa, can the Jiang family forcibly seize me? Wang Zhe had already resolved that if the price was under 10 million, he would grit his teeth and buy one. After all, purchasing property was akin to an investment. However, such sincerity elicited an eye roll from Xia Shiyu, who could not resist commenting. You want a villa? Wang Zhe, please don't cause me trouble. If anything happens, I'll lose my job and money. I'm genuinely serious about buying a home, Wang Zhe said earnestly, aware of her concerns. Fine. If you can afford a property here, I'll give you a chance to pursue me. But I only want to buy a house, not pursue you, Wang Zhe blinked. Even more earnest than before. This instantly made Xia Shiyu want to slap him. Chapter 30. The Persistent Spectre. Do not act impulsively. I must not lose control. Xia Shiyu took a deep breath and forced a smile. All right, I was being vain. Tell me, which floor plan do you want to see? If villas are around 10 million, then let us look at villas. That pretense, it must be exhausting. The lowest villa price is about 15 million. Please be honest and look at apartments. If you don't buy after viewing, please leave. Unable to afford 15 million, Wang Zhe reluctantly agreed to view apartments. Xia Shiyu first showed him the apartment models, selecting the building and floor plan before viewing. As Luyuan Fengting was vast, and she had no time or energy to waste on Wang Zhe, accompanying him to view 3 to 5 apartments was her limit. Among all apartment sales agents, Xia Shiyu was undoubtedly the most beautiful. Attractive women often attracted trouble. Just as Xia Shiyu was about to introduce Wang Zhe, a sharp and acerbic voice interrupted. Xia Shiyu, it would be one thing if you couldn't sell the house, but your work ethic should not be so dismissive. How could you bring such an unreliable person to view a property? The speaker was a woman whose appearance exuded a maturity that far surpassed Xia Shiyu's, if seen alone. She might have been considered quite attractive, yet standing beside Xia Shiyu, she perpetually seemed to fall short. Dangling from her chest was a badge proclaiming her as gold medal salesperson, Li Mei. What are you staring at? I'm talking about you. Flaunting your shabby appearance while pretending to be affluent. Miss Li, a guest is a guest. Is this the attitude you salespeople should have towards a client? Wang Zhe furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure, aware that he was caught in the crossfire due to Xia Shiyu. He was merely trying to remind her to mind her demeanor. However, Li Mei dismissed him with a scornful smirk. Her success as a top salesperson was attributed to her keen ability to read people. Having encountered countless powerful and wealthy individuals over her 10 years since graduating at 18. She believed that those with influence and affluence possessed an unmistakable aura, something the man beside Xia Shiyu lacked entirely. Even if she misjudged, what did it matter if he were wealthy enough to buy a house? As a gold medal salesperson, she would merely offer a perfunctory apology if he chose not to purchase. After all, the thriving real estate market ensured there were plenty of others ready to buy. Moreover, with someone backing her today, why would she trouble herself on her day off to confront Xia Shiyu? How else could she showcase the heroism of that esteemed guest, if not through humiliation? Young and beautiful women are indeed different. There will always be men striving to win their favor. Li Mei felt a twinge of jealousy towards Xia Shiyu, but what could she do? She was not as stunning. Thus, when faced with Wang Zhe's words, she deliberately adopted a condescending tone, laughing mockingly. A guest? Someone like you thinks you deserve to be treated as a guest here? If you're going to pretend, at least make an effort to improve your appearance. Even from a distance, one can smell your impoverished stench. Wang Zhe's expression darkened. Yet Xia Shiyu immediately pulled him away, feeling regret and frustration. Wasn't Li Mei supposed to be unavailable today? Why was she here? And at this moment, no less. But it was too late for regrets. Blame it on Wang Zhe. Once they were in a more secluded area, she would surely reprimand him. Wang Zhe, however, was unwilling to leave. He felt compelled to confront the manager about such behavior. Yet, Li Mei exhibited an air of indifference towards Wang Zhe's intentions to seek the manager. While she remained composed, Xia Shiyu grew anxious, tugging at Wang Zhe's shirt. Please, just walk away. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Leave? Why would I? I'm here to buy a house, not to be insulted. Just then, an Audi pulled up in front of the sales department, and Qian Liang, accompanied by a visibly displeased Lu Li, arrived to view properties. In a bid to demonstrate his determination to marry Lu Li, Qian Liang had gone to great lengths to secure 2 million for the down payment and renovation costs. The couple entered the sales office, immediately greeted by a salesperson. For arriving in an Audi signified potential wealth, especially with a young and attractive girlfriend, indicating they were likely searching for a marital home. After walking a short distance, Qian Liang spotted Wang Zhe. He had already heard about the incident involving Professor Liu from Lu Li, and it had left him pale with fright, prompting him to seek an opportunity to apologize. Thus, he hurriedly approached Wang Zhe. Young Master Wang, I sincerely apologize. My past actions were misguided. I admit my narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness. I understand that mere words of apology may not suffice for your forgiveness. So I am willing to accept any punishment, be it a beating or a scolding. He gritted his teeth, adding, I would even kneel. As Qianliang bowed at a 90-degree angle, he couldn't help but recall the image of that night at the Royal Gourmet, where Wu Jianghua had knelt and slapped himself twice, finally understanding why even someone of Wu Jianghua's stature could be so harsh on himself. The son of the CEO of Shanghua Group, such a status rendered him inconsequential. Xia Shiyu's eyes widened, her mouth forming a na shape. The mere mention of young Master Wang was astonishing, let alone the idea of punishment or kneeling. This man, accompanied by a rather beautiful woman, surely couldn't be the kind of person with a twisted mind, could he? If I wanted to cause him trouble, would I have waited until now? Out of respect for Professor Liu, I had already let bygones be bygones, but I must remind you, I have no ties to Shanghua Group, nor to that Mr. Wang. From now on, please refrain from calling me young Master Wang. It's Wang Zhe, brother Wang. Qianliang rejoiced, relieved that as long as Wang Zhe was not angered, he could disregard anything else. However, both Xia Shiyu and Li Mei were taken aback. Shanghua Group, a well-known corporation in the province, was often mentioned alongside the Luan Fengting Development Group as one of the three titans of the region. Was this individual truly the son of that Mr. Wang from Shanghua Group? Good heavens! Li Mei turned pale. Had she just slapped the face of the son of the president of Shanghua Group? It couldn't be real. She desperately hoped this was all a figment of her imagination. For Li Mei, the only option was to pray in her heart. If it were true, the person who had paid for her to trouble Xia Shiyu would surely absolve himself of all responsibility in the event of conflict. Yet, reality plunged Li Mei into despair as a group approached the sales department. Leading the way was none other than Wang Gaochen. A coincidence? A chance encounter? No. Wang Gaochen had specifically come to find Wang Zhe, having followed him from the moment he left home early in the morning, initially believing he was heading to meet the old doctor who had helped Zheng Yaoxian. Little did he know, Wang Zhe was there to buy a house. Purchasing a property was one thing, but holding a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng was akin to seizing the Zheng family's Achilles heel. Wang Gaochen had no intention of lingering in Nanjiang. Thus, he made a grand entrance before Wang Zhe, flanked by bodyguards and accompanied by a familiar face, one Wang Zhe recognized as the self-proclaimed burglar from the previous night, who should have been detained at the police station by now. There was a purpose behind his appearance. Uncle Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. Lu Li and Qianliang greeted in unison, causing Li Mei to nearly faint on the spot. Yet, as Xia Shiyu processed the situation, recalling her earlier words to Wang Zhe and her own inner musings, a youthful blush crept across her face. Zheng Yaoxian, the antidote to Zheng Yaqing's brother. Is it you who brought him? Wang Gaochen inquired bluntly, his tone more accusatory than interrogative, reminiscent of a boss questioning an employee. My apologies for the trouble you've gone to, Wang Gaochen said generously, waving his hand dismissively. Ignorance is no crime. I now offer you another chance. Introduce me to that old doctor, and I can assure you that the Jiang family will not hold this against you. Not hold it against me. Wang Zhe scoffed. Does that imply I am guilty? What crime? Who decides what is a crime? Wang Zhe remained calm, stroking his chin thoughtfully with one hand while propping up his elbow with the other, appearing to ponder deeply before nodding. All right, if you wish to meet him, kneel and beg me. Fine. I thought Wang Zhe would agree easily, Wang Gaochen said with a smile, but his expression darkened instantly as he looked up, his gaze brimming with fury, staring directly at Wang Zhe as he roared. Say that again. Wang Gaochen, for the first time, found himself unable to contain his fury towards Wang Zhe. His anger was so intense that his hair nearly stood on end. How could his own son demand that he kneel? It was utterly outrageous. With eyes shimmering with rage, he fixed a fierce glare on Wang Zhe and growled. Say that again. Deep within, Wang Gaochen struggled to maintain his composure, striving to exhibit grace and magnanimity by granting Wang Zhe another chance. Very well. If he kneels and begs me, then I shall divulge what he seeks. Wang Zhe, with a calm demeanor and a hint of a smile, believed that his words would undoubtedly incite further rage in this arrogant, self-righteous man before him. Do you not relish your lofty position, laced with condescension? Do you not think you can manipulate everything, that someone like me is at your mercy? Well, how does it feel now that I provoke you? I intend to slap your face, to dispel the notion that I owe my current standing to you. As for what would become of this man, Wang Zhe was indifferent. His nonchalance, that smile, delivered a more profound sense of humiliation to Wang Gaochen than any repeated words could. It was a humiliation he had never experienced since becoming the general manager of Shanghua Group. Was it because no one had ever spoken to Wang Gaochen in such a manner? No, that was not the case. Rather, Those who had dared to speak thus were far more formidable than he, leaving him with no choice but to endure. But Wang Zhe was his son, a son without power or influence. How dare he utter such words about kneeling? This time, it was Wang Gaochun's turn to unleash his wrath. Raising his hand to strike Wang Zhe, whom he had always regarded with disdain. The motion was swift, natural, and fierce, as if it were his right to deliver such a blow. Yet, Wang Zhe's hand caught Wang Gaochun's wrist with a grip so strong it elicited sharp pain. The onlookers were already rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Hit me? You have no right. Wang Zhe's smile grew cold. At that moment, Wang Gaochun regained some composure, his first thought being that he had let himself be provoked into a rage over Wang Zhe. If the Zhang family were to find out, they would surely mock him. Never mind. There was no need to let him rattle his composure. He had plenty of ways to ensure that Wang Zhe would ultimately come to him in submission. However, for now, you wish to purchase a house here? Huh. Do not even think about it. With a single phone call, I can guarantee that even with your wealth, you will not acquire a single property here. As he spoke, Wang Gaochun took out his phone, calling with clarity for all to hear. Lu Li had already moved the money aside, and Professor Lu had cautioned repeatedly to keep a safe distance should any conflict arise between Wang Zhe and Wang Gaochun. Summer Shiyu, terrified, dared not move. While Li Mei felt a flicker of joy. Before long, the sales department manager arrived, Manager Chun, having been summoned. With a sycophantic smile, he approached Wang Gaochun. President Wang, he is not to be allowed to purchase a house. Is that understood? Wang Gaochun's tone brooked no dissent. The security system at Luan Fengting was stringent, and allowing Wang Zhe to buy a home there would only create complications. It was better to eliminate this nuisance now, while simultaneously reinforcing Wang Zhe's understanding of his own identity and limitations. Not a single property would be sold to him. The president had even instructed that the other real estate companies be contacted to blacklist Wang Zhe by name. Manager Chin's words elicited a smug, arrogant smile from Wang Gaochun, his gaze once again dripping with contempt for Wang Zhe. So, without my intervention, your wealth is of no use. All eyes turned to Wang Zhe, seemingly awaiting his response, curious to see how he would react. Suddenly, Zheng Yaqing appeared, striding towards them with long legs, her cascading dark hair flowing like a waterfall over her shoulders. Dressed in a white shirt adorned with a delicate Givenchy shawl, she wore a knee-length gray skirt from the same brand. Miss Zheng, how could you? Wang Zhe stammered, his eyes wide in disbelief at the stunning woman approaching him. Standing elegantly before Wang Zhe, Zheng Yaqing smiled radiantly. I have come to share some news and to apologize. I have already sent a moving company to your home to relocate all your belongings intact. I have purchased a villa for you in the Luan Fengting community as a token of gratitude. Come, let me show you your new home. Her words struck Wang Gaochun like a resounding slap to the face, instantly darkening his expression, which had previously exuded arrogance. As for Wang Zhe, he was left dumbfounded. Zheng Yaqing had gifted him a villa? Although bewildered, he could accept that, but the fact that she had arranged for his belongings to be moved? Has my wardrobe been relocated? It should have been, let me check. Their conversation flowed naturally as Zheng Yaqing pulled out her phone. Within mere seconds, she confirmed for Wang Zhe, not only your wardrobe, but even the bed has been moved. In that moment, Wang Zhe felt a tightness in his chest. Overwhelmed by a myriad of frustrations, yet faced with Zheng Yaqing's goodwill, he had no outlet for his anger. Is it too late to have the wardrobe returned? He dared not voice that thought, knowing it would only serve to further humiliate Wang Gaochun. Zheng Yaqing, do you even realize what you're doing? You no longer desire that precious ginseng, do you? I don't, so the Zhang family cannot threaten me. As for you, you can either leave or I will make you leave, Zheng Yaqing declared with unyielding authority, her words widening the eyes of those around them in disbelief. This was the general manager of Shanghua Group, a formidable figure, and here was a woman commanding him to leave. Was this for real? Were these two not father and son? Surely there was a convoluted story behind this. The very word leave nearly drove Wang Gaochun to the brink of fury. Yet even with bodyguards at his side, he dared not act, gritting his teeth as he glared at Zheng Yaqing. You will regret this, Zheng Yaqing. And you? He directed at Wang Zhe. From this day forward, I shall consider you no son of mine. Your life and death will be of no concern to me. Using words to uphold his dignity, a dignity reliant on the Jiang family, he turned and stormed away amidst the gazes of the onlookers. Come, let us go see your new home, Zheng Yaqing said, taking Wang Zhe's hand and leading him away, her touch soft and smooth. Yet, Wang Zhe instinctively withdrew, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Turning back, he flashed a smile at Summer Shiyu. I apologize for coming to find you but failing to secure a house. Let me treat you to dinner to make amends, old classmate. This was a deliberate remark aimed at the woman named Li Mei, who received a piercing glance from him, as if to say, if you do not wish for me to trouble you, you had best show some sincerity. This could be seen as helping Summer Shiyu, a high school classmate, after all. It was a small favor. With the main characters having departed, the crowd naturally dispersed. Li Mei, pulling Summer Shiyu along, no longer displayed any arrogance. Instead, she wore a conciliatory smile. Sister, I was in the wrong before. How about this? I have several clients with solid purchasing intentions and financial capabilities. I will introduce them to you. As for earlier, it was all a misunderstanding. I was misled into speaking so harshly to you. I am not usually like that. Summer Shiyu chuckled inwardly, thinking, who would believe that? However, it was not a matter of exposing the truth. Rather, it was a demonstration of respect towards Li Mei. To achieve the status of a top-notch salesperson is certainly no trivial accomplishment, and she was well aware of her relationship with Wang Zhe. Naturally, she sought to leverage this opportunity for her professional advancement. Soon, Manager Chen approached Xia Shiyu with a beaming smile, inquiring about her work experience. Asking if she felt any discomfort, how the dormitory environment was, whether she required a single room, and if the company would reimburse her for utilities. He also casually mentioned the prospect of a formal confirmation and a salary increase. This was undoubtedly influenced by Wang Zhe's words before his departure. After all, even the formidable Wang Gaochen had been confronted by this individual, and considering that they were father and son, it was clear that they shared an unbreakable bond. Furthermore, the imposing woman who had boldly told Wang Gaochen to leave was undoubtedly an even more remarkable character. Thus, Wang Zhe's intentions were evident. She had to put forth her utmost effort to avoid being scapegoated by higher-ups. Upon exiting the manager's office, an elated Xia Shiyu promptly sent a message to Wang Zhe via QQ. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe had already arrived at the villa in Luanfengting. One must commend the efficiency and professionalism of the moving company that Zheng Yaqing had engaged. Everything had been transported seamlessly. Zheng Yaqing's words had caused Wang Zhe, who had almost abandoned the idea of moving, to enter the master bedroom and start organizing the clothes he had placed in a bag. As he was putting his clothes into the wardrobe, Zheng Yaqing entered, smiling and offering to help him organize. However, as she approached the wardrobe, a frown of confusion crossed her face as she asked, Wang Zhe, I thought I saw you put some clothes in the wardrobe, yet it appears completely empty? Wang Zhe's entire being jolted with shock and disbelief as he turned to discover the wardrobe was, indeed, devoid of any clothing. The garments he had just placed there had vanished. Could the wardrobe have the ability to transcend dimensions again? But surely, such an occurrence should only happen after midnight, right? The reasons eluded him, yet one thing was abundantly clear. He must prevent Zheng Yaqing from placing any clothes into the wardrobe. How could he stop her? Conventional methods would be ineffectual. He had to think outside the box. Chapter 32. Elegance must be attained through artifice. Am I imagining things? Perhaps. Zheng Yaqing mused to herself. For how else could one explain the emptiness of the wardrobe? Thus, without further contemplation, she intended to place Wang Zhe's clothes into the wardrobe. At that moment, however, she suddenly felt someone embrace her waist from behind. In an instant, a chest pressed against her back, such an intimate gesture. And there was only Wang Zhe in the room. Her face flushed crimson, and her body felt as though it had turned to stone. What should she do? Should she turn around and slap him in anger? No, she needed Wang Zhe's assistance. She could not afford to offend him. Yet, what if he took advantage of the situation? There was no one else present, and behind her was the bed. What if he pushed her onto it? A flurry of thoughts raced through Zheng Yaqing's mind, and her breathing quickened. It was all so daunting. Over the years, Zheng's family had relied on her, a woman, to manage their affairs diligently, leaving her no time for close interactions with the opposite sex, let alone for romance. Despite being 27, she had never seriously dated. She had many admirers, yet she feared they were only interested in the Zheng family. She had intended to wait until her brother could stand on his own before considering her personal life. But who could have foreseen the Jiang family's actions? Do you know what it means for a woman to enter a man's room and organize his clothes? Wang Zhe leaned in close, inhaling deeply near Zheng Yaqing's ear before continuing. You smell delightful, igniting a primal impulse within me. Zheng Yaqing's face grew even redder as she finally pushed Wang Zhe away, shoving the clothes into his arms. I really need to use the restroom. Before her words had fully left her lips, she hastily exited the master bedroom, her footsteps echoing rapidly down the hall. I'll shower and then head to school. I'll eat out, Wang Zhe called out towards the stairway, prompting her footsteps to quicken even further, and soon the sound of a departing vehicle echoed in the distance. The villa's entrance was secured with a high-end password lock, making unauthorized access nearly impossible. With Zheng Yaqing gone, Wang Zhe found himself alone in the villa. To be on the safe side, he closed the room door and ensured that no one could see in through the window before cautiously testing it. This time, he did not encounter any resistance. He had transcended. The wardrobe could indeed allow for interdimensional travel again. Wang Zhe was exhilarated, after a restless night filled with confusion over the inability to traverse. He had promised Zheng Yaqing an antidote, and he was counting on the wardrobe to facilitate his journey for the Millennium Ginseng. If the wardrobe were to lose its ability to transcend, he would also lose his leverage against that man and the Jiang family. First, he would traverse and then consider his next steps. After confirming that his hand could pass through without issue, Wang Zhe cautiously extended his head, recalling that during previous instances, this particular moment in that alternate world should be night. However, as he pushed his head through, he found himself utterly bewildered. The crackling sound of flames consuming would fill the air. He was in a cave adorned with animal bones and teeth. After scrutinizing the surroundings, a sense of familiarity washed over him, and he could hardly believe his eyes. This was the cave inhabited by the shaman of the Lihua tribe. What on earth was happening? Wang Zhe could not help but curse under his breath, feeling as if 1,000 thoughts were racing through his mind, his forehead pulsing with tension. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he resolved to seek the shaman of the Lihua tribe for the antidote and to search for the millennium ginseng in this world. The Jiang family's predatory gaze had severed all his escape routes. As soon as Wang Zhe's feet touched the rugged floor of the cave, an ancient voice resonated. "Who are you? A deity from legend? A deity?" That sounded rather lofty. Could he live up to such an image? After some contemplation, Wang Zhe shook his head. Fully aware of his own limitations, he was far from being a deity. However, he needed to provide an explanation to the shaman of the Lihua tribe. Otherwise, he would struggle to navigate this world. His mind raced to formulate a response, ultimately deciding that rather than being evasive, it would be best to be forthright. Nodding slightly, he spoke. "I hail from a higher civilization, a realm far surpassing your current temporal existence. I have come here for a singular purpose: life, the essence of life." Wang Zhe gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, as this posture would best accentuate his perceived grandeur, fixating his gaze upon the stone ceiling of the cave. His expression needed to convey depth and mystery, while his tone remained calm and steady, thereby showcasing the weariness of a life fully lived, subtly enhancing his stature. As he adjusted to this demeanor, the look of confusion in his eyes gradually faded. Life, indeed, was fragile, akin to a newly sprouted flower, appearing robust and vibrant, yet easily crushed by a mere gust of wind or a drop of rain, reduced to dust and mud. He yearned for his own existence to transcend such frailty. The aged shaman pondered deeply, having spent his life contemplating the meaning of existence. What was the purpose of life and death? Some were born only to perish, while others thrived one moment, only to be erased from existence the next. Some endured relentless suffering, while others sacrificed themselves to save others. What then was the ultimate purpose behind all of this? Each individual harbors their own answers and insights deep within their heart. Yet, life is undeniably fragile. A bow. This gesture signifies a grand honor, embodying profound reverence. He is the shaman, the supreme being of the fire tribe, an elder at the twilight of his life. A venerable guardian. So, do you still wish to become the shaman of the fire tribe? Are you capable? Raising his head, his weathered eyes gleamed with yearning. Few are able to inherit the mantle of shaman, though the fire tribe is but a mere speck in the vast ocean. He does not wish for the tribe he has guarded all his life to perish overnight upon his death, even in this ruthless world of survival of the fittest. Protection and the passing of the flame are the essence of his existence. I am willing to try. Wang Zhe bowed with his right hand pressed over his left chest. After all, a handshake seemed inappropriate, and kneeling like those primitives was out of the question. Thus, he chose what he deemed a fitting gesture. Good. The shaman's hands trembled with excitement, perhaps from overwhelming emotion or something else. A single tear welled in his aged eyes. At last, he finally had a successor. Whether Wang Zhe could truly inherit and become the new shaman or not. This moment marked the first glimmer of hope in nearly 50 years of searching and despair. The tribe, too, now possessed hope for survival. Minutes later, as calm returned, Wang Zhe seized the opportunity to request an additional bamboo tube of antidote from the shaman, and recounted Zheng Yaoxian's condition, adding an explanation. Honorable shaman, though our civilization in that time-space surpasses yours, it lacks some of the marvels present in your world, such as your antidote, which saved 2 patients our medical science could not. Thus, I ask if you possess the ability to treat my friend's condition? The shaman sat on a stone slab in contemplation. The antidote was a common remedy in the tribe. As for the condition Wang Zhe described, curing it was difficult without a rare spiritual herb, though treatment to improve the patient's state was possible. Perhaps, if the patient's constitution was strong enough, a miracle might occur. I shall prepare a prescription for you to try. If it fails, you must seek a true celestial shaman skilled in alchemy. As for the great shaman, if you truly hail from an advanced civilization in another time-space, perhaps one day you shall have the chance to meet him at the royal court. While preparing the medicine, the shaman introduced the unique classifications of shamans in this world: herbal shamans, beast shamans, warrior shamans, and artifact shamans, along with the rarest and most powerful, the spirit shaman. The stronger the shaman, the mightier the tribe naturally becomes. Wang Zhe, unfamiliar with herbs, could only watch as the Fire Tribe's shaman meticulously selected dried and fresh herbs, beast blood, and crushed beast bones into powder. The beast bones were extraordinarily hard, especially those from ferocious beasts, requiring special tools rarely crafted by artifact shamans, who instead sought unique, transparent stones from the earth. Then, before Wang Zhe's eyes, the shaman produced such a stone. A single glance almost blinded him. A diamond. The so-called unique transparent stone was, in fact, a diamond, a gem that would drive any woman worldwide into ecstatic frenzy. Chapter 33, A New Discovery. Diamonds are polished carbon crystals formed under the Earth's deep high-pressure and high-temperature conditions, possessing a cubic structure and ranking highest in natural mineral hardness. Though brittle and prone to shattering under force, yet, in the shaman's hands, striking beast bones and grinding powder appeared effortless, his aged hands imbued with unparalleled strength. Stunned beyond measure, Wang Zhe's sole thought was that this diamond must have been fashioned by methods unknown to him. Yet, more than that, this diamond was undoubtedly priceless. You may have seen fists as large as a cooking pot, but have you ever seen a diamond that size? If taken to the modern world, it would surely astonish the entire globe. His heart raced uncontrollably, yet Wang Zhe had no intention of bringing the diamond to the contemporary city, for its value was too staggering. Having once suffered the perils of bearing precious treasures, he knew well the dangers of inviting fatal enmity. The blood-red dragonfish incident could be concealed, but how could one hide such a massive diamond? It would almost certainly bring death upon him. Moreover, it belonged to the Fire Tribe's shaman. It was improper to take it. And as for exchanging it, what else could be harder than a diamond? Thus, Wang Zhe swiftly regained composure. As long as he could traverse realms, there was no need for haste. One diamond would lead to a second and a third. He could establish this place as his stronghold and gradually expand. The shaman had mentioned many neighboring tribes. Conquering them to strengthen the Fire Tribe would facilitate expansion. The reason for this resolve stemmed from Wang Zhe's experience of the weak's misery and witnessing how these primitives devoured the feeble tribes. If the Fire Tribe did not grow strong, it would inevitably become prey to others. Seeking stronger tribes elsewhere was tantamount to courting death. Without these primitives, in this primeval forest, Wang Zhe knew he wouldn't survive 10 minutes. Honorable shaman, could you move this colossal stone to a place bathed in sunlight? If I do not return by nightfall tomorrow, please return it to its original position. Faced with Wang Zhe's respectful request, the shaman initially intended to inquire why. But reflecting on it, he trusted that the visitor had his reasons and complied, leaving other matters for later. An hour later, Wang Zhe obtained the desired antidote along with the shaman's specially concocted medicine. True to its name, the medicine revitalized life itself. Its most precious ingredient was the fresh blood of a fierce beast and a trace of ferocious beast bone powder. The efficacy would be tenfold if pure ferocious beast blood were used. However, such blood was not easily acquired, requiring a powerful tribe of 1,000 warriors. Whereas the Fire Tribe numbered only about 400. After receiving the medicine, Wang Zhe tested his ability to traverse through the giant stone back to his own realm. As he stepped into the stone, he vanished from the shaman's sight, boldly revealing himself as a traveler from a superior civilization in another time-space. A gesture of confidence and grandeur. Advanced civilization. If you possess the courage and capability, come and test your ability to traverse realms. Wang Zhe had resolved that if the shaman could cross realms independently, the portal would be accessible to all. If not, he could proceed with fewer concerns. Should the shaman cross over, he would take him to witness trains and airplanes, and even rent a cinema to screen a highbrow sci-fi interstellar war film. Through subtle hints, Wang Zhe intended to impress upon the shaman that revealing his civilization here would provoke immediate invasion and enslavement. In essence, he employed a mixture of persuasion, coercion, and intimidation, promising to help the Fire Tribe grow stronger. Employing multiple strategies, he was confident of achieving his aim. Golden veins gracefully adorned the gray earthen bricks, exuding understated luxury. Beyond the drawn curtains, the blue sky, white clouds, and rolling river awaited. Returning from the primordial world, this sensation was simply perfect. Wang Zhe wore a smile upon his face. With a singular motive for summoning the shaman to shift the enormous stone, the aura. Was it necessary for sunlight to shine upon it for the aura to manifest? In his previous residence, the orientation of the room had rendered the wardrobe devoid of any sunlight, yet here it was different. As for the matter of time, it was theoretically unfathomable and, in truth, of little consequence. All that mattered was the ability to traverse freely. However, after waiting for an extended period, he had yet to see the shaman materialize. Could it be that the shaman was incapable of traversing independently? Wang Zhe speculated with a hint of joy, yet he refrained from certainty, deciding to inquire further upon his next crossing. In truth, the answer had long been apparent. If one could traverse at will, then those primitive individuals would never have managed to transport such a colossal stone back to their tribe, an aspect Wang Zhe had momentarily overlooked. Wang Zhe glanced at his phone to check the time, stowing the bamboo tube filled with medicine into his backpack before heading out for a meal. Afterward, he intended to stroll around before seeking out Miss Zheng. It would be rather premature to deliver the medicine merely an hour after their parting. Ideally, he should find a bustling area, akin to a scene from a film, to ascertain if anyone was following him. Should there be, he would devise a means to elude them. If not, he would wait until 2 or 3 in the afternoon to deliver the medicine to Miss Zheng. Upon exiting the villa, Wang Zhe felt a tinge of awkwardness. The Luoyuan Fengting community was vast, and without a vehicle, he could only rely on his own 2 legs to exit the community and await public transport. Or he could walk a distance to catch the subway. Yet, as he reached the entrance, the sound of a car horn pierced the air, and a pink beetle slowly pulled up beside him, the window rolling down to reveal the exquisite visage of Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu? Wang Zhe furrowed his brow and smiled. What a coincidence. I was specifically waiting for you. It's not a coincidence at all. Just now, I spotted that stunning beauty driving away alone. And seeing as there was no food to be had here, I thought I might wait for you. Who would have thought that heaven rewards the diligent? I'm not sure how to express my gratitude for what happened earlier, so I can only treat you to a meal. You must have seen my QQ message, right? Old classmate, do me the favor of getting in. Wang Zhe hadn't checked QQ at all, but considering Xia Xiu's invitation to dine, it was indeed a rare opportunity to reconnect after 3 years of high school in the same city. And sharing a meal was certainly warranted. This was not due to her beauty. He could swear upon his right hand raised to the heavens. Once in the car, Xia Xiu struck up a conversation with Wang Zhe while driving, suppressing her curiosity and instead reminiscing about their high school days, seeking to rekindle the sentiments of their youth. Meanwhile, in Africa, the Archaeological Institute remained shrouded in secrecy, protected by a top-tier modern military force, established adjacent to discovered and gradually excavated ancient ruins. The excavation employed drilling techniques to construct an underground research facility, not out of fear of being discovered by other nations. For the countries involved were among the top 10 in global technological and military prowess. Under such strength, which nation would dare to pry into their affairs? Even if there were such intentions, they would find themselves powerless. Moreover, previous discoveries had taught them that exposure to sunlight and rain could lead to the irrevocable destruction of the invaluable remnants contained within these ancient sites, the reasons for which were manifold. To thoroughly elucidate whether this ancient civilization, nearly contemporaneous with the dinosaurs, truly represented the origins of human civilization and what might have led to its total disappearance, they approached the excavation process with utmost caution, valuing the time and effort invested. The plastic fossil discovered days prior had left all archaeologists astounded, yet the subsequent days bore no further valuable findings, a common occurrence, as archaeological digging is inherently a lengthy, tedious, and meticulous endeavor. In the same conference room, a group of individuals gathered, their gazes fixed upon the newly unearthed fossil, dating back 300 million years or possibly even further. A fossil so astonishing that disbelief mingled with acceptance among the attendees. Who could fathom the world of 300 million years ago? Who could possibly create a fossil that had endured for such an epoch beneath their very noses? The answer was unequivocally impossible. Thus, the emergence of this fossil left everyone at a loss for words, even drawing the attention of national leaders who connected via remote screens. Chapter 34. Even the worthless are superior to the beastly in attire. This meeting was shorter than the last, yet its impact far surpassed the previous one. Every individual privy to the proceedings was bound by the highest confidentiality agreements, with the families of all participants to be arranged and protected by their respective nations. Protection was merely a facade. After the meeting concluded, national leaders convened under the pretext of business and global trade, setting a discussion for 1 month hence. The timeline was deemed too short. With concerns about significant repercussions, the general content of the agreements would be deliberated over encrypted calls to be finalized within the month. However, all of this felt exceedingly distant to Wang Zhe, who was already enjoying a meal with Xia Xiu at a restaurant. Their dining experience was neither hurried nor slow. And although many gazes occasionally lingered on Xia Xiu as they passed by, the presence of Wang Zhe led them to instinctively assume he was her protector, dissuading them from approaching. As for the ostentatious signs of wealth, there were no such figures present in this ordinary establishment. Once their appetites were satisfied, Xia Xiu smiled as they exited the restaurant, saying, "I have to get back to work this afternoon. Thanks to your assistance. I've been promoted from a nearly dismissed employee to a full-fledged one, with not just a pay raise, but also enhanced benefits. By the way, since we're in the same city, let us exchange WeChat or phone numbers. As classmates, there may be occasions when I'll need your help with minor issues. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" With a playful blink, her smile took on a charmingly mischievous quality. "I'll do my best," Wang Zhe nodded. After parting ways with Xia Shiyu, he quickly added her on WeChat. She didn't send him a message, but instead shared a playful emoji. It dawned on him suddenly. Does this count as flirting? Checking the time, which was still shy of noon, he pondered what was most essential for purchasing a car. Was it money? No, it was a driver's license. Hailing a taxi, Wang Zhe arrived at the largest driving school in Nanjiang. Directly seeking out the highest authority at the office registration desk, a rotund man, his fingers resembling sausages, greeted Wang Zhe with a chuckle. Little brother. What brings you to seek me out so insistently? I may not have much skill in other areas, but I certainly have connections when it comes to driver's licenses. Ordinary driver's license registration could easily be handled by a front desk clerk, but Wang Zhe's request for the leader suggested something significant. After all, a driver's license was not a luxury item. Most people could afford it if they were willing to spend. Thus, this self-proclaimed money fatty viewed Wang Zhe as a potential benefactor. I wish to obtain my driver's license within half a month, but I lack the time. So I sought you out. Let us make a deal that suits us both. Half a month? Money fatty hesitated, extending 2 fingers. The fastest would be 20 days now. Times have changed, and the costs have escalated significantly, at least 20,000. I'll give you 50,000 for 10 days. Wang Zhe countered. The cost of procuring a license, along with various associated expenses, would typically amount to around 5,000, so he was offering a tenfold profit. He quickly calculated in his mind, realizing he could easily earn at least 20,000. After all, 20,000 was what many people would toil for an entire year. Qian Pengzi immediately slammed the table, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly are straightforward. This task would be insurmountable for an ordinary person, lacking both the capability and the means. However, since you have sought me out, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. I shall take on this job. Let us agree on a deposit of 30,000 yuan, and the remaining 20,000 shall be settled once the driver's license is in hand." 5,000 yuan is hardly a concern for Wang Zhe at this moment. This sum pales in comparison to the urgency of obtaining his driver's license. Nevertheless, he must find an opportunity to practice driving. Exiting the driving school. It was only around 12:40 p.m. There's still ample time, yet heading to the auto market now feels somewhat late. Where should he go now? He had already informed Professor Liu at the university of his absence. At that moment, Wang Zhe's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Yi's mother, which reminded him that today was his scheduled tutoring session for the 3rd grade student, Yi. Typically, he would only tutor one student. But due to the convenience for Yi's family, the other 3 children from the same neighborhood would also gather at Yi's home for him to assist with their studies, earning 30 yuan per student per session. As soon as he answered the call, a familiar voice greeted him. "Xiao Wang, today we have guests at home, which makes it inconvenient. Therefore, I discussed with Liang Liang's mother, and we decided to hold today as tutoring at Liang Liang's house. You know where that is, right?" "Sure, I'll be there on time," he replied before hanging up. Wang Zhe refrained from mentioning his resignation as a tutor over the phone, believing it would be clearer to discuss such matters face-to-face. Today is Friday, and elementary students finish school earlier. Thus, he must arrive at the tutoring session by around 3 o'clock at the latest, ideally not later than 3:30. In the evenings, he typically dines at the students' homes and leaves between 8 and 8:30, sometimes staying until after 10. Therefore, earning 30 yuan per student is not an easy feat. It seems he will have to head to the hospital a bit earlier. Putting away his phone, Wang Zhe stood by the roadside, hailing a cab to the hospital. Song Yizhen, originally named Song Zhe, is a renowned figure in traditional Chinese medicine, celebrated for his expertise in acupuncture since his 30s, and is equally skilled in pharmacology, regarded as a rare talent in the field. Due to his fame, many patients sought his treatment, but after turning 50, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed and stepped back from frontline practice, no longer treating ordinary patients. After all, one cannot neglect their own health in pursuit of healing others, can they? However, when faced with an invitation from Zheng Yaqing, he hurriedly boarded a plane. Having previously treated her grandfather at Nanjing First People's Hospital, in Zheng Yaoxin's ward, Song Yizhen carefully assessed the condition before personally diagnosing the patient. Focusing intently as he inserted one fine silver needle after another into the corresponding acupuncture points on Zheng Yaoxin's body, to avoid disturbing him. Zheng Yaqing paced anxiously outside the ward, but just 10 minutes later, Wang Gaochun, who had booked a flight for the next morning, appeared with his bodyguard. Upon seeing Wang Gaochun, Zheng Yaqing immediately adopted a stern expression. "Wang Gaochun, what are you doing here? Get lost, you are not welcome." Wang Gaochun, however, remained unfazed. "This is a hospital, not your Zheng family's domain. Why should I not be here? Director Song is the head of the provincial Chinese medicine hospital, not your house's director. If I am unwell, is it not permissible for me to seek his care?" Wang Gaochun settled into a seat, appearing to wait patiently for Director Song, making it clear he intended no disruption. Seeing this, Zheng Yaqing could only swallow her anger. She found no words to counter his claims. After more than half an hour, as Song Yijin emerged from the ward, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Zheng Yaqing hurried to greet him, while Wang Gaochen perked up, straining to listen. Uncle Song, do you have a solution for my brother's condition? Song Yijin spoke with grave responsibility. His situation is quite challenging. From my understanding of Western medicine over the years, the chances of recovery are less than 20%. My methods might offer a similar probability. His entire blood system has been severely compromised, resulting in extreme weakness due to insufficient qi and blood. To treat him, we must restore his vitality and energy. What kind of medicine is needed? Zheng Yaqing inquired anxiously, sensing a glimmer of hope in Song Yijin's words. However, these two elements are ineffective with ordinary medicines, unless one possesses a millennium-old ginseng as a catalyst, supplemented with other herbs. Then the chances of a cure could rise to 70%. This revelation caused Wang Gaochen to involuntarily slap his thigh in excitement, despite the pain from his exuberance. Yet, he felt a surge of joy. He had not conspired with Song Yijin nor bribed him. He was merely seeking a small favor, not expecting to hear such astonishing news. Wang Gaochen laughed heartily. Haha, Zheng Yaqing, a millennium-old ginseng? Only our Jiang family possesses such a treasure. You've gone to great lengths, only to end up seeking my assistance. Wang Gaochen had not forgotten the humiliation he felt this morning at the hands of Zheng Yaqing, which fueled his desire to reclaim his dignity by exploiting this newfound leverage over her. Zheng Yaqing shot Wang Gaochen a disdainful glance. That won't be necessary. Wang Zhe has assured me he can procure the millennium-old ginseng. Though she spoke confidently, her heart was not entirely settled. Wang Zhe? Huh, that's truly a poor joke. Wang Gaochen smirked. A millennium-old ginseng is not something one can find easily on the streets. Moreover, with so many wealthy and powerful individuals unable to obtain it. You trust my son, who is still in university. That's the height of absurdity. Just as he finished speaking, a voice called out from not far behind. Even a fool is better than a scoundrel like you. Startled, Zheng Yaqing and Wang Gaochen exclaimed in unison, Wang Zhe. Chapter 35. Wang Gaochen on the brink of losing control. Upon seeing Wang Zhe, Wang Gaochen felt neither surprise nor delight. Rather, his previous joy evaporated, replaced by displeasure and rising anger that he struggled to contain. He nearly shouted, You ungrateful wretch. However, recalling that he had already severed ties with Wang Zhe, he decided to let him be arrogant for now. With the Zheng family backing him, he would soon realize how foolish his current actions were once the Zheng family fell. Humph. As Wang Zhe brushed past, Wang Gaochen could not help but let out a disdainful snort, filled with resentment, while Wang Zhe walked straight ahead, not even casting a glance in Wang Gaochen's direction. Approaching, Zheng Yaqing greeted him with a smile. Wang Zhe, Miss Zheng, I have fulfilled my promise and brought the antidote. In addition, I have also prepared a special potion tailored for your brother's condition. However, you must be mentally prepared. The likelihood of recovery is at most 70%. If your brother has a strong constitution, a miracle may occur. Impossible. Before Wang Zhe could finish his sentence, Song Yijin interrupted, jumping up in agitation. He was already well aware of Zheng Yaoxian's condition. There was no potion that could achieve a 70% recovery rate, let alone one he had never even heard of. Wait, surely, this cannot be a jest? This fellow is called Wang Zhe. Just moments ago, Miss Zheng emphatically claimed that he would procure the millennium-old ginseng. Could it be that this special potion relies on the ginseng as a catalyst? Young man, does this potion contain millennium-old ginseng? Wang Zhe cast a glance at Song Yijin and shook his head. While he could still vaguely recognize ginseng, he was certain that this concoction did not contain 1,000-year-old ginseng. The primary medicinal ingredient was undoubtedly the essence of ferocious beast blood, combined with powdered bones of formidable creatures. To attempt to cure Zheng Yaoxian's ailment without 1,000-year-old ginseng as a catalyst was nothing short of sheer folly. A ridiculous jest with lives at stake. As a physician, Song Yijin harbored an intense disdain for counterfeit medicine. With a furious glare, he exclaimed, Fake medicine. Miss Zheng, this is unequivocally a counterfeit. Without 1,000-year-old ginseng as a catalyst, this concoction, which I have never even heard of, cannot possibly heal your brother's condition. This is not a remedy, it is a scheme for harm. Song Yijin was agitated, eager to unveil Wang Zhe's deceitful facade. Zheng Yaqing glanced at Wang Zhe. But before she could speak, Wang Zhe interjected, This potion and the detoxifying agent were prepared by the same individual. I assure you, it will do your brother no harm, and should be taken in 10 doses, with 1/3 of the detoxifying agent to be returned to me for other use. As for the potion, the decision rests with you. As Zheng Yaqing took the bamboo tube, Song Yijin could not restrain himself from grasping her wrist, his gaze earnest and sincere. All medicines carry some toxicity. Given your brother's condition, indiscriminate use of ineffective remedies could lead to irreparable consequences. At that point, even the greatest celestial beings could not save him. I believe in him, Zheng Yaqing asserted. Without Wang Zhe's detoxifying agent, she feared her brother's life would have been lost. His life had been saved by Wang Zhe. and with her sincere belief in him, she felt there was no reason for him to wish harm upon her brother. She also trusted Song Yijin's words. As the hospital and consulting experts had reached similar conclusions, the prospects for recovery were slim, so why not give it a try? The medicine was already in her grasp. With a sigh that echoed her innermost feelings, Song Yijin finally released Zheng Yaqing. The hospital door swung open, and as Zheng Yaqing stepped inside, Wang Zhe followed closely. While a skeptical Song Yijin observed them closely, unwilling to stray far. Should anything go awry, perhaps he could still salvage the situation. However, to be safe, he decided to summon the attending physician, Director Yao. He promptly instructed the medical staff who had been assisting him. Wang Gaochen rose and paced back and forth a few steps before mustering the audacity to approach the ward. For reasons unknown, the calm demeanor on Wang Zhe's face filled him with sudden unease. Suppressing this inexplicable discomfort, he thought to himself, if this medicine proves ineffective, so be it. But if it works, those who dare obstruct the Jiang family's path will surely pay the price. Though the Jiang family had intended to find an opportunity to forcibly abduct Wang Zhe for a kidney match, there were no signs of intent to kill him. Yet now, the signals suggesting harm to Wang Zhe were growing ever more pronounced. After a minute, Zheng Yaqing finally administered the entire potion to her brother. 10 minutes later, the faint signs of poisoning had vanished. His originally pale and frail complexion began to regain a healthy hue, and his breathing grew stronger, transforming him from a recently recovered, gravely ill individual into an ordinary young man at rest. Of course, the effects of the potion were not as dramatic. Zheng Yaoxian's condition reflected a normal response to the medication, and once its effects waned, this state would diminish, requiring a second dose the following day. After more than half an hour, Zheng Yaoxian's flushed complexion began to fade, yet he still appeared healthier than before, a stark contrast to his previous pallor. Having observed everything, Song Yijin could no longer contain himself. Let me take his pulse, he insisted. Director Yao, arriving at the scene, was unable to discern the situation. But as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Song Yijin had already formed an incredulous conclusion in his mind. After obtaining permission, he meticulously examined Zheng Yaoxian. Then addressed Director Yao. Director Yao, could you please conduct a comprehensive examination for the patient once more? Certainly. Director Yao nodded, and after an hour, he returned with all the test results. Song Yijin, despite his disbelief, could comprehend the findings and reluctantly accepted the efficacy of Wang Zhe's potion. Bowing deeply, he addressed Wang Zhe. Young man, I, Song Yijin, sincerely apologize for my previous remarks. Please forgive me. Not at all. Wang Zhe promptly assisted Song Yijin to his feet, responding with a respectful smile. A physician's heart resembles that of a parent. I can understand your feelings at that time. It is not too late to believe in me now. Zheng Yaqing also bowed in gratitude to Wang Zhe, exclaiming, thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Wang Zhe quickly helped Zheng Yaqing up, displaying no arrogance, but rather a sense of humility. I cannot bear such gratitude, especially since this medicine holds only a 70% chance of success. If it fails, I too. Though the medicine is merely 70% effective. With my careful adjustments and acupuncture treatment, I can assure you that within a month at most, the patient will be fully recovered and discharged. Although interrupting Wang Zhe might have been considered impolite, no one, except for Wang Gaochen, seemed to care. Instead, excitement surged through the group. As they marveled at what seemed to be a medical miracle, Zheng Yaqing, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Wang Zhe. The fierce pressure against his chest made Wang Zhe uncomfortable, and the fragrance invading his senses stirred feelings within him, compelling him to conjure an image of Fengjie to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Wang Gaochen felt a deep discomfort. Why does this fellow always ruin my plans? This scoundrel is like a nemesis, destined to cross paths with me. I must find a way to deal with Wang Zhe quickly. He plotted to have Jiang Xian undergo a kidney match. If successful, he would immediately proceed with the transplant. If not, if he complied, he could be kept alive. If he resisted, Wang Gaochen thought harshly that an obstinate child who only obstructed his plans had no reason to continue living in this world. Turning away, Wang Gaochen left with a stern expression, contemplating how to ensure that Wang Zhe was taken away without fail. However, just as he stepped out of the ward, he found a hand blocking his path. Turning around, he saw Wang Zhe standing there, wearing an expression of seriousness that he found intolerable, accompanied by an insufferable smile. President Wang, I apologize for disrupting your affairs once more, but this is merely the beginning. For I have stated that as long as I live, I will do everything in my power to shatter your deepest desires. Very well. Wang Gaochen's face contorted with rage, the words escaping his clenched teeth. He was tempted to strike Wang Zhe, but he knew it would be futile and would not yield any results. Instead, he forcefully pushed Wang Zhe's hand away and stormed off in a fit of anger. As he hurriedly exited the hospital, the moment the car door slammed shut, Wang Gaochen's expression twisted into a snarl. Do you think just because you are my son, I won't dare to act ruthlessly? Since you are just like your mother, Then let us send you to hell to accompany that woman who sought her own demise. Reschedule my flight. I will remain in Nanjing to personally make that scoundrel kneel before me and beg for mercy. Chapter 36. Hope. After Wang Gaochen hung up the phone, his loyal bodyguard assistant suddenly spoke up. President Wang, that Wang Zhe's reliance stems from a fortunate encounter with a highly skilled old Chinese physician. I have a plan that can not only identify that physician but also put Wang Zhe in his place, all while enraging Ms. Zhang. 3 birds with 1 stone. Wang Gaochen's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. His frustration was nearly overwhelming, and he could hardly contain himself as he exclaimed, "Speak." It was quite simple. The medicine was contained within bamboo tubes. We could easily contact the Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency and the Health Bureau to investigate the composition of the drug, and charge Wang Zhe with the crime of administering medication without authorization, thereby detaining him. Wang Zhe would either bear this accusation alone or reveal the whereabouts of the old Chinese medicine practitioner to prove his innocence. Is the charge of improper medication a grave one? Indeed, it is serious, as it pertains to the health and lives of individuals, yet ineffective health supplements abound everywhere. Are health supplements not considered medicine? Furthermore, in rural areas, numerous folk remedies exist, many of which remain undocumented and rely solely on oral tradition. For instance, the affliction known as wind illness in newborns has no medical basis, thus no specific treatment exists. However, rural communities possess their own remedies for it, which have proven effective. Do these folk remedies have qualifications? Are they licensed? Not a single one among them does, yet they continue to thrive, for these remedies do indeed heal. And no one questions their legitimacy. But who is Wang Gaochen? He is the general manager of the Shanghua Group, the esteemed son-in-law of the Jiang family in the Magic City. Given his stature and the connections he possesses through the Jiang family, Wang Zhe's indiscretion in medication would naturally attract significant scrutiny. Thus, after hearing his assistant's suggestion, Wang Gaochen joyfully patted the man's shoulder, exclaiming, "Why didn't you mention such a brilliant idea sooner? Consider this month's salary increased by 10,000. He then eagerly made the call. May's weather is notorious for its fickleness. Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly, yet soon dark clouds gathered. In the corridor, the footsteps of medical staff, patients, and their families remained unchanged. In Zheng Yaoping's hospital room, Song Yizhen, with his lustrous black hair showing no signs of aging, hesitated after Wang Gaochen departed. Even he found it somewhat difficult to voice his request, yet his relentless pursuit of medical knowledge compelled him to speak. "Young brother, could I perhaps have a small taste of that medicine? Of course, if it is rare and difficult to procure, then never mind. After all, it is a life-saving remedy." Though he spoke these words, Song Yizhen's gaze was intense, akin to a starving person eyeing a succulent roast duck in a display window. Zheng Yaqing looked at Wang Zhe, knowing she had no authority to interject. Instantly, Wang Zhe envisioned the scene of the shaman preparing the medicine. Due to restrictions on medicinal materials, it was a low-grade concoction, yet still relatively precious for the Lihua tribe. However, preparing a few more bamboo tubes for him posed no challenge. This was something the shaman had explicitly stated. Under Song Yizhen's eager gaze, Wang Zhe nodded and, in a bid to secure assistance for himself, said, "I can prepare half for you, but you owe me a favor. If that Wang Gaochen or the Jiang family trouble me, will you be willing to repay this favor?" "Absolutely." The word came without a moment's hesitation. For Song Yizhen, nothing was more paramount than the pursuit of medical exploration. Despite his inability to provoke the Jiang family, they dared not openly target him. Someone would come to his aid at a critical moment, for saving him was akin to saving themselves for many. Wang Zhe instructed Zheng Yaqing to provide Song Yizhen with half of the remedy, and whether the efficacy would be affected when transferred into another container was of no concern to him. Song Yizhen took a small sip in front of them, the dosage comparable to what Zheng Yaoping had taken, and soon his face flushed with color. As the concoction passed through his mouth and into his esophagus, reaching his stomach, it underwent mechanical and chemical digestion thanks to the stomach wall muscles and gastric juices. Under the preliminary breakdown by pepsin, it slowly traversed the pylorus, entering the duodenum, and commenced digestion in the small intestine. The small intestine is the primary site for the digestion and decomposition of food. Once subjected to the chemical digestion of pancreatic juice, bile, and intestinal fluid, the nutrients gradually broke down into small molecular substances that could be absorbed. The absorption occurred rapidly. Song Yizhen could distinctly sense a surge of warmth rising within him, swiftly embraced by his heart, which, after absorbing this warmth, began to beat with increasing vigor, soon becoming robust and powerful. Following this, he could palpably feel a powerful energy of qi and blood emanating from his heart, quickly filling his limbs and body, even causing a faint flush of vitality upon his face. However, the potency of the medicine was fleeting, subsiding after merely a few seconds, with the entire process lasting about 20 minutes. "Excellent," exclaimed a flushed Song Yizhen, unable to restrain himself from expressing his desire to inquire about the formula. yet ultimately refraining from doing so, given their unfamiliarity and the fact that such a remarkable remedy would not remain obscure if the other party were willing to share it. He felt a wave of sadness. Is traditional Chinese medicine truly inferior to Western medicine? No, the ancient practice of traditional Chinese medicine, having endured for thousands of years, cannot be deemed lesser than the modern flourishing of Western medicine. Yet, contemporary traditional Chinese medicine indeed pales in comparison to its Western counterpart, often relegated to a supplementary role. The number of individuals aspiring to study Western medicine is ever increasing, while those wishing to pursue traditional Chinese medicine are sadly few, leading to a lowering of admission standards. The more standards decline, the harder it becomes to find promising candidates, resulting in a vicious cycle. The decline of traditional Chinese medicine is not solely due to the lengthy passage of time and the ravages of war. It is further exacerbated by familial legacies. The passing down of knowledge from master to disciple, alongside the relatively low status of physicians, leading to the near extinction of traditional practices. The most precious knowledge has long since vanished. Resolute, Song Yizhen decided to cultivate goodwill with Wang Zhe before seizing an opportunity to make a request. Contemplating that through Wang Zhe's connection with the esteemed old practitioner, the invaluable formula might once again see the light of day. Alas, he remained unaware that this was a futile endeavor bound to yield no results. After expressing his gratitude to Wang Zhe, Song Yizhen departed. As he had other patients to attend to, each with distinct identities that made their requests difficult to refuse. Director Yao smiled and accompanied him to the door. Once they left, Zheng Yaqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling the moment at noon when Wang Zhe had embraced her from behind. Noticing Wang Zhe's gaze, she hurriedly returned the remaining 2/3 of the detoxifying agent. Here you go. Are you free for dinner? I would like to treat you. I have other matters to attend to. You can keep the detoxifying agent for now. I doubt I can hold on to it. If all goes well, I will soon find myself in trouble. Wang Zhe speculated, employing a method of substitution, imagining, if he were Wang Gaochen or part of the Jiang family, repeatedly suffering losses at the hands of that reckless Wang Zhe, how would he retaliate? Certainly, harsh measures would be employed. Yet, how could one maximize their own and the Jiang family's interests? After much contemplation, he considered various possibilities, but regardless of the outcome, leaving the unused detoxifying agent with Zheng Yaqing was far safer than carrying it himself. He inquired once more, Miss Zheng, I know nothing about you or your family's connections in Nanjiang. May I ask how your networks are? As he spoke, Zheng Yaqing's face flushed and burned. Mistakenly believing Wang Zhe was about to propose some inappropriate and difficult-to-refuse request. To her surprise, he merely asked this question, prompting her to respond candidly, quite ordinary. Then please safeguard the medicine. It may prove to be my salvation at a critical moment. Wang Zhe thought of Xiao Zhan, the only son of General Xiao, who had also fallen victim to some unknown poison but fortuitously survived after consuming a purple fruit, which offered him hope for recovery. The efficacy of the purple fruit is rather slow. Today marks the second day, and it is likely that the 10 purple fruits have been consumed by now. Mr. Xiao will undoubtedly inquire about the purple fruits I took, yet I find myself unable to produce any at the moment. However, I can offer the antidote to Xiao Zhan. The strong dragon does not suppress the local snake, while the Xiao family pales in comparison to the formidable Jiang family in the magical city in Nanjiang. For the sake of his only son, Xiao Zhan should be able to rescue him from peril at a critical juncture, shouldn't he? This notion, however, leaves Wang Zhe with a modicum of uncertainty. The name Jiang carries immense weight for many, akin to the gravity of Mount Tai. Yet, one must seize any glimmer of hope and give it a try. Very well, Zheng Yaqing nodded. Shortly thereafter, her phone rang. It was Director Yao calling. With an urgent tone, he said, Miss Zheng, we have a problem. I've just received word that the Drug Administration and the Health Bureau are coming to confront Mr. Wang Zhe regarding the medication he brought. Chapter 37. Such arrogance. After hanging up, Zheng Yaqing relayed Director Yao's words to Wang Zhe. Are you planning to achieve 3 objectives with 1 arrow? Wang Zhe mused softly. It was a blatant scheme, apparent to all. What could have been a trivial matter was escalated by the Jiang family into a serious issue, warranting formal scrutiny through connections. Consequently, this situation could spiral into a significant dilemma. What are your plans? If you lack confidence, it may be wise to leave Nanjiang for a few days and stay at my place, Zheng Yaqing remarked earnestly. As she had stated, her connections in Nanjiang were mediocre. And since Wang Zheoken had chosen to take action, he must have come prepared. The Zheng family's influence in Nanjiang would undoubtedly prove inadequate to confront this challenge. Zheng Yaqing did not wish for Wang Zhe to take unnecessary risks. I'll make a phone call to inquire, Wang Zhe replied, dialing with Zheng Yaqing present. Given their alliance through the relationship between Zheng Yaqing and Wang Zheoken, or rather, the Zheng and Jiang families, there was no need for him to conceal the call from her. In recent days, Xiao Zhan had been in high spirits, finding joy in every meal. and even his sleep was more peaceful than ever. By noon, his son Xiaoqi had consumed all 10 purple fruits, and recent tests revealed that the toxins in his body had decreased by 20%. 20%, just a few days prior. Xiaozhan would not have dared to hope for such an improvement. As he observed his son's burgeoning appetite and complexion, his gratitude toward Wang Zhe intensified. In appreciation for the assistance provided by the unassuming Yi Mingxin, Xiaozhan generously offered her 1 million as thanks, which she graciously declined. Instead, he utilized his connections to ensure that she would be appointed as the next deputy director. With the purple fruits depleted, he naturally needed to call Wang Zhe for a fresh supply, hoping to procure a larger quantity this time. Otherwise, it would be rather awkward to make a call every few days. Xiaozhan felt a twinge of embarrassment about that. Dingling. The phone rang, and upon seeing it was Wang Zhe calling, a smile broke across Xiaozhan's face. Truly, one could say that mentioning the name of the devil summons him. He quickly answered, Mr. Wang, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. You've run out of fruit, haven't you? Unfortunately, I currently have no purple fruits at hand, but I do possess a very effective antidote that can counteract a variety of toxins. You may inquire with Director Yao or the hospital president at Nanjiang First People's Hospital. I believe it will work wonders for your son's condition. If you insist on the purple fruits, it may take 3 to 5 days to secure more. As for the antidote, I can assure you it has no side effects. However, should Mr. Xiao require the antidote, there is a favor I must ask of you. Feel free to speak. As long as it is within the capabilities of the Xiao family, I shall exert every effort. The Drug Administration and the Health Bureau are seeking me, claiming I have been recklessly administering medication without permission. For specifics, it would be best to consult Director Yao and the President. I apologize, but I must end the call. The representatives from the Drug Administration and the Health Bureau have already arrived. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could respond, Xiaozhan furrowed his brow at the sound of the dial tone. To him, this was merely a minor inconvenience. Typically, as long as no incidents occurred, no one bothered to interfere with medication use. Yet, how could Wang Zhe have drawn the scrutiny of both the Drug Administration and the Health Bureau? Had something gone awry? That seemed unlikely. If there had been a problem, Wang Zhe would not be so composed. I should call Director Yao to clarify. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe calmly followed the officials from the Drug Administration and Health Bureau as they departed. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, he noticed Wang Gaochen, flanked by bodyguards, strutting in with an air of arrogance. He appeared quite pleased with himself, as if he were a certain victor. Wang Gaochen was accompanied by 2 middle-aged men, one tall and thin, wearing glasses, and the other somewhat short with small eyes and thinning hair. The passage of time having rendered him noticeably rotund. The 2 men chatted amicably beside Wang Zheoken, though their demeanor suggested a hint of obsequiousness. Wang Zhe, allow me to introduce you. This is Deputy Director Tang from the Drug Administration, and this is Director Xiao from the Health Bureau. With their presence, the issue of your unauthorized medication administration will surely receive a fair and just legal resolution. Indeed, any unapproved medication that has not passed our Drug Administration's inspection will be thoroughly investigated, Tang Jinshui stated. For those who administer illegal medications without authorization, the Health Bureau will not show leniency, Xia Junhua added. Tang and Xia, each taking turns to echo Wang Zheoken's sentiments, were serious expressions. However, for some reason, Wang Zhe perceived them as 2 dogs fawning over Wang Gaochen. With empty hands and clad in thin clothing that concealed nothing, Wang Zhe felt unconcerned about his lack of possessions. What mattered was their control over him and the restriction of his freedom. Feeling somewhat more at ease, Wang Gaochen cast a disdainful sidelong glance and sneered. Did you truly believe that by latching onto the Zheng family, you could rest easy and consider yourself my equal? Now, you may freely seek assistance from the Zheng family. I await your pleas. I shall savor the spectacle of your self-proclaimed hope being gradually crushed, leading you to realize the folly of your arrogance, much like a clown in a circus. Wang Zhe regarded Wang Gaochen calmly, refraining from uttering a word. Speaking now would be a waste of breath. He was accustomed to Wang Gaochen's self-important and self-satisfied arrogance, who consistently likened him to a clown, unaware that it was he who truly resembled one. At this moment, Xiaozhan had gathered some information through his phone call. The Jiang family, if possible. Neither Xiaozhan nor the Xiao family wished to offend them, not out of fear of annihilation, but because any retaliation from the Jiang family would severely hinder the future development of the Xiao family. The Xiao family was indeed a prominent clan, while the Jiang family represented a powerful aristocracy. The term powerful carried the weight of a mountain, akin to a feudal lord in ancient times. But what of his only son? After much contemplation, as a shrewd businessman, Xiaozhan ultimately arrived at a decision he had never before considered. He could not afford to offend the Jiang family. He would first test the waters regarding the depth of Wang Zhe's grievances with them, to see if any reconciliation might be possible. If not, he would have to become a treacherous villain, stabilizing Wang Zhe for the time being, and once his son regained his health, He would bear the weight of all criticism for the future of the family, even if it meant facing public scorn. To stage an act. Given the Xiao family's influence and financial resources in Nanjiang, surely the Jiang family would offer some measure of leniency, wouldn't they? Xiao Zhan was certain, yet not entirely confident. Upon learning that Wang Zhe had been taken from Nanjiang First People's Hospital, Xiao Zhan, located within the same hospital, dialed Director Yao while rushing toward the entrance. Mr. Wang, why did you not call me while you were at the hospital? Do you hold me, Xiao, in such low regard? Before his arrival, the voice of Xiao Zhan echoed, and he soon rushed in, panting slightly due to years of neglecting his physical fitness. This prominent figure from Nanjiang was not known to the average person. But how could Wang Gaochun, Xia Junhua, and Tang Jinshui possibly be unaware of him? Upon seeing Xiao Zhan's entrance, the expressions of the three men shifted, each harboring their own thoughts amidst their astonishment. However, for Xia Junhua and Tang Jinshui, it was merely Wang Gaochun that they could tolerate. The weight of the Jiang family was far beyond that of Xiao Zhan and the Xiao clan, naturally leaning their sentiments towards Wang Gaochun. Wang Gaochun felt similarly. After a brief moment of surprise, he was overcome with disdain. While Xiao Zhan might possess the ability to intervene, he must also weigh the consequences of his actions. Thus, with his hands clasped behind his back, he looked up, arching an eyebrow, a hint of scorn curling at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes narrowed into slits, yet glinting with sharpness. Xiao Zhan, this is a matter concerning the Jiang family. Do you dare to meddle? At these words, Xiao Zhan's heart quivered. But thinking of his son's life, he mustered the courage to step forward. I have already comprehended the situation. Wang Zhe's medicine saved 2 lives. This is an indisputable fact. And he can also save my son's life. Therefore, could you grant me a favor, President Wang? A favor? Wang Gaochun replied, his lips curling into a derisive smile. If it were me, I could grant such a favor, but this matter involves the Jiang family. And you and the Xiao clan lack the qualifications to demand such consideration from us. Such blunt words struck Xiao Zhan like a slap to the face, leaving the smile he had forced frozen on his lips as he inwardly cursed Wang Gaochun. Yet, no matter how he railed against Wang Gaochun in his heart, the latter remained oblivious, casting a haughty gaze upon Wang Zhe, speaking in a calm manner, as if he were a sovereign capable of dictating all. Wang Zhe, the Zheng family cannot protect you, and neither can this Xiao Zhan sway the decisions of the Jiang family. The King of Hell demands your demise at the 3rd watch. How could he allow you to linger until the 5th? In Lingnan province, the Jiang family is the true monarch. Deputy Chief Tang, Chief Xia, why are you still standing there? Quickly escort him away and conduct a thorough investigation. We must impose strict penalties on anyone involved. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. With the Jiang family backing you, you can investigate boldly. Chapter 38. Life is but a performance, dependent on skill. Oh, how exhilarating it felt for Wang Gaochun to express those words. Ever since encountering Wang Zhe, his mood had been as overcast as storm clouds, nearly bursting with rage on several occasions. Now, this disobedient, self-righteous progeny had finally become a captive, especially since Wang Zhe had foolishly invited Xiao Zhan to further humiliate himself, which brought Wang Gaochun immense satisfaction. As for Xiao Zhan's reputation, Wang Gaochun naturally chose the latter thrill over any consideration for the Xiao clan. What could they do? Did they dare to challenge the Jiang family? Fine. If the Xiao clan wished to provoke fate, Wang Gaochun would represent the Jiang family to fulfill their misguided desires. But why was this rebellious son so unflustered? Why did his face betray no hint of fear or panic? It was perplexing. He maintained an air of calmness that was unwarranted. Wang Gaochun felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Humph. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade of composure. Just as Wang Zhe was about to be taken away, Xiao Zhan, in a moment of desperation, stepped in front of him. The dignified president of the Xiao clan would not stand idly by. His sudden action prompted the hired bodyguards to shield Wang Zhe as well. Wang Gaochun, do not overstep your bounds. Wang Zhe's medicine saved lives. There are many who can attest to this. If this escalates, it will not bode well for you. Xiao Zhan growled, his eyes reddening with urgency. Wang Gaochun merely smirked derisively. What will you do if I overstep? As for Wang Zhe, whether he saved lives is irrelevant to me. His use of medication without permission and qualifications remains an undeniable fact. And as for escalation, I am neither concerned nor afraid. The Jiang family's connections are not mere decorations, and our public relations department is not idle. In due time, this trivial matter will be overshadowed by more pressing issues. Does the life or death of an insignificant individual truly matter to anyone? Moreover, apprehending Wang Zhe is lawful. We are simply executing our duties. Even if it were to escalate, that would be a matter for the future. Once all necessary actions were taken, what did it matter if they bore some reputational damage? With the Jiang family's protection, life would continue to be prosperous and carefree. Seeing that words were ineffective, Xiao Zhan grew frantic. He could not simply do nothing in front of Wang Zhe. Merely exchanging a few words felt insincere, so he had to act. Wait, I need to make a call. You have no right to detain him so casually. This statement was forced from Xiao Zhan, driven by desperation for his son. He indeed picked up his phone to call for assistance, prompting Wang Gaochen to relax. Comparing connections with the Jiang family? This was akin to brandishing a sword before Guangdong. It was either a joke or a reckless endeavor. Deputy Chief Tang, Chief Xia, let him make that call. With the Jiang family behind us, and myself, Wang Gaochen, present, I am eager to see who dares to obstruct your lawful duties. His tone was cold and indifferent. Exuding confidence, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a superior, a powerful figure radiating authority and gravitas. Tang Jinshui and Xia Junhua, positioned on either side, found that, given their status, they need not heed Wang Gaochen. Yet his incessant references to the Jiang family and the received call relegated them to mere supporting roles. Xiao Zhan quickly connected the call, relaying the entire situation, and then hung up, awaiting a response. Within a minute of his call, both Tang Jinshui and Xia Junhua received notifications on their phones. Tang Jinshui looked at Wang Gaochen and said, "It's Director Wu." Xia Junhua almost simultaneously announced, "It's Deputy Mayor's son on the line." "Director Wu, you explain this matter." "Chief Xia, hand me Deputy Mayor's son's call." Wang Gaochen spoke with an authoritative tone. Yet neither Tang Jinshui nor Xia Junhua found anything amiss in his demand. Wang Gaochen took the call, his face brightening as he articulated the well-prepared lines before all present. A few minutes later, Xiao Zhan received a message from Deputy Mayor's son, which read, "Based on your account, the investigation will follow standard procedures. There are no interests at stake, a minor fine, and at most a detention of 1 week to 15 days. This is a trivial matter. Grant me the courtesy to conclude it here. Should you provoke the Jiang family, the one who ultimately suffers will be you." Was even Deputy Mayor's son ineffective? Xiao Zhan was utterly astonished. At this juncture, it was beyond his ability to assist. The Jiang family's emphasis on this matter had far exceeded his expectations. If this escalated further, he might not be able to help Wang Zhe, and he could even inadvertently provoke an irreparable conflict with the Jiang family. "I'm sorry, Wang Zhe. I have done my utmost, but with the Jiang family involved, I am powerless. However, I can assure you that you will be detained for no more than a week to 15 days. Once this is over, I will personally welcome you back." Xiao Zhan, his head hung low, could not meet Wang Zhe's gaze. It was not shame, but rather the realization that he had been humiliated by Wang Gaochen once again. And this time, it felt like a crushing defeat. He had believed that the Xiao family's connections and influence were commendable, yet in comparison to the Jiang family, he had no choice but to bow his head. Wang Gaochen laughed heartily, for he finally saw a flustered expression on Wang Zhe's face, along with the panic in his eyes. It was truly exhilarating. In the past, there had been numerous instances of humiliation. Yet Wang Gaochen had never felt such a sense of exhilaration. It was as if he had regained a youthful vitality. Laughing heartily, he fixed his gaze upon Wang Zhe and, with an air of arrogance, spoke. "So, do you finally understand the folly and absurdity of your actions? Offending me and provoking the Jiang family leaves you with no hope of salvation. What is the point of a mere week to 15 days of detention? What can you possibly do to me? No, you are mistaken. A single word from the Jiang family could transfer you from Nanjing to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai." Wang Gaochen waggled his right index finger playfully, confident that the implication was clear. "A mere sycophant. Without the Jiang family, you are nothing. Furthermore, do you truly believe that the Jiang family can operate without accountability?" In that moment, Wang Zhe's fury was palpable. His eyes burned with a murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to obliterate the smug Wang Gaochen before him. "Mr. Xiao, I kindly ask you and your bodyguards to step aside and refrain from obstructing our lawful procedures," Tang Jinshui urged Mr. Xiao with genuine concern. Xia Junhua was equally eager to assert his steadfast position, pressing Mr. Xiao to yield, warning him of potential repercussions for hindering their enforcement of the law. This nearly drove Mr. Xiao to the brink of fury. Just days prior, Xia Junhua had been all smiles, inviting Mr. Xiao for dinner and toasting him, but now, he was clearly climbing the social ladder at the expense of his former ally. Yet, despite the simmering anger and discontent within, he had no choice but to step aside, allowing the two imposing figures to escort Wang Zhe forward. In an instant, enraged, Wang Zhe began to struggle violently, shouting, "Let go of me! Let go of me! Wang Gaochen, you despicable coward, may you meet a wretched fate." With a wave of his hand, the two men promptly released Wang Zhe, retreating to either side. Wang Gaochen remained unperturbed, secretly hoping that Wang Zhe would lash out in his fury, but alas, Wang Zhe merely glared back, seething with rage. Yet, this only served to intensify Wang Gaochen's satisfaction as he leaned in and taunted, "Now you understand regret and fear, but it is too late. This is the consequence of offending me, the repercussions of opposing the Jiang family. Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. Wang Gaochen. Wang Zhe spat through clenched teeth, indignantly growling, "You shall not achieve your desires. I will sue you, and I trust that the law will grant me justice." Law? Wang Gaochen retorted, his words dripping with disdain. "This is where your ignorance lies. In Lingnan, individuals like you are disposable. The Jiang family could eliminate 100 such nuisances in a year, and the law would turn a blind eye. For people like you, the unfortunate dregs of society, it is a sacred law, but for the Jiang family, it is merely a worthless piece of paper." His words were deliberate and unrestrained, delivered in a hushed tone meant solely for Wang Zhe's ears. However, the impact of his statements only served to underscore the Jiang family's dominance and Wang Zhe's pitiable foolishness. In an instant, Wang Zhe's fury vanished, replaced by an unexpected calmness. As if fear had never graced him, he suddenly smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, I have never liked you more than I do at this very moment." Like me? Wang Gaochen thought, incredulous. Was Wang Zhe losing his mind? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Wang Zhe add with a drawn-out tone, "You brainless fool." The full phrase was a stark insult, and it extinguished the smile from Wang Gaochen's face, igniting a fury within him that was difficult to contain. Beg Wang Zhe. An impossible notion. A brainless fool. The audacity of this wretch to insult him at such a moment was infuriating. Who was truly the fool here? Wang Gaochen's smile vanished, replaced by a rage that made him want to slap Wang Zhe across the face. Taking deep breaths to contain his anger, he resolved to bide his time, knowing he would have ample opportunity to teach this obstinate and foolish child a lesson. "Lowly bird, soaring high," Wang Gaochen coldly replied, invoking a phrase that alluded to the folly of the lowly mocking the mighty, an apt description of Wang Zhe's current state. "No, I spoke from the heart just now, and soon you will be begging me," Wang Zhe continued with an unsettling smile. "Beg you? Have you lost your mind? This insolent child must be mad. For how could he utter such nonsensical words? Has he not seen how Xiao Zhan was humiliated? Does he not see Zheng Yaqing avoiding this place out of fear?" Wang Gaochen thought, convinced of his dominance in this situation. But then Wang Zhe pointed toward the entrance of the hospital. "Look, here come the people who will compel you to beg me." At that moment, a number of individuals armed with various weapons appeared at the hospital entrance, along with others holding microphones. Their appearance made it abundantly clear to anyone watching that these 20 or so uninvited guests were all journalists. Before Wang Gaochen could fully comprehend the situation, he was met with Wang Zhe's mocking laughter. "Mr. Wang, we are in the age of the internet. I concede that the Jiang family's influence in Nanjing is formidable, but the Zheng family may have the upper hand elsewhere. Modern smartphones have a recording function, and you know what that means." Wang Zhe gestured to his phone in his pocket and continued, "Though only I heard your words just now, my phone captured every syllable. What do you suppose would happen if I handed this recording to these journalists? Rest assured, I will retain a backup for Miss Zheng. Your boastful proclamations will likely be trending online in mere minutes." With every word Wang Zhe uttered, Wang Gaochen's complexion paled further, internally cursing Wang Zhe's treachery and deceit. The unparalleled satisfaction he had felt moments before evaporated, replaced by a simmering anger he struggled to suppress. As the CEO of Shenghua Group, he could not afford to resort to violence in front of a throng of reporters, for it would undoubtedly make headlines the next day. While he could leverage the Jiang family's connections to eliminate the threat, the Zheng family's influence still held considerable weight. Wang Gaochen felt an overwhelming urge to curse Wang Zhe's ancestors, but then he realized that such an act would be tantamount to cursing his own lineage. No matter the circumstances, he could not denigrate his own heritage. Yet, as Wang Gaochen approached Wang Zhe, who stood with his back to the main entrance of the hospital, Wang Zhe suddenly seized his wrist and pressed his palm against his chest. Following this, Wang Zhe dramatically fell to the ground, crying out, "Help! Someone please! The general manager of Shenghua Group is not only abusing his power, but has also assaulted me. Oh, my chest aches. I feel as though I have broken several ribs. What the hell? Why do you look like you're smiling while pretending to be in pain? And when did I ever lay a hand on you? I am not a superhero. How could a mere touch result in broken ribs? Did you major in extortion at university?" Wang Gaochen's face turned an ashen green. Unable to contain himself, "Wang Zhe, I curse your ancestors." He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, forcibly swallowing the words back down. After all, he could never bring himself to insult his own forebears. At that very moment, a throng of reporters had surrounded Wang Gaochen, with a few journalists kindly assisting Wang Zhe to his feet. "Good day, sir. Were you the one shouting for help just now? I am a reporter from the entertainment network. Would you be so gracious as to grant me an interview to elucidate what transpired?" "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am a journalist from the newspaper. I have heard that someone here has successfully treated 2 patients whom the hospital had declared beyond saving. Yet you reported him, prompting the Drug Administration and Health Bureau to intervene. Is it possible that this is related to the prescription in Mr. Wang Zhe's possession, as Shenghua Group is poised to enter the pharmaceutical industry?" "Mr. Wang, As the ancient adage goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. How can you label the one who heals as a criminal? Does your conscience not ache? Or are you merely a victim of slander? Cold sweat trickled down Wang Gaochen's back. He was not afraid of the reporters, but rather of the audio recording on Wang Zhe's phone. Particularly those careless words he had uttered, which would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow to him. To snatch the phone away, in front of all these reporters? That thought barely surfaced before Zheng Yaqing, who had remained hidden until now, appeared and tenderly supported Wang Zhe. Noticing Wang Gaochen's gaze, Wang Zhe hastily thrust the phone into Zheng Yaqing's hands. Miss Zheng, my phone is broken. Could you please help me pick it up for repair? By the way, I'm about to be detained, so I won't need it any longer. You can keep it for now. This statement almost made Wang Gaochen choke on his own blood. Break your phone? I didn't even touch you. How could your phone be broken? The thought of snatching the phone from Zheng Yaqing was immediately discarded. Such an act could be executed by the Jiang family, but as a son-in-law, he could not afford to take that risk. If something went awry, he would be the scapegoat, bearing the brunt of all the blame. The slightest chance of that happening was a risk Wang Gaochen was unwilling to take, for he believed there would be ample opportunities in the future. As for the present, fury and resentment tightened his fists, his eyes blazing with fire, yet he wore a smile to address the reporters before him, straining to hear what Wang Zhe would say. Mr. Xiao, might I trouble you and your bodyguard for a moment? I wish to speak with Mr. Wang privately. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan readily obliged. Recognizing it as the only way to assist Wang Zhe at this moment, Wang Gaochen's eyes lit up. A private conversation with Wang Zhe was an opportunity and a stroke of good fortune. He quickly directed his aides to block the reporters, though they would undoubtedly refuse to disperse, as they had yet to obtain the coveted first-hand information. You arranged these reporters, didn't you? Wang Gaochen glared at Zheng Yaqing through gritted teeth, yet his anger fell flat against her unwavering demeanor, providing him with a modicum of satisfaction. He consoled himself, Wang Gaochen, have lost to Zheng Yaqing, not to you, Wang Zhe. Without Zheng Yaqing, you wouldn't have the power or the right to force me to bow down. Wang Zhe, I concede this time. Speak, what do you desire? Wang Zhe fiddled with his ear. What did you say? I can't hear you. I was born timid. And a heavy tone makes me too frightened to hear anything. Such words were infuriating. The notion of being born timid was utter nonsense. Wang Gaochen clenched his fists tighter, exclaiming, I have already bowed down. What more do you want? Do you truly believe that a mere recording can render me irreparably doomed? Beg me. Wang Zhe's tone was straightforward and unyielding. Wang Gaochen's forehead throbbed with veins. In your dreams. I'll resign as the general manager of Shanghua Group and apologize for my slip of the tongue. And you? You won't even have the right to negotiate with me then. Beg me. Wang Zhe's demeanor remained unchanged. Nonsense. I will never beg you in this lifetime. Wang Gaochen's face turned a deep shade of anger, ready to strike, but as Zheng Yaqing raised her hand, he instantly faltered. At that moment, Wang Zhe suddenly stroked his chin in contemplation, mumbling, money. Wang Gaochen's eyes brightened, and he blurted out eagerly, how much? Just give me a number. Yet, Wang Zhe shook his head, flashing him a grin. Mr. Wang, I still think it would be more fitting for you to beg me. This was nothing short of mockery. A complete humiliation. You. Before he could finish, Zheng Yaqing interjected, Mr. Wang is still a person of status. Saying beg me may lead to misunderstandings and ire. I suggest that, in front of all these reporters, you bow sincerely and offer a heartfelt apology. As for the broken phone, how about compensating him with 50,000 in cash? In her lively eyes, a glimmer of cunning flickered, something that would remain undetected by anyone else, as she stifled a laugh, striving to maintain an appearance of utmost seriousness. Chapter 40. Wang Gaochen, who was nearly driven to faint by anger, bowing. This seemed to be a concession he could reluctantly accept. A heartfelt apology? Once the words left his lips, who could tell if they were sincere? As for 50,000 cash, if that would secure Wang Zhe's phone, he would not hesitate to pay even 500,000 or 5 million. Wang Gaochen hesitated, realizing he was a man who valued his face. Though that was vastly different from mere vanity. He looked towards Wang Zhe. It was merely a lapse in judgment that had led him to be so outmaneuvered and humiliated. However, he swore that such a situation would not repeat itself. Are her words binding? Wang Zhe pretended to consider Zheng Yaqing's proposal seriously, nodding as he uttered the words binding agreement. Thus, with the ability to take and relinquish, these 4 words were vividly embodied in Wang Gaochen. With no cash on hand, he promptly dispatched a bodyguard to the nearest bank to withdraw the money. Then, facing the barrage of cameras and reporters, he raised his hands to signal for calm, stating, Dear friends of the press, after my discussion with Mr. Wang Zhe, I have come to realize that this was a misunderstanding. Therefore, I would like to bow and apologize to Mr. Wang Zhe. Click, click. The camera flashes erupted as Wang Gaochen, gathering his resolve, bowed deeply to Wang Zhe, declaring loudly, Mr. Wang Zhe, I, Wang Gaochen, hereby sincerely apologize for today's incident. As for my rash act of pushing you, I am willing to compensate you with 50,000 as a gesture of goodwill. The cameras swiftly turned to Wang Zhe, who cleared his throat and placed a hand over his chest. Although I still feel some discomfort in my chest, I shall forgive him this once, considering Mr. Wang's sincere apology. After all, it is a virtue of ours to be magnanimous. Damn it. Wang Gaochen was filled with exasperation. His heart swarmed with resentment. Yet he could only transform his indignation into resolve, vowing to remember this grievance and repay it tenfold when the opportunity arose. I, Wang Gaochen, swear before my ancestors. 10 minutes later, the reporters finally dispersed, and Wang Zhe received the 5,000 he had been promised, handing over the phone to Wang Gaochen without hesitation. Once he had the phone, Wang Gaochen wasted no time in departing, for the matter of the counterfeit drugs could no longer be exploited. Tomorrow, numerous news outlets would report on it, and he would inevitably find himself in the spotlight of newspapers and online videos. Just as he was about to step away, he heard Wang Zhe call out, "Wait, Mr. Wang, I've fulfilled all your requests. What more could you want?" Wang Gaochen retorted impatiently, desperate to find an outlet for his pent-up rage. "I need money. How about 500,000? You must be dreaming." Wang Gaochen erupted with a torrent of curse words, wishing he could eliminate this scoundrel right then and there. "Don't even mention 5 million. Not even 500 bucks. Not a single dime shall you extract from me. 5 million. I can provide you with the address of that esteemed old physician. Isn't that the very thing you desire? Money exchanged for the address. And once I have the funds, should the Zheng family fall, I could easily find refuge in a city where the Jiang family would not locate me. Besides, 5 million is merely pocket change to you, isn't it? Marx once stated that capital fears situations devoid of profit or where profits are insubstantial. The moment a suitable profit emerges, capital behaves with audacity. A mere 10% profit will see it utilized broadly. A 20% profit will invigorate it. A 50% profit will incite bold ventures. 100% will prompt disregard for all laws. And a 300% profit will embolden individuals to commit crimes without fear, even of the gallows. For Wang Gaochen, 5 million truly holds little value. Yet the address of that old physician possesses immense intrinsic worth in his eyes. The sooner it is located, the sooner he can rest easy. The Shenghua Group's foray into the pharmaceutical industry necessitates a uniquely market-dominating remedy, and once successful, it will yield exorbitant profits. Furthermore, in Wang Gaochen's perspective, Wang Zhe is an easy prize. The Jiang family will undoubtedly resort to any means to secure him for their other illustrious son. Thus, in the end, that money will still be his, returning to the Jiang family. As for Wang Zhe's potential escape, Wang Gaochen harbored no concerns. Consequently, he readily acquiesced, transferring funds to Wang Zhe directly, and in return, Wang Zhe promptly provided him with an address. A false address. Naturally. After all, that old physician is merely a fabrication of Wang Zhe's imagination. However, should he follow the address, Wang Gaochen would uncover a delightful surprise prepared by Wang Zhe. As Tang Jinshui and Xia Junhua departed alongside Wang Gaochen, Wang Zhe handed the antidote from Zheng Yaqing to Xiao Zhan. "Administer this to your son. At 1/3 of the dosage. If it proves effective, continue with the same dosage after 24 hours. Thank you shortly. I shall arrange for another 10 million to be transferred to your bank account as a token of gratitude." Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of guilt. Making no further promises beyond monetary compensation, the Jiang family was a force to be reckoned with, best avoided. "Very well," Wang Zhe said, saying nothing more. Xiao Zhan's good intentions sufficed, considering the Jiang family's formidable influence. Once Xiao Zhan departed, only Zheng Yaqing and Wang Zhe remained. At this moment, Zheng Yaqing could no longer suppress her laughter, covering her mouth. "I never imagined you harbored such malice. I eagerly await the moment when Wang Gaochen discovers the truth of the address. By the way, did you truly record it?" Zheng Yaqing blinked, her demeanor shifting from that of a cold, powerful woman to a charmingly feminine one. "Do you believe I possess the capability and opportunity to discreetly activate my phone for recording? That fellow is merely guilty of his own conscience. Of course, your involvement and that of the reporters also played a part. As a gesture of thanks, allow me to treat you to dinner." "Very well." Zheng Yaqing nodded in agreement. Her brother still lying in a coma on the hospital bed, and with professionals attending to him, there was little for her to worry about. After all, Wang Zhe's dinner invitation was hard to refuse. Approximately 20 minutes after leaving the hospital, Wang Gaochen, accompanied by professionals in the car, hurried toward the address provided by Wang Zhe, eager to ascertain its authenticity and impatient to hear the recordings Wang Zhe had of him. He instructed the professionals to confirm whether there were any signs of forwarding or uploading to cloud services, as this matter could not be taken lightly. "Mr. Wang, it's all set. There are no signs of forwarding or uploading to cloud services. The folder contains only one recording. Would you like to listen?" The professional's words made the already impatient Wang Gaochen nod in affirmation. The professional then pressed play, and the sound of mocking echoed. "Fool. Fool. You great fool. That was the entirety of the content. The recording was downloaded by Wang Zhe from the internet, initially intended as a mere experiment, yet the developments surpassed his expectations. Are you certain this is the only recording? Wang Gaochen gritted his teeth, his ominous expression causing the professional to shrink back, nodding obediently. Shut it off. Wang Gaochen hastily rubbed his temples, seething with rage akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, fully aware that Wang Zhe had outsmarted him. His own insecurities providing the perfect opportunity for Wang Zhe to exploit. But now, at this juncture, it was too late for any words. Fool. Fool. You great fool. Wang Gaochen's eyes blazed crimson. I said, shut it off. The phone rang. Without hesitation, Wang Gaochen snatched the phone and hurled it out of the car window. But the mocking voice lingered in his mind, as if Wang Zhe were derisively calling him a fool, inciting a fury that made him wish to desecrate Wang Zhe's ancestral grave. Yet upon reflection, what difference would it make to curse Wang Zhe's ancestors? Forget it. Forget it. Let us just eliminate this disobedient offspring. There are certain things I, Wang Gaochen, shall never do that would dishonor my forebears. Mr. Wang, we have arrived. The driver's words brought a flicker of joy to Wang Gaochen's heart. Upon exiting the car, he observed a throng gathered around an individual. The surrounded person distributing money while loudly proclaiming, "Don't crowd. 50,000, deducting the costs for cameras and recording equipment, as promised, every person will receive their due share. And the boss has also stated that your performance was commendable, with an additional reward of 1,000 for each of you." This proclamation bore no relevance to Wang Gaochen. Yet he recognized several familiar faces in the crowd, growing increasingly aware of their identity, albeit unable to place them. Just then, someone in the crowd glanced over. Holy cow. Isn't that the clueless Mr. Wang from the hospital who mistakenly thought we were reporters? Everyone run. We mustn't be recognized as fake reporters. This declaration was no different from an admission of guilt. What was the purpose of shouting so loudly? Did they fear he wouldn't realize they were imposters? Damn it. In an instant, the crowd scattered like leaves in the wind. At that moment, Wang Gaochen finally comprehended that not only had Wang Zhe played him with the phone recording, but he had also tricked the reporters. The frustration. Wang Zhe, I curse your ancestors. And in his fury, he found himself overwhelmed, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed, enraged. Chapter 41. Only the dead keep secrets forever. Wang Gaochen howled at the heavens, his vision fading to black, causing alarm among his companions who hurriedly exited the vehicle to lift the unconscious Wang Gaochen back into the car and sped toward the hospital, simultaneously applying pressure to his acupoint and performing chest compressions to revive him. As the car drove away, the earlier scattering crowd reconvened, still discussing the money that had yet to be divided among them, while also calling their backer, Zheng Yaqing. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Wang Zhe, otherwise Zheng Yaqing would not have remarked on his devious nature. As for the supplementary lessons, after leaving the hospital, Wang Zhe headed straight for the community where his students resided, casually mentioning treating Zheng Yaqing to dinner, without specifying it was for that evening. Traditionally, supplementary lessons were held on weekends, yet fortuitously, Wang Zhe had no time during those 2 days, as he intended to traverse to the primitive world to see if he could fortuitously become a shaman. Even if that plan failed, other means were at his disposal. He could freely transport items between the two worlds. What was there to fear in cultivating the Lihua tribe? As long as the present world does not present too many troubles. Wang Zhe harbors immense confidence in the future development of the primitive world, perhaps envisioning the establishment of a monarchic primitive realm where he reigns supreme, surrounded by a harem of beauties. Yet, when he contemplates the burly appearance of those primitive individuals, with 10 female primitives possessing arms thicker than his own legs, and their bodies covered in hair, the notion of a harem seems rather unappealing. The immediate priority is to swiftly find a substitute teacher to take his place, which should not be too difficult. Zhang Tao, Su Lang, or even their girlfriends would suffice. Upon returning from Luan Fengting, the intensely curious Lu Li, for the first time, inquired with her father, Professor Lu, about the relationship between Wang Zhe and Wang Gaochen. She recounted the events she had personally witnessed at Luan Fengting, only to be met with Professor Lu's thunderous wrath as soon as she spoke. The animosity between Wang Zhe and Wang Gaochen was evident, and Professor Lu was acutely aware of it. Hence, he refrained from divulging many secrets to Wang Zhe, instinctively believing that sharing such information would yield no benefit, and could potentially ruin Wang Zhe instead. Faced with his daughter's fury regarding the incident at Luan Fengting, in which someone had presented Wang Zhe with a lavish villa worth millions, demanding Wang Gaochen to leave in disgrace, Professor Lu was both shocked and perplexed. When had Wang Zhe become acquainted with such formidable figures? No wonder he could afford the exquisite wine that made Wang Gaochen envious. Should he divulge what he knew to Wang Zhe? Lu Qiming sequestered himself in his study, opening the drawer where he kept the cigarettes gifted by former students. After managing to quit smoking for a month and 3 days, Lu Qiming unwrapped a pack, and within seconds, the crimson tip of the cigarette began to emit smoke. As he sat there alone, he lit one after another, completely engulfed in an internal struggle. Should he reveal the truth to Wang Zhe? A kind-hearted lie is still a lie. If Wang Zhe were to learn the truth one day, would he perceive Lu Qiming as an accomplice? And what about Lu Qiming himself? What was his motivation for investigating the events of the past? Helpless to seek justice for the deceased, allowing the truth to be altered and buried. Yet now Wang Zhe had encountered someone capable of making Wang Gaochen publicly retreat and face humiliation. Perhaps this benefactor could assist Wang Zhe. As the smoke dissipated, Lu Qiming was suddenly struck by the realization that he had unknowingly finished an entire pack of cigarettes. The study filled with haze. Struggling for the sake of his original purpose, he picked up a pen and began to write on a blank sheet of paper, narrating the words he longed to express. Meanwhile, Wang Gaochen, infuriated by Wang Zhe, lay in a hospital emergency room, receiving intravenous fluids. He harbored a desire to see Wang Zhe suffer immensely. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying the name wife, prompting him to answer urgently. A woman's icy voice came through. "Where are you now?" "In Nanjing, at the hospital," he replied. "I plan to resolve the matter with Wang Zhe once and for all. And I'm bringing our son for a kidney match. Regardless of the outcome, you may dispose of that ungrateful child as you see fit." With that statement, Wang Gaochen's future seemed to be sealed. "Be firm. I do not wish for our son to endure any additional suffering in that hospital bed. Furthermore, based on the information you provided, the Zhang family has secured the documents and judicial proof, and connections in Country M have erased all traces. Now, I need you to immediately undertake a task. Ensure Lu Qiming remains forever silent. I have already agreed. There are no secrets that cannot be uncovered. Only the dead can keep secrets eternally. I am not consulting you. I am issuing a command." With those words, Wang Gaochen's eyes glinted with malice. As he sought a way to ensure Lu Qiming's demise went unnoticed, the pitch-black night seemed to swallow everything, as Wang Zhe emerged with his backpack, only to find the primitive inhabitants of the Lihua tribe, who had not gone hunting, staring intently at him. In the next moment, all the primitives knelt in unison, chanting words Wang Zhe could not comprehend. After finishing his tutoring session, Wang Zhe headed straight to the villa at Luanfengting, finding himself alone in the vast abode. As the clock struck midnight, the wardrobe once again transported him to this world. It was proven that only when sunlight directly illuminated either the wardrobe or the massive stone could the passage be activated. They regarded him as a deity and knelt in reverence. The shaman of the Lihua tribe, leaning on a bone staff, appeared with slow, deliberate steps. Was there a need for explanation? No, it would be better to provide them with a sliver of spiritual solace in this harsh world. "I shall forbid anyone from speaking of it outside the tribe." This was a sentiment meant solely for Wang Zhe, for the shaman had no need for prohibition between tribes. Trust was non-existent for the sake of survival. Wang Zhe nodded, and the shaman pointed with his staff towards two stone cauldrons erected at the center of the tribe. If one could describe those unsightly objects as cauldrons, they were merely depressions carved into a massive stone by some means. In this world, only the shaman could craft tools. Many tribes with thousands of members lacked such implements. Thus, should a weaker tribe be discovered possessing tools, they would face annihilation. Akin to the saying that a man without guilt can attract calamity. Within the two cauldrons, water boiled fiercely, its color resembling ink, without any indication of how long it had been simmering. In the brutal primitive forest, where ferocious beasts roamed and life was perpetually at risk, these giant primitives had a simple request. As long as they had food and could eat their fill, they were content. The bonfire crackled, and the Lihua tribe was lively. Men and women, young and old, wore smiles, filled with laughter, though Wang Zhe understood not a single word spoken. The potion bubbled, and every child of age in the tribe took turns undergoing a medicinal bath. The shaman's voice echoed throughout the tribe, not raised in a shout, but softly spoken, as if his words could ride the wind. Strangely enough, though directed at the primitives, Wang Zhe found he could understand. Wang Zhe thought little of the medicinal bath, assuming it akin to traditional Chinese medicine, where one would boil herbs and then cool the mixture to drink. However, he soon discovered his understanding was flawed. The stone cauldrons were positioned too high for the children to reach. One by one, the strong, towering primitives lifted a child as easily as one would a small chick. Then, right before Wang Zhe's eyes, four children were tossed into one of the boiling cauldrons, causing him to tremble in fear. As any modern individual knows, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, capable of scalding skin and potentially leading to life-threatening infections. This primitive tribe's medicinal bath involved throwing living beings into the bubbling concoction. Just one glance sent cold sweat streaming down Wang Zhe's back. The four children, thrown into the boiling potion, screamed pitifully, even if Wang Zhe could not comprehend their words. Did it matter what they were saying when their cries of despair echoed so hauntingly? The shaman, why was that cauldron not used for the medicinal bath? Wang Zhe struggled to block out the piercing wails, which tormented and ravaged his mental defenses. Gazing at the rolling cauldron, his unease deepened. Surely that cauldron could not have been prepared specifically for me. Chapter 42. The Medicinal Bath. The boiling potion. What was it like to be stripped of clothing and tossed in? Wang Zhe silently entertained thoughts, envisioning medicinal cuisine, where herbs were used to stew chicken, duck, goose, cattle, sheep, pigs, and the like, both delectable and nourishing. But wait, could the shaman of the Lihua tribe possibly realize that he was a member of a superior civilization, contemplating the grim prospect of turning him into a meal? This group of indigenous people, rugged and robust from birth, might withstand the boiling concoction, yet he, with his delicate skin and tender flesh, would likely suffer grievous injuries upon immersion. The haunting, unearthly wails he had never heard before caused Wang Zhe to waver, yet the shaman appeared to have anticipated this. Having positioned 4 towering primitive men beside the massive stone, effectively severing any escape route for him. At that moment, various herbs, along with 3-foot-long centipedes, spiders the size of fists, and snake gall, were successively cast into the boiling brew, transforming the once inky liquid into a pitch-black mixture that emitted a repugnant stench. Suddenly, the chilling cries diminished. One of the 4 primitive children tossed into the cauldron had turned a deep purplish hue, ceasing its screams and struggles. Before long, a robust primitive man reached into the roiling potion and retrieved the now silent child, and even from a distance, a shiver ran down Wang Zhe's spine. The child was lifeless. To him, it was a wonder that anyone could survive the seething concoction. Yet in the next instant, as a product of modern civilization, Wang Zhe was nearly paralyzed with terror, to the point of almost losing control of his bladder. No exaggeration, before he could no longer contain himself and retched violently. As a citizen of a civilized society, he had already witnessed these primitives slaughtering their own for sustenance, a sight that had utterly upended his worldview. Yet now he realized that his understanding of the brutality and savagery of this participation was still woefully inadequate. That child, seemingly no more than 10 years old, was decapitated post-mortem, the head carefully wrapped and interred beneath the tribal altar, while the remaining body parts were voraciously devoured by younger children of the tribe. In mere minutes, only a skeleton remained. Wang Zhe had collapsed, unable to bear the torment. He felt as though he were on the brink of insanity. Had he known it would come to this, he would have chosen death over continuing this journey, desperately pleading with the shaman for mercy. Respected shaman, although I hail from a more advanced world, in my realm, I am but an ordinary individual, incapable of inheriting your legacy. I implore you, spare me. I do not wish to die, nor do I wish to be consumed by you. Tears nearly welled in his eyes. He considered himself relatively resilient, having not succumbed to fear-induced incontinence. But the shaman was undeterred. This individual from another realm represented his sole hope. To become the new shaman was imperative, lest he and the Lihua tribe meet their demise. The sights he had witnessed were meant to ignite his will to survive during the medicinal bath. One's resolve was paramount. Failure to endure the potency of the brew would lead to a fate akin to that of the child. Generally, the tribe would not consume the flesh of their own kin, even to the brink of starvation. However, death during the medicinal bath rendered the flesh a potent nourishment for the younger children, all actions directed towards the tribe's future and the continuity of their lineage. Such stark realities, so often invisible in modern society, were commonplace at the dawn of humanity's most arduous civilizational struggles. Another child perished, meeting the same fate as the previous one. Only one of the 4 survived, yet the 10-year-olds awaiting their turn, having witnessed the entire ordeal, did not falter. There were no cries for mercy. They willingly stepped forward, inviting the adults to cast them into the cauldron. The children who first entered the pot gritted their teeth in silence, but soon could no longer contain their anguished cries. Without barriers or shackles, they could have escaped the cauldron, yet not a single one made the slightest move until they met their demise within the bubbling potion. The medicinal bath was deadly. To forego it meant becoming a burden to the tribe. In this world, the doctrine of survival of the fittest was starkly illustrated before Wang Zhe, regardless of how brutal the process might be. As the second group of children was cast into the pot, the shaman turned to Wang Zhe, who was crouched on the ground, and grinned. It is your turn. To gain, one must sacrifice. Surely this principle exists in your civilized world as well. Your medicinal bath will be twice as challenging. Were it possible to vomit blood, Wang Zhe would undoubtedly have done so at that moment. To be made more resilient than those primitive children was not merely a test of endurance, it was outright murder. Wang Zhe's head shook fervently in denial, wishing for some magical adhesive to hold him in place, desperately grasping for something to cling to, but in the blink of an eye, he was hoisted by one primitive man while another swiftly stripped him of his clothing. In the tribe, the shaman was an exalted figure. Their commands were absolute. And thus the savages cared not for Wang Zhe's identity. Whatever the shaman commanded, they followed without question. Surprisingly, Wang Zhe did not scream at this juncture. It was akin to a flower girl being pinned down by a group of strong men. Resistance was futile, and he could only hold his head high, facing the inevitable with dignity. Yet he noticed the glances of the primitives upon him, filled with envy. Envy? Huh, how I envy you. Plop. The naked Wang Zhe was cast into the cauldron, the scalding liquid searing and stinging, causing tears to stream down his face. He yearned to scream, yet gradually, the heat and pain began to dissipate. What was happening? Was the water not hot? Or was the boiling point of water in this world different from that of his own? A flurry of questions filled his mind. Having nearly been frightened to death moments ago, he now felt a strange sense of wonder, his hands beginning to play in the water, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. How does it feel? The shaman's voice echoed in Wang Zhe's ear, with fear now absent from his heart. Wang Zhe simply replied with 3 words, very comfortable. Very comfortable? Excellent, that is good. A look of joy and excitement spread across the shaman's wrinkled face. In his heart, he had been more anxious than Wang Zhe at the moment he entered the pot. If Wang Zhe perished, the fate of over 400 members of the Lihua tribe would be bleak. The medicinal formula handed down by the shaman was not easily acquired. The key ingredient had to be the blood of a ferocious beast, even just a drop, yet such blood was immensely precious. Centipedes, spiders, and snake gall were not thrown into Wang Zhe's cauldron. They were far too inferior. From a bag fashioned from animal hide, the shaman produced a rough-hewn jade vial. Wang Zhe rubbed his eyes in disbelief, convinced he was hallucinating. The shaman truly held a small jade bottle. Wang Zhe's expression turned to one of astonishment. Was there truly jade in this primitive society? This was an artifact crafted by a shaman. For only such items could preserve the efficacy of the ferocious beast's blood for a decade. Incredible. Wang Zhe could not help but give a thumbs up. This function utterly eclipsed any modern refrigerator or cold storage. As the crudely made jade vial was uncorked, the bright red blood was poured into the boiling potion. And within 3 breaths, Wang Zhe felt something penetrating his body. The sharp pain returned, yet it was akin to a nurse or doctor administering an injection. Although painful, a typical person could endure it with gritted teeth. However, an unusual occurrence unfolded. After a brief duration, the sting subsided, and the comforting sensation of soaking in a hot spring returned. In the vast stone cauldron, beneath which fierce flames roared, Wang Zhe languidly stretched, his languorous demeanor causing the shaman and the primitives to stare wide-eyed in astonishment. How does it feel? The shaman inquired eagerly. I felt I could soak in the bath all day long. If only there were a fruit platter nearby. Savoring the fruits while bathing would make the experience infinitely more delightful. Wang Zhe's demeanor gradually grew carefree and lighthearted, a stark contrast to the nearly tearful expression he wore just moments before. Wu furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, then suddenly uttered a single word. Good. Wang Zhe, puzzled, asked what's good. Wu grinned broadly, revealing an unprecedented joy. I said your constitution is strong. You're a promising candidate. This small amount of fierce beast's blood likely isn't sufficient to awaken your spirit. We could add more, but that's impossible. There is another option, to incorporate the essence blood of a fierce beast. I don't have more fierce beast's blood, but by a stroke of luck, I possess a vial of fierce beast's essence blood. Its potency is tenfold that of ordinary fierce beast's blood. Prepare yourself, if you endure this. Your potential may flourish enough to become a great shaman within your lifetime. But if you fail, you already know the consequences. Chapter 43. Why is it different from what I imagined? 10 times the potency. For the sake of the shaman's legacy. Dedicating a lifetime to prepare a small vial of fierce beast's blood is understandable. But where does this essence blood come from? It said that even tribes numbering over 1,000 cannot possess fierce beast essence blood? A fortunate coincidence. Never mind. Wang Zhe felt no urge to speculate wildly. He watched as Wu produced a jade vial, more intricately crafted than the previous one. Ancient characters, resembling tadpole script, were carved upon it, likely indecipherable even to most history professors, let alone Wang Zhe. The blood inside the vial gleamed with crystalline clarity. The moment the blood poured into the stone cauldron, the originally dark liquid instantly transformed into a roiling crimson. Immediately, something surged wildly into Wang Zhe's body. Even to the naked eye, his flesh vibrated with minuscule yet astonishing rapidity. Amidst this tremor, wisps of gray-black matter seeped from his pores. The sensation was extraordinary. Within Wang Zhe, an overwhelming vitality infused every fiber of his being. This life force invigorated the cells of his muscles and bones, transforming them with breathtaking vigor, as though a sapling were growing into a towering ancient tree. His heartbeat quickened, his blood production surged several-fold. He could distinctly perceive a robust flow of energy emanating from his heart, swiftly flooding every limb and sinew. Even his face bore a faint flush of vigorous blood. And this was only the beginning. Bathed in this torrential vitality, Wang Zhe could acutely sense every cell in his body brimming with inexhaustible energy. A profound strength coursed through him. Snapping back to reality, the potion in the cauldron had lost its crimson hue, reverting to its original dark color. No longer evoking any sensation, Wu stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. Upon successful spirit awakening, certain phenomena manifest. Herbal shamans exhibit a pale green radiance, beast shamans a tawny hue, battle shamans, golden light, artifact shamans, fiery flames, and the rarest, most powerful shamanic spirits glow with a majestic purple aura. The primitive tribes of Lihua all understood this, their necks craning with dull eyes. Though Wang Zhe had absorbed the potion, not a trace of any such radiance appeared. Wu, had he failed? The tribe's chieftain, Li Tsong, a towering and imposing figure, knelt before Wu, his voice choked with emotion. If he failed, the tribe would lose all hope. Without a shaman, the tribe would be bereft of spiritual sustenance. To survive in this harsh world, belief was paramount. The herbs for the medicinal bath could be gathered over time, even at the cost of many lives. But fierce beast's blood, even if the entire tribe perished, they might never obtain it again. No, the effect was insufficient. It's my weakness, my failure. I couldn't help him awaken his spirit and inherit the shaman's legacy. Perhaps he holds the potential to become a shaman king. This revelation left the chieftain both astonished and terrified. Such potential was both an honor and a calamity for the tribe. The Lihua tribe lacked the means to nurture someone with the potential to become a shaman king. If neighboring tribes discovered this, submission? Attempting to ingratiate themselves with such a person? Impossible. Out of fear, they would launch a full-scale assault on the Lihua tribe, slaughtering all the men and abducting the women as slaves for reproduction. Only those who bore powerful offspring might be spared from slavery. As for those with the potential to become shaman kings, they would be sacrificed to the heavens. Their flesh and blood devoured by shamans of other tribes to nourish and enhance their own powers. This matter must be kept secret. Complex emotions flickered in Wu's eyes. When the chieftain relayed the order, the previously colorless gazes of the primitives rekindled with terror and hope alike. After the medicinal bath ended, 2 hours had elapsed. Of the 16 children who underwent the ritual, only 6 survived, a grim reason why the tribe struggled to grow strong. The smaller the tribe, the lower the survival rate of the medicinal bath, making the process of propagation long and arduous. The fundamental cause was limited resources, only sufficient to provide the medicinal bath to the males destined to bear the tribe's future. Females who did not undergo the bath rarely bore naturally strong offspring. The flames died down, the stone cauldron was carried away. Heavy stones, each weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds, some exceeding 1,000, were brought forth. The 6 surviving children took turns testing their strength. Within just 10 minutes, results emerged. Even the weakest could lift a stone weighing no less than 400 pounds with both hands. 400 pounds. How many adults in modern society could do that? Unless they were trained weightlifting champions? These children were barely 10 years old. The strongest clenched his teeth, face flushed, and with a tremendous effort hoisted a stone weighing at least 600 pounds, earning the tribe's raucous cheers. Though Wang Zhe joined in the applause, his heart and expression betrayed an involuntary excitement. If even these children were so formidable, what about himself? With double the potency, having first taken fierce beast's blood, and then the essence blood, now filled with power, he must be extraordinary, capable of unrestrained, explosive strength. Wu, I want to try too. Eagerly rubbing his hands, Wang Zhe did not expect Wu's refusal. You are different from them. You don't need to test. Come with me to the cave. Indeed, these children, having survived the medicinal bath, stood at a new beginning, brimming with exhilaration. It was better not to dampen their spirits. Humility was wise. With this in mind, Wang Zhe followed Wu into the cave, only to see Wu point at a stone weighing nearly 400 pounds and instruct him to try lifting it in private. What was this about? Earlier outside, he was told he didn't need to try. Now he was asked to test himself. Glancing at Wu, Wang Zhe squatted and extended his hands to grasp the hefty stone. Holding firm and exerting strength, the stone immediately lifted off the ground, though Wang Zhe felt the strain. Wu then encouraged him to attempt stones weighing almost 600 pounds. Wang Zhe barely managed to move it, face reddened with effort. When it reached 700 pounds, his veins bulged as he lifted the stone mere inches off the ground before his grip faltered and it dropped. 600 pounds was the limit of Wang Zhe's strength, enough to compete and win at the Olympic level. In a modern city, such power would be extraordinary. Yet having witnessed children barely 10 years old lifting 600 pounds, Wang Zhe felt a profound sense of disappointment. He noticed the unmistakable sadness on Wu's face and suddenly understood everything. Wu, have I failed? From the start, he had known his chances were slim. But truly realizing he could not become that wondrous shaman, an overwhelming sense of loss uncontrollably spread through his heart and soul. With your skeletal age? Even in the absence of awakening, The requisite standard after the baptism of the fierce beast's essence in medicinal baths is to match the weight of this stone, while a potent potential could reach double that. As far as I know, the most formidable can exceed threefold. In that instant, Wang Zhe felt a profound sense of injury inflicted by this world. He had initially believed his life had been enhanced, soaring towards greatness, only to suddenly realize that it was not he who was exceptional, but rather this tribe of primitive individuals. His meager strength post-bath rendered him akin to a frail chick. He could only take solace in the fact that among his contemporaries, lifting over 600 pounds was still impressive, granting him a semblance of comfort. Esteemed shaman, even if I fail, it matters not. I can utilize our civilization from that era to empower your tribe. This thought instilled a measure of confidence in Wang Zhe. However, the shaman shook his head, stating that it was not a matter of failure, but rather that his condition was unprecedented. His body had clearly absorbed all the medicinal power of the bath, yet there was no reaction whatsoever. Perhaps the essence was simply insufficient. This statement was both a glimmer of hope and a harbinger of despair. Having absorbed the essence of fierce beasts, his body would inevitably develop immunity to the blood of ordinary beasts, even rendering it completely ineffective. The only solution was to continue utilizing the essence of fierce beasts. Yet the sole means to acquire this essence was by hunting down beasts capable of decimating entire tribes. As for obtaining it from other tribes, the likelihood was even slimmer than slaying the beasts themselves. Wang Zhe finally comprehended this dire reality, and a thought sparked in his mind. Could forging alliances with the powerful to acquire modern weaponry enable him to hunt fierce beasts? The immediate priority was to search for ginseng that had existed for a millennium. To confirm this, Wang Zhe even went so far as to wash and print a stack of ginseng photographs. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sunlight was obscured by dark clouds, and a torrential downpour arrived in the blink of an eye, causing the shaman to rejoice. Perhaps there is still hope. Chapter 44. Entering the jungle. The 5 to 6 pound steel knife, once sharpened, became extraordinarily keen. Initially, it felt somewhat heavy in Wang Zhe's hand, but now it seemed remarkably light. Purchasing a steel knife in Nanjing was not particularly challenging, provided one was unafraid of being discovered by the police, facing confiscation, fines, or even detention. The steel knife had traversed time with Wang Zhe. He had anticipated that modern craftsmanship would dazzle these primitive individuals. Yet the scene he had imagined, of them surrounding the knife in awe, never materialized. The knife was simply too diminutive for them, despite its sharpness. It was not as effective as the bone weapons to which they were accustomed. The children of the primitive tribe, however, took a liking to it. Though Wang Zhe had only purchased a single piece, the rain poured relentlessly upon the vast expanse of the primeval forest, transforming certain depressions into burgeoning puddles. Wang Zhe felt distinctly uncomfortable amidst the drenched forest, as the sunlight had vanished, and the halo around the massive stones had dissipated. To traverse through, he would have to wait for the sun to emerge. Most critically, even the shaman had joined the hunting party in the forest. Remaining in the tribe might not guarantee greater safety than following the hunters. Thus, under the shaman's persuasion, Wang Zhe, fully aware of his inability to refuse, nodded in agreement and entered the jungle. The rainwater soaked Wang Zhe's clothes, rendering them uncomfortably damp. As the rain arrived, the temperature in the forest plummeted, and the dense greenery left Wang Zhe utterly disoriented, unable to discern the cardinal directions. As for a compass, he had none to spare, as he was uncertain if it would even function. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his arm, followed by a whisper in his ear. Turn carefully, stay alert, otherwise, in this forest, you may not even know how you perished. Wang Zhe froze, upon gaining clarity of his surroundings. A chill ran down his spine as he beheld a furry, green-skinned spider, dangling a thread just 10 centimeters away from him. Had the shaman not pulled him back, he would have walked straight into it. This spider was highly venomous. Regrettably, its venom could only fell a colossal beast. Yet caution was paramount, for the antidote was not infallible. Heeding the shaman's warning, Wang Zhe, feeling increasingly uneasy, dared not let his thoughts wander, focusing intently and following closely in their footsteps, treading on the path they had traversed. Thus, he narrowly avoided a vividly colored caterpillar tumbling from the trees, circumvented a 3-meter-long giant centipede camouflaged as earth, and evaded a venomous snake that lay motionless, resembling a tree root. Were it not for this tribe of primitives, coexisting with the forest, Wang Zhe would certainly have met his end amidst these myriad monsters. Thud, thud. Nearby, heavy footsteps pounded the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Wang Zhe's heart raced. Judging by the sound, it was undoubtedly a colossal creature. Instantly, all the primitive individuals froze in their tracks, ears perked up, swiftly seeking refuge behind the massive trees. The shaman led Wang Zhe to hide beneath a towering tree, whose roots protruded over a meter, with a hollow beneath just spacious enough for concealment. It must be a colossal beast, or perhaps a ferocious predator. The shaman spoke calmly, noting that such large creatures were often encountered in this forest. Yet Wang Zhe felt his heart pounding like a drum. Soon, an enormous figure came into view, its massive tusks exceedingly prominent. Its immense body resembling a small mountain in motion, causing Wang Zhe's eyes to widen in disbelief as he stammered, Is that a mammoth? Its grayish-brown coat of dense fur, tusks approaching 3 meters in length, and its trunk, which was thicker than Wang Zhe's waist, were all striking, though it bore several wounds. With blood seeping from deep punctures exposing bone, the shaman gasped, Run. This is at least a high-ranking beast, a mammoth fleeing for its life. It must have encountered a pack of predatory beasts or a carnivorous fiend. If we stay here, we will surely perish. The shaman, an elderly figure accompanied by the elite from the Lihua tribe, had personally come to hunt a particular fierce beast. But that did not imply they possessed the capability to confront other predatory beasts or carnivorous fiends. Run. As Wang Zhe took off, he felt himself lifted into the air. Upon glancing back, he saw the tribe leader, Li Tsong, carrying him in one arm and the shaman in the other, as they sprinted for their lives. With the remaining elite trailing closely behind. Even as he was hoisted aloft, Wang Zhe caught sight of the true pursuers of the mammoth, a pack of wolves. Each larger than the one he had first encountered, their snarling jaws relentless as they pursued the fleeing mammoth. Fortunately, these wolves showed no interest in Wang Zhe and his companions, fixated solely on the mammoth, which would provide sustenance for the entire pack for days to come. After a minute of frantic running, they finally halted, the primitive hunters panting heavily, lamenting that had there not been a more pressing matter at hand, they might have stealthily followed the fierce beast to scavenge for carrion. The carcasses of slain animals or the remnants left by other carnivorous creatures served as crucial sources of sustenance and weaponry for the Lihua tribe. At that moment, Wang Zhe still could not comprehend the words of these primitives. Their recent encounter had been a narrow escape, yet he could no longer traverse the original path. Hunting would leave behind a trail of blood, and even with the rain washing it away, it would attract numerous predators. We must quicken our pace. Though the rain may not cease immediately, we must reach the cliffs before nightfall. Let Li Tsong carry you, the shaman declared, determining Wang Zhe's fate. Carried by the primitive man, whose name he had just learned, Wang Zhe hurried along, narrowly avoiding tree branches multiple times, as well as other forest denizens. In under 10 minutes, after a winding detour, a familiar stream appeared before him, allowing the primitive individuals to sprint unimpeded along its banks. The stream, neither too deep nor too shallow, provided a means for the tribe to run with abandon. Water sources were among the most perilous areas. Yet the torrential downpour rendered it unnecessary for many creatures to risk venturing near the stream, making it significantly safer than usual. However, nothing is absolute. As the towering peaks drew nearer, the once dense underbrush suddenly swayed precariously, and a colossal figure emerged, a monstrous serpent, measuring over 15 meters in length. If such a creature were to exist in contemporary society, it would undoubtedly set a new Guinness World Record. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the sky, followed by the appearance of a gigantic silhouette, the head of a bizarre bird, with a long beak brimming with fangs. And its outstretched fleshly wings spanning at least 10 meters, swooped down from above, targeting the serpent. Its razor-sharp claws swiftly rent the serpent's flesh, and its elongated, pointed beak almost instantaneously pierced the creature's skull. With a powerful flap of its wings, it carried off its captured prey. Wang Zhe, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, murmured incredulously, This creature bears an uncanny resemblance to the pterosaurs from Jurassic films. This fearsome flying beast, the dragon bird, a low-level ferocious creature, was indeed our target for this expedition. Yet, it appeared that fortune favored us, as the heavy downpour had compelled this dragon bird to venture out for hunting, likely due to the recent hatching of its young, which were in urgent need of sustenance. The glint in Wu's eyes was unmistakable. He had long awaited this torrential rain, a sign of divine favor, coinciding perfectly with the hatching of the dragon bird's offspring. Can we manage this with just the few of us? Wang Zhe felt a pang of insecurity, having heard numerous tales from Wu about the terrifying nature of these beasts. Even a low-level predator could decimate a tribe lacking in strength. Although the dragon bird was the weakest among ferocious creatures, its aerial prowess rendered it the sovereign of the skies within this valley. It would take at least 10 times our number to have a chance at hunting it. But fear not, I have a plan, Wu assured him. Wang Zhe's anxiety deepened. He dreaded the very word plan, knowing too well that too many strategies often faltered in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Wu, without uttering a word, translated Li Tsong's message. If you cannot awaken your spirit and become the new shaman, our tribe is doomed. Thus, we all come here with a resolve to face death. Either we return with the carcass of a beast, or allow our souls to return to the embrace of Mother Earth. Wang Zhe's lips twitched. He had initially assumed this group was brimming with confidence for the hunt, yet one was meticulously planning while another was resigned to a fatalistic mindset. Neither seemed particularly reliable. Amidst his unease, they finally reached the stream's end. The water cascaded down from the steep mountains, towering hundreds of meters above, with sparse tall trees and an abundance of thorny shrubs. All the primitive hunters halted, and Wang Zhe, who had been carried throughout, was finally set down. His face was pale, suffering from the jostling he endured while being carried by Li Tsong, his stomach churning violently. Time is of the essence. We have little left, Wu urged, prompting all the primitive hunters to remove the beast skin bags they had been carrying. Wang Zhe had anticipated a hunt for the dragon bird, but to his surprise, the group began preparing dinner instead. They laid out fruits and cooked meat, each receiving a portion that felt more like a final meal before death. The cooked meat was somewhat bland and slightly bitter, but under the relentless downpour, the inability to start a fire made any sustenance a welcome relief. The long trek had drained the primitive hunters of their strength, and the meat served to quickly replenish their energy as they took a brief respite to recover. After approximately 10 minutes, they resumed their journey, and after another half hour, they finally arrived at the cliff's base. The primitive hunters shielded Wang Zhe as they concealed themselves, while only Li Tsong and Wu vanished into the rain-soaked jungle. An entire hour passed before they returned, and by then, the sky had darkened considerably. Upon reaching the cliff, Li Tsong did not flee to a hiding spot, but rather climbed the cliff with the agility of a monkey. Suddenly, black snakes, each no longer than a meter, appeared, pursuing Li Tsong along the path he had taken, unhesitatingly ascending the cliff. In a matter of moments, dozens of them swarmed up the cliff. Soon, the cliff echoed with the same piercing cries heard earlier. The darkness concealed what transpired above, leaving no one certain whether Wu and the leader Li Tsong were alive or had become prey. As night fell rapidly, something suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. It was a nest constructed from branches, large enough to comfortably accommodate 3 Wang Zhes. Within the nest lay 2 young beasts. One, having fallen from a great height, was dead, while the other, cushioned by its companion's body, was gravely injured, falling from dozens of meters in the air. Even with the wind's resistance, any primitive human within that nest would have surely met a fatal end. Yet, one of the young beasts was still alive, struggling to move and emitting cries for help. At that moment, Wu and Li Tsong appeared, covered in blood and bearing multiple wounds. Yet they dared not linger for a moment. We must go, quickly. If the dragon bird consumes those black snakes and discovers we have raided its nest, it will surely go berserk. Though it seemed straightforward, the situation was far more perilous than it appeared. The black snakes emerged only during the early rains preceding the rainy season, their purpose being reproduction. A female snake, releasing its scent, would attract all nearby males, leading them into a frenzied pursuit. In this valley, the number of male snakes far outnumbered that of females. Once successfully impregnated, the female would enter a gestation period of around 40 days. As the rainy season approached and streams transformed into rivers, vast portions of the valley's forest would be submerged, prompting the female snakes to lay their eggs in the water. After about 10 days, the eggs would hatch, and the hatchlings would rely on the water for survival, as the rising river would inundate the woods, providing ample food for them to undergo their first molting after the rainy season. They were the dragon bird's preferred prey, though the reasons behind this remained a mystery, passed down through the wisdom of many shamans. Though lacking the formidable physique of ferocious beasts, the inhabitants of this world possessed a wisdom and heritage unknown to the beasts. Wu's seemingly nonchalant demeanor belied the grave danger of capturing a mother snake amidst the throng. Its peril was akin to directly confronting a rampaging mammoth, a task only the medicinal shaman might have a glimmer of hope to accomplish. A shadow descended from the sky, exuding an aura of ferocity. With a thunderous crash, trees as thick as arms and thighs were toppled by its mighty wings, branches and leaves scattered wildly, debris swirling about, and its claws glinting ominously, seemingly invincible. Yet, not a single feather adorned its body. Instead, it was covered in scales that seemed forged from iron, radiating a palpable sense of power. This was a sight that sent shivers down Wang Zhe's spine. He witnessed the primitive hunters' faces turn pale for the first time as they hurriedly fled into the depths of the jungle. Folding its wings, flight held no meaning for it. Its eyes glinted with malice as it sprinted, claws poised to pursue the wretched intruders, trampling everything in its path. Approaching the cliff, where the soil was scarce and the trees struggled to thrive, any obstruction in its way was mercilessly crushed, its speed only increasing. When confronted with boulders, it nimbly evaded them, its piercing cries sending nearby wildlife scattering in panic. This was the might of a ferocious beast. Even the most lowly of predators could instill terror in countless creatures, compelling them to hide. Wang Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. This creature was no mere beast. It was akin to a land tank, yet its greatest dominion lay in the skies. Time was running out. Its speed was too swift for them to retreat deeper into the jungle. One primitive hunter shouted in pain, gritting his teeth. A stone hurled by the creature had struck his arm, tearing the skin and causing blood to flow freely. The words spoken by Wang Zhe were beyond his comprehension. Observing the increasingly perilous proximity of the ferocious beasts, he recognized the dire situation faced by himself and his companions, fearing imminent annihilation. Indeed, Chief, you should take the shaman and the divine child and flee. We shall hold them off for a moment, bellowed another primal man. For a fleeting moment, these individuals, all elite hunters from the Lihua tribe, were resolute in their commitment to confront the dragon birds darting through the thorns. There is a cave ahead. We can seek refuge within, commanded the shaman, his voice tinged with urgency, igniting a surge of determination in everyone's steps. Li Tsong, bearing both the shaman and Wang Zhe, navigated past several boulders and plunged into a thicket, finding a cave that was somewhat constricted yet comparable in height to Wang Zhe. He hastily set down the shaman and Wang Zhe, urging them to enter first, before crouching and squeezing himself through the narrow opening, followed closely by the others. Yet, the cave entrance was limited, and the frenzied dragon birds swooped in, mercilessly slaughtering 3 primal men who could not escape in time, their bodies torn asunder. Blood splattering against the surrounding stones and foliage. Inside the pitch-black cave, only the sound of breathing filled the air, as silence enveloped the group until Wang Zhe retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and illuminated the surroundings. The dragon birds, having been startled, were unable to breach the cave, which was a hollow recess burdened by boulders weighing at least 100,000 pounds. However, they remained vigilant at the entrance. This region held no creature more familiar than the dragon birds, and they faced no threats. Their offspring were still in the clutches of those despicable thieves. And having feasted recently, the dragon birds could survive for 10 days to half a month without food. They would remain vigilant until every last one of those contemptible thieves was extinguished. Under the beam of the flashlight, no one mourned for their fallen comrades. Although the cave provided safety, it was a dead end, lacking food and water sources, and even if they resorted to consuming the remains of their companions, the impending rainy season would render them equally doomed when the rivers surged. Wang Zhe bore no blame, for assigning fault would not alter their current predicament. They were all destined to perish together. What purpose would it serve to cast blame? Crouching down, he gazed at the dragon bird, hatchling still struggling for survival. Feeling a twinge of compassion, yet, he understood that the law of nature was one of survival of the fittest. Reaching out to grasp the hatchling, he thought, since your survival is futile, it would be kinder to grant you a swift release from your suffering. With his left hand, he clutched the recently hatched dragon bird, raising his steel knife in his right hand. No one intervened. They allowed Wang Zhe to unleash his frustrations. Suddenly, a voice cried out, hungry. Startled, Wang Zhe's gaze darted to the shaman, for only he could utter words comprehensible to him. What is it? The shaman replied, taken aback, his aged and weary face revealing confusion. I heard someone call out that they are hungry. Hungry? The shaman's eyes fell upon the ailing dragon bird hatchling, swallowing hard. Quick, place your hand on the dragon bird hatchling. The dragon bird hatchling? Could it be? Wang Zhe complied, and the feeble voice echoed once more, albeit considerably weaker, akin to a flickering candle nearing its end. Shaman, I heard it. As long as my hand touches it, I can understand its cries, but its injuries are grave. Even a naturally fierce beast cannot linger long in such a state. The shaman was taken aback, unable to fathom how Wang Zhe, who had not awakened his spirit, could comprehend the language of the dragon bird hatchling. Moreover, a beast shaman could communicate simply with various intelligent beings without the need for physical contact. Wang Zhe's situation was unprecedented, let alone having witnessed it. Could Wang Zhe indeed converse with the dragon bird hatchling? This was crucial for the survival of all within the cave. As long as I am here, it shall not perish as long as it draws breath, but our fates now rest entirely in your hands. The shaman held a firm belief in reviving the dragon bird hatchling, for it was a naturally fierce creature, endowed with formidable vitality, having survived to this moment. What must I do? Once I have treated its wounds, I will teach you the beast-bonding shamanic arts. Whether you live or die will depend on your own fortune. Wang Zhe, not having awakened his spirit, could not be considered a shaman, yet only the beast-bonding shamanic arts could facilitate communion with the spirit of the beast. Whether it would succeed remained a mystery. Chapter 46. The Anomaly of Wang Zhe. Do I truly understand the language of beasts now? Wang Zhe's heart raced with exhilaration. The wondrous occurrence of his transmigration had already been accepted. However, he felt uncertain about the beast-bonding shamanic arts mentioned by the shaman. Aside from his enhanced strength and agility, he sensed no trace of the spirit the shaman spoke of. Together with the other primal men, he watched as the shaman administered medicine to the dragon bird hatchling. The concoction crafted by the shaman was uniquely potent, even if one followed the process meticulously. Attending to every detail, it would still pale in comparison to the miraculous effects of the shaman's brews. A tribe could function without a tool shaman, beast shaman, or warrior shaman, but it could never be without a medicine shaman. Healers are the lifeblood of existence. A medicine shaman could both save lives and take them. It would not be difficult for those versed in poisons to eliminate thousands in a single night. As for the beast shaman, it was no trivial matter to forge a bond with a beast. The more powerful the creature, the greater the mental fortitude required of the shaman. Spirit embodies the soul and mental energy. The Lihua tribe's shaman did not divulge certain knowledge, believing some could be taught gradually once Wang Zhe awakened his spirit, while others would be instinctively understood through tradition. Even a fierce beast, let alone a hatchling, demanded significant mental resilience, typically necessitating at least the level of an earth shaman or a peak human shaman with great potential. The 3 souls and 7 spirits. Only a shaman capable of fully awakening their spirit could ascend to become the uncrowned king of all tribes, the supreme shaman. Wang Zhe had not even awakened the first spirit, let alone the second spirit of the peak human shaman. Given the current situation, if there was still a chance, it had to be seized, otherwise, they all faced certain death. The female dragon bird would require a full year to bear offspring, while the male would need 6 months to incubate. It would not mate with the female until the hatchlings were grown. Thus, the male dragon bird placed immense value on its offspring, willing to fight to the death to protect them. Time swiftly passed as the shaman treated the dragon bird hatchling. The rain outside the cave showed no signs of abating, with the frenzied male dragon bird blocking the entrance. With the shaman's healing, the once near-death hatchling began to regain vitality, its cries growing progressively louder. Wang Zhe, who had dozed off during the wait, was roused by the weary shaman. The dragon bird hatchling's injuries are nearly healed. This is the last of the medicine. In a moment, you will need to remove the hide covering its eyes while soothing it and administering the medicine, then attempt to engage in spiritual communication. The beast shaman communicates through spirit. Wang Zhe complied, gently stroking the drug-numbed body of the dragon bird hatchling, only to hear, hungry, hungry, pain, hungry. Spiritual communication? How exactly does one engage in such a manner? Can this creature comprehend human speech? Hey, can you hear what I'm saying? Wang Zhe was unfamiliar with the concept of spirit communication, attempting to project his thoughts inwardly, yet the dragon bird hatchling showed no response. He could only remove the hide covering its eyes, revealing the hatchling's watchful gaze. In reaction, Wang Zhe forcibly administered the medicine. After a minute, he continued to attempt the so-called spiritual communication, only to meet with failure once again. Ultimately, Wang Zhe could only look to the shaman for guidance. Shrugging in a gesture of helplessness, conveying through body language, "I've done my best. I am equally at a loss." Regarding Wang Zhe's failure, Wu had long been mentally prepared. Heaven had not favored him, and miracles had not unfolded. All he could do was offer Wang Zhe a few drops of the ferocious beast's essence extracted from the body of a deceased dragonbird hatchling, urging him to drink from the jade vial. Even these few drops of dragonbird essence were exceedingly potent, so much so that even the robust primitive men could not withstand its effects without suffering harm. Yet, they had no alternative. To use a modern idiom, Wu's actions were akin to burning one's boats. Gritting his teeth, Wang Zhe downed the contents in one gulp. Soon, a fiery warmth ignited in his abdomen, and in an instant, he felt as if he were engulfed in flames. His heartbeat accelerated, and the sensation of the ferocious beast's essence merging with his medicinal bath returned. More intense and rapid than before, Wang Zhe became completely immersed in this overwhelming feeling, losing track of time. However, when he regained consciousness, the time on his phone read 8:28 a.m., and the bustling modern city had already awakened. If it weren't raining in Nanjing City, the sun would be shining brightly at this hour. "How do you feel?" Wu was the first to approach. "I'm hungry, really hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Wang Zhe sheepishly scratched his head, as his overwhelming sensation was indeed one of hunger. Wu promptly summoned all the food available and presented it to Wang Zhe. For a full 10 minutes, he devoured hungrily, consuming nearly 10 pounds of cooked meat, letting out a slight burp afterward. "Wu, I'm full now. I feel an even stronger power coursing through me," Wang Zhe declared. Wu rolled his eyes, exasperated. What good is power if you can't use it to deal with that ferocious beast outside? He had yet to see any brilliance emanating from Wang Zhe's form, holding on to a flicker of hope that perhaps he was indeed extraordinary, having originated from a higher civilization. Yet now, with just a few drops of ferocious beast essence consumed, all they had gained was the ability to eat. Did this mean that heaven intended to obliterate them, to annihilate the Lihua tribe, severing their last glimmer of hope? Suddenly, the dragonbird hatchling's cries grew louder as the anesthetic effects wore off, causing the male dragonbird outside the cave to become agitated, repeatedly crashing into the cave's entrance. Each impact sent stones tumbling from the cave's ceiling, and if this continued, the cave might very well collapse under the relentless assault. In a state of urgency, Wang Zhe rushed forward to restrain the hatchling, without a second thought shouting, "Stop yelling. If you don't, I swear I'll put an end to you." At that moment, Wang Zhe's demeanor was rather fierce. Wu rolled his eyes, feeling powerless to inform Wang Zhe that such threats would be futile. Shouting would achieve nothing. Yet, to his astonishment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The dragon bird hatchling ceased its cries, retracting its head and gazing intently at Wang Zhe with dark, fearful eyes. Incredible. Even a bird from another world understands Mandarin. Wang Zhe exclaimed, astonished. He continued to test. "Hey, can you understand me?" The hatchling nodded. This action brought forth tears of joy from the group of primitive people surrounding Li Tsang, overwhelmed with excitement. The naturally ferocious beast was communicating with Wang Zhe, a capability reserved for beast shamans. This individual, whom Wu had painstakingly nurtured, must have become a beast shaman. The method might be unconventional, but the ability to converse with beasts was paramount. Imagining a ferocious beast within their tribe brought a wave of exhilaration. Once this hatchling matured, it would be more than capable of sweeping through the other 3 tribes in the valley. "Are you hungry?" Wang Zhe inquired, and the dragon bird hatchling nodded again, affirming, "Hungry." Outside the cave, the dragon bird continued to ram against the entrance, and the stones cascading from above grew larger and more frequent. In a moment of desperation, Wang Zhe shouted toward the cave's mouth, "Stop ramming the cave. It'll collapse, and we'll die. Your child will perish alongside us. Fetch some food quickly. Don't let your child go hungry." Suddenly, the barrage of impacts ceased, replaced by the dragon bird's peculiar calls. Although Wang Zhe could not decipher the sounds, he understood the hatchling's cries. Hungry. Food. It repeated these 2 sentiments, and Wang Zhe speculated that perhaps its limited intellect contributed to the simplicity of its communication. Fortunately, the dragon bird ceased its assault and took to the skies. At that moment, the primitive people inside the cave reverently exclaimed to Wu, "Honorable shaman, I just understood the words of the divine child." Wu was taken aback and quickly inquired of the other tribespeople, "What about you?" Everyone nodded in unison, indicating they too suddenly comprehended Wang Zhe's speech. Wu fell silent. This phenomenon could only be explained in one way. Wang Zhe spoke with inherent spiritual resonance. Though Wu could not fathom why, no other explanation seemed plausible. The way they looked at Wang Zhe shifted dramatically, as if they were no longer gazing at a mere human, but rather a creature of extraordinary might. Was this truly a human from a more advanced civilization? Directly consuming ferocious beast essence had not even elevated him to the threshold of awakening. Was it that he could not awaken at all, or was his potential simply extraordinary? Such a situation had never occurred in Wu's historical experience. Even the most illustrious shamans, after partaking in a medicinal bath and consuming drops of ferocious beast essence, would ignite their potential, instantly reaching the stage of awakening, and subsequently receive the shamanic inheritance. Yet this individual, did he perhaps seek even more ferocious beast essence? Wu dismissed the thought. This had been a stroke of luck, and whether they could turn misfortune into fortune remained uncertain. Following this incident, the dragon bird would undoubtedly abandon this nest in search of another, and while the valley boasted few ferocious beasts, any one of them could annihilate the Lihua tribe multiple times over. Neither he nor the Lihua tribe possessed the capability to procure new ferocious beast essence for Wang Zhe. As for the dragon bird hatchling, it would either be taken away by the dragon bird or become the tribe's guardian beast. The former was implausible, while the latter would not permit them to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Wang Zhe, now is the time for me to teach you the binding spirit shamanic arts. You must try it quickly. Wu pressed his finger to Wang Zhe's forehead, and a faint green light illuminated ancient, obscure characters in Wang Zhe's memory, resembling tadpole script. To his surprise, Wang Zhe found he could comprehend them. So this is the binding spirit shamanic arts? It seems intriguing. From confusion to mastery, Wang Zhe focused his gaze on the dragon bird hatchling, a naturally ferocious beast. Even the weakest of ferocious beasts, the destructive power of that dragon bird was evident to Wang Zhe. In 2 words, astonishing. Could he truly possess such an impressive flying beast companion? Wang Zhe's restless heart could no longer be contained. Chapter 47, Unexpected Turn. An ancient incantation reverberated in Wang Zhe's throat, echoing through the cave as he offered his blood, drawn from a cut in his palm, to the dragon bird hatchling. This was not the culmination of success, but merely the beginning. Following the binding spirit shamanic arts taught by Wu, he needed to establish a spiritual resonance before binding the spirit. However, the issue was that Wang Zhe was utterly perplexed about what spiritual resonance entailed. How do I create spiritual resonance? I haven't the faintest idea. Perhaps I could try this. It worked quite well just now. Having fed the hatchling his blood, Wang Zhe moistened his throat and declared, "Listen here. You've drunk my blood. Now hurry and establish spiritual resonance, or I'll make you my soup." Wu stared in disbelief, unsure of what to say in such a moment. Binding with a beast, even for the greatest of beast shamans, was a gradual process, requiring the cultivation of trust and goodwill with the beast. This was equally true for even the most ferocious beasts, with the more powerful creatures possessing greater wisdom. It was akin to coaxing a 4- or 5-year-old girl with candy. Intimidation would yield no results and would only drive a wedge between them in the binding process. Yet the outcome was the dragon bird's juvenile gazed at Wang Zhe with a hint of trepidation, letting out a cry. Shortly thereafter, everyone heard Wang Zhe's booming laughter. Haha, I have successfully formed a bond with my spirit beast, which I have succeeded. I now feel a subtle connection with this dragon bird juvenile. Wang Zhe could hardly contain his joy and excitement. What if he didn't understand spiritual resonance? Look, our Chinese language works wonders. Is this what a spirit bond is? The connection is intangible, akin to comrades who share life and death, unconditionally entrusting their lives and backs to one another, as if there exists an innate intimacy and trust between them. The witch was incredulous. Surrounded by a group of primitive people, collectively bewildered by the chilling night breeze that blew in from outside the cave. When did ferocious beasts become so timid? Did a mere statement frighten them into forming a bond? The act of forming a spirit bond is somewhat akin to a marriage broker, providing an opportunity for two completely unfamiliar individuals from disparate worlds to connect and communicate. The man strives to win the woman's favor, earning her trust to ultimately gain further opportunities, with the power of choice resting firmly in the woman's hands. This is not unlike bonding with a beast. Imagine being smitten with a stunning beauty and, upon first meeting, boldly suggesting, "Beautiful lady, let us go to a hotel tonight, or I'll make you regret it." Instead of resisting, she fearfully glances at you and shyly nods, following you to the hotel, allowing you to do as you please. Such unprecedented behavior naturally leaves the primitive onlookers and the witch utterly dumbfounded. After a while, the witch began to adapt, swallowing hard as he asked, "What feelings do you have after forming the bond? For instance, any mental pressure? Do you feel fatigued or experience an intangible pain? Or perhaps an invisible force compressing or tearing at you? Suddenly, does the urge to defecate count?" Wang Zhe blinked earnestly, having refrained from relieving himself during the journey, fearing that some unknown creature might bite him, leading to a fatal outcome. His earnest response left the witch trembling with disbelief, taking a deep breath to ask again, "Is there truly nothing else you feel?" Wang Zhe closed his eyes and tried to sense anything further. Instead, he felt an even stronger urge to defecate. In the confined space of the cave filled with primitive people, it would undoubtedly reek if he did so. Thus, he took the recently bonded dragon bird juvenile outside the cave. The witch wept tears of joy. This human from another civilization was extraordinary, although not yet a true witch. He had managed to prompt the dragon bird juvenile to bond willingly with just a few words. After the bond, he felt no pressure whatsoever. If he were to awaken his spirit and become a witch, he might become the greatest shaman king in history. As for whether Wang Zhe could awaken his spirit and become a witch, who knows? Nevertheless, the witch was elated, dancing with joy, as the Lihua tribe had found new hope and spiritual sustenance for survival. Wang Zhe, however, was not as contemplative as the witch. Having just relieved himself, the dragon bird returned, dropping several black serpents, its gaze icy and filled with murderous intent aimed at Wang Zhe. It had 100 ways to kill him, yet its unfortunate offspring spread its wings to shield Wang Zhe. While consuming the black serpents it had brought, it protected this despicable thief. The feeling was one of anger and helplessness, akin to a father watching his cherished daughter stray towards a man she had just met. "Hey, bird brother, why not bond with me too, and we can enjoy a life of luxury together?" Wang Zhe blinked, his legs trembling slightly at the sight of this colossal creature. This proposal was the result of considerable mental effort. The dragon bird screeched, but alas, Wang Zhe could not comprehend. Just as he attempted to touch the creature to decipher its avian language, the dragon bird spread its wings and soared away. With the ferocity dissipated, Wang Zhe nearly collapsed to the ground, a sensation of heart-stopping fear that one cannot fathom unless faced with a dragon bird akin to a fighter jet. Inside the cave, the witch and the primitive people erupted in cheers as the juvenile's intervention caused the dragon bird to relent, for it was, after all, its offspring. Even the fiercest of beasts would not harm its young. Furthermore, without the juvenile, the male dragon bird could establish a new nest, employing its own methods to attract female dragon birds and begin the cycle of new offspring. Wang Zhe returned to the cave with the satiated dragon bird juvenile. And immediately, all the primitive people followed Li Tsang and knelt before Wang Zhe, murmuring in a language he could not comprehend. The witch translated, "From this moment forth, you are the new shaman of the Lihua tribe. After my demise, the entire tribe shall thrive according to your will." Wang Zhe trembled at these words. Had this been ancient China, he would essentially be a crown prince. Unfortunately, there were no beautiful maidens among these primitive people, or he could have established a harem of 3,000 beauties. In the darkness, the flashlight served as the sole source of light. Wang Zhe, Cradling the dragon bird juvenile the size of a dog, leaned against a rock and fell asleep, while the witch rested beside him, with the primitive people taking turns to keep watch. As dawn broke, the rain had not ceased but had lightened considerably. Stepping out of the cave, his freshly dried clothes became damp once more, and the stream's water had risen significantly. The witch had already informed Wang Zhe that this was a sign of the impending rainy season. Before the rains arrived, the tribe needed to prepare ample food and essentials such as firewood and salt. Initially, Wang Zhe boasted, asserting that these necessities were trivial. As his advanced civilization had an abundance of them, especially salt, he could acquire tons if needed. Wang Zhe believed he could downplay his resources, but he had to flaunt them. After all, he was the next shaman of the Lihua tribe, and he would generously provide whatever he could procure. However, he did not anticipate that the witch would resolutely reject his offer, the reasoning being simple. Wang Zhe could not alter the cruel realities of this world. Nurturing was the most brutal form of slaughter. If everything depended on Wang Zhe's provision, the Lihua tribe might experience a period of comfort but would ultimately become complacent, leading to their annihilation. Survival necessitated confronting not only existential threats from various predatory creatures, but also rival tribes. The witch's refusal prompted Wang Zhe to recall a saying, "It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish." As a modern university student, did he truly fear not being able to acquire something as simple as salt? There were numerous methods to extract salt, which would be arduous for these primitive people but a trivial task for Wang Zhe. Whether through earth salt, brine, or saline soil, he could easily extract salt. The journey back did not linger. All the tribe's elites had set out, needing to return swiftly to avoid imminent danger. Thus, Wang Zhe did not raise the issue of seeking thousand-year ginseng. He thought it best to return to the tribe first and search leisurely later, especially since Zheng Yaqing was not urgently in need. The return journey was fraught with peril, yet thanks to his extensive experience, they returned to the tribe unscathed. Nestled against the mountains, the simple enclosure built of stones and wooden stakes, along with the unsightly thatched huts, was now within reach. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed as arrows sliced through the air, and not just one, but several struck. The sharp-boned arrows could fell even the lowliest of ferocious beasts like the horned wolf, let alone these primitive people clad in animal skins. 3 arrows simultaneously and accurately targeted Wang Zhe. An ambush near their own tribe had caught everyone off guard. Chapter 48, Give Me 7 Days. The strength of the primitives was somewhat exaggerated. Children who had undergone medicinal baths could lift colossal stones weighing 400 to 600 pounds, while adults possessed nearly 1,000 pounds of strength, with some formidable individuals capable of feats in the thousands. Without such strength, survival in this jungle would be impossible. Their bows are remarkably extravagant and unique. Despite their rough appearance, they are crafted from a rare type of wood. The shafts of the arrows are also made from this resilient material, while the bowstrings are fashioned from the hides of ferocious beasts, capable of withstanding thousands of pounds of repeated tension. Bows and arrows are indispensable to every tribe and serve as the most lethal weapons. However, these crude bows pale in comparison to the finely crafted arrows made by the shaman. What speed can an arrow shot with a force of over 1,000 pounds achieve? What terrifying lethality does it possess? One primitive man walking alongside Wang Zhe had his extremely hard skull pierced clean through, and it did not end there. The arrow, having penetrated the skull, went on to sever a tree, as thick as an arm, standing 5 or 6 meters behind him, finally embedding itself into a colossal tree, penetrating 1/3 of its depth. The sight was utterly horrifying, arrows seemingly raining down in a dreadful flurry. Everything transpired so abruptly and swiftly that, upon noticing the arrows, 5 individuals fell lifeless on the spot, while more than 10 others sustained injuries, with 5 or 6 suffering severe wounds. As for Wang Zhe, due to his resemblance to the shaman, he was treated with particular hostility. 3 arrows were shot towards him, accompanied by 5 targeting the shaman. The death of a shaman signifies the doom of a tribe. Thus, the attackers concentrated their efforts on eliminating Wang Zhe and the shaman with clear intent to annihilate the Lihua tribe, slaughtering the males for sustenance and abducting the females to ensure the tribe's propagation and strength. The shaman's bone staff emitted a green light. This was Wang Zhe's first encounter with the shaman in action. The aged figure unleashed in unimaginable force and speed, deftly parrying all 5 arrows with a flourish of his staff. While the shaman possessed such formidable strength, Wang Zhe did not. Despite his robust physique, he was unable to react to the sudden onslaught of arrows. Wang Zhe's demise seemed inevitable, yet he was not alone. Cradled in his arms was a naturally fierce beast, albeit a lowly and newly born creature, still exuding remarkable power, far more vigilant than Wang Zhe. The nearly 1-meter-long fleshy wings of the young beast flared as the 3 arrows were launched, and before Wang Zhe could react, it had already deflected them. However, the young dragon bird let out a pained cry, its left wing bleeding, having sustained yet another injury before it had fully recovered from its prior wounds. Wang Zhe's heart raced. Had it not been for the little creature in his arms, he would likely have already succumbed to death. Seeing that Wang Zhe was unharmed, the elite members of the tribe swiftly whisked him to safety, and the shaman, exhaling a sigh of relief, soon allowed a fury and murderous intent to ignite upon his aged visage as he bellowed with all his might. Kill! Li Tsang, accompanied by the enraged shaman, charged towards the enemy, while nearly 20 primitive men, their eyes ablaze with wrath, sprinted through the jungle, retaliating with arrows of their own. This bloodshed was brutal and was the first such spectacle Wang Zhe had ever witnessed. In a fight for survival, there was simply no alternative choice. Wang Zhe refrained from joining the fray. The sight of killing made his heart tremble, requiring a period of adjustment. His legs felt weak. Yet he did not vomit at the sight of the corpses strewn across the ground. 2 furious primitive men flanked Wang Zhe protectively, ready to charge into danger without hesitation, ensuring that he would not be harmed before their own demise. Carefully, they made their way back to the tribe, which lay in disarray, blood splattered everywhere. With many corpses ravaged by beasts, the elderly, children, and women, neither the young nor the old, were nowhere to be found. The cave where the shaman resided was blocked by a massive stone, and this scene caused the 2 primitive men beside Wang Zhe to exchange glances. After murmuring to each other, one rushed towards the cave, pounding on the stone and shouting. Unfortunately, no response came, regardless of how loudly he called. Unable to budge the stone, he quickly beckoned to the primitive man beside Wang Zhe, who knelt before him, uttering incomprehensible words. Go ahead, I will help you push. This declaration left the primitive man astonished. As Wang Zhe approached the cave's entrance, the other primitive man immediately knelt and began to babble again. Get up, first. Let us move the stone blocking the cave entrance, and we will discuss the rest once the shaman returns. The primitive man nodded vigorously, rising to his feet as he, along with Wang Zhe, exerted their strength to push the stone. Perhaps the absence of resistance from within allowed the 3 of them to shift the boulder from the cave's mouth. In an instant, what lay inside the cave provoked a surge of anger within Wang Zhe, prompting him to avert his gaze. An overpowering stench forced them to retreat rapidly. In just 3 steps, the 2 primitive men, towering half a meter above Wang Zhe and with arms thicker than his legs, collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. It's poisonous. Wang Zhe felt an intense dizziness wash over him, hastily consuming the antidote from his reserves. Only then did the vertigo begin to subside. Without pausing, he pried open the mouths of the 2 poisoned primitive men, pouring the antidote down their throats. The mere inhalation of a hint of poison proved so dreadful. The fate of those who had taken refuge inside the cave was all too evident. Wang Zhe dared not approach the cave again. And as for the 2 poisoned primitive men, despite having the antidote forcefully administered, they lay unconscious on the ground, showing no signs of awakening. The young dragon bird lay on the ground, crying out, and Wang Zhe understood what the little creature was trying to express. Yet all he could do was offer words of comfort in his anxiety. Nearly 2 hours later, the shaman and his group returned, appearing even more aged as they leaned on their bone staffs, each member stained with blood and bearing wounds. Their gazes filled with rage as they surveyed the devastation of their tribe. Just yesterday, before their departure, the tribe had thrived, yet today it was littered with corpses. And the death toll from the cave alone was at least 100. The entire Lihua tribe consisted of merely over 400 individuals. It was the work of the Giantwood tribe, not a deliberate attack, but rather a cruel twist of fate. Every year, tribes engaged in trade, typically before the lengthy 3-month rainy season, without a precise schedule. Consequently, when the shaman led the elite members of the tribe to hunt ferocious beasts for Wang Zhe, the trading caravan from the Giantwood tribe unexpectedly appeared at the Lihua tribe. The shaman's advanced age was no secret among the other 3 tribes in the valley. Without a successor, the death of the Lihua tribe shaman would quickly lead to its downfall. Thus, the trading caravan from the Giantwood tribe harbored no fears. And upon discovering the unguarded Lihua tribe devoid of a shaman and elite warriors, it was akin to a famished man viewing an unsuspecting and delicate maiden. Naturally, they were unwilling to let such a golden opportunity slip away. The overwhelming disparity in strength resulted in this massacre. It was precisely due to this coincidence that the annihilation of the Lihua tribe was averted, aside from the dozens of women taken captive. Over 200 individuals fled into the forest. After one night, how many would survive was uncertain, even to the shaman. The darkness of the jungle was as terrifying as a hell of death. I am sorry, it is all because of me. Otherwise, without you, the Lihua tribe would almost certainly have met its demise. You need not blame yourself, as long as you are alive. The Lihua can reignite like a spark into a roaring flame. The urgent task is to locate our kin hiding in the jungle and seek a new place to dwell. The shaman interrupted Wang Zhe, asserting that while they had vanquished those who had attacked, nearly everyone was injured and without a safe space to recuperate. They would not survive the rainy season. Will we not seek vengeance? We lack the capacity for revenge. The shaman shook his head. The most vital matter was that they still had Wang Zhe as a beacon of hope. Thus they could not act recklessly and must remain composed. I will assist you. Wang Zhe brandished the steel knife in his hand. I can find a way to procure many such weapons. Even bows capable of withstanding tens of thousands of pounds of force. The shaman remained silent, quietly taking the steel knife from Wang Zhe's grasp and before him. He clashed it against a bone knife. To Wang Zhe's astonishment, the bone knife did not shatter. Instead, the collision sparked flames, its hardness far exceeding what he had imagined. This is merely the beast bone of an intermediate beast, lacking any magical vessel. Your steel blade is nothing more than scrap iron, which not only fails to provide assistance, but may indeed invite calamity. Iron can only be possessed by tribes of at least 3,000 to 5,000 individuals. As for bows, they are unnecessary, as they are abundant. Bows capable of withstanding over 10,000 pounds of force bear no distinction from the ones currently held by them, and are inferior to those crafted by magical vessels. Wang Zhe had thought he was nearing a state of numbness. Yet the notch on the steel blade left him in a state of shock and disbelief. What about firearms? It seems that a weapon with substantial lethality is required, such as a handgun. Perhaps a Desert Eagle would suffice. However, where could Wang Zhe procure a Desert Eagle? The domestic gun laws are exceedingly stringent. While in M country there would be no issue, but the thought of having to transport it across half the globe is quite daunting. Bombs. Those of lesser power are useless, and acquiring large-scale destructive explosives is even more challenging than obtaining firearms. Gasoline. Its absence is inconsequential, while an excess cannot be poured upon primitive beings whose agility surpasses that of monkeys. What else is there? Wang Zhe racked his brain for a full 10 minutes before finally contemplating a means that would not infringe upon domestic laws, yet could yield formidable weapons. His face and eyes began to reflect excitement and impatience. Sorcerer, grant me 7 days. After this span, I shall lead a group to take vengeance and conquer the giant wood tribe. This must not be refused. The Fire Departure tribe has sustained near catastrophic losses. Only by conquering other tribes can we swiftly grow stronger. The giant wood tribe, which harbors a deep-seated enmity towards us, will be the first target in my endeavor to lead our tribe in conquering this world. Chapter 49. Thoughts and Plans. Conquering this world? The sorcerer deemed Wang Zhe's words to be the ravings of a madman, a feat no less challenging than plucking a star from the heavens. Even throughout the ages, no sorcerer king has succeeded in conquering this world. Only tribes possessing a sorcerer king can be referred to as royal courts, and these courts vary in size, with the smallest boasting populations in the hundreds of thousands. As for the vastness of this world and the number of royal court tribes it contains, even the sorcerer kings are unaware. However, the goal of conquering the giant wood tribe, as expressed by Wang Zhe, is entirely achievable and stirs something within the sorcerer. The Fire Departure tribe has been ambushed and nearly decimated. Even if they survive this rainy season, the number of survivors may not reach 100. Should they conquer the giant wood tribe, not only could they recover their losses, but they would also gain more women to proliferate and strengthen the tribe. Wang Zhe's proposition is a tantalizing temptation, one that is both enticing and difficult to refuse. Not only the sorcerer, but all surrounding primitive beings find themselves captivated. The strength of the giant wood tribe already exceeds that of their own, and now it is undoubtedly double. There can be no room for error, given the circumstances. How confident are you? In close combat, a 90% chance of victory. Wang Zhe is filled with confidence, for the formidable weapon he envisions can only demonstrate its efficacy in close quarters. But what exactly is this weapon? A wolf deterrent spray. Of course, a standard wolf deterrent spray would not suffice, which is precisely why Wang Zhe specified 7 days to expedite the production of an enhanced version. The deterrent spray contains 60 grams of pure chili extract, mustard extract, and other naturally potent stimulants. Although wolf deterrent sprays are regulated and not readily available for sale, acquiring them is relatively simple for those with wealth. Leveraging the Zheng family's connections to procure a batch of wolf deterrent sprays should not pose a challenge, which would undoubtedly incapacitate the primitive inhabitants of this world. Wang Zhe envisions an enhanced wolf deterrent spray that, aside from an increased range and coverage, also features significantly elevated potency levels, specifically using the Carolina Reaper, renowned as the Death Pepper. With a Scoville rating of 15, 639, 832, this variety, cultivated by farmer Ed Curry in M country over a decade, can be classified as a weapon-grade chili. This pepper shattered Guinness World Records on November 14, 2013, as the hottest pepper in the world. This is merely the spiciness of the pepper. Modern technology could further refine it to an even more extreme level, ultimately rendering it capable of blinding individuals. At that point, when the members of the Fire Departure tribe engage in close-quarter combat with those of the giant wood tribe, both sides, consumed with a desire to slay one another, will inevitably glare with murderous intent, wishing their very gazes could annihilate their foes. Then, with a moment of unpreparedness, the super-potent pepper extract from the deterrent spray will be unleashed, a sensation even the strongest primitive beings will likely find unbearable. The eyes, being the most sensitive and vulnerable part of the human body, are also one of its most crucial elements. The blind, the able-bodied. Even children as young as 10 can be easily toyed with and bullied, let alone a group of agile, powerful beings filled with rage and a thirst for blood. In that instant of ambush, it shall surely transform into a one-sided massacre of the giant wood tribe by the fire departure tribe. Thus, Wang Zhe believes this method can yield a 90% chance of victory. As for the aftermath, following conquest, they will seal off the news for as long as possible. Given the slow communication within primitive tribes, it may not lead to disastrous consequences. Contemplating the bleak future of the tribe and the multitude of yearning eyes around him. Glistening with a plea, the sorcerer nodded in agreement. Providing weapons differs significantly from providing sustenance. Tribes will fight for survival and will not simply settle into complacency, risking the loss of their ability to survive in this perilous environment. The corpses remain unburied, as they must leave this place as swiftly as possible. Moreover, burying them would only result in their being unearthed by wild beasts, rendering it more prudent to abandon them here. After ensuring the two still unconscious tribal hunters were in good condition, the sorcerer stepped into the cave still thick with toxic fumes, consuming an antidote. The bone staff emitted a faint green glow, allowing the sorcerer to navigate the toxic cave without hindrance. Within a few minutes, he gathered all the herbs, beast bones, and fangs from the cave, and together with the severely injured individuals, the sorcerer and Wang Zhe proceeded, while the lightly injured took on the roles of guards, assisting or carrying the heavily injured. The others dispersed into the jungle to search for their tribal kin, still holding the photographs of ginseng provided by Wang Zhe. The injured slowed the pace of the group, and as the sorcerer walked, he concocted potions, prioritizing Wang Zhe's dragon bird hatchling. For such a creature is worth more than the lives of countless humans. Before nightfall, they finally managed to find a place to rest. The lightly injured promptly set down the boulder they had been carrying and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Those who had ventured out to locate their tribal kin gradually returned, bringing back many who had been hiding in the jungle. Night fell, and the jungle, drenched in rainwater, rendered it impossible to light a fire. The flashlight served as the sole source of illumination. Although curiosity abounded, no one dared to touch the flashlight. The returning tribespeople, along with the hunting team, numbered 105. The remaining individuals, even if still alive, had effectively forfeited any hope of being found after nightfall. This was not a temporary abandonment, but a permanent one. Even if they could somehow survive for 2 additional nights, given the current circumstances of the fire departure tribe, such slim chances must be relinquished for the sake of the greater number of survivors. They must take responsibility for those still living. A significant quantity of ginseng was also recovered. The age of wild ginseng can be discerned from its stalk, leaves, body, roots, and pearl points. There are generally 2 primary methods for determining the age of ginseng: examining the stalk, leaves, and fruit, or inspecting the root. However, relying on the stalk, leaves, and fruit for age determination is less reliable. The root is typically used for this purpose. Ginseng with a round, elongated stalk, aged, yellowish skin, intricate patterns, a beautiful form, and numerous root hairs and pearl nodes is undoubtedly over 100 years old, a rare treasure. In order to distinguish ginseng, Wang Zhe made ample preparations. Upon learning that the ginseng had been recovered, he hurried to identify it, only to be taken aback by the 12 wild ginseng roots before him, each over a century old. Is this truly a medicinal herb? Wu, having heard Wang Zhe's explanation of ginseng, casually picked up a root, cleaned it, and took a bite. As he chewed thoughtfully, his eyes brightened with realization. This is a potent remedy for replenishing vital energy and blood. Does the efficacy of ginseng indeed increase with age? Wu's gaze sparkled with anticipation. Having experienced the effects of this ginseng himself, he contemplated its potential benefits for the children of the tribe. Not only would it aid in their growth, but the survival rate from medicinal baths would also see a significant improvement. The results of these baths could even surpass those of the past. Certainly, such ginseng is considered an invaluable medicine in our civilized world, alongside many other plants that serve as medicinal materials, embodying the essence of our culture passed down through millennia. I can bring it forward for translation and research. The successful recovery of ginseng sparked a thought in Wang Zhe's mind. The interaction between medicinal herbs and the blood and bones of beasts in this world could yield extraordinary results, granting the shaman the power to alter the fate of a tribe. And what of acupuncture? With his almost superhuman strength and agility, could he perhaps practice martial arts? This ancestral wisdom has been handed down for thousands of years. Disciplines such as Baji Quan, Tai Chi, and Taizu Changquan, among others, Training in martial arts not only strengthens the body, but also enables one to defend the nation, distinguishing the martial artist from mere brutes endowed with strength. If martial arts could flourish in this world, then the overall strength of his tribe would naturally surpass that of others, rendering modern weaponry unnecessary for conquering larger tribes. I am filled with anticipation. Since the tribe faced calamity, a faint smile of relief finally graced the aged face of Wu. After meticulously examining all the ginseng roots, he discovered that even the youngest among them was 3 centuries old, with 6 roots under 500 years, for ranging from 5 to 800 years, and the remaining 2 exceeding a millennium. After soothing the dragon bird cubs through communication, Wu took it upon himself to care for them. As night fell, the time displayed on the phone was around 11 o'clock. Wang Zhe attempted to touch the stone, which firmly indicated that he was still unable to traverse back to the modern city. The night forest appeared extraordinarily ominous, engulfed in darkness, with terrifying roars echoing from afar. Shadows flitted through the night rain-soaked jungle, stealthily approaching among the branches of towering trees. Suddenly, a figure leapt into the air, extending its claws toward Wang Zhe, who was holding a flashlight. It seemed that the beam from his flashlight had caught the attention of this lurking creature. In a flash, like lightning, its claws nearly grazed Wang Zhe's head. It was a blood-red creature, resembling a monkey with the head of a wolf dog, its size akin to that of a child around 10 years old. Chapter 50. The Strange Flower. Blood splattered in the air. The creature emitted a series of shrill cries. Realizing its miscalculation, it had not anticipated that its intended victim would be prepared. Just as it thought it had succeeded, a sharp blade swiftly descended upon it. Having consumed a few drops of the dragon bird cub's blood, Wang Zhe tested his strength, propelling himself from a limit of 600 pounds to 800. With a single arm strength barely reaching 400 pounds. With all his might, he swung the blade, which could likely cleave even a log as thick as a thigh in two. Yet, astonishingly, this strike did not instantly slay the monkey-like creature. With a piercing scream, the blade severed its foreleg, the impact causing its ribs to fracture significantly as it was sent crashing into a tree, shaking the trunk that was thicker than an average person's waist. With a thud, the creature fell heavily to the ground, and a dark figure descended from the air, landing a foot squarely on its fallen head. With a resounding crunch, the ground beneath its head caved in, and a torrent of blood gushed from its shattered eye sockets, staining the earth crimson. It was a night dog monkey, a pack-dwelling beast that poses little threat alone, but in numbers, they often exceed 1,000. Possessing a naturally paralyzing toxin and a vengeance that rivals even that of the horned wolf. We must leave at once. Wu's expression was grave. This warning directed solely at Wang Zhe. The rest of the tribe understood all too well the terror of these aggressive pack hunters. They would charge fearlessly into danger. Indeed, during certain seasons, countless night dog monkeys would perish en masse, yet their kind would not face extinction, as their population thrived throughout the jungle. Thanks to their unparalleled reproductive capabilities, giving birth to up to 35 cubs every 3 months, with newborns able to reproduce shortly thereafter. Though they are omnivorous when raising offspring, they require a substantial amount of flesh, and they will consume carrion as well. At that moment, a cacophony of rustling filled the jungle, causing alarm among the primitive people surrounding Wang Zhe, many of whom were injured, some severely. Fortunately, the sounds seemed distant, prompting immediate action. Walking through the jungle at night is almost a death wish, yet when faced with night dog monkeys, a swift escape is imperative. Ahead lay towering trees with dense foliage, obscuring any clear path. With a swift swing of his bone knife, a sharp crack echoed as several branches blocking their way shattered and fell to the ground. The group advanced with great difficulty. Wang Zhe, positioned in the middle, frequently scanned the surroundings. In such lush greenery, visibility is severely hampered even during the day, making them vulnerable to monster attacks, let alone in the pitch black of night. Carrying the massive stone further delayed the group's progress, yet they managed to flee nearly a kilometer within a few minutes. Unable to contain himself, Wang Zhe spoke up. Wu, why not set down the stone and retrieve it once we are safe? This suggestion touched Wu deeply. Had Wang Zhe insisted, he would have carried the stone all the way. Everyone, be cautious. There's movement. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed abruptly, and he issued a low warning to the others. Instantly, everyone fell silent, holding their breath. Then, strange sounds emerged from the thick branches and underbrush 10 meters away, akin to the thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground, as if something were toppling over in succession. The group exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation. Yet they could not remain stagnant, unable to advance or retreat. Should they take a detour? Just then, the rustling shadows behind them materialized into a large pack of night dog monkeys, sending Wang Zhe into a panic as he instinctively reached to turn off the flashlight, realizing that it had attracted the creatures. However, he quickly reconsidered. The night dog monkeys likely possessed strong night vision, while he and the primitive people did not. Without sight, They could easily find themselves in dire straits, but with visibility, there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, as the night dog monkeys approached, they neither attacked nor even paused. As if something ahead captivated their attention, leading them in that direction. Wang Zhe and the others, poised for a fight, found themselves intrigued and puzzled. Especially Wang Zhe. Having just experienced an assault from the night dog monkeys, now witnessing this astonishing scene, felt an unbearable itch of curiosity, akin to the sensation of a cat's paw. Woo! Wang Zhe gazed at the shaman, acutely aware that this jungle posed significant dangers. Even in the face of overwhelming curiosity, he felt compelled to heed the shaman's words. The shaman, equally intrigued, found his thoughts drifting back to the scene at the entrance of the tribe's cave. The poison they had encountered was something that even the most skilled healer would struggle to combat. Yet Wang Zhe had remarkably not collapsed upon contact, and had returned to normalcy after consuming an antidote. Taking Wang Zhe along might yield unexpected, paradigm-shifting surprises. Let us proceed with caution. However, should any unusual disturbances arise, we must flee immediately, the shaman advised. Wang Zhe nodded and followed closely behind him. As they pushed through the underbrush for several meters, suddenly, Wang Zhe froze, his eyes widening in terror at the sight before him. The scene was indescribably eerie, even chilling. A multitude of night dog monkeys lay sprawled across the ground just a few meters away. The sound they had heard moments prior had emanated from them. What was particularly unsettling was that these creatures bore no visible wounds. They lay motionless on the ground, devoid of breath, all deceased. Yet their grotesque faces wore expressions of blissful satisfaction, as if they had found some peculiar contentment in their demise. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, Wang Zhe was astonished to see the night dog monkeys, creatures with the bodies of monkeys and the heads of dogs, smiling. Countless night dog monkeys continued to tumble over each other. And even though Wang Zhe's flashlight remained off, he could discern everything clearly in the darkness. The night rain, of course, did not permit moonlight or starlight to filter through. The source of illumination came from ahead, where numerous towering trees had toppled, and the underbrush lay crushed, revealing an expansive clearing. At the center of this clearing stood a bizarre flower, its form reminiscent of a colossal jellyfish dwelling in the ocean's depths, or perhaps a gigantic, translucent lantern. Beneath this lantern-like bloom, one could distinctly see fiery red flames flickering within, shaped like petals dancing in the inferno. At the center of these flames, a vivid crimson liquid, laced with golden threads, churned endlessly, exuding an aura of the uncanny. Roots resembling tendrils burrowed deeply into the soil and intertwined with other towering trees. Those trees ensnared by its roots began to visibly yellow, withering away before shedding their leaves in a slow, tragic descent, ultimately dying as their vitality was entirely siphoned away. At this moment, the flower's roots would wrench powerfully from the lifeless tree, causing it to crash to the ground, while the roots of the flower would extend further, seeking out new trees to conquer. Wang Zhe stood in stunned silence, having never before encountered such a creature. The shaman, on the other hand, was visibly shaken. Muttering in disbelief, the flower of hell. How could it have manifested here? The flower of hell? Wang Zhe echoed, hearing that name for the first time. The strange, deathly beauty of the bloom certainly warranted such a terrifying title. Before he could fully process the situation, the shaman gripped him and urged him to retreat. His voice, trembling with fear. We must leave at once. Its territory is expanding. This hellish flower is nearing the evolution stage of the other shore flower, and the gases within its range could disorient even the most formidable beasts, rendering them mere fodder for its evolution. The other shore flower? Wang Zhe gasped. Recognizing that name from modern tales, an eternal bloom said to thrive at the end of the yellow springs, sometimes referred to as the flower of reincarnation. The other shore symbolizes transcendence. Every living being inherits the essence of its parents at birth. The offspring of ferocious beasts are inherently fierce. And even the mightiest of predators cannot transcend their nature to become something greater. This is the law of nature. However, in this world, only the flower of hell could allow beings to evolve into higher forms. Should your dragonbird hatchling consume even a small amount of that bubbling liquid, it would be sufficient for it to evolve into an intermediate beast. The effects are most potent upon the first consumption, requiring larger doses or higher quality for subsequent uses. Any creature could benefit. Seeing the gleam in Wang Zhe's eyes, the shaman hurriedly cautioned him. Unless you can isolate yourself from the air, approaching it will only make you a source of energy for its sustenance. Isolate from the air? Wang Zhe mused, feeling invigorated. In our world, a fully sealed protective suit would easily suffice. A fully sealed protective suit? The shaman murmured, perplexed. He hoped that Wang Zhe would not risk his life. Yet this was merely the first hurdle. The flower's tendril-like roots were equally formidable. You must have seen those tendril-like roots. Even one could slay an advanced beast. Even if you could isolate the air, you would need the combat prowess of a peak shaman. and having the strength of a grand shaman would be even better. Or perhaps an advanced beast immune to its pollen's effects. These words doused Wang Zhe's enthusiasm like icy water, causing him to roll his eyes in frustration. Feeling an insatiable gloom. It was akin to hearing tales of a beautiful woman at a certain inn, only to find upon arrival that she was indeed stunning. Yet upon undressing, he discovered his own endowment paled in comparison. Having retreated back to the fleeing group, Wang Zhe felt a pang of regret. Such a wondrous opportunity might never present itself again in his lifetime. Shaman, is there no other way? There is. Fire can consume all. After all, the flower of hell is merely a plant. Flames could scorch its roots. However, every appearance of the flower of hell is accompanied by rain. No matter how powerful the flames, they will extinguish upon contact with water, rendering it invincible against us. Invincible? Wang Zhe scoffed. If we brought a couple 100 pounds of gasoline, would we not be able to incinerate this creature? Yet, gazing at the immense being before him, he wondered if such an amount would be sufficient. Nevertheless, the opportunity lay before him. Why not take a chance? Shaman, how long can this flower of hell exist? Light will cause it to wither, the shaman replied. Understanding dawned on Wang Zhe. This peculiar plant perished in light. With less than 4 hours until dawn, theoretically, there was still time. Now, it was a matter of whether fate would be kind. Wang Zhe reached out to touch a boulder. And this time his hand did not meet stone but passed through, filling him with elation. Shaman, protect yourselves. I will do my utmost to procure something to incinerate this creature before dawn. With that, he vanished from that world entirely. In the South River, at the Willow Bank Maple Garden community, May in the Jiangnan region was as capricious as a child, with sunshine re-emerging after a brief downpour, leaving the entire area still damp. The forecast, updated automatically with the advent of the internet, indicated that both today and tomorrow would bear the same weather, revealing to Wang Zhe why he had been unable to traverse earlier. Additionally, he noticed a slew of missed calls. From here on, he would be racing against time. In a hushed tone, Wang Zhe hastily dialed Zheng Yaqing's number, relaying all necessary details regarding the enhanced wolf repellent spray, the fully sealed protective suit, the empty bottles, and the required gasoline. He nonchalantly placed the Millennium Ginseng into the drawer of the master bedroom, confidently assuring Zheng Yaqing that the precious herb had been secured. This declaration instantly invigorated Zheng Yaqing, who, despite harboring a multitude of doubts, refrained from questioning Wang Zhe. Since their journey to the primordial world at dawn and subsequent return, nearly 2 days had elapsed, sufficient time for numerous events to unfold. In these 2 days, Wang Gaochen had been unable to locate Wang Zhe, yet. His inability to find Wang Zhe did not preclude him from taking action against Lu Qiming. After ending the call with Zheng Yaqing, Wang Zhe promptly returned missed calls. Wang Zhe, where have you been these past 2 days? Zhang Tao inquired. Professor Lu was involved in a severe car accident last night. The doctors have just issued a critical condition notice. Professor Lu may not survive. Where are you? If you hurry, perhaps you can see him one last time. A car accident? How could this be? Wang Zhe found it hard to believe. Professor Lu had always been an exceedingly cautious driver. The critical condition notice, was he seeking the shaman's assistance? No, it was not the time to trouble the shaman again. Wang Zhe shook his head. The shaman had been tirelessly toiling for an entire day and night, and was already utterly fatigued. Moreover, many injured members of the tribe awaited treatment. In this dire situation, he could not impose further on the shaman. Could he simply allow Professor Lu to succumb without intervention? Such a thought had never crossed Wang Zhe's mind. To repay kindness and avenge enmity was his creed. The hospital might be unable to save Professor Lu, but he believed he could pull him back from the brink of death. He hastily contacted Zheng Yaqing again. He had shared half of the medicine with Song Yizhen. 2 days had passed, and with today's dosage deducted, Zheng Yaqing had merely 2/5 remaining. To be on the safe side, he decided to request additional doses from Song Yizhen to save Professor Lu. He called Zheng Yaqing, who would in turn contact Song Yizhen. Upon learning of Wang Zhe's urgent request, Song Yizhen, who still had half of the medicine remaining, was determined to save a life and promptly headed to the hospital. Medicine in hand, without hesitation. As the director of the provincial hospital, Song Yizhen, accompanied by Zheng Yaqing, the esteemed director of the Nanjing First People's Hospital, faced no obstacles. With the aid of acupuncture and medicine, Professor Lu, who had been declared moribund by the attending physician, was miraculously revived by Song Yizhen. This medicine was astonishingly potent, undoubtedly precious. If utilized widely, it could save countless lives. Song Yizhen was profoundly moved. Without this miraculous remedy, even with all his skills, he would not have been able to save the gravely injured Lu Qiming. The hospital director nodded in agreement. Saving Lu Qiming could only be described as miraculous. As they exited the operating room, Lu Li and others immediately surrounded them, inquiring about the situation. Although the hospital had issued a critical condition notice, Professor Lu was still alive, and a new doctor had taken over his rescue, leading them to hope for Lu Qiming's recovery. Doctor, how is my father? Doctor, What is Professor Lu's condition? Taking off his mask, Song Yijin replied, he has been saved, but do not rush to thank me. Without the medicine provided by your classmate Wang Zhe, even my skills would not have sufficed to save Professor Lu. The patient needs to rest, and it is estimated he will awaken in about 10 to 15 hours. Everyone was astonished and incredulous, but what they thought was irrelevant to Song Yijin. He had done what he needed to do. After a brief respite, he still had to administer acupuncture to Zheng Yaoxian. However, he felt it necessary to inform Wang Zhe of this news to alleviate his worries. 1 minute later, upon hearing that Professor Lu had been saved, Wang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the fully sealed protective suit and gasoline at the villa. A few minutes after this news reached Wang Zhe, Wang Gaochun, who had initially planned for Lu Qiming to perish in the car accident, also received the information. He cared more about Lu Qiming's fate than anyone else, and it was imperative that Lu Qiming could not survive. Saved? How could he have been saved? Wang Gaochun was so enraged that he wanted to smash something in frustration. The fact that Lu Qiming was not killed in the accident did not signify a flaw in his plan, but rather that Lu Qiming was remarkably fortunate. Yet, the hospital had already issued a critical condition notice. Why was this man, who was meant to die, saved at the last moment? Wang Gaochun had thoroughly investigated how the rescue had occurred, and knowing the details only fueled his fury. However, he also understood that the pressing issue was to ensure Lu Qiming did not awaken. Did he not have Zheng Yaoxian as a cautionary tale? Thus, Lu Qiming had to die for good. Killing someone in a hospital was highly risky, with a likelihood of suspicion exceeding 90%. But the path before Wang Gaochun left him no choice. He could only proceed down this dark road. He intended to eliminate Lu Qiming before he could awaken, cleaning up any traces afterward. With no substantial evidence left behind, and the Jiang family backing him, even if suspicion arose, he could live freely. This was not the first time he had engaged in such matters. He felt no qualms. Therefore, Wang Gaochun immediately arranged a plan to eliminate Lu Qiming, ensuring that this time, Lu Qiming would indeed perish. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon afternoon, nearing 3 o'clock. The primordial world was on the cusp of dawn, and with Zheng Yaqing's unwavering assistance, Wang Zhe successfully acquired the fully sealed protective suit and 300 pounds of gasoline. He swiftly dispatched the individuals involved, promptly secured the iron gate of the villa's courtyard, as well as the main entrance and the bedroom door. Wang Zhe, filled with urgency, traversed back to the primordial world. The shaman and the people of the Lihua tribe awaited the dawn. With the Hellflower present, this area was deemed safe, as long as they remained vigilant about its expanding range. Shaman, I have returned. Here is the protective suit, and this is gasoline that can ignite even in the rain. Now, I will don the suit and tie a rope around my waist. If anything seems amiss, you must pull me back. Wang Zhe spoke while hastily putting on the suit, racing against the dwindling time. He enlisted the help of the remaining primitive people to pour gasoline into the bottles, sealing them with cloth soaked in gasoline. Once adorned in the fully sealed protective suit and securely fastening the rope around his waist, Wang Zhe, effortlessly carrying 300 pounds of gasoline, cautiously approached. As he anticipated, the pollen scent of the hellflower was entirely blocked, yet its tendril-like roots were exceedingly menacing. Wang Zhe dared not venture too close. Should he become ensnared by the roots, the rope would do little to save him. He ignited a bottle filled with gasoline and hurled it with all his strength at the nearest root of the hellflower. As the bottle shattered, the gasoline ignited, engulfing the area in flames. The fire caused the other tendril-like roots to thrash wildly, while Wang Zhe's relentless actions of throwing bottles did not cease for a moment. With over 100 primitive people assisting, the speed of pouring gasoline was remarkable. The flames evaporated the moisture, and the once damp wood began to ignite. However, this combustion would not endure for long, as the rain continued to fall. Time ticked by, and Wang Zhe's anxiety escalated. The effects were slow, and time was limited. At this rate, dawn would soon arrive, yet he could only proceed cautiously, ensuring his safety. Ultimately, dawn broke as anticipated, and with light dispelling the darkness. The glow emanating from the hellflower rapidly diminished. The disappearance of this light resembled the last remnants of a candle being entirely consumed. The roots of the hellflower, as the shaman had predicted, visibly withered at an observable rate. It had failed. What a pity. If only he had been granted another hour. Wang Zhe vowed he could have reduced the hellflower to ashes. Alas, there were no ifs in the present moment. Under the influence of the witch's potion, the young dragon bird awoke after a night's slumber. Yet, rather than rushing towards Wang Zhe or seeking sustenance, it eagerly leapt towards a patch of charcoal ash, once ignited by Wang Zhe's flames. As the ashes were disturbed, the creature unearthed an object resembling charcoal, and with its claws, it peeled away the charred exterior, revealing a vivid red substance akin to sweet potato. The dragon bird immediately began to consume it with great delight. Observing this, the witch, still reeling from recent failures, exclaimed, "Good heavens! This must be the legendary essence of wood liquid, solidified after being scorched by flames. Although it pales in comparison to the evolutionary sap of the hellflower, its rarity is sufficient to incite tribal warfare among any clans. This is nothing short of a fortuitous discovery. The wood liquid essence can enhance physical constitution. Its subtle, yet significant transformation more precious than any ginseng. At the witch's cry, many primitives rushed to sift through the burnt charcoal ashes. However, at that moment, an unforeseen group of uninvited guests emerged, not beasts, but a band of primitives armed with bows, poised to strike at any moment. Drawn by the extinguished glow of the fire, they observed the numerous injured within Wang Zhe's party and wasted no time in addressing him in an incomprehensible tongue. We have heard that the giant tree tribe ambushed your Lihua tribe. Those despicable scoundrels, yet I find myself grateful to them. Without their actions, we might not witness the scene today. Slay them all. The essence of wood liquid must belong solely to our black beast tribe. None shall leave alive. Thus commenced a tribal war where no mercy would be shown. This time, Wang Zhe could neither evade nor retreat, as the light shone brightly here while Nanjiang City succumbed to a vibrant nightlife. The witch of the Lihua tribe shared the same resolve. Either annihilate the enemy or perish on this ground, though internally, he felt a deep sense of regret. Given sufficient time for Wang Zhe and the young dragonbird to mature, they would regard the three black beast tribes with disdain. Yet now, over 100 deadly arrows were already hurtling towards them. Chapter 52, A Desperate Situation? Happy New Year. Plants depend on their roots and stems to absorb the essential nutrients they require. Even the eerie and fearsome hellflower follows this principle, as it remains, at its core, a plant. Thus, after the flames ravaged the roots and stems, the nutrients left behind transformed into wood liquid essence. In this primitive world, wood liquid essence is equivalent to the millennium ginseng of Wang Zhe's era, a rare treasure that, when consumed, can extend one's lifespan and bolster health, warding off ailments for additional years. But what if there were no laws to constrain its acquisition? For some in positions of power, rules hold no weight. They are merely wolves in human guise, unlike the direct brutality of this world. The Black Beast tribe is the mightiest in the Great Valley, formidable enough to conquer any other tribe within. Yet, the Black Beast tribe refrains from doing so, not out of mercy, but rather disdain. It is akin to the nobles' contempt for the commoners, who they believe would sully their noble bloodlines. The Black Beast tribe is also the sole tribe possessing beast shamans, medicinal practitioners, and tool shamans, controlling the essential salt for all tribes, and the only tribe trading with those beyond the valley. Wang Zhe's inferno, fueled by gasoline, blazed fiercely, glaringly visible in the darkness despite the drizzling rain and the dampness of the jungle. How could such a fire arise inexplicably? Celestial fire. This was the only explanation the primitives could conceive, relying on their tribe's formidable strength. They urged their dozen or so horned wolves towards the source of the celestial fire, coincidentally stumbling upon the remnants of the Lihua tribe, who were eagerly searching for the wood liquid essence among the ashes. Such treasures are alluring, and the powerful Black Beast tribe believed they were entitled to this bounty. Those who dared covet their treasure would pay with their lives, their flesh and blood serving as nourishment for the newly born horned wolves. With a command from the leading beast shaman, hundreds of hunters from the Black Beast tribe immediately unleashed the arrows they had prepared, granting Wang Zhe and the Lihua tribe a brief opportunity to react and retaliate. In an instant, the already diminished Lihua tribe, now numbering only 105, suffered another 12 of their members falling to a gruesome fate, with many wounded, some further injured. What shall we do? Wang Zhe, crouched behind a massive stone, felt a surge of panic. Unable to traverse back, he feared that he might perish alongside those primitives he had come to know over the days. Regret washed over him. Why had he lingered here, drawn to the hellflower? Now, not only was he left with nothing, but he also risked losing his own life. Fight to the death. The beast shaman of the Black Beast tribe had tamed a dozen horned wolves. With their speed, escape was impossible. This was the witch's explanation to Wang Zhe. There was no chance for flight, only the inevitability of battle. The witch was weary, exhausted from healing so many, and the toll on his aged body was immense. His hand, tightly gripping his bone staff, trembled uncontrollably. With his other hand, he shakily raised a piece of wood liquid essence to his lips, consuming it to rejuvenate his body, striving to prolong his nearly extinguished life. A second wave of arrows rained down, inflicting further wounds, worsening the situation for Wang Zhe and his companions. With fewer than 100 remaining, only around 20 could be considered elite, many of whom were injured. How could they hope to overcome the formidable and well-prepared Black Beast tribe? Despair gripped not only Wang Zhe, but nearly every individual present. When the enemy ceased their barrage, a slaughter with an unbalanced scale of power was bound to commence. Eat some, it's beneficial for you. Furthermore, rather than leaving it for the enemy, you should consume it all yourself. The witch handed over the remaining wood liquid essence to Wang Zhe, a total of 7 pieces of varying sizes. The young dragon bird had already consumed 3 pieces the size of eggs, appearing quite satisfied. The combined volume of the 3 pieces was still less than the largest piece in Wang Zhe's possession. Though the essence was beneficial, overindulgence could lead to adverse effects. The dragon bird, despite its desire, instinctively refrained from consuming too much, instead calling out and pleading with Wang Zhe to save some for later. Once it had digested the essence it had just ingested. Fly, I will eat these 2 smaller pieces. You keep the largest for yourself. But you must do something for me. With all your might, call out to summon your father and your kin. Wang Zhe was uncertain whether this plan would succeed. But he believed that holding onto a glimmer of hope was better than waiting for death. The dragon bird had only hatched a few days prior and had sustained injuries twice without fully recovering. It was nearly impossible to expect it to turn the tide of this desperate situation. Wang Zhe had given the dragon bird the name Flying Machine. As a modern individual, who wouldn't he desire a personal aircraft? Lured by the prospect of food, the dragon bird began to call out energetically. The witch furrowed his brow but did not intervene. Even though the consequences could be perilous, it was their only chance for survival. As a native primitive, one must possess a profound understanding of the surrounding flora and fauna, including their calls. The dragon bird's unique cry sent shockwaves through the faces of the Black Beast tribe members, particularly the leading beast shaman. The beast shaman possesses the remarkable ability to communicate with a multitude of creatures, mastering various animal languages. The stronger the shaman, the more languages they can comprehend. As the cries of the aircraft echoed around Wang Zhe, the beast shaman from the Black Beast tribe was understandably more terrified and incredulous than anyone else. After all, it was a dragon bird, an apex predator in this region. Even the lowest-ranking ferocious beast held dominion over the skies, and a fully grown dragon bird could effortlessly decimate them all. The dozen or so tamed horned wolves trembled in fear, unable to see the dragon bird but only hearing its ominous call. If they were to catch sight of it, even a juvenile beast with insufficient lethality would incite a frenzy of attacks, leading to their demise. Stop! Even if they were reluctant to believe it. The stark reality before them was unchangeable. The shaman shouted loudly, ensuring that everyone could hear him. What is he shouting? Wang Zhe, unable to comprehend, sought a translation from the shaman, silently vowing to learn the language of this world. Mastery of communication was paramount, no matter where one might go. He says that if we leave the essence of wood sap behind, we may depart unharmed. Do you believe such words? Wang Zhe shook his head. Only a child of 3 would take such a statement seriously. They might be safe from arrows now, but standing up would render them as living targets. In this brutal world of life and death, the concept of keeping promises was little more than a relic for the dead. The shaman nodded. A tribe possessing ferocious beasts was far more fearsome than many tribes of 1,000. Thus, the Black Beast tribe would never allow a tiger to return to the mountains. And even if they could not seize the juvenile ferocious beast, they would never permit it to grow into a potential threat to their tribe's future. Ignoring the people from the Lihua tribe, the shaman He-Eyes of the Black Beast tribe was not surprised. He raised his hand, ready to strike swiftly. But at that moment, the piercing cry of a dragon bird resonated in the sky. Like most animals, dragon birds possess a strong territorial instinct. Even if they were to relocate their nest, they would not easily abandon this valley. We must leave at once. The shaman hastily pulled Wang Zhe along. This was their only chance to escape. Wild beasts lacked the familial bonds of humanity. A mere day and night could cause the dragon bird's male hormones to surge. The male birds would kill all their kind, save for the females capable of reproduction. Consequently, juvenile beasts would be driven out by the males as they neared maturity. And the dragon bird would not distinguish between friend and foe. The essence of wood sap was enough to incite a murderous rampage. As for the members of the Black Beast tribe, upon hearing the call of the adult dragon bird, they unhesitatingly turned and fled into the jungle for cover. Damn it! He-Eye's face darkened. Had he known about the wood sap essence, he would have brought the tribe's shamanic artifacts. Yet now, it was far too late to lament. He could only retreat with bitterness, harboring deeper resentment toward the Lihua tribe. Suppressing his fury, he commanded, split into 2 teams to notify the Giant Wood and Rock Earth tribes. The Lihua tribe possesses a juvenile ferocious beast. If they wish to avoid annihilation, they must come armed with horns to eliminate the remaining threats. Our Black Beast tribe can provide the horns, if they lack confidence. They may call upon us to join forces for the hunt. The sound of the horns could mask the cries of the dragon bird juvenile, preventing a repeat of the earlier situation. Only the shaman could craft such horns. He-Eyes was acutely aware that he needed to take decisive action to ensure the Lihua tribe vanished from this jungle, making all tribes aware of their possession of a juvenile ferocious beast, branding them as a target. This threat must be snuffed out in its cradle. Once they became enemies of all tribes, the Lihua tribe would undoubtedly find themselves in an unprecedented predicament, yet neither they nor Wang Zhe could alter this fate. They would either be conquered or conquer others, subjugating them and turning them into their slaves. Chapter 53, Malicious Intent. The adult dragonbird did not pursue. For the essence of wood sap was far too enticing, compelling it to seek out the essence among the ashes. The largest piece of wood sap essence was promptly wrapped in special beast hide by the shaman, thus sparing the group from a massacre. However, despite having narrowly escaped the clutches of the Black Beast tribe, no one felt fortunate. The exposure of the dragonbird juvenile would undoubtedly incite a relentless hunt from the Black Beast tribe, a fact Wang Zhe understood all too well. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, revealing the only stream emerging from the jungle valley. After nearly 2 days and nights of rain, the once crystal-clear stream had become murky, swelling from a mere few decimeters to over a meter deep. For an average person, water over a meter deep would submerge them only to the abdomen. No adult would drown in such depths, and the swollen stream was not particularly turbulent. In Wang Zhe's eyes, even women from modern cities could traverse the stream. Yet, these primitive individuals, towering over 2 meters, regarded the meter-deep water with the trepidation of a cornered tiger, unwilling to step into it. After inquiring, they learned that the swollen stream would carry much food downstream into a star lake, where numerous aquatic creatures would swim against the current, some toxic, others predatory schools of fish. The deeper the water, the more terrifying it became. The most lethal were the nearly invisible parasitic organisms. Nonetheless, they fortuitously caught a few water turtles by the stream, providing much-needed sustenance. The turtles were nearly circular, with a width slightly less than their length. Their bodies were flat and slightly raised, with smooth, glossy black-green shells adorned with numerous yellow spots, still exuding an air of ferocity even when captured. The largest exceeded a meter in size. Reminiscent of the cooking pots used during military campaigns, the smaller ones were no larger than a pair of hands. Yet, to Wang Zhe, they appeared akin to soft-shelled turtles. And he instantly thought of Professor Liu. Offering a century-old ginseng to Professor Liu would surely be refused, for in Wang Zhe's understanding, such a treasure would be worth at least 1 million in his time's society, making it too precious to accept. The same applied to the century-old medicinal wine he had previously gifted. Had he not sought Yang Jochen's endorsement that it was a gift from a friend and not a purchase, Professor Liu might not have accepted it. Wild soft-shelled turtles are renowned for their nourishing properties, especially for those who have undergone surgery. Living in this primal world, these turtles should be even more beneficial. Perhaps he should take one back to help Professor Liu recuperate. As they approached the cliff, they finally discovered a place to rest and recuperate, conveniently near a water source. The dangers posed by the jungle had significantly diminished with the influx of water, yet this remained one of the most perilous areas in the entire jungle. It was Wang Zhe who insisted on coming here, believing that the most dangerous places often provided the safest refuge from the relentless pursuit of the dark tribe. Purifying the murky water for consumption was a straightforward task, utilizing methods of infiltration, filtration, and sedimentation. However, the sedimentation method was unsuitable. Instead, digging a pit 3 to 5 meters from the water source to allow for the infiltration of water, then gently extracting the filtered water, proved to be a viable solution. Filtering through fine sand and charcoal was the safest approach. With fewer than 100 primitive individuals, their robust physiques would demand considerable water and food. Yet the South River Willow Shore Maple Court community was ill-suited for transporting large quantities of either. Venturing elsewhere posed safety risks. So they had to devise a solution for their water needs here. If food supplies dwindled, they could rely on compressed biscuits for sustenance over time. 6 or 7 days would suffice for the enhanced wolf repellent spray to take effect, allowing the injured primitives to recover, with the giant wood tribe remaining the primary target for conquest. Shaman, I shall return to my civilized world. You all must rest and recuperate here. Tomorrow, I will instruct everyone in the tribe on new hunting methods. The coming days may prove exceedingly arduous. The jungle is vast and fraught with peril, thus enduring a few days here is hardly an issue. Dividing the few water turtles among us will suffice for today's provisions. Later, I shall venture to catch a few black snakes to nourish the young dragon birds. When you have the leisure, please concoct another potion for me. I require it to save a friend's life and that of a relative. I will personally deliver it to you the next time you visit. Thank you. Take care of yourself. As these words fell, Wang Zhe, having calmed the young dragon birds, traversed back to his room, where the clock had already struck 3 in the morning. Unlike his former self, who would have been utterly exhausted after a day and night without rest, he now felt merely a hint of fatigue. Perhaps a brief slumber would suffice. Tomorrow morning, I must deliver the Millennium Ginseng to Zheng Yaqing and take this wild turtle from the primitive world to Professor Liu for nourishment. Once he lay on the bed, Wang Zhe quickly succumbed to slumber, sleeping soundly on a shabby bed that seemed out of place in the opulent room. He awoke, nearly at 10 in the morning, to a light drizzle outside. After freshening up and responding to necessary messages, Wang Zhe, lacking a driver's license, could only leisurely ride his electric bike through the Luban Fengting community. At the sales office of Luban Fengting, a super luxurious blue sports car sped down the spacious road. After executing a cool drift, this car, worth several million, came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the sales office where Xia Xiu worked. A soft sound echoed as a strikingly handsome man, tall with a hint of muscle, stepped out of the vehicle, cradling a large bouquet of roses, and leaned casually against the car. This sight instantly elicited gasps of admiration from the surrounding women, many of whom, believing themselves quite attractive, brazenly cast flirtatious glances at this affluent gentleman bearing flowers. Heavens! The latest model of Porsche, starting at 3 million, and he is so strikingly handsome. Women donned in designer attire fell into a fantasy. Is that not Lin Xiao from Huajin Group? Goodness, how did he end up here, holding flowers? Is he on a date? Which lucky woman is the object of his affection? Some women, their eyes sparkling with infatuation, wished fervently to be Xia Xiu, who had just exited the sales office. What brings you here? I have made it abundantly clear over the phone that I already have a boyfriend. Your actions put me in a difficult position before him, Xia Xiu said coldly upon spotting Lin Jun, who leaned against the sports car with flowers in hand. Her good mood evaporating instantly. In youth and wealth, who wouldn't he be drawn to such a man? To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Had she been unaware of Lin Jun's true nature, Xia Xiu might have gladly accepted the flowers. After all, what difference does it make whom one dates? Wasting her youth, emotions, and body on a man with no future while having the opportunity to meet someone who could elevate her material circumstances. This is a choice most women in this era would make. Xiu, please don't weave false tales to hurt me. You know my feelings for you are unwavering, as eternal as the mountains and rivers, Lin Jun declared. His words rehearsed to perfection. Women, after all, can be won over with a little flattery and charm. Once in bed, the concept of affection becomes moot. I came with intentions, yet I find you harder to manage than I imagined. Because I am fully aware, I shall never harbor any thoughts of you, Xia Xiu replied. Striding forward, her gaze landing on Wang Zhe, who was riding his electric bike. A radiant smile spread across her face as she called out, Wang Zhe, Wang Zhe, huh. Hearing his name, Wang Zhe stopped his bike and turned to see Xia Xiu. He maneuvered the bike to her side, asking, You wouldn't want me to be your shield, would you? Such a thing is beneath dignity and invites trouble, and besides, he might not even believe it. Wang Zhe's words were not loud, but only Xia Xiu could hear. Her pitiful gaze stirred a sense of compassion in Wang Zhe, who nodded, just this once, hop on. At his words, Xia Xiu's face lit up with joy as she climbed onto the bike, wrapping her arms around Wang Zhe's waist. This scene left many who had never seen Wang Zhe astounded. Seeing the woman he coveted being swept away by another. Lin Jun felt a surge of anger and considered confronting Wang Zhe. However, he refrained. Instead, he tossed the flowers aside and sat back in his car, contemplating his next move. Lin Jun was the one who had prompted Li Mei to trouble Xia Xiu, imagining himself as the gallant hero. He was well aware of the events of that day and had even sought out Wang Gaochen. To Lin Jun, Wang Gaochen was merely a small fry, a sycophant whose loyalty could be easily bought with a few trifles. He relished such characters, as giving them a taste of benefit would compel them to devise plans for him, more servile than a pet dog. Armed with Wang Gaochen's words, Wang Zhe was no longer seen as someone to be feared. Rather, he was a pawn to be used to curry favor with Wang Gaochen. Once Wang Zhe and Xia Xiu vanished from sight, Lin Jun revved his engine, and with a swift press of the accelerator, his sports car surged forward. Within seconds, he spotted Wang Zhe and Xia Xiu riding together on the electric bike, and he steered his vehicle towards them without losing speed. Whether Xia Xiu would suffer as a result was of no concern to Lin Jun. He believed that with wealth, one need not fear lacking young and beautiful women. If things were not played convincingly, how could Wang Zhe be led into a trap? Yet, as the moment approached, a thought crossed Lin Jun's mind. Should he simply run Wang Zhe down? Chapter 54, The Spotted Turtle. Should I kill Wang Zhe? Such an act would simplify the entire situation. As for the consequences, Lin Jun feared nothing. He visited Xia Xiu daily to please Wang Gaochen and eliminate Wang Zhe. Lin Jun had meticulously prepared 3 contingency plans for various potential outcomes. Each plan included an escape route, ensuring he could evade culpability and exit unscathed. The causes of car accidents are manifold. As long as ISNT discovered that he intentionally sought to kill someone, a mere financial settlement would resolve matters. But what about the fallback if he were to kill Wang Zhe? Surveillance. The Luban Fengting community is rife with cameras, so as long as he executed his plan deftly, doubts could be cast aside. Moreover, there was the Jiang family. If the car required professional servicing, the process provided ample opportunity for manipulation, allowing everything to transpire unnoticed. Worst case, he could endure a few years in prison. If this maneuver earned the Jiang family's favor towards his company, his future would be limitless. As the sole son, all family wealth would eventually belong to Lin Jun. With no reservations, the murderous intent within him grew stronger, and the sports car, worth over 3 million, hurtled towards Wang Zhe as if out of control. The collision occurred in an instant. The electric bike was sent flying over 10 meters. The luxury car's front crumpled, and Wang Zhe's bike was nearly shattered. Yet, miraculously, Wang Zhe did not perish. Even without awakening his spiritual powers to become a shaman, he remained extraordinary. The thunderous roar of the car as engine drew near, and an intense sense of dread surged within him, prompting Wang Zhe to swiftly pull Xia Xiyu aside and leap onto the grassy verge. In that fleeting moment, Wang Zhe's explosive strength allowed them to evade disaster. Landing on the grass, though Xia Xiyu suffered a painful fall. As reality set in, they both stared in disbelief at the wreckage of the electric bike. The individual named Lin Jun had just attempted to recklessly endanger both his own life and that of Wang Zhe by driving his vehicle at them. Unable to contain her outrage, Xia Xiyu shouted at Lin Jun, "Have you lost your mind? Do you actually intend to run us over? This is nothing short of murder." Lin Jun alighted from his car, blinking innocently, his expression one of feigned innocence as he replied, "Did I? My vehicle simply lost control. Murder carries a prison sentence. So think carefully before you speak. I could accuse you of defamation." This statement nearly caused Xia Xiyu to explode with fury. How could she be so unfortunate as to encounter such a deranged individual? His failed pursuit had driven him to such violent measures, and yet he stood before her, putting on an act of victimhood. This man was truly beneath contempt, even more so than a beast. Wang Zhe's expression darkened momentarily before returning to neutrality. To Xia Xiyu, Lin Jun appeared utterly innocent, but in Wang Zhe's eyes, Lin Jun exuded a smug confidence. Such individuals are often either utterly foolish or incredibly self-assured. Wang Zhe leaned towards the latter interpretation of Lin Jun unless one possesses irrefutable evidence. Dealing with such a person is nearly impossible. Any actions taken against them might only serve to delight them further. The car was mangled beyond recognition, and the turtle, which was meant to be given to Professor Liu for nourishment, had likely perished in the accident. Nonetheless, it was merely a matter of freshness. However, Wang Zhe found himself at a loss for how to deal with Lin Jun, and he felt an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction simmering within him. Frustrated, Xia Xiyu called the police, while Lin Jun nonchalantly contacted his insurance, lamenting internally that he had failed to fulfill the directive from President Wang to eliminate Wang Zhe. Even if this was merely a personal thought of Lin Jun's, Luyan Fengting, often regarded as an affluent residential area, was home to individuals of a certain caliber, attracting more and more wealthy people eager to expand their social circles. Although the bizarre car accident had not caused a traffic jam, it drew a crowd of onlookers. Cars passing by slowed down, lowering their windows for a glimpse before hastily moving on. It was just a car accident, after all, nothing particularly captivating about it. Yet, a passing Mercedes-Benz could not help but express astonishment, murmuring, "Isn't that Wang Zhe? How is he riding an electric bike and yet has been hit again? Surely this vehicle isn't carrying a few blood-red arowanas?" The speaker was Boss Zhou of Shui Longguan, whose wealth allowed him to purchase property in Luyan Fengting long before Wang Zhe did. Naturally, upon encountering a familiar face, Boss Zhou could not pretend not to see him, despite Wang Zhe's lack of recognition. Hoping to procure a few prime blood-red arowanas from Wang Zhe, Boss Zhou parked his car in a non-intrusive manner and approached Wang Zhe with a smile. "Brother Wang, why is it that every time I see you, you're involved in an accident while riding an electric bike? There's a vast difference between a person and their vehicle. With your means, you should not hesitate to buy a proper car. By the way, was there anything particularly valuable in this vehicle?" "Not really, just a wild turtle. Given the state of the electric bike, I doubt the turtle survived." "A wild turtle? This creature is quite rare in Nanjing. Many so-called wild turtles are actually fakes, either having escaped from farms or being released, closely resembling the wild varieties. I must take a look to ensure that Brother Wang has not been deceived." Boss Zhou, with good intentions, did not inquire about the accident. As for him, the most important thing was that no one was harmed. With a light-hearted step, he approached the now deceased turtle, which lay overturned, its shell devoid of blood, revealing numerous yellow spots arranged in irregular circles. The bony carapace bore a pattern of interwoven yellow stripes and radiating designs. "This turtle, it couldn't be." Boss Zhou's expression changed dramatically, disbelief flooding his features as he quickly pulled Wang Zhe aside to speak in hushed tones. "Brother Wang, you must be honest with me. Where did you acquire this rare turtle?" "A rare turtle?" Wang Zhe realized that such a species existed on Earth. However, seeing Boss Zhou's reaction, it seemed this turtle held significant importance. How should he explain this without attracting trouble? After a moment's thought, Wang Zhe calmly replied, "I caught it by the riverside. Having recently developed an interest in fishing, while selecting a fishing spot, I stumbled upon it and decided to bring it back to make soup for an elder." This explanation was not entirely baseless, as Wang Zhe had indeed suggested a new hunting method to the primitive people that involved fishing. Fishing lines and hooks are easy to carry. A few bundles of lines and packets of hooks suffice. As for fishing rods, they could be fashioned from local materials. And if bait was unavailable, insects could be used. However, Wang Zhe was unaware that his words nearly caused Boss Zhou to suffer a fit of apoplexy. To use a rare turtle for soup for an elder. Had he lost his senses or grown weary of this extravagant world, seeking a secluded prison? This turtle was a nationally protected species, a precious creature on the brink of extinction. With only 3 known surviving specimens globally, 2 in domestic zoos, and 1 in Vietnam's Dong Mo Lake. It was among the most endangered species of turtles, both domestically and internationally. Boss Zhou had witnessed such creatures and could ascertain that this would undoubtedly shock the entire biological conservation community, drawing their utmost attention. After all, this was the known 4th rare turtle, a young specimen at that. An explanation? Such a task was too cumbersome. Boss Zhou directly opened Baidu to search for information on the rare turtle, showing Wang Zhe the results, which left him utterly astonished. The water turtle, so casually encountered by members of the fire tribe, had transformed from mere food into a priceless treasure. A species worthy of protection by the entire nation and the Global Nature Conservation Alliance. Could this have unimaginable repercussions for his world? Would it disrupt his current lifestyle? What a headache. Had he known this would happen, he would never have brought the rare turtle back to modern society. As Wang Zhe read, he asked Boss Zhou, "If this truly is a rare turtle, will I be in serious trouble?" Under normal circumstances, yes. However, you must learn to be adaptable. Just say you caught an unusual turtle that you intended to report to the Nature Conservation Bureau, but it ended up being damaged in this accident. Boss Zhou encouraged Wang Zhe to distance himself from the situation, shifting all blame onto Lin Jun, the owner of the sports car. This suggestion filled Wang Zhe with a sense of gratitude, as he could now exact revenge on the smug Lin Jun. After swiftly reviewing the information on the rare turtle, Wang Zhe discovered something he had previously overlooked, something quite remarkable. He realized that he could commit to memory anything he had seen at a glance. A skill akin to that of an exceptionally gifted student, which filled him with elation. With such an ability, mastering traditional Chinese medicine or martial arts would be a breeze. As for now, he would first deal with that fool named Lin Jun. Chapter 55, attracting the attention of special departments. As a modern individual, who does not yearn for a unique and extraordinary ability? Great strength? Agility? Perhaps those could be considered special abilities, for in Wang Zhe's experience, very few could lift over 800 pounds. Yet, such abilities hold little value in contemporary society. Wang Zhe lacked for nothing and had no desire to serve as a bodyguard. But this ability to remember everything at a glance was utterly extraordinary. With such a gift, even an underachiever could transform into a super scholar, earning the envy of countless individuals and being hailed as a genius. An unexpected delight dispelled Wang Zhe's anger over the recent incident. Smiling gently, he whispered to Boss Zhou, "Boss Zhou, your Shuilong Pavilion is a vast enterprise. Surely you have connections in this field. Could you help me get in touch with some experts? If there's an easy and straightforward way to resolve this, why should I trouble myself with unnecessary detours and complications?" "No problem at all," Boss Zhou replied with a sly smile. "For friends, such matters are a duty. However, when the reporters come to interview, Brother Wang, I hope you'll kindly mention the Shuilong Pavilion for a bit of promotion." Boss Zhou's eyes twinkled with amusement. A young Baijiu turtle like this, once reported, will undoubtedly astonish the entire world. Not only domestically but internationally, it will attract special coverage. The emergence of a new hope for a species on the brink of extinction. Just a few well-placed words in such reports will be far more effective advertising for the pavilion than any commercial. "Certainly. It's a small favor, and I never refuse friends," Wang Zhe said with a nod. Boss Zhou promptly made a phone call. Meanwhile, at the Lingnan Provincial Nature Conservation Association, Professor Qin, a fellow enthusiast of arowanas, had forged a friendship with Boss Zhou through their shared interests. Over time, their acquaintance blossomed into a cordial relationship. As the president of the association, Professor Qin was often the recipient of Boss Zhou's subtle flattery during their meetings. Though Professor Qin's authority was limited, having many friends meant multiple avenues of influence. Moreover, Qin's social circle was far from ordinary. Anyone with even a modicum of ambition naturally sought entry into such exclusive company. Thanks to Professor Qin, Boss Zhou had smoothly become a member of the Nature Conservation Association, a status that afforded him considerable ease in handling certain affairs. When Professor Qin's phone rang, and he saw it was Boss Zhou, he answered with a smile. "Old Zhou, what a surprise to hear from you today. What is the occasion? I want you to treat me to a drink." "And it must be the Baiguo medicinal wine," Boss Zhou said. Professor Qin's smile stiffened instantly. Silently cursing Boss Zhou as a scoundrel, he thought, "I just acquired some fine wine, and he's already coveting it." Yet, he bore no ill will, merely responded with a cheerful refusal, "Impossible. I hardly indulge in that wine myself. Inviting you is out of the question. There isn't even a door or window for that." But what if I had a baijiu turtle, the size of a couple of palms? The fourth known baijiu turtle in existence. The fourth baijiu turtle? Impossible. Professor Qin hurriedly checked the date. It wasn't April Fool's Day. Why would Boss Zhou joke about such a thing? Unbeknownst to him, only 3 baijiu turtles remained worldwide, all of advanced age and unlikely to reproduce. Once they passed away, the species would be extinct forever. Old Zhou, you know what I do. Don't tell me such tasteless jokes, Qin said sternly. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Look at WeChat, Zhou replied. Professor Qin quickly opened WeChat. When he saw the photo Boss Zhou sent, his eyes widened in disbelief. He leaned closer, muttering under his breath, brows furrowed in puzzlement. Is this photo doctored? He wondered. It shouldn't be. Knowing old Zhou, he wouldn't send me a fake picture. But how could there possibly be a fourth baijiu turtle? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a 10-second video appeared. Boss Zhou and the baijiu turtle that had been fatally struck were both visible. Boss Zhou's face was filled with regret as he said, Professor Qin, it's such a tragedy this turtle died. My friend discovered it was a baijiu turtle and immediately contacted me. I rushed over to verify. But a certain fellow named Lin Jun, resentful of my friend's closeness to a woman he fancied, nearly ran him over in a fit of anger. Embellish? There's no need. Just tell it as it is. Emphasize Lin Jun's arrogance. After hitting someone, he acted as if it were nothing. A 3 million yuan sports car breaks down. And coincidentally, this happens right after Xia Xiu publicly rejected him and got on Wang Zhe's electric bike. Few would believe that, Zhou added. After watching the video, Professor Qin was convinced. Photos could be faked, but videos were harder to fabricate, especially from a trustworthy source. His face darkened, fists clenched, burning with rage at the thought of confronting Lin Jun, who gave birth to such a scoundrel. For his own selfish desires, he has killed a precious baijiu turtle. This matter must be dealt with seriously. Whoever is responsible will face severe legal consequences. Even if I resign as president, the global nature conservation community will vehemently condemn this lawless villain. After replying to Boss Zhou, Professor Qin immediately began making calls. Each one carried immense weight in his eyes. Boss Zhou grinned, pleased that the coveted wine was secured. He patted Wang Zhe on the shoulder. Done. Just watch this guy's misfortune unfold. Excellent. Wang Zhe smiled. At that moment, having just finished reporting to the police, Xia Xiu approached Wang Zhe apologetically. In her eyes, none of this would have happened if not for her. In the Nanjiang municipal government, several officials had received calls. Reporters from various media outlets rushed to the scene with unprecedented speed. The world's fourth baijiu turtle had been fatally struck by a speeding luxury car in the Luyin Fengting residential complex, a major news story. Within minutes, even insurance agents had yet to arrive, but attention mounted rapidly following Professor Qin's calls. The news had reached the national level, and even Professor Qin at a research institute in Africa, where troops were stationed. Only minutes after Boss Zhou's conversation with Professor Qin, Qian had learned of the incident via video call. In Africa, Qian Tingfei was in a lively video chat with a sprightly elder dressed immaculately, sipping steaming tea. Approaching 60, Qian laughed. I was curious who would take the helm as the official new director of the Hua Africa Bureau. Turns out it's you, old Feng, or rather Director Feng now. Alas, the elder sighed. Our makeshift team had chaotic planning, no clear rules or order, unclear standards for punishment and reward. Entrusting me with this means starting from scratch. There aren't enough suitable young people to join, and now it's just a few old-timers holding the fort. How far can this bureau go? Can it safeguard our country as first line of defense? Brother, I have no confidence. Director Feng was venting for the first time in front of others, words he never shared before. A retired soldier, his veins coursed with the unyielding principle of military orders. This was both a command and the nation's trust and responsibility. No matter how exhausting the frontline work, retreat was not an option. Qian understood Feng's work style well and offered no empty consolation. The situation was not as dire as Feng portrayed. With national backing, development was within reach. Instead, Qian asked curiously, with so many matters demanding your attention, how do you find time to sip tea and chat with me on video? You don't know how precious every minute is here. Let us get to the point, Feng said. I just received precise news. Nanjiang has discovered the fourth baijiu turtle. About the size of 2 palms, but unfortunately, it was run over and killed. Qian's forehead veins bulged, face darkened, and he muttered, gripping his cup. You dragged me here just for this? Had they not been on a video call, Qian might have hurled his cup at Director Feng's face. What kind of abnormal incident is this? The Bureau for the Management of Abnormal Events in China, established approximately 30 years ago, specializes in addressing unusual incidents, including information suppression, arrangements for involved personnel post-event, and targeted interventions, among others. However, it was previously a semi-public, makeshift organization, and has now evolved into a clandestine agency directly under the state. In light of the newly appointed Director Feng, the sudden emergence of the world's fourth captive softshell turtle in Nanjing qualifies as an abnormal event. Wang Zhe, known 5 years prior for its severe pollution, remains inhospitable for the survival of such turtles, despite 5 years of remediation efforts. A span of merely 10 minutes is ample time to investigate certain matters. Faced with Qian Tengfei's skepticism, Director Feng promptly shed his smile and adopted a serious demeanor. I have come across some intriguing information. Given your extensive experience at the Huafei Bureau, I thought it prudent to consult you to avoid any embarrassment before my subordinates. If an individual has never left Nanjing yet claims to have fortuitously captured a soft-shell turtle in the Wanghai River Basin, can this not be considered an abnormal event? A student from a second-rate university, who was recently so impoverished he could barely afford his rent, now resides in a multi-million-dollar villa selling blood-red dragon leaves. Yet the source of this wealth remains elusive. He claims to possess herbal remedies prescribed by a senior traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, which purportedly saved 3 lives, lives that would have otherwise been lost according to modern medical standards. Is this not an abnormal event? Chapter 56, Grim Tidings. Is there such a thing? Unbeknownst to him, Qian Tengfei released his grip on the cup and, after a moment of contemplation, suggested to the earnest Director Feng, perhaps we should assign an E-level special attention to this case. While peculiar, it is not without plausibility. We need not overemphasize it. Yet we cannot afford to disregard it entirely. Qian Tengfei patiently shared his insights with Director Feng, acknowledging the differences between the management models of the Huafei Bureau and the military. The rationale behind appointing someone entirely unacquainted with the Huafei Bureau as the top leader was quite apparent. Now that it has officially become a national department, it is only natural to select an individual of capability who can navigate the complexities of this unique and eclectic division while possessing the requisite fortitude to manage its exceptional talents. The video call lasted nearly half an hour, and as Director Feng was left yearning for more, Qian Tengfei hastily concluded the call. Needing to rush to a new discovery as the head of this overseas archaeological research institute. This latest find included human fossil remains and the first known fossil of ancient script. The newly inaugurated Director Feng promptly followed Qian Tengfei's advice and began filing documentation for Wang Zhe, marking him as the first E-level individual to be personally archived by the top leader in history. The designation of E-level special attention entails gathering information on Wang Zhe at regular intervals, aiming for over 90% accuracy, and subsequently assessing whether the level of suspicion escalates or if concerns are unwarranted, ultimately deciding whether to remove him from the list of suspects. E-level is the lowest tier of special attention, indicating a slight degree of concern. Naturally, Wang Zhe was oblivious to all of this. Both Director Feng and Qian Tengfei loomed above him as figures of authority to be admired, while the conversation between Director Feng and Qian Tengfei was still ongoing. In the Luan Fengting community of Nanjing, an insurance agent arrived hastily in a vehicle, inquiring and taking photographs. Lin Jun, feeling somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively. The vehicle lost control. I will arrange for a tow to a professional facility for inspection. You can collect the results later. As for compensation, I have purchased 3 million in commercial insurance. A mere broken electric bicycle and a turtle hardly equate to even 1/10 of my car's repair costs. Suddenly, 2 police cars with sirens blaring arrived. Despite Professor Chen's calls garnering significant attention, the municipal leaders were unlikely to personally attend to an incident involving a deceased soft-shell turtle. The matter was to be handled with due seriousness by the police department. After the police vehicles came to a halt and several officers disembarked, Lin Jun remained calm and unruffled, internally chuckling. They're just police. They can only intimidate the average person. Once I reveal my identity, they will surely speak to me with utmost respect. Who is the owner of this sports car? A senior officer inquired sternly. I am. Lin Jun stood tall, smoothing his disheveled hair with a hand, smiling. The vehicle lost control and accidentally collided with this electric bicycle. I accept full responsibility and am willing to compensate. However, shouldn't this traffic incident be handled by traffic police? Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Not at all. We are here under orders to arrest you on charges of reckless driving resulting in the death of a nationally protected rare animal. Please accompany us for further proceedings. The vehicle will be temporarily impounded by our criminal investigation unit for examination of the loss of control. The officer's response caused Lin Jun's smile to vanish instantly. A nationally protected rare animal? That turtle just now? Such a matter warrants the involvement of criminal investigators? What kind of nonsense is this? Aside from the national treasure, the panda, which other animals have escaped the appetites of the powerful in this country. Moreover, he had consumed first-level protected animals himself. Did it warrant such exaggeration? Click. Cold handcuffs clasped Lin Jun's wrists, and given the orders from the municipal bureau, there was no room for further dialogue. After securing the handcuffs, the leading officer continued in a frigid tone. Let us go. From this moment forth, you may remain silent, but every word you utter will be recorded. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Jun erupted in anger, shouting without thought. How dare you? Do you have any idea who I am? My father is the president of Huajian Group and a close friend of Director Liao from middle school. You dare to arrest me? At that moment, a swarm of reporters appeared, cameras flashing and microphones outstretched, with Wang Zhe and Lin Jun becoming the focal points of their inquiries. Throughout the process, Wang Zhe repeatedly mentioned Boss Zhou, who was subsequently interviewed for a few minutes, much to his delight. The presence of reporters made Lin Jun considerably more subdued. Yet he felt no fear. Once inside the vehicle, he darkly asserted that his backer was Wang Gaochun, the CEO of Shanghua Group, and demanded to call his father. After the reporters departed, Boss Zhou invited Wang Zhe to dine together, to which Wang Zhe smiled at Xiaoxiu. The trouble has been resolved. This incident should be enough to keep Lin Jun in hot water for a while. I must now join my friend for dinner, and will be leaving in his car. All right, I shall treat you to a meal next time in gratitude. Wang Zhe neither nodded nor shook his head as he entered the vehicle and departed, leaving Xiaoxiu feeling somewhat dejected. She touched her face, pondering. Could it be that I hold no allure for Wang Zhe at all? Or perhaps he has already found someone he likes. The image of Zheng Yaqing surfaced in her mind, her looks rivaling her own, alongside an allure that Xiaoxiu could not match, drawing the attention of many men. Inside the car, Boss Zhou cast an ambiguous smile at Wang Zhe. That young lady was charming and evidently interested in you. Why did you turn her down? As men, we should seize our youth and vigor. By the time you reach my age, even if you wish to pursue something, you may find yourself at a loss. Oh, is Xiaoxiu interested in me? Why have I felt nothing at all? Wang Zhe believed Boss Zhou was overthinking the matter and chose not to delve deeper into the topic. His purpose for getting into the car extended beyond dining. He candidly stated, Boss Zhou, I need your assistance with something. Do you know where I can find exceptionally strong fishing lines and hooks? Ideally ones that won't break even when catching sharks? What about the fish from the primitive world? Aside from the blood-red arowana, Wang Zhe had encountered no other species. Purchasing a superior fishing line was merely a precaution. The ordinary variety could easily be procured from any shop, embodying the wisdom of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Naturally, one must also acquire fishing rods, not in excessive quantities, as a mere dozen rods would not raise any suspicions. Avid fishing enthusiasts can effortlessly unearth dozens of rods. Additionally, some salt must be brought along, considering that the area had completely run out of it. Once stability is achieved, one could seek out salt pans to extract usable salt. This particular fishing line is indeed challenging to acquire, yet you have come to the right person. Tomorrow, I shall personally deliver the fishing line to you. Boss Zhou drove Wang Zhe to the entrance of the Royal Gourmet, where Yang Jiuchen was already waiting, having received a call. He greeted Wang Zhe as Brother Wang and ushered him inside. Meanwhile, once the files were established, they would subsequently appear in the information database, prompting immediate arrangements by the subordinates for relevant personnel to follow up. Such low-risk tasks are typically assigned to inexperienced novices. A trio of teams would take turns monitoring for approximately 1 month. The first team of personnel appeared just 10 minutes after Wang Zhe and Boss Zhou sat down to dine with Yang Jiuchen. From that moment, they had 1 month to formally confirm or dismiss their suspicions. Naturally, the shorter the time frame, the better. As the meal progressed, Wang Zhe's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Dr. Song Yijin, he hurriedly answered, jesting, Dr. Song, you're not calling to hurry me about my medication, are you? I have bad news, doctor. Song replied, the Professor Lu you asked me to treat has been officially declared dead by the hospital. Dead? How could that be? Just recently. I was told he had been stabilized and would soon awaken after a few days of observation and treatment. What could have caused such a sudden turn? Wang Zhe inquired. Dr. Song, is this related to the medication? No, I suspect foul play, a deliberate murder. I will share the specific details when you come to the hospital. All right. Just as Wang Zhe hung up the call with Song Yijin and prepared to bid farewell to Boss Zhou and Yang Jiuchen to head to the hospital, an unexpected call came in. Chapter 57. You won't survive until tomorrow. Time rewinds to before Professor Lu's incident. Since the accident, no one had been home. Lu Li and her mother had been vigilantly stationed at the hospital, eagerly awaiting the moment Professor Lu would awaken. However, as seconds turned into minutes, they were met with disappointment, as he remained unresponsive. A phone call from a neighbor compelled Lu Li to return home to address pressing matters, leaving her mother alone at the hospital to care for Professor Lu, thus creating an opportunity for others. Upon arriving home, Lu Li found a group of strangers had forcibly entered her residence. They acted with the familiarity of owners, leaving Lu Li feeling like an intruder. 6 or 7 men had taken possession of her home, prompting Lu Li to call the police. However, the officers found no wrongdoing. There was no theft or assault, and the intruders had even enlisted the services of a professional locksmith to gain entry, alongside the property management. They were there to collect a debt, albeit in a rather aggressive manner, demanding an apology. The men quickly offered Lu Li an insincere apology and presented a promissory note bearing Professor Lu's signature and a seal, indicating a loan of 5 million at a 6% interest rate. The loan was taken out less than 3 days ago, and the men expressed their concerns regarding Professor Lu's condition, suggesting that should anything happen to him, repayment would be necessary. 5 million. Professor Lu would never take out such a loan. He is not in need of money, having recently purchased a new home for over 4 million. If he were to borrow, it certainly wouldn't be from such a dubious lending institution. Yet, the information was accurate, and the men insisted they were unaware of what Professor Lu had done with the money. When one possesses enough influence in a region, even if one claims that bitter melon is sweet, there will be those who nod in agreement, rallying to support one's assertions. This is the terrifying power of the Jiang family, a prominent and elite clan in the magical city of Shanghai. In front of the police, the debt collectors left, but they returned the following day, cornering Lu Li, who was exhausted after a night of restless sleep, in her home. This time, they were far less courteous, immediately beginning to seize valuable items, starting with the safe from Professor Lu's study. Wang Gaochun was meticulous, if he intended for Professor Lu to perish. He must ensure that no incriminating evidence remained against him or the Jiang family, necessitating a thorough search of the premises. Operating covertly, Wang Gaochun also preferred a more brazen approach, one that would provoke Wang Zhe's ire, thereby granting him a modicum of satisfaction. The safe was no ordinary item. It was heavy and cumbersome, and only a few strong individuals could manage to carry it. Stealth would only heighten the risk of being discovered. Thus, a more overt pretext for theft was deemed preferable. Lu Li urgently called Qian Liang, but 5 million was an exorbitant sum. Having recently purchased a home, Qian Liang had no such funds available. When his parents heard of Lu Li's demands, they immediately disapproved, arguing that their son had no connection to her and that asking for such a sum was absurd. With the first incident having occurred, there was no doubt there would be a second, and such a woman should never be allowed into their family. With the 5 million, they reasoned, any woman would be fortunate to have their son, given his looks and stature. Qian Liang's parents quickly turned against him, refusing to lend money and threatening to cut off his allowance if he did not sever ties with Lu Li, relentlessly indoctrinating him with the notion of not being a mere cash machine for others. How many couples have been torn apart by parental pressures? Countless, beyond measure. Faced with familial pressure and the sudden calamity befalling Lu Li's family, Qian Liang faltered, apologizing to Lu Li and ending their relationship over the phone. The abrupt conclusion of their brief romance left Lu Li feeling desolate. However, she bore no resentment. 5 million was an amount few could willingly part with to assist her. In her despair, Lu Li's mind conjured the image of Wang Zhe, and she hurriedly dialed his number, clinging to hope. Her father had treated Wang Zhe exceptionally well, and not long ago, Wang Zhe had even sent someone to save her critically ill father. Surely, if he had the means, he would help her family through this crisis. Wang Zhe, who owned a villa in the prestigious Luanfengting, must have 5 million. Lu Li called Wang Zhe just as he had hung up from his conversation with Song Yizhen. At that moment, only a few were aware of Professor Lu's death. He was still in the operating room, just covered with a white sheet. Wang Zhe, a group of people claims my father borrowed 5 million from them, and now they are forcibly taking valuable items as collateral, fearing he may die without the means to repay. Do you have 5 million? I'll consider it a loan. Even if it takes a lifetime, I will repay you, or I can mortgage my house to you. Professor Lu borrowed 5 million? Wang Zhe's immediate reaction was disbelief. Quickly connecting the dots, Dr. Song had mentioned the professor's death under suspicious circumstances, hinting at murder. But what of the accident? This group of impatient individuals, seemingly aware of Professor Lu's impending demise, brazenly stormed into his home in broad daylight to seize his belongings. What could possibly be their ulterior motive? Lu Li, you must call the police immediately. I will rush over at once. Wang Zhe hurriedly ended the call. Professor Lu was already deceased. Whether he arrived early or late would not alter the outcome. However, Lu Li's situation was different. He needed to get there promptly to avert any further mishaps. With Professor Lu gone, he felt a debt of gratitude still unpaid. Even though his feelings for Lu Li had long since faded, his heart as still as water. He owed it to the suddenly departed Professor Lu to ensure Lu Li was well cared for. Brother Jiu, could you arrange for someone to drive me somewhere? Sure. I'll have Wu Jianghua take you. He hasn't eaten yet. Naturally, someone who hasn't dined would not indulge in alcohol. Wang Zhe left in haste, and neither Yang Jiuchen nor Boss Zhou attempted to retain him. Once they saw Wang Zhe drive away, they exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation from his demeanor and expression. Assistance? If Wang Zhe required help, he would undoubtedly voice it. Since he remained silent, they would wait. 20 minutes later, when Wang Zhe finally appeared before Lu Li at breakneck speed, the moment had already passed. The police were taking her statement, assuring her that they would recover the stolen items intact. Even if it came to a debt settlement, it would require a formal court notice for enforcement. Those miscreants must apologize to Lu Li, and she could pursue compensation if she wished, though such sentiments felt rather like closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. I'll see these police officers off, and then I'll come find you, Wang Zhe stated, using the escorting of the officers as a pretext to glean more information. However, just as he reached the ground floor, a familiar vehicle appeared before him, the window rolling down to reveal Wang Gaochen's beaming face. Care for a chat in the car? I have answers to your queries. I think it's more suitable to converse outside. Your vehicle seems rather unkempt. That is acceptable. But you must turn off your phone. Wang Zhe complied, and the police car sped away. The brief silence was abruptly shattered by Wang Zhe's impatience. Professor Lu's death is connected to you. I senti it? He succumbed to a car accident. How could that involve me? Wang Gaochen replied with a smirk. The safe had already been opened by professionals, revealing unexpected items within. And he felt fortunate for his prompt actions. Do you expect me to believe that? Wang Zhe's brow furrowed in anger. The more Wang Gaochen denied it, the more convinced Wang Zhe became that the accident was linked to him. His mind flashed back to that day when he had encountered Wang Gaochen in Professor Lu's presence, during which Wang Gaochen had furiously slammed the table and shouted, "Lu Qiming, aren't you afraid of inviting calamity upon yourself?" Just days later, Professor Lu had met his untimely end. Such coincidences seemed implausible. Well, he was just like you now, always ignoring my warnings, thinking I would bring harm to you all. And look, Lu Qiming has become a cautionary tale for you. If you wish to avoid his fate, get in the car and accompany me to the city, where you can kneel and beg for forgiveness. There is still time. His tone remained condescending, unchanged, yet now tainted with the gravity of a life lost. What if I refuse? Wang Zhe's gaze turned icy. By tomorrow morning, your friends and classmates will see the news of your untimely demise. Even in death, organs can be harvested for transplantation. I'll be waiting. You will regret this. No, you won't even have the chance to regret. Wang Gaochen turned to leave, initially hoping for a straightforward resolution, believing he could unleash his pent-up rage on Wang Zhe. Alas, he shook his head in disappointment. Now he could only await the news of Wang Zhe's demise, preparing to take Wang Zhe's kidneys to save his own son, heir to the distinguished Jiang family lineage. Chapter 58, Utter Lawlessness. Wang Zhe was acutely aware that Wang Gaochen's presence here was not for idle threats. Perhaps the Jiang family had grown impatient, eager to prepare for a kidney transplant match with him. Thus, from the moment he exited this community, he needed to remain vigilant, if not for his extraordinary physical condition, far surpassing that of an average person. One could even describe it as monstrous. Wang Zhe would feel utterly powerless and would seek a safe haven. Yet now, he was caught in a web of contemplation. If he were Wang Gaochen, what method would he employ for the most effective and direct outcome? The more he pondered, the more he found himself compelled to adopt a defensive stance, even with the support of Zheng Jia and Zheng Yaqing. He still lacked the qualifications to openly confront the Jiang family. Currently, the Jiang family still exercised some restraint, but once provoked into madness, it would spell catastrophe. Returning upstairs, Lu Li was tidying up her home, which had once again been thrown into disarray. Wang Zhe opened his mouth but fell into silence. For the anguish of losing a loved one, both physically and spiritually, was incomprehensible to those who had not experienced it. Yet Wang Zhe had. Thank you for coming during this time. Wang Zhe, thank you for saving my father's life. Lu Li rose, her gaze fixated on Wang Zhe, her heart heavy with regret over her past actions, striving to make her smile appear genuine. With the silence broken, the words that needed to be spoken could no longer be postponed, and the matters that required confronting would have to be faced eventually. Uncle Lu has passed away. Lu Li's expression froze. Are you joking? If my father has died, how could my mother? The phone rang, and upon receiving the news, Lu's mother fainted instantly. Over 20 years of a tumultuous life had intertwined their existences, and witnessing the sudden loss of the one who had been saved was unbearable for anyone. After being revived by medical personnel, Lu's mother hurriedly called Lu Li. As Lu Li picked up her phone, her hand trembled involuntarily, a wave of unease washing over her, yet she answered the call. Hearing her mother weeping and choking on her words, "Lily, your father, he has gone. You must come and see him." With a thud, the phone fell from her grasp, and Lu Li stood as if petrified. Then her body went limp, nearly collapsing, but Wang Zhe was quick to catch her. Death is like a light extinguished. You must be strong. Moreover, this matter is far from simple. You recall that day, I brought 2 bottles of wine to your home, coinciding with the visit from Wang Gaochen, the general manager of Manhwa Group, who, upon entering the study, had angrily declared that Professor Lu had invited his own demise. Do you think Professor Lu would have borrowed 5 million from those individuals, now that he has been rescued? Why would an unexpected turn of events lead to his untimely death? These people are so eager to turn your life upside down. Is it merely for the sake of recovering a debt? Why not allow you to sell your house to settle it? Or is there something exceptionally valuable at stake that necessitates their actions? forcing someone to silence Professor Liu permanently? Are you suggesting that my father was murdered? Liu Li stared wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for how to process such a horrifying notion. Yet as she calmed her thoughts, the more Wang Zhe's words resonated with her. Piecing together the events revealed numerous inconsistencies. Indeed, but it may be too late to comprehend now. Valuable clues have likely been destroyed. The internet, although the computer was taken, accounts can be accessed from other devices. Perhaps there are still traces to uncover. It is impossible. Whatever we can conceive, the other party has undoubtedly already anticipated. Even if you were privy to Professor Liu's account password, such a lengthy period would suffice for them to erase all traces of information. Let us proceed to the hospital while we converse. Liu Li nodded, her mind incessantly replaying Wang Zhe's words, contemplating potential oversights on her part. Wu Jianghua departed. The royal gourmet was perpetually bustling, and with the multitude of matters Wu Jianghua had on his plate, Wang Zhe did not wish to keep him waiting under uncertain circumstances. As he and Liu Li reached the roadside at the community entrance and hailed a taxi, Wang Zhe suddenly halted. A car accident. Could Wang Gaochen orchestrate yet another vehicular disaster? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Liu Li, you intend to go to the hospital, correct? I just recalled an urgent matter. I shall take a cab to the hospital by myself. He closed the taxi door, signaling the driver to depart. Meanwhile, buses continued to arrive at the nearby bus stop, and after glancing at the towering vehicles, Wang Zhe opted to take the bus. In the city, unless it was after midnight, every bus was typically crowded with passengers. Wang Zhe pondered, Wang Gaochen and the Jiang family. Surely they wouldn't go so far as to kill an entire busload of people for their own ends? If a multitude of lives were lost, the repercussions would be profoundly severe. After the bus Wang Zhe boarded made stops at 3 stations, it ascended a grand bridge. At that moment, someone suddenly stood up and approached the bus driver, shouting, "Driver, stop. Please stop. I inadvertently missed my stop, and I have urgent business. The next stop requires me to backtrack 2 or 3 miles. I apologize, but I cannot stop now. The bus is only permitted to halt at designated stops. I must prioritize the safety of all passengers, and I hope you understand." I said stop. The man's voice rose sharply. "Sir, please do not obstruct my driving." The bus driver's face turned pale with fear. He could hardly fathom that the man would attempt to seize the steering wheel. What was he thinking? Had he lost his mind? The struggle for control caused the bus to veer wildly, speeding past 60 miles per hour like a rampaging beast, colliding with a vehicle that was about to proceed. The impact jolted the bus violently. A cry of pain erupted as the bus driver was forcefully yanked from his seat by the strong man, the experience excruciating. As the driver attempted to apply the brakes, he was pushed down by the assailant who instead stomped on the accelerator. "I'm as good as dead. Why not take this bus full of people with me? How worthwhile?" Only the bus driver could hear this chilling declaration. In a moment of desperation, the man could not help but express his twisted satisfaction. The front of the bus would plummet off the bridge and into the surging river below, a certain death. Yet in this world, nothing is guaranteed. To hedge against the possibility that someone might miraculously survive, Wang Gaochen had resorted to utilizing an online bus accident narrative as a means of murder. For opportunities to eliminate Wang Zhe were exceedingly scarce, compelling him to resort to unconventional methods. In Wang Gaochen's eyes, the bus passengers were merely impoverished members of society. A nameless rabble, their deaths were inconsequential. With a deafening crash, the out-of-control bus barreled through the bridge's guardrail, the entire vehicle momentarily suspended in midair before plummeting. With a resounding splash, the front of the bus plunged into the murky river, which began to engulf it. The chaotic collision had rendered many passengers dizzy and nauseous, with numerous injuries leaving them utterly incapable of escaping. Everything transpired with alarming rapidity. Wang Zhe, seated at the rear of the bus, had only just grasped the situation when the vehicle soared off the bridge. Despite the chaos, he maintained his composure, gripping the handrail with one hand while throwing punches with the other. The tempered glass shattered effortlessly beneath his blows as he shouted, "I've broken the window. While the water hasn't fully submerged us yet, everyone, hurry and escape through the window." At that moment, a singular thought occupied Wang Zhe's mind. These were innocent people, each with a family. If lives were lost, families would be shattered. He resolved to save as many as he could. A proficient swimmer with exceptional physical abilities, he was confident he could navigate the river back and forth without fear of drowning. As the bus gradually sank, a desperate Wang Zhe smashed open all the accessible windows, creating opportunities for survival for many. Modern buses are equipped with cameras. Even as the vehicle careened uncontrollably off the bridge and into the river, the high-quality cameras continued to operate, capturing the scene before being short-circuited by the encroaching water. Nonetheless, they recorded Wang Zhe's urgent act of shattering the tempered glass with ease. On the bridge, a crowd had gathered in the non-motorized lane, witnessing the bus being consumed by the river. Many struggled in the water after the bus submerged, while nearby boats swiftly altered their courses and accelerated to rescue those in peril. The murky river water obscured visibility, even for those equipped with diving masks, yet Wang Zhe, devoid of any gear, could see with remarkable clarity. Even at a distance of less than half a meter, it was sufficient. He descended into the river alongside the bus, gripping the unconscious perpetrator as well as the bus driver, both of whom were injured but alive, pushing them through the shattered rear window. Wang Zhe then emerged from the sinking bus, shedding his pants in the water and using his belt to secure the bus driver and the culprit before swimming towards the surface. Chapter 59. Seeking acupuncture from Song Yijin. After rescuing the bus driver and the perpetrator, Wang Zhe dragged them to the side of a rescue boat, where the crew immediately extended their hands to pull them aboard. The incident had unfolded so suddenly that many had failed to discern the true identity of the culprit. Otherwise, even being rescued would have resulted in a backlash of public outrage. With a splash, Wang Zhe dove back into the river, swimming like a fish. His remarkable vision almost unbelievable. Once he reached the shore and confirmed that no one was watching, he quickly climbed out. For Wang Zhe, this was a task within his capabilities. What if he were to be heralded as a hero and subjected to interviews? Especially with reporters, declining would be awkward. Yet agreeing would feel like a waste of time. It was best to remain low-key. Merely 10 minutes after the bus had careened off the bridge into the river, news of the incident had spread throughout Nanjing City, along with tales of the nameless hero, Wang Zhe. He had already contacted Zheng Yaqing to inform her of the situation, asking her to keep a watchful eye. As long as the perpetrator survived, they would soon discern whether it was mere coincidence or the madness of Wang Gaochen. Meanwhile, on the other side what? Wang Zhe survived? Upon receiving the news, Wang Gaochen slammed his fist on the table in anger, rising to pace back and forth. Out of a bus full of 18 people, 3 had perished and 4 were missing, all victims of drowning, unable to swim. Why had Wang Zhe escaped unharmed? And why had that incompetent fool been rescued and sent to the hospital? This left Wang Gaochen feeling quite vexed. Was this a stroke of bad luck? No. For Wang Gaochen, it was merely a nuisance, yet he was averse to complications. How could this man be so resilient? No. He could not allow Wang Zhe to survive until tomorrow, otherwise, it would be another slap in the face. Wang Gaochen's expression darkened. Being humiliated was one thing, but the Jiang family was relentless in their demands. If he couldn't handle such a minor issue, how would he face them in the future? Picking up the phone, he dialed. Huang Hao, secure Wang Zhe for me at all costs, by any means necessary, regardless of life or death. If I do not see either him or his corpse before dawn tomorrow, you need not show your face to me again. I have no use for a worthless individual. The mastermind behind this bus incident was indeed the local tyrant Huang Hao had enlisted. After being frightened off last time, he had lacked the opportunity to act, primarily due to Wang Gaochen's somewhat unreasonable demands. However, the situation had now changed. Upon hearing the phrase by any means necessary, and the implication of life or death, Huang Hao instantly felt a surge of confidence and readily agreed. $1 million. Completing this task would afford him a lavish lifestyle for an extended period. Of course, murder was a line he could not cross. Should anything go awry, it would spell the end of his existence. As for the methods, Huang Hao had not been idle these past few days. He had been gathering intel on Wang Zhe's social connections. Unable to confront Wang Zhe directly, he could instead target those around him. In due time, it would be as effortless as luring fish into a net, naturally drawing Wang Zhe into his trap. The thought of quickly obtaining that $1 million was delightful. Wang Gaochen's offer to raise the price prompted Huang Hao, who initially intended to ask for more, to spring into action. By the time Wang Zhe arrived at the hospital to meet Dr. Song Yijin, 40 minutes had already passed. Although the submerged bus had recorded the moment Wang Zhe's tempered glass shattered, the footage could only be accessed after the bus was retrieved from the river. As for the survivors, the chaos of the scene had left everyone preoccupied with their own survival, resulting in no one having the opportunity to even glimpse Wang Zhe's face, let alone ponder how the tempered glass had shattered so suddenly. Dr. Song, upon seeing Wang Zhe beckoning him, Song Yijin led Wang Zhe to a secluded area, voicing his numerous suspicions along with his heightened doubts regarding Professor Lu's sudden critical condition and subsequent ineffective resuscitation. Wang Zhe, I swear to the heavens that after administering your herbal remedy and my acupuncture techniques, Professor Lu had completely escaped danger. There was no way his condition could have deteriorated so abruptly. Yet, the hospital's diagnosis confirmed a sudden change in his condition, leading to his eventual death despite attempts at resuscitation. This raises my suspicion that Professor Lu's demise was a premeditated murder. However, this notion lacks supporting evidence and would tarnish the reputation of Nanjing First People's Hospital. Thus, I can only speak of this in private with you. Perhaps you can persuade the patient's family to allow for an autopsy to uncover the true cause behind Professor Lu's condition. Let it go? Wang Zhe shook his head. Discovering the true cause would be of no significance. This matter would not shake the Jiang family. Surely, Wang Gaochen had already prepared his follow-up measures. Otherwise, he would not have so arrogantly declared that he would not survive until tomorrow morning. However, it was the underlying reason behind Professor Lu's sudden death that Wang Zhe yearned to uncover. Song Yijin opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. He realized he had overstepped. Thus, he resolved to act as if he had said nothing. Yet, who was the mysterious old doctor who had prescribed medicine for Wang Zhe? No matter how hard he racked his brain, Song Yijin could not discern the identity of that individual. Wang Zhe, wishing to avoid further discussion about Professor Lu with Song Yijin, seized the moment to earnestly request, Dr. Song, could you teach me the art of acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine? I believe I possess a natural talent for it, and wish to humbly learn. Aspiring to one day promote its practice. Learning traditional Chinese medicine? Despite having stood face-to-face just moments ago, this statement compelled Song Yijin to scrutinize Wang Zhe anew. Although it was not too late to learn at his age, achieving notable success would likely require him to mature considerably. It would be challenging to manage independently before reaching his 40s or 50s. If it were anyone else, Song Yijin would have decisively refused. Yet for Wang Zhe, wishing to cultivate a rapport that might lead to an introduction to the old doctor, Song Yijin smiled, albeit with some internal conflict, and nodded. Very well. I shall first show you some foundational texts on traditional Chinese medicine, particularly in acupuncture, where every acupoint must be memorized accurately. Acupoints. These are the subcutaneous areas with the highest electric potential shared by humans and animals, where the main and terminal nerves traverse, representing the regions of highest electrostatic potential in the body. There are a total of 720 acupoints, with 402 being medically relevant, among which 108 are critical. Acupoints can be classified into active and lethal categories, with 72 non-fatal and 36 fatal. As Song Yijin patiently explained while guiding Wang Zhe to the foundational texts and diagrams of acupoints, these were matters he handled with ease. Upon entering the medical office prepared for him at the hospital, Song Yijin handed Wang Zhe a diagram of the human acupoints before searching for suitable foundational medical books for someone like Wang Zhe, who was starting from scratch. 10 minutes later, with 3 hefty medical texts in hand, Song Yijin thought, these 3 books should keep Wang Zhe occupied for several months, allowing me to gauge his patience and meticulousness. If he can persevere, I might consider teaching him more thoroughly. If he cannot endure, I can avoid wasting precious time on this endeavor. Wang Zhe, these 3 medical books are all for you. With a smile on his face, Song Yijin returned to the medical office only to find Wang Zhe had tossed the acupoint diagram aside. His smile faltered, and discomfort welled within him. Is this your attitude towards learning traditional Chinese medicine? He had reminded Wang Zhe to carefully study the acupoint diagram, emphasizing the necessity of memorizing the acupoints, as mastery of acupuncture relied on rote memorization before one could gradually accumulate experience. Yet, Wang Zhe had discarded his words so quickly. The more Song Yijin pondered, the more irked he became, but then he thought, forget it, I never held any expectations for Wang Zhe. How many can endure the monotony of traditional Chinese medicine? Hearing footsteps, Wang Zhe quickly turned and smiled. Dr. Song, I have memorized all the acupoints. He proceeded to ask a series of crucial questions about how to control the force during acupuncture, the appropriate depth of insertion, and how to manage the pressure applied throughout the procedure. Moreover, I wonder if the acupoints of primitive humans are the same as those of modern individuals? If so, I could conduct various medical studies without hesitation. After all, in that world, human life is of little value. Song Yijin perked up, gazing at Wang Zhe with a puzzled expression. Are you joking? You memorized all the acupoints in under 10 minutes? I know you might not believe me, so you can test me. The Shunting point, located 5 fun into the hairline at the front of the head. This point is associated with the governing vessel. It connects with the foot Taiyang bladder channel. Being struck here causes dizziness and a feeling of pressure in the brain. The Renning point, located 15 cun beside the Adam's apple. It is linked to the foot Yangming stomach channel. A blow here results in qi stagnation and blood stasis, leading to dizziness. The Ju K point, positioned 6 cun above the navel along the body's midline. This point belongs to the Ren vessel and is a crucial point for the heart. A strike here impacts the liver and gallbladder, potentially causing cardiac failure. Correct again. How can you keep getting it right? Song Yijin was taken aback, a cold sweat beating on his forehead. He had taken the time to learn about Wang Zhe, which made it hard for him to believe he could be so extraordinary, leaving him astonished. Could it be? Suddenly, Song Yijin recalled a particularly peculiar entity, the Huafei Bureau. Chapter 60. Who gives him a chance? Wang Zhe. Have you heard of the Huafei Bureau? The Huafei Bureau? The Chinese Bureau for the Handling of Abnormal Events, abbreviated as Huafei Bureau. Wang Zhe found himself increasingly perplexed, continuing to shake his head, which brought great joy to Song Yijin. He was certain that Wang Zhe had no knowledge of the Huafei Bureau, yet he was undoubtedly a talent worth nurturing. Should he introduce him to the Huafei Bureau? He could also earn some merit points for recommending talent. However, further confirmation was needed. Song Yijin opened a medical book, casually flipped to a page to show Wang Zhe, and then started a timer. After a minute, Wang Zhe returned the medical text to Song Yijin for evaluation, having made 18 errors in over 6,000 characters. Nearly 36 missteps, a result that was astonishingly impressive. After another minute, Song Yijin asked Wang Zhe to recite it from memory. This time, he made 23 mistakes. Close to 50 incorrect characters. Such an ability to remember was not akin to a computer or printer's reproduction. The more one remembers, the more time is required to store it deep in one's memory. Wang Zhe possessed a remarkably unique capability, fitting the recruitment standards of the Huafei Bureau. Would he be interested in joining as a proper civil servant, enjoying various generous benefits? Forget it. I just wish to learn traditional Chinese medicine. If you are willing to teach me, I shall study. If not, I'll seek another mentor, Wang Zhe replied, somewhat on guard. He had never heard of the Huafei Bureau, and if it weren't for the person before him being Song Yijin, he might have suspected him to be involved in a pyramid scheme. Moreover, one must pay a price for any benefits received, even if it were legitimate. Better benefits would surely entail greater responsibilities. Such troublesome matters were only suited for fools to engage in, bound by rules. He would lose the freedom to traverse the primitive world at will. What did it matter if one thrived in this world? It was still constrained by a myriad of restrictive rules. The primitive world was far superior. Conquering a few primitive tribes would feel akin to being an emperor. I will certainly teach you with utmost dedication. As for joining the Huafei Bureau, that can be discussed later. Song Yijin smiled. Recognizing that Wang Zhe's aptitude for learning traditional Chinese medicine was impeccable, he had been lamenting the lack of a suitable heir, and now, a prodigious talent with a photographic memory had presented itself at his doorstep. It felt as if a great fortune had smiled upon him. Very well. I shall peruse these medical texts for now, and will seek your guidance once I have grasped them sufficiently. After bidding farewell to Song Yijin, Wang Zhe headed to the morgue. Lifting the white sheet to gaze upon the lifeless face of Professor Liu, he felt a wave of dismal emotions wash over him. Wang Gaochen was indeed overstepping, leveraging the Jiang family's influence with an air of impunity. It was imperative to teach him a lesson. Lu Li Ant. Here is a 500,000 yuan check for you. If there is anything else you need, do not hesitate to ask. I will exert every effort to assist you. I have other matters to attend to, but I will kneel to send Uncle Liu off on the day of his burial. Forcing the check into Lu Li's hands, Wang Zhe found it increasingly difficult to linger there. Each glance at the deceased Professor Liu intensified his anguish, and the overwhelming resentment became more and more difficult to suppress. At the entrance of the hospital, Zheng Yaqing called Wang Zhe. The culprit behind the bus incident has awakened and, under police interrogation, confessed to being terminally ill and having little time left. Coincidentally, someone had given him a sum of money, which led to the subsequent events. As for the mastermind, the police are still investigating. Investigating? I fear they may not yield any results until next year. On his way back, Wang Zhe deliberately took a few detours to purchase some items, ensuring he wasn't being followed before heading straight to the villa at Luanfengting. Crossing over from his wardrobe into the primitive world with a dozen bags of salt and over 100 pounds of flour. The boulders were arranged at the entrance of the cave. Due to the limited space within, they could only accommodate the members of the Leaving Fire tribe by splitting into 4 caves of varying sizes. Flames flickered in the cave as the damp firewood he had gathered was placed beside the bonfire, ensuring it remained dry and preventing the awkward situation of insufficient firewood to keep everyone warm. The aged shaman sat by the bonfire, opening his weary eyes as Wang Zhe arrived, having already consumed most of the captured soft-shelled turtle, leaving only a few shells behind. Shaman, I have brought some salt and flour to fill our bellies. Just boil the water and toss in the flour, adding some salt, of course. If there is any extra meat to cook with, it would taste even better. Flour? The shaman looked at the long, thin strands of flour with curiosity, having never encountered such a peculiar food in his life. Is this food from that advanced civilization? He wondered, eyeing the salt. As Wang Zhe tore open the packaging, the shaman's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this salt? How can salt be so white? It looks just like snowflakes, so beautiful. This salt is truly exquisite. I have never seen such beautiful salt in my life. Dipping his finger into it and tasting it, the shaman was thrilled by the salty flavor. Rest assured, you can have this salt every day, Wang Zhe reassured him with a smile. Salt costs just a few yuan a pack, even cheaper in bulk, just like flour. They are both worthless items. Yet in this world, salt is incredibly precious. This salt won't do, the shaman shook his head after tasting it. Though this salt is as beautiful as snowflakes, it cannot compare to the inferior salt here. Consuming too much can hinder the children's development, leading to an increasingly weakened tribe in the future. Did I fail to impress? Wang Zhe was taken aback, but quickly realized that every breath in this world was refreshingly pure. The environment here could revive even a dying dragon fish. Had he been in his own world, it would have perished long ago. This was sufficient evidence of the uniqueness of this world. The salt existing here undoubtedly possessed its own distinct qualities, unlike modern salt, which had been tainted by severe pollution. Do not worry. Once we locate salt flats, we can refine our own salt. For now, let us make do with what we have. Once my injuries heal, I will seek revenge and conquer every tribe in this valley. The shaman nodded. At this juncture, there was nothing left to be particular about. Survival was the most important thing, and his faith had kept him steadfast. Wang Zhe's arrival had finally brought hope to his despair. The young dragon bird was fast asleep, and Wang Zhe did not wake it. Otherwise, he would have to soothe it for quite some time. Shaman, do you have any poison? A type that doesn't kill, but can be cured with an antidote? There are antidotes available that do not require refining. As for poison, it is quite easy to find in this land. However, non-lethal poison is a bit more troublesome. The shaman generously handed Wang Zhe a small bamboo tube filled with a green liquid, cautioning him that it was the juice of a plant, possessing strong paralyzing effects and would cause wounds to fester, endlessly oozing a foul-smelling green substance. Applied to arrows, it can kill some wild beasts, but it has little effect on fierce animals. Their immunity is simply too formidable. Excellent. Wang Zhe's eyes lit up, and he quickly bid farewell to the shaman and returned to the villa. This time, he had achieved his purpose. After a good night's sleep, he could start teaching the group of primitives how to fish when Boss Zhou's fishing lines arrived the next day. After securely closing the wardrobe door and drawing the curtains, Wang Zhe left the villa and headed straight for Nanjiang University. There were quite a few stray dogs near the university, and he wanted to test whether he could communicate with them. If successful, he would later try with other animals. With freshly roasted chicken and duck in hand, Wang Zhe appeared in an alley near Nanjiang University. Many stray dogs watched him warily, not growling or baring their teeth, but rather keeping their tails tucked and maintaining a distance. There are roast chickens and ducks here. If you understand me, come over to eat. I can regularly bring you food in the future, but in return, I need you to bite someone for me. Opening the plastic bag, he tossed 7 or 8 roast chickens and ducks onto the ground, gazing at the stray dogs with kindness. The stray dogs remained vigilant, yet their drool dripped as they gazed longingly at the roasted chicken and duck before Wang Zhe. As time ticked away, the standoff between one man and 7 or 8 stray dogs led many passers-by to silently curse Wang Zhe for his eccentricity. It was one thing for an individual to purchase such an abundance of roasted poultry to feed stray dogs. It was another entirely for him to converse with the dogs as if they were companions. Such behavior was often indicative of a disturbed mind. After 10 minutes, one brave stray dog, unable to resist, approached cautiously. Observing this, Wang Zhe continued to speak. Fear not, for I am quite affluent, indulging in lavish feasts daily. As for you, mere skin and bones, and the many sickly dogs, I harbor no interest. I genuinely wish to befriend you. The dog that ventured closer was a mottled mutt, whimpering softly as it approached, its drooping tail wagging in a gesture of goodwill. Upon reaching Wang Zhe, it seized a roasted chicken and bolted away, prompting its companions to gather around, surprisingly engaging in a harmonious feast rather than squabbling over food. Noticing this, Wang Zhe took the initiative to toss another roasted chicken their way. After nearly half an hour of effort, as dusk approached, the few stray dogs finally lowered their guard and gathered around Wang Zhe. As he extended his hand towards one of the dogs, a wave of nervousness washed over him. In the primitive world, he could hear the voices of dragon birds and juvenile beasts, yet that realm was vastly different. And the savage beasts there were not to be compared with mere dogs. On Earth, one would be hard-pressed to find any creature more formidable than a dragon bird. Should he fail, he would have to devise another strategy to retaliate against the deceitful Wang Gaochen. Fortune smiled upon Wang Zhe. The moment his hand brushed against the dog's head, its whimpering transformed into the words, "Good person, good person." Laughter erupted within him as his ability to communicate in beast language flourished on Earth. It was time for Wang Zheoken to pay some dues. Wang Zhe hurriedly called Wang Gaochen, and as soon as the line connected, he heard the latter's jovial voice. "What's this? Have you come to your senses and are now calling to grovel for mercy? No problem. After all, you are my son. As long as you come to the Jiang family to apologize and kneel in submission, I shall forgive the foolish mistakes you made. Yes, I have seen the light, and I am willing to grant you an opportunity. I will be waiting for you to kneel and apologize at my mother's grave before 10 a.m. tomorrow. Remember, no later than 10. Grant you an opportunity? Huh. Does Wang Zheoken need a chance from you, my wayward son? Should I find your words humorous or simply laughable? Enough. Let the doomed remain blissfully ignorant for a while." Just as Wang Gaochen was about to end the call, Wang Zhe interjected, "Let us arrange a meeting place. You wish for my demise, don't you? Tonight at 10, anywhere within the urban area of Nanjiang will suffice. 10 o'clock? You want to choose the meeting place? Is this for real? This rebellious son of mine isn't trying to pull a fast one, is he?" Wang Gaochen hesitated. opting to consider the proposal before hanging up and promptly calling Huang Hao for an update. How is the preparation on your end? Rest assured, Mr. Wang. We set a trap for Wang Zhe's 2 university classmates' girlfriends. We'll lure Wang Zhe through them. This plan is foolproof. Where do you intend to execute this? At Feixiang Bar, our territory. Even if Wang Zhe grows wings, he won't be able to escape. If this fails, don't bother coming to see me again. Wang Gaochen ended the call, refraining from returning Wang Zhe's call, deeming it a waste of time and energy. However, he was determined to attend Feixiang Bar to witness Wang Zhe's humiliation and the pitiful state in which he would be dealt with. The mere thought of making a grand entrance while looking down upon him brought Wang Gaochen immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe's endeavors continued unabated. 7 or 8 stray dogs were insufficient. He needed to feed them well enough to attract more companions. He had no precise estimate of how many stray dogs roamed Nanjiang, nor did he require them to fetch a specific number of friends. Even with his ability to understand beast language, one could not expect dogs to comprehend numbers. Simply having dogs was not enough. No, it was inadequate. Dogs relied solely on their mouths, yet venom was indiscriminate. One could not simply coat their teeth with poison. Thus, he required another animal that shared a close bond with humans. Cats. Cats possessed formidable claws, capable of easily tearing through human skin. Coating their claws with venom would not harm the cats themselves. Looking for stray cats? That would not do. Cats were far more wary of strangers compared to dogs, exhibiting a heightened sense of caution. While one could gain a dog's trust with time and food, cats were a different story altogether. Many household cats in rural areas were notoriously difficult to catch. Rather than squander time, it would be wiser to purchase a few cats from a pet shop. Strangely enough, these 2 creatures, dogs and cats, humans' closest companions, were often at odds with one another. Dogs chased cats, while cats bristled at the mere sight of dogs. After acquiring 2 large cats, Wang Zhe spent half an hour coaxing, deceiving, and even threatening them to achieve a begrudging truce with the dogs. By 8 o'clock, Wang Zhe, armed with 2 large bags of diced pork, fed the 30-plus stray dogs that had gathered around him, while the 2 large cats perched obediently on his shoulders, one entirely black, the other a ginger with a coat adorned with orange stripes. Their chest and belly were covered in fluffy white fur, and their paws were tipped in white. Rumored to have an irresistible effect on girls, captivating their attention and causing them to emit squeals of delight. Wang Zhe, however, was indifferent to such notions. These 2 cats were the largest in the only pet shop 5 miles away, their claws sharp enough for his purposes. At this moment, they sat on his shoulders, meowing as they communicated. Hey, Blackie, these silly dogs are filthy. Indeed, just keep your distance from them. Are you afraid they'll scratch you later? With a big shot like Wang Gu around, what is there to fear? In all my years, have you ever met anyone who can converse with cats? At that moment, Wang Zhe's phone rang, startling the 2 cats on his shoulders. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhang Tao and quickly answered. Taozi, what is going on? Today, Yinzi's classmates invited her to Feixiang Bar, but she was harassed. Su Lang and I rushed over upon receiving the call. But we accidentally got into a scuffle. We managed to take down the guy, but the noise in the bar ruined everything. The bar owner said we either pay up or let Yinzi and her friends pay in kind. The bar owner has connections, and we were at fault. Even calling the police wouldn't help. The other party is also in trouble and has to pay. How much? About 60 to 70,000. We really don't have that kind of money and had to shamelessly come to you for a loan. Give me 20 minutes. After hanging up, Wang Zhe fell into contemplation. Why did this incident occur now of all times? Was it mere coincidence, or was it part of Wang Gaochen's scheme? The words of Wang Gaochen and the chaos surrounding the bus incident compelled Wang Zhe to tread carefully. As for Feixiang Bar, he would go. Even if it meant traversing a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, he would not shy away. Listen up, my canine companions. I trust you've had your fill today. It's time to get to work. Once we finish, I will take you to a pet hospital tomorrow to have your fur groomed and receive treatment from a professional veterinarian. For now, follow my scent and come along. But remember to keep your distance. A roar erupted, followed by a swift turn and departure. Wang Zhe remained completely unconcerned about the distance, assured that the keen sense of smell possessed by the pack of stray dogs would prevent them from losing track of him. He maintained a distance to avoid attracting the attention of onlookers. Over 30 stray dogs trailed behind in batches of 3 or 4, ensuring that even if they startled pedestrians on the main road, it would not incite panic or prompt anyone to call the authorities. Feixiang Bar, situated near Nanjing University and separated by 3 streets, was doing relatively well in business. However, today, due to a conflict that had erupted, the original patrons had all departed. When Wang Zhe entered the bar, 2 cats perched on his shoulders. The disarray on the floor had yet to be attended to. Zhang Tao, Su Lang, and their respective girlfriends were seated together, surrounded by several men and women. The women appeared fine, but the men, much like Zhang Tao and Su Lang, bore bruises of varying shades on their faces, evidently the result of a brawl. Wang Zhe. Both Zhang Tao and Su Lang exclaimed in unison, their expressions reflecting relief as if they had spotted a savior. Who is the owner? Huang Hao emerged with a grin. That's me. Did you bring the money? Where am I supposed to procure cash? Just name a figure for compensation, and I will transfer it to your bank. Then, I shall take my friends and leave. Huang Hao raised his hand, fingers splayed, indicating a sum. 50,000. No, 500,000. If you think you'll leave here without paying a single cent less, you're mistaken. With Huang Hao's words, a group of thugs with unfriendly smiles closed in, eager to teach Wang Zhe a lesson. Meow meow. The orange cat protested, Brother Wang. There are quite a few of them. Without our pack of foolish dogs, we can't take them on. Perhaps we should flee while we can. The black cat wholeheartedly supported this. Yes, let us hurry. If you don't run, we certainly will. 500,000. Huh. Do you truly believe these ruffians can intimidate me? Wang Zhe cast the two cats aside. Surrounded by a dozen men, he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with an exhilarating anticipation. Very well, in light of your bravado, brothers, don't hold back. Show him what you can do. At Huang Hao's command, the thugs surged forward with a menacing fervor. Although Wang Zhe had never studied martial arts, he knew how to fight. With arms and legs at his disposal, he threw himself into the fray. One swift kick landed squarely on the chest of the thug in the lead. The man was sent flying, as if struck by a high-powered motorcycle, crashing against the wall with a dull thud, blood spattering from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This thug weighed no more than 150 to 160 pounds, while Wang Zhe's explosive strength was equivalent to 400 pounds. His legs possessed even greater power than his arms. Bang! The impact echoed, and the fallen thug lay motionless, leaving Wang Zhe to ponder. Is he dead? I didn't intend to hit that hard. He had unleashed his full strength without a second thought, motivated by the intimidating presence of the dozen adversaries. The sight left everyone astonished. Initially intent on overwhelming Wang Zhe, they were taken aback by his ferocity. In the brief moment they hesitated, Wang Zhe had already launched himself into the fray. Within less than a minute, all of the thugs lay sprawled on the floor. The bar fell silent. Patrons gazing in disbelief, particularly Zhang Tao and Su Lang, whose mouths hung agape in astonishment, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. When had Wang Zhe become such a formidable fighter? Chapter 62. The Pack of Dogs Attacks. Most bars are equipped with surveillance cameras and monitoring rooms. Wang Gaochen lounged in the monitoring room, legs crossed, a cigar clamped between his teeth, and a half bottle of red wine gently swirled in his hand. Sipping wine and puffing smoke, he felt as if he were living like a deity. When Wang Gaochen witnessed the group of thugs summoned by Huang Hao charging at Wang Zhe, a genuine smile spread across his face. Let them fight. Teach this rebellious son a harsh lesson, so he understands the consequences of offending me and the Jiang family. Eager to make his grand entrance, he instead watched in disbelief as Wang Zhe sent one thug flying with a kick, bloodied and unconscious, leaving the remaining thugs paralyzed with fear. Following this, Wang Zhe seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of blows, knocking the stunned thugs to the ground. The final few, terrified, attempted to flee but were forcibly brought down by Wang Zhe. Good heavens, how can he fight so well? Wang Gaochen was taken aback, his wine glass slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. He turned to his bodyguard, the formidable Wei Ran. What are your chances against this Lin Fei? If Wang Zhe holds nothing back, I have a 60% chance of winning. His movements, while chaotic, are powered by tremendous strength and astonishing speed, far beyond that of an ordinary person. If he is still holding back, the odds of victory diminish even further. What? Wang Gaochen's tone shifted from calm to one of shock. He had witnessed Wei Ran's prowess and could only describe it with two words: impressive. Many had bested Wei Ran in single combat, but Wang Zhe would never be among them, never. Even a 60% chance was too low. They could not afford to wait idly. With a few of Huang Hao's men still present, they needed to resolve this matter swiftly. We must go. Wang Gaochen hastily exited, with Wei Ran following closely behind. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe surveyed Huang Hao, a cold smile gracing his lips. 500,000. Are you certain you still have the audacity to demand it from me? Huang Hao's legs trembled slightly, though no one noticed. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he realized he had underestimated Wang Zhe's capabilities. For individuals like them, physical strength was paramount. Though the money offered by buyers was substantial, it likely wouldn't cover medical expenses. After some contemplation, he deemed the situation not worth pursuing. Haha, my brother. Your skills are commendable. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. You can take these friends with you, and in the future, drinks are on the house. Huang Hao quickly capitulated, realizing that preserving his dignity was preferable to being hospitalized. Unmoved, Wang Zhe maintained his stoic demeanor, coldly stating, a misunderstanding? Very well. We shall consider the 500,000 a misunderstanding as well, or you can kneel and bow, offering 10,000 for each head. Motherf. Huang Hao cursed inwardly, struggling to maintain a facade of composure. There's an old saying, you don't know someone until you've fought them. The prior events were merely misunderstandings. How about we become friends? You are unworthy. Wang Zhe's icy retort wiped the smile from Huang Hao's face. After years in this world, he had encountered countless storms. He understood the importance of leaving room for others. In Nanjing, which is neither too big nor too small, one must always leave a way out. Otherwise, Wang Zhe impatiently interrupted, clearly stating, I already told you, you are unworthy and have no right to expect leniency from me. You have but two choices now. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao's expression twisted into a snarl. He had not anticipated Wang Zhe would offer him no face, nor had he reflected on his own transgressions. Roaring, Wang Zhe, do not be overly arrogant. The outcome is still uncertain. Do not presume you can intimidate me. Overly arrogant? Did you consider this phrase while you were bullying others? Since you refuse to choose, allow me to make the choice for you. The chilling voice fell, and Wang Zhe's figure suddenly shot forth like an arrow released from a bowstring, swift as the wind, reaching Huang Hao's side in the blink of an eye. He reached out to grasp Huang Hao, but halted abruptly just before making contact. It was not that Wang Zhe had reconsidered, but rather that Huang Hao had brandished a firearm, a replica of the Type 54 pistol, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at Wang Zhe. His expression now twisted with a hint of savagery. The charge of illegal possession of a firearm was no trivial matter. Yet capturing Wang Zhe might very well secure connections for Huang Hao with influential figures on the other side. Contemplating this, a modicum of calm washed over Huang Hao as he growled fiercely, Come on, do you think sheer strength makes you formidable? Can your fists outpace my bullet? Wang Zhe's heart raced with dread. He had never anticipated that his opponent would wield a gun at such close range. A bullet would surely spell either death or grievous injury. What are you two standing there for? Make a move, Wang Zhe implored, desperation creeping into his voice. This startled Huang Hao. Was it possible that such a formidable opponent still had allies? He quickly scanned the surroundings, spotting no unfamiliar figures, when suddenly a shadow darted past. Meow? A piercing cat's cry erupted as sharp teeth sank fiercely into Huang Hao's right hand that held the gun. Simultaneously, another orange cat lunged for Huang Hao's face, its claws raking across, causing him to yelp in agony and drop the firearm to the ground. With a vigorous fling of his right arm, the black cat was sent flying, elegantly rolling midair before landing gracefully, while the orange cat, having accomplished its task, vanished in an instant. Saved. Wang Zhe patted his chest in relief. The dangers of this world were no less than those of the primitive one. Zhang Tao and Su Lang also breathed a sigh of relief for Wang Zhe. At that moment, Wang Gaochen, accompanied by his bodyguard Wei Ran, finally arrived. Hearing the footsteps, Wang Zhe turned, and an unresolvable animosity hung heavy in the air between the father and son. How unfortunate that you have not triumphed this time, Wang Gaochen remarked. Do not rush. There is still much time until dawn, he continued. Is that so? Yet I fear you might not have that long, Wang Zhe countered. Have you ever heard that good and evil eventually receive their due? Perhaps the heavens will not tolerate your misdeeds and will punish you accordingly. Wang Gaochen paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. After all he had endured, how could this rebellious child still utter such naive words? It took a long while for Wang Gaochen to cease his mirth. Very well, I shan't waste any more time with you. Wei Ran, let us go. Should he dare to obstruct us, do not hesitate to strike, break his limbs if necessary, or even finish him off here. Understood. Wei Ran's gaze bore hostility as it locked onto Wang Zhe. Finish him off? Wang Zhe chuckled softly, bemused. If this fellow truly possessed the capability to do so, would Wang Gaochen even leave? Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, Wang Gaochen, today I shall end your life. Wang Zhe, you are exceedingly arrogant, Wei Ran retorted, recognizing that Wang Zhe intended to engage. As a bodyguard, his duty was to intercept Wang Zhe immediately. Although he was neither as swift nor as strong, he still managed to stand in Wang Zhe's way. His entire arm tingled as Wei Ran's heart quaked. This individual bore no semblance of someone who had trained. Why was he so formidable? Wang Zhe was equally astonished. His punch had carried a force of at least 400 pounds, yet it had not felled his opponent. Could this truly be a martial arts practitioner? The fleeting surprise morphed into excitement and anticipation as he vowed to discover genuine methods of martial arts training. Rigorous practice would empower him further, enabling him to train those primitive individuals to face 10 opponents at once. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted. As Wei Ran struggled to contend with Wang Zhe, the anxious Wang Gaochen seized the opportunity to flee, only to be confronted by a horde of dogs that had appeared at the bar's entrance, each pair of green eyes fixated upon him. Wang Gaochen, today I shall end your life, Wang Zhe proclaimed, pointing a finger at him once more. Wang Gaochen. This must be the target the benevolent boss had instructed his pack of dogs to pursue, he realized. Indeed, the benevolent boss was pointing in his direction. Dogs. For the sake of daily meat, and to avoid rummaging through trash, attack. A throng of over 30 stray dogs surged forward. causing Wang Gaoqian's face to drain of color as he turned to flee, crying out, Wei Ran, save me, please. Wang Zhe. Wei Ran moved to assist, but found Wang Zhe blocking the path, his intent clear. To save the man, one must first defeat him. Could he win? Wei Ran's heart wavered, leaving him with no choice but to allow Wang Gaoqian to be pursued by the pack. Just as he was about to be overtaken, Wang Gaoqian, in a panic, shouted, Help me. Whoever saves me will receive 500,000. The promise of 500,000 stirred interest among those present. Zhang Tao and Su Lang, however, had no intention of lending aid. Instead, they rose to speak on Wang Zhe's behalf. Who dares? First, ask if our fists consent. Those tempted glanced at Zhang Tao and Su Lang's fists, then at Wang Zhe, only to recoil at the icy glare he cast upon them, none daring to intervene. Moments later, Wang Gaoqian was overwhelmed by the pack of dogs. The two cats seized the opportunity to blend into the chaos, adhering to Wang Zhe's directive, targeting two specific areas, his face and his most vital region. This was Wang Zhe's explosive fury. He believed that by disfiguring Wang Gaoqian, the woman from the Zhang family would no longer wish to share a bed with him, nor would she want to remain loyal to a grotesque man. He aimed to strip Wang Gaoqian of all that he held dear, shattering his fragile vanity. Chapter 63. Teaching primitive people to fish. The wails of anguish seemed never-ending. Surrounded by the pack of stray dogs, each bite merely broke the skin, inflicting pain without causing lethal harm or excessive bleeding. Modern medical aid could swiftly transport Wang Gaoqian to the hospital. Behold, this is the consequence of one's misdeeds, Wang Zhe chuckled, stepping aside to allow Wei Ran a path. That would suffice. He could let this loyal guardian rescue Wang Gaoqian now. Wang Zhe's voice rang out, carrying no hint of ambiguity. For the stray dogs, it was a command to retreat. Wei Ran hesitated, casting one last glance at Wang Zhe before rushing towards the howling Wang Gaoqian. Instantly, the pack of dogs scattered in disarray, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Could Wei Ran hope to chase after them? Such a feat was utterly impossible, especially now, as the priority was to ensure Wang Gaoqian received timely medical attention. With Wang Gaoqian in Wei Ran's care, Huang Hao, clutching the spot where he had been bitten by a cat, felt a surge of trepidation. He feared that Wang Zhe might retaliate against him at this moment. Zhang Tao, Su Lang, you should leave now. I believe no one opposes that course of action any longer, Wang Zhe stated. Huang Hao and all his subordinates shook their heads in unison. Zhang Tao and Su Lang expressed their gratitude before departing, aware that their injuries required medical attention. Remaining here would be of no assistance. Once Zhang Tao and Su Lang had left, Wang Zhe inquired with a single question, Where's the monitoring room? Huang Hao immediately led Wang Zhe to the surveillance room, where he deleted all video files and dismantled the storage hard drive, intending to dispose of it in the river. After seeing Wang Zhe off, Huang Hao plopped down unceremoniously, feeling as if merely surviving was an arduous task. Suddenly, he sensed a tingling on his face, as if he had lost all sensation. He reached up to touch it and pressed down firmly a few times. There was no pain or itch, not even a hint of feeling. What is happening? Huang Hao hurried to the bar's restroom to check his reflection in the mirror, soon realizing that the wound looked peculiar. Panic set in. Could the cat that had bitten him be carrying some infectious disease? No, I must go to the hospital for a rabies vaccine and a full-body checkup. As he exited the restroom, a sudden thought struck him. Where was his Type 54 replica pistol? This object must not be picked up by anyone. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Huang Hao turned the entire bar upside down in search, only to discover with mounting frustration that the replica Type 54 pistol had vanished. He hurriedly inquired of his subordinates, yet each one claimed that in the chaos of the moment, no one had paid any heed to the firearm. Unable to locate the gun, Huang Hao had no choice but to head to the hospital. Meanwhile, the replica Type 54 pistol was being clutched in the jaws of a black cat, its weight rendering the feline less agile, forcing it to extend its paw to nudge Wang Zhe's foot. As Wang Zhe emerged from the bar, only to find the black cat had disappeared. He was suddenly aware of something brushing against his pant leg. Glancing down, he not only saw the black cat, but also the replica Type 54 pistol, which caused him to gasp in astonishment before quickly bending down to retrieve it. In the domestic realm, firearms were not to be wielded recklessly, but in this primal world, such constraints were absent. Even a pistol with merely 6 bullets could bestow upon Wang Zhe a profound sense of inner security and confidence. Marvelous, Blackie, he exclaimed, swiftly stowing the pistol away and happily ruffling the black cat's head. Wang Ge, what is this? Just moments ago, you were trembling in fear. And now it's biting me so hard it's making my teeth ache, the orange cat remarked. This is a fine treasure. From now on, I shall provide you with the best cat food each day, including delectable fish that you cannot find in this world. Upon hearing this, the orange cat on his shoulder instantly grew jealous, nuzzling Wang Zhe insistently, while vocalizing in a language only Wang Zhe could comprehend. I want the finest cat food and succulent fish too. All right, Brother has plenty of money. Wang Zhe chuckled, relieved that matters had settled, and he presumed that with Huang Gaochan in his current state, he would not come looking for trouble. If he wished to recover, he would need to seek Wang Zhe's assistance. He truly wished time could pass more swiftly. Now he could ride with peace of mind to any destination in Nanjing. Wang Zhe visited the largest fishing tackle store in Nanjing, purchasing 10 rods crafted from the finest materials, as well as the best fishing lines and the largest hooks available, although they were still inferior to the specialized lines and hooks for shark fishing. Upon his return to the villa, he did not rush to present the Millennium Ginseng to Zheng Yaqing, opting to wait until Wu had the energy to concoct the elixir, which he would then present alongside the ginseng. He settled the 2 cats, Blackie and Orange, providing them with a dedicated water dispenser, feeder, and litter box. This automatic litter box required connections to both a water outlet and a drainage system, so Wang Zhe placed it in the spacious bathroom, which measured 15 square meters, while the smaller bathroom adjoining the bedroom was also quite ample. After connecting the necessary outlets and powering it up, he filled it with cleaning solution and litter. The entire automatic litter box was modular, utilizing a rotating mechanism and an electric scoop to dispose of waste, which would then be flushed away. The litter itself was reusable and non-clumping, and after each disposal, it would be rinsed with water and the specialized cleaning solution, then dried. Once he had completed the setup according to the instructions, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Zhe's face. With this high-tech solution, even with 2 cats, he need not worry about tending to their litter. As for the pack of stray dogs, Wang Zhe planned to find a suitable location for them to rest outside and would arrange for someone to feed them regularly. With money to spare, there was no need to do everything personally, although he deemed it necessary to occasionally bond with the dogs. After finalizing everything, he set his phone alarm for midnight and decided to take a short nap. Suddenly, the ringing sound shattered the silence of the dark night, pulling Wang Zhe from slumber. Upon confirming that the wardrobe could indeed transport him, he took hold of the bundle containing 10 fishing rods and an abundance of fishing lines and hooks, then stepped into the primal world. It was the same location as before, surrounded by massive boulders, with shrubs sprouting in the crevices. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and the cave was devoid of any signs of the primitive people. However, with Wang Zhe's arrival, a figure stumbled forth, rushing towards him with remarkable speed. Despite Wang Zhe's physical prowess, capable of withstanding even a speeding electric bike, he found himself knocked down by this unsteady figure, landing painfully against the boulder, gritting his teeth in discomfort. Plain, the young dragon bird exclaimed innocently, as if aware of its own mischief, using its fleshy wings to shield its head and peeking through a narrow gap. Thanks to Wu's healing, its injuries had mostly healed, and having consumed the essence of the wood sap, it began to display distinctive characteristics, with fresh azure scales emerging alongside its flesh wings. Wu, leaning on a bone staff, appeared with a group of injured primitives, though their numbers had dwindled significantly. Wu, did something happen in my absence? Wang Zhe inquired. Not at all. I sent them to search for useful fruits, and if fortune smiled upon us, they might even return with some meat. Rest assured, they did not wander far and remain nearby. He selected 9 clever children to accompany him. By the way, did you find what I asked for? We found quite a bit, Wu quickly instructed, and 9 of the more astute children stepped forward. One child handed Wang Zhe a bamboo tube filled with plump white larvae, though their species remained unknown. Concerned that earthworms and artificially crafted baits might not suffice for fishing in this primal world, Wang Zhe prepared to teach the children how to fix the hooks to the fishing rods. The hooks were pre-tied when purchased, but he needed to teach them how to extend the rods, secure the fishing lines, and properly attach the hooks. Open this lid, but be careful not to use too much force. If it doesn't come up easily, don't strain. Following Wang Zhe's instructions, the 9 primitive children clumsily but earnestly mimicked his actions, pulling the lines from the tubes, growing increasingly astonished at how long the lines became. Even Wu was left speechless, captivated by the rod's ingenuity, capable of both contraction and extension, a marvel that even he, the most revered shaman, could not replicate. Each child, gripping the fishing rod tightly, felt a surge of pride. This was a tool reserved for the shaman, yet they were now entrusted with it, a monumental honor within the tribe. Now, follow my lead to learn how to tie the fishing line. To secure the hook, thread the line through it, and tie a knot. Adjust the float according to the water depth. If it's deep, raise it. If shallow, lower it. Wang Zhe spoke tirelessly, and after half an hour, he finally managed to teach the 9 children how to hook a plump larva. The hooked larva squirmed in midair. I will demonstrate once. Pay close attention. One hand holds the rod, the other gently pulls the line, allowing the tip to bend slightly. Then, flick the rod outward while simultaneously releasing the line with your left hand. Instantly, not just the 9 children, but everyone present, including Wu, leaned forward with wide eyes, observing Wang Zhe's demonstration. The stream, over a meter deep, flowed steadily, and as the float touched the water, it vanished without a trace. Was it too shallow? Or did it get stuck? Wang Zhe quickly tugged on the rod, generating a sudden force that bent the rod, and the line jerked violently in the water. Fish on. Wang Zhe gasped, astonished by the speed at which he had hooked a fish. He wondered what species he might reel in. Chapter 64. Is fate converging? What is the greatest joy of fishing? For most individuals, it is a laborious wait, watching the fishing float either sink or rise, and experiencing the moment of raising the rod to catch a fish, along with the process of drawing the fish from the water. Curiously, many fishing enthusiasts themselves do not relish eating fish. The weight transmitted through the fishing rod exhilarated Wang Zhe, yet he refrained from yanking it violently. This is a primordial world, even in waters over a meter deep. Who could guarantee that a formidable creature does not lurk below? Initially, the water appeared murky, but as Wang Zhe tugged at the rod, the turbidity intensified. He raised the rod to play the fish, and it took a full 5 minutes to draw the creature from the depths. With one hand, he deftly scooped the large fish into the net. The creature, over a meter long, displayed a pale yellow hue, a flattened body, whiskered mouth, and 2 rows of centipede-like barbs beneath its belly. Whether it was poisonous or edible remained a mystery, yet its weight exceeded 20 pounds. Build a fire, boil water, commanded Wang Zhe, and immediately, the primitive individuals obeyed his directive. In their eyes, Wang Zhe's words carried the same weight as those of the shaman, albeit with a slightly lesser status than that of the shaman who had coexisted with this tribe for at least 50 years. On this occasion, Wang Zhe decided to use earthworms, which had been cultivated artificially. However, upon casting them into the water, they elicited no response. He then tried various other baits, all to no avail, and ultimately resorted to using fat, plump larvae for fishing. Within mere seconds of casting the larvae, the float sank again, and drawing the rod with the knowledge gained from his first experience, he soon landed another fish, identical yet larger than the previous one. On the third attempt, he finally caught a dragon fish, measuring over a meter in length. If this fish were to be sold in modern society, it could fetch nearly $1 million. However, without a second thought, Wang Zhe decided to prepare it as a soup for his primitive companions. Could dragonfish be consumed? Certainly, it was edible. Though how many would dare to indulge in such an expensive catch? With 3 experiences under his belt, Wang Zhe instructed the 9 primitive children to spread out, ensuring each was at least 10 paces apart. In the 4-meter wide, over 1 meter deep stream, the quantity of fish exceeded Wang Zhe's expectations. Yet these novice fishermen relied heavily on brute strength to reel in the fish. Thankfully, the quality of the fishing line and hooks held up, otherwise, they would have likely snapped long ago. After an hour of fishing, the frequency of catches dwindled, with 10 individuals frantically fishing in such a limited area. Even the most plentiful fish could not withstand such relentless strain. The variety of fish was scant, perhaps due to the peculiarities of the local waters. After accumulating nearly 500 pounds of fish, there would be enough to sustain them for the day. Wang Zhe suggested they cook the fish separately by species, and if they found the waters barren the following day, they could venture downstream to fish, until they were prepared to launch an offensive against the giant wood tribe. They would remain by the stream's edge. Wang Zhe's words held the same weight as the shamaness. It took over an hour for the water to boil, and the fish would require additional time to be ready for consumption. Salt was their only seasoning, and they primarily ate using their hands, or scooping with wooden ladles before resorting to hand-to-mouth. Grilling the fish was swift, yet it lacked the nutritional value of boiling. After another 10 minutes, the bubbling broth revealed that the fish was finally ready to eat. A severely injured primitive man stepped forward. Let me eat first. Was this an act of humanitarianism for the wounded and ill? No. In the face of unfamiliar food, it was essential for someone to taste it first. In this world, the more severe the injury, the lower the chances of survival, potentially burdening the entire tribe. Should the wounds be incurable, such as missing limbs, the individual would be forsaken by the tribe, left to perish, with some even resorting to suicide, though such instances were rare, as the likelihood of survival for those abandoned was less than 1%. Most succumbed on the spot. The fishy aroma was overwhelming for the primitive individuals who had never tasted fish before, yet they bore it, knowing it was their tribe's sole source of sustenance and their only hope for survival. They ate slowly, for Wang Zhe had warned them about the presence of fish bones. Though they did not understand what bones were, to them, Wang Zhe was akin to a shaman, and his words could not be mistaken. Even if the food was unpalatable, they would eat cautiously. After consuming their fill and burping, they stood in wait. About an hour later, after such a long interval, if the fish were toxic, the effects should have manifested by now. Wang Zhe nodded towards the shaman. It should be safe to eat. The shaman, still wary, conducted a brief inspection and nodded in agreement. Thus, all those who survived from the fireless tribe endured the unfamiliar fishy taste, consuming the fish and sipping the broth. As for Wang Zhe, having sorted the fish, he engaged in playful antics with the aircraft, nurturing a deeper bond, even attempting to feed it fish, though it declined. Apart from snakes, it rarely accepted other food. And Wang Zhe was grateful that it was still in its infancy, possessing a modest appetite. Otherwise, it would have been a challenge to sustain. Time elapsed, and the sun began its descent. Meanwhile, on the southern bank of the river, the clock struck approximately 3 in the morning, and the bus submerged in the depths of Wangjiang was successfully retrieved. The memory card containing the bus's surveillance footage was promptly dispatched to the South River Technology Center. Although the bus incident was suppressed, it was imperative to ascertain the full sequence of events that transpired within the vehicle. Just as the memory card arrived, the captain of the municipal police's criminal investigation team, accompanied by 2 individuals in their early 20s, both a man and a woman, appeared at the technology center. Upon seeing them, the responsible technician greeted them as old acquaintances. "Captain Gao, you've come in person. Does this matter fall under your jurisdiction?" "No," Captain Gao replied earnestly. "I am merely accompanying these 2. The municipal bureau instructed that all contents of the memory card be reviewed by them first. Once approved, it will be handed over to our city for processing. If not, it will be sent to the provincial level." Captain Gao's serious demeanor astonished the technician, as this was the first time he had encountered such a procedure. However, he refrained from voicing his surprise. In their line of work, it was crucial to avoid unnecessary chatter. Regardless of what transpired above, fulfilling their duties would ensure no complications arose. This technical procedure was straightforward. After confirming that playback was functioning properly, the technician and Captain Gao voluntarily exited the room to stand guard outside. The bus incident occurred around 11:54 p.m., so they fast-forwarded to approximately 11:51 p.m. to begin their review. "I've set it up. Pay close attention and miss no detail." The man and woman fixed their gaze on the computer screen as the video played. The footage was clear, capturing the passengers' every movement within the bus. They observed as the bus flew out of the protective railings of the Cross River Bridge and began its descent into the water, particularly noting the moment Wang Zhe effortlessly shattered the tempered glass with a single punch. In that instant, the 2 exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with long-awaited excitement. Once, a man named Reuben had shattered 15 panes of tempered glass in his own country, setting a world record recognized by Guinness. Yet, during a subsequent challenge in 2011, he managed to break only 1 pane after multiple attempts in China, using his body and head to strike. While there may have been certain circumstantial factors, the data overwhelmingly demonstrated the formidable strength and stability of tempered glass. It was improbable for an average individual to break a bus's tempered glass with a mere punch. Even if it were broken, no unprotected hand could withstand the force of such an impact. Only a professional, trained over many years, could achieve that. However, the information recorded indicated that Wang Zhe did not possess such credentials. Furthermore, he had shattered more than 1 pane of tempered glass using the same hand, an event that, in strict terms, could be classified as extraordinary. It was evident that these 2 individuals were from the Huafei Bureau, tasked with monitoring Wang Zhe for a month, scrutinizing any unusual signs. "It seems we must conduct a more comprehensive investigation into him. Please transmit the data back for the relevant technical personnel to conduct computer simulations." What if the instability of the tempered glass was caused during the impact? Indeed, it is wise to exercise caution. The 2 individuals engaged in conversation while operating the computer, and upon completion, swiftly deleted all traces of data, placing the memory card into an evidence bag before opening the door. "Captain Gao, the video content has not passed the review. We will take the original, and the remainder will be communicated to your municipal bureau by professionals. Please adhere to confidentiality regulations and protocols. Otherwise, the consequences need not be elaborated upon." With that, they took their leave. Once their figures faded from sight, Captain Gao patted the technician's shoulder, imparting a weighty caution before departing. In this modern age, data transmission requires but a few seconds, and computer simulations seldom exceed an hour to yield the most impeccable conclusions. The findings astonished the responsible parties, who promptly informed the head of Lingnan province, inquiring how to proceed with the matter. Director Feng's documentation was merely a stroke of coincidence, given his position. It was inconceivable for him to concern himself with a mere societal figure of his status. The head of Lingnan province, Jiang Ziliang, hailed from the prestigious Jiang family of the magical city, and this was the first time Wang Zhe entered his purview as a significant individual in Lingnan province. Chapter 65. In light of the Jiang family's interests, they were deemed unworthy. Jiang Ziliang was unaware of who Wang Zhe was. Yet he was acutely aware that his brother-in-law was Wang Gaochun, sharing the same birth date and address as Wang Zhe's biological father, which reminded him of Wang Gaochun's previous marriage. The young, handsome, and talented Wang Gaochun had once captivated his sister's heart. Yet he chose the more illustrious Su Jingyu. Few were aware that Jiang Lianqing, who seemed inconspicuous in a crowd, was the cherished daughter of the Jiang family. Wang Zhe, suspected of being an abnormal individual, required special attention, suggesting a reclassification to C-level or direct engagement. Jiang Ziliang mused over the assessment of information, arriving at a conclusion regarding Wang Zhe, and after some contemplation, he picked up his phone to call his sister. At that moment, Jiang Lianqing, having hurriedly arrived in Nanjing from the magical city, rushed straight to the hospital after disembarking from her flight. Upon receiving her brother's call, despite her fashionable appearance, she still appeared ordinary, and her figure had slightly changed. "Brother, why are you calling so late? Is there something urgent? They haven't found a kidney source for Xiaofeng yet. Are you planning to seek Su Jingwe's son for a match?" "Indeed. For now, do not pursue Wang Zhe. I have his dossier here, and Xiaofeng's condition is not dire. Let us wait. Perhaps a new kidney source can be located." Jiang Lianqing was taken aback. She was fully aware of her brother's profession. Her own son was not even worthy of having a file established there, so why should that deceased scoundrel's son? Why must her son endure the torment of illness while that wretched child thrived in good health? The more she pondered, the more discomfort and resentment brewed within her. If it were possible to find a match, would they still be waiting? "Brother, Xiaofeng is your own nephew. Can you truly bear to watch him suffer daily for the sake of a complete stranger? Blood is thicker than water. Can you truly be so heartless? To act may not guarantee success, yet inaction does not equate to hopelessness. There are certain things you cannot do, but I can. If it comes to that, I will ensure he meets his end during the execution of the task. However, he cannot die at the hands of our Jiang family, becoming a weapon for others to attack us. A mere Wang Zhe is not worth it, do you understand? Wang Zhe's file at Huafei Bureau is public, and the recorded information has been updated. Although he has the final say on how to handle it, he cannot erase the updated data. He can either modify it to C-level special attention or engage directly. Only two options remain. For the formally established Huafei Bureau, the higher-ups are keenly invested, intent on transforming it into a flourishing and benevolent department for the nation and its people. Every aspect of Huafei Bureau belongs to the country and its people, not a place for individuals to nurture successors or plunder valuable resources for them. Externally, strict confidentiality is maintained, while internally, all information below S-level is made public. The Jiang family, while resplendent in public, also incites envy in many. Thus various actions can be taken, yet certain boundaries must not be crossed. Even if they were to attempt to breach those limits, it could not be for someone as insignificant and unworthy as Wang Zhe. Even with Wang Zhe's file before him, Jiang Ziliang held him in utter disregard. However, the Jiang family cannot afford to tarnish its reputation over such a person, as it would result in a loss of certain benefits. "I understand," Jiang Lianqing nodded. "No, you do not yet comprehend. The Nanjing bus incident should not be suppressed. Wang Gaochun, emboldened by our Jiang family, has acted too recklessly. We must clarify many matters, particularly at this critical juncture of Huafei Bureau's formal establishment. For the sake of the Jiang family, I cannot allow you to indulge in caprice any longer." Jiang Ziliang's tone was unusually grave. Regardless of whether the Nanjing bus incident is allowed to unfold or suppressed, it would reflect poorly on the Jiang family's reputation, further aggravating Jiang Ziliang, who already harbored an aversion to Wang Zheoken. If Wang Zhe were merely a societal figure, it would be one thing. But he has been documented at Huafei Bureau and elevated from E to C-level status. The Jiang family cannot sacrifice any portion of its interests for someone as insignificant as Wang Zhe, nor for Wang Gaochun. Ultimately, Wang Gaochun is but an outsider, a son-in-law who could be replaced easily given the Jiang family's splendor. "Brother," Jiang Lianqing desperately sought to salvage the situation. Yet Jiang Ziliang interjected sharply. "I am informing you, not negotiating." The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Jiang Lianqing's right hand, clutching the phone, to drop limply, nearly stumbling backward had it not been for the swift support of a bodyguard, fully aware that this matter was non-negotiable. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lianqing quickly composed herself. Over the past 2 decades, she had long since tempered her initial fervor. No longer the reckless girl. She understood that her son's future and health could only flourish under the Jiang family's illustrious legacy. Pushing open the hospital room door, an overwhelming stench assailed her senses. Despite the presence of an air freshener and the application of disinfectants, the foul odor was unrelenting. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, Jiang Lianqing recoiled. Nearby, a medical staff member covering their mouth and nose remarked, "Ms. Jiang, I've already warned you that the ward is quite odorous. A mask is essential." The thick mask provided some relief, yet upon glancing at the hospital bed, where Wang Zheoken lay swathed in bandages, the sight of his face marred by oozing green pus was utterly revolting, nearly inducing her to vomit. With a swift turn, she exited the ward. Though she did not retch, her stomach churned uncomfortably. "Wei Ran, I leave this to you. I will have my lawyer bring the divorce agreement shortly. Ensure Wang Gaochun signs it by any means necessary, and keep it confidential until the document arrives." Having said that, Jiang Lianqing hastily departed. Jiang Ziliang's words made it clear that her presence there was futile, it was better to leave decisively. Inside the ward, Wang Gaochen was still attempting to reassure himself. Lianqing still loves me. She is merely startled by my current state. Once I recover, we will be as affectionate as before. As Wei Ran entered, he was met with the sight of Wang Gaochen's pitiable state. Unable to bear it any longer, he spoke up. Mr. Wang, you have done me a great favor, which compels me to inform you of this matter. The second young lady has departed, and before leaving, she mentioned that a lawyer will soon arrive with the divorce agreement, insisting that you must sign it by any means necessary. Therefore, I hope you will cooperate, as I do not wish to resort to force against you. Divorce agreement? Thunderstruck, Wang Gaochen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Was Wei Ran jesting? No, he understood all too well the seriousness of Wei Ran. He would never joke about such matters. But why? Why did Jiang Lingqing wish to divorce him? He had devoted himself to the Jiang family, taking pride in their legacy, and had never hesitated to endure slander for their sake. Yet, why did Jiang Lingqing want to end their marriage? Was it merely because of his current disheveled appearance? Wang Zhe. It was all that Wang Zhe's doing, that ungrateful wretch. Fury surged within Wang Gaochen, causing him to momentarily forget his physical pain, as all he could think about was seeking retribution against Wang Zhe. Just then, his phone rang, an incoming call from Wang Gaochen's own mobile. Wei Ran did not intervene. Jiang Lingqing had left in haste and had not prohibited Wang Zheoken from contacting the outside world. He answered the call, only to be plunged into an icy abyss of despair upon hearing the message. For nearly 2 decades, the position of general manager at Xinhua Group had not been held without merit. Wang Zheoken had cultivated a network of connections and had loyal subordinates within the company. The call came from one of these trusted confidants, bearing alarming news. An emergency meeting was convened overnight by the board of directors, aimed at scrutinizing all company accounts, particularly those projects overseen by Wang Gaochen. Any evidence of illicit fund transfers or misappropriation of company resources would be handed over to the legal department for referral to law enforcement and the courts. In disbelief, Wang Zheoken felt his spirit drain away. What nonsense about illicit transfers and resource misappropriation. He had navigated his responsibilities with ease, ensuring that his family and relatives were well taken care of. His focus had always been on the greater good of the company and the Jiang family's interests, thus avoiding any issues. The notion of illicit fund transfers was utterly unfounded. Xinhua Group was a family business, where a simple conversation sufficed. As long as profits were made, or losses avoided, everything seemed to run smoothly. Yet now, they were digging into these historically inconsequential matters, threatening to involve law enforcement and the courts. It became abundantly clear to Wang Gaochen why Jiang Lingqing insisted on a divorce, resorting to any means necessary to have him sign the agreement. But why? Wang Gaochen could not fathom that this entire debacle stemmed from the very person he despised, Wang Zhe. As thoughts of Wang Zhe crossed his mind, Wang Zheoken recalled the words spoken by him, suspecting that his current predicament was a result of Wang Zhe's machinations. Was he truly reduced to the point of begging this ungrateful wretch? Reluctance gripped Wang Gaochen's heart. Why had things devolved to the point where he had to seek aid from someone he had always looked down upon? Yet, if by humbling himself he could rid himself of this vile green pus and restore his appearance, surely Jiang Lingqing would not turn her back on him, given their years of affection. Indeed, if King Gujian could endure humiliation and hardship for 10 years, why could he, Wang Zheoken, not feign humility before Wang Zhe? At this moment, it was nearly 4:30 a.m. Wang Gaochen grasped his phone and dialed the number of Wang Zhe, the very person he had vowed to destroy earlier in the day. Chapter 66, Kneeling Before the Grave. Outside the drawn curtains, the overcast sky gradually brightened. Heezy and Jitsi were delighting in the fish Wang Zhe had brought back from another realm, alongside a bamboo tube containing a medicinal concoction, the 2 cats mewing as they feasted. Under the glow of the desk lamp, Wang Zhe was intently studying carefully selected medical texts when his phone rang. Seeing Wang Gaochen's name flash across the screen, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Mr. Wang, calling me before dawn? It seems you've made your decision. Wang Zhe. With an abrupt click, Wang Zhe hung up. Wang Gaochen was taken aback, his anger igniting as he contemplated throwing his phone, but he restrained himself and redialed. When the call connected, he adopted a tone of supplication. Wang Zhe, I was in the wrong. I beg you for another chance. Very well. I'll be waiting for you at Linshan Cemetery, Wang Zhe replied, before hanging up once more. In the hospital, a surge of elation coursed through Wang Gaochen. He felt as though he had grasped a glimmer of hope. The wounds inflicted by the pack of stray dogs would not hinder his movement, a fact Wang Zhe had evidently already considered. Wei Ran, hurry, drive me to Linshan Cemetery. That is not possible. The second young lady may send the divorce agreement at any moment. You cannot leave until you have signed it. Please, do not put me in a difficult position. Wei Ran countered. Wang Gaochen's eyes blazed with fury, yet he dared not unleash his wrath upon Wei Ran. He had lost the Jiang family as his formidable support and could no longer command Wei Ran. Previously, Wei Ran had been like a loyal dog to the Jiang family, obedient to Wang Gaochun's every whim. Now, however, that same dog could just as easily turn and bite. Very well, but after signing the divorce agreement, will you allow me to visit Linshan Cemetery? Surely Wang Zhe possesses the antidote to my affliction. If I can heal my wounds, Jiang Lingqing will surely reconsider her stance towards me. In response to Wang Gaochun's fanciful thoughts, Wei Ran merely nodded, though inwardly he shook his head. He understood well the disparity between the Jiang family and Wang Gaochun. If it were merely the second young lady's whims, would there have been no warning signs? Gratitude might allow him to overlook some transgressions, but he would not defy the Jiang family's orders. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe placed a call to Zheng Yaqing, requesting her to retrieve the Millennium Ginseng and the medicinal concoction. 20 minutes later, Zheng Yaqing appeared before Wang Zhe, her makeup still undone, yet she radiated beauty. Pointing to the bamboo tube and the Millennium Ginseng on the table, Wang Zhe explained, "Inside the bamboo tube is the medicinal concoction. Leave half for your brother to use, and I will give the other half to Dr. Song. As for the Millennium Ginseng, take it home quickly for your grandfather's treatment. If it proves ineffective, I shall think of another solution." Zheng Yaqing, who had longed to find the Millennium Ginseng, was well aware of its appearance. Her delicate fingers brushed over it, and her eyes shimmered with excitement, tears of joy welling up. She reminded herself not to lose composure in front of Wang Zhe, quickly wiping her eyes and smiling softly at him. "Thank you, Wang Zhe. Thank you for what? We are friends, are we not? Besides, the villa you gifted me is worth nearly 20 million. My offering of a Millennium Ginseng is merely a fair exchange. We owe each other nothing." Fair exchange? No. Villas abound, but how many Millennium Ginseng are there to be found across the globe? Not to mention her brother Zheng Yaoxin's life was at stake. Discussing money felt too mundane. Wang Zhe regarded her as a friend, and such matters should not sully their relationship. Zheng Yaqing recalled the moment Wang Zhe had unexpectedly embraced her from behind, startling her as she had remained in the hospital caring for her brother. Now, with her brother's condition improving, she felt a surge of gratitude. Without a second thought, she stepped forward and, on tiptoe, pressed a gentle kiss upon Wang Zhe's cheek. As a seasoned career woman who has never experienced romance, Zheng Yaqing's resilience in this regard is no less than that of a blushing maiden. Her face flushed crimson upon witnessing Wang Zhe's wide-eyed, somewhat dazed expression. In a flurry, she grabbed the Millennium Ginseng and the bamboo tube, spun around, and hurriedly dashed to her car, flooring the accelerator as she sped away. Wang Zhe, unable to suppress a smile, absent-mindedly touched the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him. He never anticipated that he would one day be fervently kissed by a woman, especially a stunning one. The adage a woman 3 years his senior is like a gold brick echoed in his mind. Was a 6-year age gap too vast? He mused, contemplating a relationship with a woman 6 years older than him, a notion he had never entertained, and he felt neither anticipation nor pronounced aversion. As he gazed out at the dawn breaking beyond the window, he found himself standing there, lifting his head to the sullen sky, devoid of any sunlight. As ominous clouds hinted at an impending storm, occasionally, birds flitted by in silence. After a prolonged moment of introspection, Wang Zhe softly murmured, "Mother, if you have any spirit in the heavens, please watch over this. Soon, that scoundrel man will kneel before your grave and bow in reverence." Turning on his heel, he stepped forward, casually grabbing his coat hanging nearby and tossing it over his shoulder. At Linshan Cemetery, the father-son grave stood in silent testimony to an unresolved enmity as Wang Gaochun awaited their second encounter. Wang Gaochun, still bearing the greenish pus on his face, intermittently dabbed at it with a tissue. Having signed the divorce agreement, he knew that struggling and resisting would only lead to further suffering. The moment he laid eyes on Wang Zhe, his gaze flashed with a venomous resentment akin to a viper, but it quickly transformed into a pitiable facade. As he urged himself inwardly, a true man can endure humiliation. Having once endured disgrace, he thought, what was the harm in kneeling before his ex-wife's grave? Without Wang Zhe needing to utter a word, the distance between them shrank to mere 10 paces. Wang Gaochun, without hesitation, bent his knees and cried out, tears streaming down his face, "Jingyue, I was wrong. Today, in front of our son, I admit my mistakes. I should not have abandoned you in your time of sickness. But what could I do? I was merely a son-in-law of the Jiang family." In his words, there was an admission of guilt and a ceaseless lament. Yet he still attempted to justify himself before Wang Zhe, portraying himself as having no standing in the Jiang family. He claimed that when the Jiang family ordered him eastward, he dared not venture west, and when they decreed not to save her, he felt helpless despite his desire to intervene. Ultimately, he blamed the Jiang family for everything, asserting that to secure his own future wealth, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye to her suffering. As the depth of his emotions surfaced, Wang Gaochun's tear-streaked visage prompted Wang Zhe to clap mockingly. "Have you finished your performance?" Wang Zhe's voice was frigid. "Performance? No, I am not acting, son. I swear before your mother's spirit that every word I speak is from the depths of my heart. Wang Gaoqian's voice trembled, his face a mess of tears and mucus, the sight of the greenish pus truly repulsive. Wang Zhe shook his head, reflecting on the last time he had encountered Wang Gaoqian, who had been so arrogant and self-important. Now, witnessing the pitiful man before him, he couldn't comprehend how one could degrade himself to such depths. Just then, his phone rang, a call from Luli. Why was she calling him suddenly? Had the situation regarding Professor Lu been resolved? What is it? He inquired. I found a letter while handling my father's car insurance claim, tucked within the policy. You should take a look. It reveals that your mother's death was not due to illness, nor were your grandparents' deaths accidents. They were murders. It seems your father sensed something amiss before his accident and concealed this letter within the insurance documents. The letter also states that if he were to die unexpectedly, the likely culprits would be Wang Gaoqian or the Zhang family from Modu. What? Wang Zhe's face fell in shock. Send me a screenshot immediately. After hanging up, he activated his mobile data, and soon, a clear screenshot arrived via WeChat, the handwriting unmistakable, and the contents fueled his growing rage. Wang Gaoqian, tell me how my mother died. In a fit of uncontrollable fury, he crushed his phone with a single hand, the blood staining his entire right hand as pain registered not at all. His eyes, now a fierce crimson, bore down on Wang Gaoqian, whose very presence made him tremble in fear. Panic gripped Wang Gaoqian. How could Wang Zhe suddenly demand such a question at this moment? Hadn't all evidence been destroyed? Wasn't Lu Qiming dead? Was it possible that his daughter or wife had survived? Cursing under his breath, he lamented that had he known their family would be reunited, he would have avoided this predicament entirely. What should I do? He fretted. Your mother died of illness. The hospital issued a death certificate confirming her diagnosis, Wang Gaoqian stammered, swallowing hard, his voice lacking conviction. All evidence had been obliterated, and he still clung to hope regarding the Zhang family. In truth, he believed that neither he nor Wang Zhe could challenge the powerful Zhang family, thus he could not afford to provoke them, especially not regarding a secret that could lead to his demise. You're a scoundrel, Wang Zhe erupted, unable to restrain himself any longer. He had always thought his mother perished due to financial constraints preventing her treatment, yet the truth was far more sinister. She had been poisoned, suffering in agony until her last breath, and the poisoner stood before him, the man whom he ought to call father. This man was unworthy of being human, lower than a beast, deserving of death. With fists clenched in volcanic rage, he lunged forward, unleashing over 400 pounds of force, a blow powerful enough to either kill Wang Gaoqian or severely injure him. Just in time, Wei Ran yanked Wang Gaoqian back, his right hand bracing against Wang Zhe's punch. The sudden retreat created a gap of 6 or 7 meters in an instant. Had this man truly never trained in martial arts? Wei Ran's right arm trembled behind him, already numb from the exertion. His furious outburst was far more terrifying than their previous encounter. For an ordinary person, the entire arm would be injured, requiring weeks of medication to recover. Wang Gaoqian's legs turned to jelly, his heart racing. When Wang Zhe had charged at him in a fit of rage, he nearly believed he would be struck down. Does it hurt? Wang Zhe's mind was consumed by fury, blind to the pain, his gaze fixed on Wei Ran. If you dare to obstruct me, do not blame me for taking you down with him. Are you not afraid of the consequences of using violence? If you kill him, what will you gain, prison or a life on the run? Look behind you, the police are approaching. Police? Wang Zhe turned to see several uniformed officers quickly closing in, brandishing an arrest warrant. Wang Gaoqian, this is your arrest warrant for hiring a hitman to murder the deputy professor of Nanjing University, Lu Qiming, and embezzling funds from Shenghua Group. With a solemn and grave tone, the officers moved to cuff Wang Gaoqian, forcing him to endure the stench as they escorted him away. Wait, let me speak to him. Wang Zhe interjected, raising his hand to halt them. The footsteps remained unceasing, and a seemingly reasonable remark did nothing to halt the unfolding events. Wang Zhe coldly regarded Wang Gaoqian, who softly intoned, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. When the birds are gone, the fine bough is put away. You often speak of the Zhang family, do you not? What now? That family you have revered as a deity is now intent on having you bear all the blame and perish for them. Do you not find that lamentable? Wang Gaoqian lifted his gaze to Wang Zhe, then lowered it once more, as he was led away by the police a few meters ahead. Suddenly, he cried out, Zhang family, I have devoted myself to you in every way. Why? Why must I die for you? Why? Wang Zhe murmured. Perhaps he was indeed the most fitting vessel for this tragic fate. Wei Ran walked past Wang Zhe without uttering a single word, harboring no sense of pity for Wang Gaoqian whatsoever. After all, is this not the fate of the majority of insignificant figures beneath the powerful? When one is chosen by the elite to become a pawn, they may bask in glory and wealth, but once they incur a loss that is intolerable, they become mere discarded pieces, burdened with all the blame. The Wang Gaoqian before him was, in essence, a reflection of Wang Zhe's own potential future. Perhaps it would happen, perhaps it would not. Jiang family. Wang Zhe looked up at the sky, enveloped in silence, unable to comprehend the reasons behind it all. Bowing his head, he stood by the gravestone for a considerable time before departing, intending first to retrieve the letter left by Professor Liu from Lu Li. In the cemetery parking lot, after Wei Ran entered the car, he made a phone call, detailing everything that transpired before Su Jingwe's grave. Recounting the exchanges between Wang Zhe and Wang Gaochen without adding or omitting a single word. Wang Zhe's inquiry into Wang Gaochen regarding Su Jingwe's death immediately made Jiang Lingqing alert. Without a moment's hesitation, she hung up and promptly dialed Jiang Ziliang. 3 minutes into the call, Jiang Ziliang merely uttered 5 words, "I will resolve it." An hour later, after obtaining the letter from Lu Li, Wang Zhe carefully read it in its entirety and stored it away with caution. He then made inquiries that led him to the most renowned Chong Kong martial arts school in Nanjing City. Faced with merely a single bodyguard of Wang Gaochen, he found himself unable to proceed, urgently seeking to enhance his martial prowess, hoping to learn and subsequently teach that group of primitive individuals. Upon entering, a specialized individual approached him. "Sir, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to learn boxing? Our Master Yi is the 28th generation direct descendant of Wing Chun. While he may not be a grand master, he is seldom met with an equal, his prowess only second to the owner of the school. The fee for learning boxing is 5,000 for 10 lessons, with 3 additional lessons complimentary. 500,000. I will pay for all of Master Yi's lessons today, provided he possesses genuine skill to teach me. If not, I will have someone destroy your martial arts school and bring journalists to expose you. 500,000. The receptionist was taken aback and hurriedly rushed inside. Shortly after, a burly man, his physique well-proportioned and muscles well-defined, appeared before Wang Zhe, wearing a gray-blue long coat. His hair slightly graying, with Chong Kong embroidered on his attire. "Master Yi, I am Li Wei, the owner of this Wing Chun school. Hearing that you are willing to invest 500,000 to learn genuine skills is truly commendable. Thus I have personally come to receive you. However, upon meeting you, I wish to assess your physique." "Assess my physique?" Such a process was unexpected. Though puzzled, Wang Zhe nodded, and Li Wei instructed him to remove his outer garment. Methodically examining and palpating beneath his thin clothing, Wang Zhe felt nothing, yet Li Wei's eyes grew increasingly bright. "Excellent. This physique is indeed born from martial arts. Young brother, if you do not mind, please follow me upstairs. I, Li Wei, am willing to impart all my knowledge." Were it not for the fear of misunderstanding, Li Wei would have gladly carried Wang Zhe up the stairs at that moment. As for Wang Zhe, upon hearing this, he nodded and followed Li Wei upstairs into a room of approximately 40 to 50 square meters, furnished with wooden dummies. Li Wei, embodying the demeanor of a martial artist, stated, "I will demonstrate slowly. Remember as much of the movements as you can. You must pay close attention to my words." Li Wei's gaze upon Wang Zhe was intensely fervent, filled with urgency. "Understood." Wang Zhe nodded, possessing an extraordinary memory that made such tasks trivial. The techniques he sought to learn would cultivate endurance and strength. A strong body would yield a strong martial spirit. Yet, his physical condition was already sufficient to surpass many martial artists, rendering practice unnecessary. Mind and intention must unite. Intention and energy must harmonize. Energy and strength must converge. Shoulders and hips must align. Elbows and knees must coordinate. Hands and feet must synchronize. The mind is the commander. Intention is the directive. Energy is the vanguard. And strength is the soldier. The heart is the sovereign of the 5 organs. When the heart stirs, all organs must respond. When the heart is agitated, intention arises. If the heart is void and tranquil, no distractions will emerge. The emergence of distractions signifies a heart unquiet. Thus, the heart is the mother of intention, and intention is the offspring of the heart. When the heart desires to attack, intention must lead. When the heart wishes to cease, intention must retract. Intention must follow the heart's desires to become one with it. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden dummies were shattered beneath Li Wei's hands. This did not seem to be Wing Chun. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow. Xingyi Quan, Pai Quan, Zhuan Quan, Beng Quan, Pao Quan, and Hung Quan comprised the 5 elements: Long, Hu, Ho, Ma, Ji, Yin, Yao, Shi, Ying, Xiong, Tuo, and Huan represent the 12 forms. Zhan, Jia, Gua, Qua, Tiao Ding, Yun, Ling are the 8 techniques. There are also techniques for tearing, pulling, and free fighting. Were it not for witnessing your astonishing physique and your sincere desire to learn martial arts, I would never impart Xingyi Quan. It sounded rather impressive. Wang Zhe closed his eyes, diligently recalling every sentence, every word, and every movement Li Wei had demonstrated. After a considerable time, his hands and feet began to move. Slowly and awkwardly, yet resembling the motions sufficiently well, albeit merely on the surface. Nonetheless, this elicited wide-eyed astonishment from Li Wei, nearly causing his jaw to drop. With his heart filled with dread, my ancestors did not deceive me. Such innate martial talent truly exists in this world. The speed of learning boxing is astonishing. After completing a set of movements that barely resembled the form, Wang Zhe immediately stood upright and clasped his hands towards Master Li. Master Li, how did I fare in my boxing? 18 mistakes, mere semblance in technique. Yet you possess great potential. I, Li Wei, have stumbled upon a treasure. Do you wish to learn this Xingyi Quan? Of course, Master Li, name your price. Though he had only performed it once, Wang Zhe felt that this technique was extraordinary, as it subtly stirred his internal energy. Only Wang Zhe, having undergone medicinal baths and consumed the essence of fierce beasts, would exhibit such signs upon his first attempt at boxing. Mastering this technique could significantly enhance the strength of that group of primitive individuals. Li Wei laughed heartily. No charge. We have tea available. Kneel, pay your respects, and you shall naturally receive my full instruction. Should I encounter a suitable person to pass on this knowledge? Are there any taboos? As long as one is not a villain of great depravity, anyone is welcome. Martial arts have been lost due to the divisions between schools. In this day and age, we yearn for all to practice martial arts, to pass on the flame, and to promote it widely. What kind of society are we in now? Regardless of skill, one gunshot can fell you, leading to a reluctance to use martial arts against the law. Since diligent practice yields no results, naturally, no one is willing to toil in vain to learn. Why not pursue a skill that can provide sustenance? Wang Zhe was decisive. Holding the tea with both hands and kneeling on one knee, disciple Wang Zhe pays respects to the master. May I offer you tea? Excellent. Li Wei eagerly drank the tea in one gulp, fearful of Wang Zhe having a change of heart. Yet the exuberance lasted merely a second before he turned crimson, exclaiming, Hot, hot, hot. Wang Zhe. Chapter 68. The primitive man who almost drove Wang Zhe mad. Royal banquet. A small private room. A teacher's appreciation feast. In the Longkong Martial Arts School, Li Wei sat across from Wang Zhe, his face flushed with excitement as they awaited the arrival of wine. It had been quite some time since he last indulged in alcohol, but today was a day of unparalleled joy and exhilaration, compelling him to celebrate with a drink. After an entire afternoon and over 2 hours of instruction, the progress made was remarkable, from mere appearances to tangible achievements. Most notably, Wang Zhe's extraordinary physique and uncanny comprehension. He grasped many complex concepts with remarkable ease, and the power of his strikes surpassed even those who had trained diligently for a decade. My dear Wang, encountering a disciple like you today is akin to our ancestral graves emitting green smoke, a sign of immense fortune. Your talent is unparalleled, as rare as a millennium-old bone. Combined with your innate understanding, a month of dedicated practice would surely see you surpass me, Li Wei remarked. He was acutely aware that had he heard such words before meeting Wang Zhe, he would have dismissed them as sheer fantasy. Yet now, it was evident that the world is indeed full of wonders. It was a stroke of luck to meet a master like you, Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe, equally elated, was increasingly aware of the extraordinary nuances of Xingyi Quan as he practiced. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the private room. With permission granted, Yang Jiuchen entered, beaming with a bottle of Baigua medicinal wine, of course not a complimentary gift, for he could not afford to be so generous. Upon seeing the wine in Yang Jiuchen's hands, Li Wei's eyes widened with greed as he exclaimed, Baigua medicinal wine. This is truly an exceptional vintage. Though I wonder how many years it has aged. While it was said to contain a century-old ginseng, most Baigua medicinal wines utilized ginseng aged around 40 to 50 years. A century's worth was exceedingly rare. Yang Jiuchen candidly explained that few wines could even reach the quality of low-grade Baigua medicinal wine. Taking a deep breath to savor the aroma, Li Wei became entranced, appreciating the good wine that was revered by most martial artists. Alas, it is unfortunate that it contains only ginseng aged 40 to 50 years. He then offered the wine to Wang Zhe, swallowing the saliva that threatened to spill forth, saying, You should enjoy this wine alone. Having just begun practicing Xingyi Quan, indulging too much would do you no harm. Struggling to divert his gaze, he knew that abstaining from alcohol did not equate to a lack of affection for it. Baigua medicinal wine was a temptation too great for anyone who had tasted it to resist. Master, this wine is beneath your discerning palate. You should savor it at your leisure. Even if I were to partake, it would have little effect on me. Wang Zhe returned the wine, his gaze directed at Yang Jiuchen, and courteously called out, Brother Jiao, I recall you introduced this Baigua medicinal wine to me. If I were to procure ginseng aged 300 to 400 years, or even surpass 500 years, could I exchange it for a better quality wine? Yang Jiuchen's entire being trembled as he scrutinized Wang Zhe with skepticism. Ginseng of such age was not easily acquired. And even those with fortunes in the billions might not possess ginseng aged 300 to 400 years. 500 years was even more elusive. Such rare and precious medicinal materials. Could Wang Zhe truly have them? Indeed, as long as you can provide ginseng exceeding 100 years, I can assist you in obtaining higher quality wine. One root of ginseng will yield a minimum of 10 jeans of wine. The greater the age, the more substantial the quantity can be negotiated. A century-old ginseng can brew a barrel of high-quality, low-grade Baigua medicinal wine, yielding 50 jeans. Or it can be diluted to produce 100 jeans. By providing 50 jeans, Wang Zhe would receive 10 as a trade, allowing the Yang family to profit while enhancing Yang Jiuchen's standing within the family, rather than remaining inconsequential. I shall procure a 300-year-old ginseng for you. I require 10 jeans of wine. Anything beyond that will be considered your reward for your efforts. And the wine delivered to Longkong Martial Arts School will serve as my tribute to you as my master. Can you truly procure it? In less than 3 days, it will undoubtedly be secured. Wang Zhe was filled with confidence. While ginseng was scarce here, it was not so in the primal world. The rationale for not seeking older ginseng was straightforward. Too remarkable a find could invite misfortune. As Li Wei had surpassed 58 years of age, an overly potent tonic could do more harm than good. The Baigua medicinal wine brewed from a 300-year-old ginseng would likely sustain Li Wei for several years. I shall await the good news. Yang Jiuchen smiled, offering an apology for the lack of hospitality, and departed the private room, paying little heed to Wang Zhe's claims. Few would genuinely believe that a 300-year-old ginseng could be procured in 3 days. Li Wei, too, was hesitant to believe it. My dear disciple, you cannot be serious? Whether true or false, master, you shall see for yourself in due time. This is my gift of apprenticeship, and I hope you will not refuse it. Very well. Since it is a gift of apprenticeship, I shall certainly accept it. Li Wei laughed heartily, his mindset mirroring that of the departing Yang Jiuchen. Having faith in Wang Zhe's words, he refrained from mentioning the matter again after leaving the dining table. In high spirits, Wang Zhe resolved not to dampen the enthusiasm of this precious disciple. After leaving the royal banquet, Li Wei, having drunk more than he should, was supported by Wang Zhe as they made their way to the car, entrusting Wu Jianghua to personally return him to Longkong Martial Arts School. Wang Zhe, on the other hand, returned to the Lugang Fengting community, where he promptly collapsed onto his bed to sleep, planning to resume reading the 3 medical texts at a later time. Martial arts and traditional Chinese medicine, both invaluable legacies from his ancestors, must not be neglected. He would learn as much as possible and carry that knowledge to the primal world to flourish and prosper. From the darkness of night to the embrace of the bright sun, from the bustling city to the towering trees of the primal world, several primitive children returned triumphantly, each carrying the fruits of their fishing endeavors. With fish now supplementing their food supply, the hunting team need not take risks in the jungle. The protein-rich fish meat, complemented by the shaman's healing, had enabled most lightly injured tribespeople to recover substantially. The severely injured had nearly regained the ability to walk independently, with some even exercising to hasten their recovery. As a novice in traditional Chinese medicine, Wang Zhe was unable to communicate with the shaman, lest he lead him astray. Primitive individuals who encountered Wang Zhe bowed in reverence, if their previous awe stemmed from the shaman. Now it was born from Wang Zhe's provision of hope for the tribe's survival. Aside from the sentries, those in the tribe began to gather to learn boxing from Wang Zhe, especially the children, for they were the future of the tribe and must learn diligently. In an instant, dozens of primitive individuals surrounded him, their eyes wide with wonder as they meticulously observed every movement Wang Zhe made, attempting to emulate even the simplest of actions. Heart and intention unite. Intention and energy unite. Energy and strength unite. Shoulder and hip unite. Elbow and knee unite. Hand and foot unite. The heart serves as the commander, intention as the decree, energy as the vanguard, and strength as the soldiers. Wang Zhe's voice resonated with vigor and clarity, echoing the teachings of Li Wei as he demonstrated the movements to this group of primitives, reciting the principles of boxing word for word. However, this assembly of primitives seemed lost in a fog, their minds collectively grappling with the perplexing concepts of heart and intention unite. What was this? How does one achieve such unity? What is intention and energy? What is this commander? The decree sounds impressive. Why is this so difficult? Oh heavens, why can I remember none of it? What was the movement I just performed? 10 minutes later, Wang Zhe patiently called out, I shall demonstrate once more. Half an hour later, Wang Zhe, with his head bowed and hand pressed against his forehead, shook his head in despair. Forget my words for now. Just remember my movements and follow along with me. After over 2 hours, with veins bulging and face flushed, Wang Zhe shouted, Are you all swine? Not a single one of you can perform more than 10 consecutive movements of such simplicity. Enough. Go rest. And we shall continue next time. Wang Zhe was struck with the unprecedented realization that he had never encountered such a lack of aptitude in his life. The frustration coursing through him was akin to an insatiable urge to throttle each of these primitives, whose stubbornness far exceeded that of any beast. The shaman comforted Wang Zhe, saying, "They are like this. They can excel at simple tasks, yet when faced with anything slightly more complex, it requires considerable time to guide and teach them. This is our sacred duty as shamans. Although I do not comprehend your words, I have taken note of your gestures, and I believe they will prove quite practical. I will slowly teach them on your behalf." This statement brought a flicker of solace to Wang Zhe's heart. Just then, the tribal leader, Li Song, arrived, accompanied by several robust warriors, carrying a primitive man bound with wooden sticks, whose mouth was gagged, emitting muffled sounds, along with 6 or 7 corpses. Upon seeing the shaman and Wang Zhe, they respectfully saluted before chattering in a hurried manner. The shaman, with a solemn expression, translated for Wang Zhe, "These individuals are from the Salt Earth tribe. Li Song ambushed them not far from here, and from the 2 survivors. We have learned that the remaining 3 tribes are currently collaborating to search the entire valley and jungle for us. The people of the Rock Soil tribe have appeared here, and Li Song is concerned for our safety, suggesting we relocate to a different resting place. It is getting dark, let us decide tomorrow." Wang Zhe voiced agreement, but internally, he had no intention of leaving. The sighting of a small group nearby indicated that the enemy had not yet discovered them. Otherwise, a large army would have already surrounded them. Without the enhanced wolf repellent spray, he lacked the confidence to confront the giant wood tribe. Moreover, the 3 tribes were eager to annihilate them. As today passed, it would nearly be the 4th day, rather than risking departure. It was wiser to endure a few more days. Li Song nodded and produced a bone blade, preparing to execute the 2 captives as sustenance for a hearty feast. Wang Zhe hurriedly interjected, "It is getting late. I need to keep them for experiments." His intention was to conduct acupoint experiments to ascertain whether there were differences between his own acupoints and those of this group of primitives. It would be a waste to let Li Song kill such rare living specimens. Naturally, Li Song did not dare to oppose Wang Zhe's wishes. As the sunlight waned, after calming the emotions of the aircraft, Wang Zhe returned to his bedroom, took a nap, and awoke to bright daylight. Around 8 o'clock, he noticed several missed calls and instinctively returned a call to Zheng Yaqing. After several seconds, the call connected. "I have 2 pieces of good news for you. The first batch of your customized enhanced wolf repellent spray has been manufactured. I have arranged for its delivery, consisting of 20 trial bottles. The next batch of 180 bottles will be shipped tomorrow." This was indeed delightful news. Wang Zhe felt a surge of joy within and asked eagerly, "What about the second piece of good news?" Filled with anticipation, he hoped that the second would be even more astonishing than the first. Chapter 69, Jiang Ziliang's intent to kill. Wang Gaochen has died. The current reports suggest suicide. The Shenghua group has accused him of embezzling company funds for personal gain, and has claimed that he has repeatedly violated the law under the Jiang family's name. A press conference will be held at 10 a.m. today to issue an apology. With Zheng Yaqing's words, the smile on Wang Zhe's face gradually faded. With a neutral expression, he simply replied, "I understand. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Be cautious, with Wang Gaochen dead. The Jiang family may come after you directly. Would you consider moving in with me?" This was the second time Zheng Yaqing had extended such an invitation, and once again, it was declined. "Let us wait. As long as the Jiang family doesn't overtly target me, I should not encounter significant danger. All right. I will finish up my family matters and come find you immediately." Zheng Yaqing was not at ease, but she could not leave home. She needed to personally oversee her grandfather's medication, lest she be unable to eat or sleep. Her brother, Zheng Yaoxian, had already returned. Before departing, Song Yizhen administered a shot to Zheng Yaoxian and remarked, "If luck is on our side, this sole heir of the Zheng family may awaken in the coming days. As for what will happen after that, no one can guarantee." After hanging up with Zheng Yaqing, Wang Zhe couldn't suppress a sigh. He had known yesterday that Wang Gaochen would die, but he had not anticipated it would be by means of a so-called suicide rather than execution. Would Wang Gaochen truly take his own life? A person capable of unscrupulous acts for personal gain, devoid of any moral boundaries, would undoubtedly yearn to live more than anyone else. Thus, the alleged suicide was merely a facade orchestrated by the Jiang family, shifting all blame to Wang Gaochen as a means of silencing him. Is it tragic? Is it pitiable? Perhaps not. Wang Gaochen brought this upon himself. Such a person deserved to die. Yes, he deserved his fate. Wang Zhe stood by the window, gazing out, his thoughts a tumultuous monologue. Wang Gaochen's death should have brought him joy, yet he felt a sense of melancholy, his emotions too complex to articulate. Did he harbor hatred? Yes. A desire to kill him with his own hands. Yet, with Wang Gaochen's demise, he felt no sense of satisfaction. His death did not signify the end of his troubles. The death of his mother, the loss of his grandparents whom he had never met, was a near annihilation of his family. There had to be a target for his grievances. The Jiang family. Clenching his fists, just then, His phone rang again. Another call from an unfamiliar number that had displayed 5 missed calls. Who are you? I am Jiang Ming from the Jiang family of Modu. Would you be available for lunch at the Royal Imperial Cuisine? I would like to discuss some matters in person and clarify some misunderstandings stemming from Wang Gaochen. All right, I will be there on time. I shall await your arrival. The two hung up almost simultaneously. This invitation to dine was both unexpected and entirely reasonable. It was likely a trap laid for him. The choice of the Royal Imperial Cuisine was undoubtedly a message in itself. It seemed he needed to expedite his preparations to unleash his advantages, thereby gaining the ability to defend himself against the Jiang family. Accompanied by his 2 well-fed cats, Haizi and Zhuzhong, Wang Zhe departed from Lugang Fengting, bringing along some chopped meat and bones to the gathering place of over 30 stray dogs. Hurry and eat. I was delayed yesterday. Today, we all need to head to the pet hospital for a cleanup. The ability to communicate with animals was Wang Zhe's greatest advantage at present. He could gradually master Xingyiquan and learn traditional Chinese medicine later. If he could gather hundreds, or even thousands, of dogs to follow his commands, it should suffice for self-preservation. Right? Not to mention the cats. Though their attacks were nowhere near as formidable as those of dogs, their claws could deliver a venomous touch, making them even more terrifying. The West City Pet Hospital. This newly opened pet hospital spans over 100 square meters across 2 floors. The choice of this location was not due to its novelty and promotions, but rather its proximity to the mountainous area Wang Zhe desired. Look over there, so many dogs. Woof woof. Were they out for a walk or planning to use the dogs to attack someone? Stay away. Oh woo. Wow. Are these dogs professionally trained? They are even walking in formation. Why do they look so dirty? If they were cleaner, I would seriously consider buying one. A group of orderly dogs followed Wang Zhe, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. However, Wang Zhe paid them no mind. He stood firmly at the entrance of the pet hospital, with 3 rows of dogs sitting behind him. The owner and staff of the pet hospital immediately emerged. 1. With shoulder-length hair and a mature charm that time had bestowed upon her, could not hide her surprise at the sight of the dogs behind Wang Zhe, even in her white coat. Did you train all these dogs? Certainly. However, they are somewhat dirty. I would appreciate it if your veterinary hospital could clean them up and tend to any ailments. I will initially pay a deposit of 200,000. If I am satisfied with the services and capabilities of your veterinary hospital, we can establish a long-term partnership. The woman's eyes brightened instantly as she handed Wang Zhe a business card, saying, My name is Song Qian. Here is my card. May I know your surname? Wang. Replied Wang. I will entrust these dogs to your veterinary hospital. Rest assured, they have all been trained to behave well. Where should I make the payment? This way, please. The owner, Song Qian, beamed with an even brighter smile, having just opened her business. Receiving such a large order filled her with immense confidence and significantly alleviated her financial pressures. Line up properly, and anyone who dares to cause trouble will find themselves with a broken leg. Wang Zhe barked fiercely. With a wave of his hand, one dog immediately stood up, wagging its tail as it walked into the veterinary hospital, followed by a perfectly aligned row of dogs, like a game of dominoes, one after another. Mr. Wang, I have seen many obedient dogs, but those you have are perhaps as well behaved as police dogs, Song Qian thought in astonishment. Police dogs are typically one-on-one, trained through daily living and practice. Yet here were over 30 dogs, dirty as they were, of various breeds, predominantly Chinese rural dogs. Of course, any dog I have trained can undoubtedly become the most obedient in the world, Wang Zhe stated candidly, though to Song Qian, it sounded like boasting. After paying, Wang Zhe had other matters to attend to and could not linger. However, as he exited the veterinary hospital, he noticed many people taking photos with their phones. There were quite a few onlookers, at least a dozen, who couldn't be deterred, and many others had been snapping pictures along the way. Wang Zhe paid them no mind and continued westward. Although Wang Zhe had left, the dogs remained in neat formation, obediently following his commands. Some attempted to approach to pet them, but hesitated due to their dirtiness. These dogs did not lower their heads at the food tossed by strangers, steadfastly adhering to Wang Zhe's every word. The speed at which information spreads online is astonishing, especially concerning fresh and intriguing events. The sight of dozens of dogs walking in formation and waiting at the veterinary hospital for baths and veterinary checkups was unprecedented. Those who took photos immediately uploaded them to their personal social media accounts, including platforms like Kuaishou and Douyin, which quickly prompted a flurry of shares and likes from dog enthusiasts. Some expressed skepticism, others gasped in amazement, while some even wished to adopt such obedient dogs. The views on Douyin surpassed 1 million in less than an hour. Such a sensational occurrence secured Wang Zhe's status as a C-level special attention case for the Huafei Bureau. How could they possibly remain oblivious? Numerous videos reached Jiang Ziliang, and for those unaware of the truth, it seemed that the dog's owner had extraordinary training skills, resulting in such obedience. However, for Jiang Ziliang, this matter was far from ordinary. The previous incident involving a pack of dogs attacking Wang Gaochen had already raised his suspicions, and now he was increasingly convinced that Wang Zhe was an awakened individual undergoing a transformation. He had contemplated reconciling with Wang Zhe, but after reviewing all the circumstances, he realized that neither winning Wang Zhe over nor establishing a friendship was feasible. How could a vendetta against an entire family be resolved? The only solution was to eradicate the threat entirely. The ability to command animals. This transformation was unheard of, with no records in the archives. Once officially integrated into the Huafei Bureau, it could lead to monumental advancements. In an instant of hesitation, Jiang Ziliang made his decision. The footage of Wang Zhe on the bus posed no immediate threat, but his capacity to command animals was a danger that must be eliminated at its inception. He picked up the phone and dialed a number that lingered in his mind, but no one answered. After hanging up, the other party called back 3 minutes later. Jiang Ziliang promptly hung up again and redialed. I dialed incorrectly just now. Yet your call was not wrong. What do you want me to do for you? Eliminate a person, someone under special attention from the Huafei Bureau. Kill him, and the debt you owe me will be settled. All right. Provide me with his name, address, and whereabouts. And I assure you he will not see the sun rise tomorrow. 3 minutes later, after delivering the precise information, Jiang Ziliang's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he murmured to himself, the King of Hell claims his due by the 3rd watch, never sparing anyone by the 5th. Wang Zhe is fortunate to have me call in this favor from the King of Hell. Chapter 70. Dare to hit me? In the suburbs of South Jiang. Not far from the West City Veterinary Hospital, approximately 3 miles away, an undeveloped mountainous area appeared before Wang Zhe. The roadside was a flat lawn, leading into a small mountain about 50 to 60 meters high. The mountain was lush with greenery, and a small river flowed at its base, winding over 1,000 meters to the Wujiang Lake. Wujiang Lake serves as the drinking water source for the entire South Jiang region, which perhaps explains the lack of construction in the area, maintaining its pristine environment. If one were to raise dogs and cats here and build a small cabin in the woods, it would resemble the life of a hermit in seclusion. While there are places in the city where one can keep pets, the costs are exorbitant, and the dense population means that if there are too many dogs and cats, even without posing a threat to people, the neighbors may not believe it and could very well call the police frequently. Moreover, after careful consideration, Wang Zhe deemed it crucial that although he could communicate with dogs and cats, they lacked sufficient wild instincts. Here, he planned to enclose an area to raise wild ducks, allowing the dogs to hunt and consume them raw, and later introduce some sheep, or even larger animals like cattle. After all, a pack of wolves cannot withstand a tiger's might, much less a group of dogs raised in a greenhouse. Shortly after Wang Zhe's arrival, a BMW X5 slowly approached. Stopping before him, all 4 doors opened, and 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, dressed in formal work attire, stepped out. Are you Mr. Wang, the one interested in purchasing this mountainous area from General Xiao? They asked, their tone laced with skepticism. Yes, I am Wang Zhe, he confirmed. Well, this area is quite close to Wuxi Lake and cannot be developed. No construction can exceed 3,000 square meters. If you choose to rent it, the cost is 1 million a year. For a 30-year lease, we can offer you a preferential price of 28 million. What would it cost to purchase this land outright? Purchase? The representative raised an eyebrow, surprised that anyone would consider buying it. Are you looking to build a private resort here? This small hill, while referred to as such, actually encompasses several hundred acres, including the surrounding slopes. A small river runs at its base, making it quite suitable for a large summer resort or high-end hotel. Please allow me to make a phone call. Wang Zhe acquiesced, and the call was quickly placed to Xiao Zhan. This land had been purchased by Xiao Zhan for the purpose of constructing the most luxurious resort in Nanjiang for his family and friends to enjoy leisure time. Given the unique circumstances, the price of the land was relatively low. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's son was in good health, and Wang Gaochen's downfall had been an unexpected turn of events. Now, with Wang Zhe, who had done them a favor, looking to buy the land, Xiao Zhan took only a few seconds to consider before responding. Sell it. 500 million. The person in charge was taken aback, holding the phone with trembling hands while speculating about Wang Zhe's identity. 500 million. Xiao Zhan had purchased this piece of land for over 500 million, not accounting for the management fees incurred before and after. If those were included, he would at least be losing around 50 to 60 million. This blatant loss-making deal was something he had never heard of coming from Xiao Zhan's lips before. Mr. Wang, President Xiao says he will sell it to you for 500 million. 500 million? Such an exorbitant price? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe instinctively spoke up. He was aware that acquiring this forest would require a substantial sum, but 500 million truly astounded him. He only had a little over 20 million to his name. Hand me the phone. The person in charge dared not refuse and obediently passed the phone to Wang Zhe. On the call, Wang Zhe spoke candidly. President Xiao, in business, we must be practical. I currently do not have 500 million at my disposal, and even a bank loan is out of the question. Would it be possible for me to provide you with a 20 million advance? I will make use of the land in the meantime. And I assure you I will gather the full 500 million within this month or provide equivalent treasures. This was indeed an audacious gamble. Had it been anyone else, Xiao Zhan would have long since hung up the phone, but facing Wang Zhe, his demeanor had shifted significantly from the outset. He had already investigated Zheng Yaqing's background. Even if the Zheng family was in decline, they were still far more formidable than the rising Xiao family. As long as Zheng Yaqing's grandfather was alive, the Zheng family would never fall. Thus, suppressing his discontent, he smiled and said, Mr. Wang has rendered tremendous favors to our Xiao family. The previous 20 million pales in comparison to this kindness. Let us forego the advance. Feel free to use the land, and pay when you have the funds. Wang Zhe, lacking the myriad thoughts that occupied Xiao Zhan's mind, felt immense gratitude upon hearing this. The moment he signed a contract, he couldn't help but feel that he owed Xiao Zhan a significant favor. He contemplated that when the opportunity arose, he would surely repay this debt of gratitude to Xiao Zhan. Around 10 in the morning, Wang Zhe took a dozen dogs, freshly washed from the pet hospital, to Wuxi Mountain. After a stroll, he returned the dogs to the pet hospital, using an electric bike borrowed from there. This was the only way for the dogs to retrace their steps along the scent and path back to Wuxi Mountain. After dropping off the dogs, he hurried to the royal cuisine. Counting the days, he realized that he was close to obtaining his driver's license. On the way, while petting a cat, he pondered what kind of car he should buy. Perhaps he should just drop out of school. He had so many bothersome matters that he lacked the time and energy to attend classes. Moreover, it seemed that he no longer needed that graduation certificate. Upon arriving at the entrance of the royal cuisine, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, my name is Han Hang, a director. I have a TV series called Divine Canine Warriors, a story about urban romance and police dogs combating crime. I happened to see your trained dogs online and would like to invite you. Sorry, I'm not interested. Wang Zhe hung up the phone, humming to himself. Scammers these days were getting bolder, claiming to be directors, trying to lure him into acting to swindle money. What a pipe dream. Meanwhile, at a certain film studio, a director named Han was fuming. Here he was, graciously offering the other party a role in a television series, and he was outright rejected. Just wait until Divine Canine Warriors becomes a hit. Then you will regret it. Of course, Wang Zhe was unaware that the Han Hang on the other end of the line was genuinely a director who, after seeing Wang Zhe's dogs, impulsively decided to make the call. As a director, Han could not lower himself to invite someone whose name he did not even know a second time. When Wang Zhe arrived at the private room of the royal cuisine, he encountered Jiang Ming, who had called him 5 or 6 times. Jiang Ming was also on a mission. Originally intending to stabilize Wang Zhe, the cautious and astute Jiang Ziliang had now altered his approach. Upon seeing Wang Zhe for the first time, Jiang Ming feigned a smile. Young brother Wang, you are remarkably gifted at such a young age. Truly a rare dragon among men. What a pity indeed. What is so regrettable? Wang Zhe responded coolly. You are barely in your 20s. And yet your life is already at an end. There are so many beautiful things yet to be enjoyed. Isn't it worth lamenting for you? What an arrogant individual. Wang Zhe felt a chill within. No wonder Wang Gaochen always regarded himself as superior, looking down on others with disdain. I see that you, Jiang, are also quite the handsome figure, a rare pretty boy indeed. What a pity, truly too regrettable. Jiang Ming, who had mentally prepared himself for an angry retort or a scornful look from Wang Zhe, was taken aback by the unexpected mimicry. This fellow was not following the script at all. What business do you have lamenting over me when you are about to be beaten to a pulp? Jiang Ming grew increasingly puzzled and could not contain his curiosity, asking, what exactly are you lamenting? You, with that handsome face, are about to be turned into a pig's head by me. Your parents might not even recognize you afterward. And you will live with a face full of pus and a stench for life. Isn't it worth lamenting 3 times for you? Jiang Ming was utterly stunned, his mouth agape and eyes wide. After a long pause, he suddenly burst into laughter, not because he wanted to, but because Wang Zhe's words were simply too hilarious. Once he finished laughing, a confident sneer appeared on his face. Beat me? Let's not even discuss whether you have the ability, even if I lent you some courage. Would you dare? Chapter 71. Conquering the Giantwood Tribe, Part 1. Dong Yu, as one of Ling Xiao's confidants, felt inherently superior wherever he went, commanding respect even from business magnates and local officials. He viewed Lin Fei, who had recently returned from Africa, as merely a fortunate escapee from a remote, impoverished place. He could not fathom why the exalted Ling Xiao would seek out Lin Fei or why he would lower himself to meet such an unremarkable individual. Some matters were beyond the purview of someone like Dong Yu, merely one of Ling Xiao's many enforcers. Thus, in Dong Yu's eyes, the Lin Fei that his master favored was merely a lucky fool, unworthy of attention and certainly not deserving of his respect. Therefore, both his tone and demeanor reflected his self-perceived superiority, making him appear utterly arrogant. That haughty posture drew the disdainful glances of not only Xia Yingming and Lin Yashuan, but even the attendant guiding them, who wondered if he had mistakenly taken medication or had escaped from a mental institution. Who would utter such foolishness? To conduct business, one must at least have a net worth in the billions, and to hold office, one should be able to manage a county mayor position at the very least. This fellow, dressed impeccably, couldn't he possibly be someone who had escaped from a mental hospital? The attendant mused, casting a sidelong glance at Dong Yu. However, as a mere staff member, she dared not voice her thoughts, fearing repercussions from the customer that could lead to her dismissal. In stark contrast, Lin Fei had no such reservations. He scoffed, utterly baffled by the mad dog that shouted at him upon their first encounter. Initially in good spirits while toasting with Lin Yashuan and Xia Yingming, his mood soured instantly. He slammed his chopsticks on the table. Who are you? Who is this so-called young master you speak of? Can't you see I'm drinking? Tell him to come and see me. Lin Fei kept his head down, his tone somewhat frigid. The expression on Dong Yu's face changed dramatically, revealing his displeasure. In his view, it was an extraordinary privilege for his young master, Ling Xiao, to meet Lin Fei, a man who had fortuitously returned from Africa. It was as if their ancestral graves were exuding smoke, a rare opportunity bestowed upon them only through the immense virtue accumulated over generations. Yet, here was Lin Fei, audaciously insulting the esteemed eldest son of the Ling family and demanding to meet him in such a disreputable place. Countless individuals would vie desperately for a mere glimpse of young master Ling Xiao. Yet this Lin Fei, instead of recognizing his good fortune, spoke with reckless abandon, displaying an arrogance befitting a fool oblivious to his own insignificance. A surge of fury welled up within Dong Yu, his body tensing as the sound of cracking bones echoed through him, a terrifying force coursing through his muscles and skeleton. Simultaneously, an almost suffocating aura emanated from him. You, what do you think you are, daring to summon our young master? You are utterly brazen, courting death, Dong Yu seethed, struggling to contain his rage and the impulse to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Young Master Ling had specifically instructed him not to harm Lin Yuxian, and failure to comply would result in dire consequences for him. Indeed, Dong Yu held Lin Fei in utter disdain, believing that to lay a hand on someone like him would be an affront to his own dignity. Get lost, Lin Fei retorted coldly. Such spirit. For that, I shall break one of your hands and then take you to meet our young master, Dong Yu replied, his eyes glinting with malice as he pushed aside a waiter and strode menacingly towards Lin Fei, exuding an air of arrogance as if he had already incapacitated Lin Fei. Just then, unable to bear the sight any longer, Xia Yingming slammed her hand on the table. She could create trouble for Lin Fei, but that did not grant others the right to behave so brazenly. Rising in indignation, she exclaimed, "You dare to strike someone? I am the deputy captain of the criminal police team. Do you believe I want to have you taken in for a chat?" In her anger, Xia Yingming inadvertently referred to herself as old lady, but quickly swallowed those words back. Dong Yu frowned, surprised. His hand that was reaching for Lin Fei's shoulder suddenly halted. He stood behind Lin Fei, sneering, "A coward who hides behind women. You have brought disgrace to our kind. I truly wonder what our young master sees in you." With a faint smile, Lin Fei addressed Xia Yingming and Lin Yuxian, "Please, enjoy your meal. Give me 5 minutes to deal with this fool, and upon my return, I will drink 3 cups as punishment." Xia Yingming, having first-hand experience of Lin Fei's prowess, and Lin Yuxian, completely trusting him, immediately nodded in agreement. The more Lin Fei drank, the more advantageous it would be for their plan to intoxicate him and extract secrets. "Dare to call me a fool? Just wait until we step outside. I will teach you a lesson you won't forget," Dong Yu thought, his expression chilling as he devised how to punish Lin Fei once they left the private room. Once outside, his demeanor shifted to a sinister sneer. "You were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? Today, I shall ensure you learn your place." He raised his hand, claw-like, tearing through the air as he aimed to punish Lin Fei severely. "Let's see if you possess the capability," Lin Fei replied coldly, turning swiftly. In that instant, he lifted his right leg and delivered a kick directly to Dong Yu's abdomen. In Lin Fei's eyes, this arrogant individual was less than a fraction of a lion on the African savanna, a creature he could easily defeat. Thus, he kicked Dong Yu with a casual ease, appearing almost lethargic, lacking any significant force, as if a mere woman could easily block it. "You dare lay a hand on me? It seems you are not only arrogant, but also utterly foolish. Your kick is weaker than that of a woman, yet you dream of toppling me. Today, I shall show you what true Chinese martial arts entail." Dong Yu laughed loudly, completely dismissing Lin Fei. Seeing Lin Fei take the initiative to attack him seemed the greatest joke of all. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Dong Yu was quick to discern every movement and flaw in Lin Fei's actions. He swiftly raised his hand, aiming to grasp Lin Fei's approaching leg. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, Lin Fei's leg accelerated suddenly, transforming into a mere shadow. "What? Such speed?" Dong Yu gasped, astonished. How can he move so swiftly? His speed surpasses mine. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with disbelief. He had trained tirelessly for years to achieve a burst of speed twice that of an ordinary person, yet this man before him moved even faster. In a desperate attempt to evade the strike, Dong Yu widened his eyes, striving to grasp Lin Fei's movements. Pushed by the crisis, his body instinctively surged forward, and he barely managed to catch a glimpse of Lin Fei's actions. Yet, his body could not keep pace with his mind, frantic thoughts urging him to dodge the oncoming kick. Realizing too late, Dong Yu's face paled, his body retreating at maximum speed to avoid Lin Fei's assault. Damn it! I almost got hit, he thought, his pupils dilating as he helplessly watched Lin Fei's foot make contact with his abdomen. A tremendous force struck him, and the pain caused Dong Yu to grimace, struggling to suppress a scream. Ultimately, he could not hold back, and a cry escaped his lips. With a resounding crash, he was hurled against the wall. So fast, so strong, so painful, were the only thoughts racing through Dong Yu's mind. In that single blow, he realized that he was no match for Lin Fei's current strength. Ironically, he had just been the one to challenge someone so far beyond him, akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty elephant. At that moment, he understood that he was indeed the fool, but it was a realization that came too late. Dear reader, you can search online to find our site at any time. Chapter 72, Conquering the Giant Wood Tribe, Part 2. Sunlight streamed through the branches, forming beams of light and shadow. Towering trees rose from the ground, their expansive canopies adorned with vibrant green leaves and branches. The dense foliage shielded the sunlight, casting the forest into perpetual twilight, and as night fell, it became a pitch-black abyss. Every venture into the jungle revealed its harsh environment. Treading upon the brittle twigs and decaying leaves, Wang Zhe and his companions muted their footsteps to a whisper, gliding through the dimly lit forest like phantoms. As for the two captives, unforeseen circumstances dictated that they must be silenced to prevent any chance of exposure. Would there be a dearth of prisoners should they conquer the Great Tree Tribe? As Wang Zhe navigated around a tree, he was abruptly startled by the sight of a grotesque creature sprawled ahead of him. It was a swarm of spiders, resembling fowl in their appearance, with a striking purplish-red hue and bristling, sharp hairs that exuded an air of lethal menace. Their bodies were riddled with numerous small holes, densely clustered like a wasp nest. Though he did not suffer from trypophobia, a mere glance sent shivers down Wang Zhe's spine. At that moment, the sun hung almost directly overhead, and the group, bearing a massive stone, had distanced themselves from the stream, advancing at a cautious pace to avoid detection, lest they fall prey to an ambush. Li Tsong, the most adept hunter, led the way, ensuring a safety margin of at least 1,000 meters. Occasionally, the unsettling sight of those spiders and the myriad of forest creatures hindered the group's progress. As they approached the Great Tree Tribe, any wild fruits encountered were harvested without hesitation, serving both to quell hunger and quench thirst. The party took a moment to rest, with women and children instructed to forage nearby for sustenance, ensuring they did not wander far for their own safety. Wang Zhe issued commands, and the members of the Fire Tribe adeptly complied. This marked their 7th respite. In truth, none were fatigued, as the task of lifting the stone was shared among them. Yet they had to await the return of the scouting party before continuing. 2 bottles of enhanced pepper spray had already been consumed. For these primitive individuals, who often struggled to comprehend the unfamiliar, utilizing the enhanced pepper spray had proven to be quite economical given that 2 bottles had already been used. The young dragonbird had grown significantly, now at least 10 pounds heavier than when it was initially brought to the tribe. Although its growth rate was not rapid, it was steady. At this pace, prior to the onset of the rainy season, it would become an indispensable asset to the tribe, and after the rains, it would soar through the skies, transforming into a formidable beast. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Li Tsong returned with the exploration team, all intact, albeit somewhat disheveled, gesturing animatedly. Although they were learning the primitive language, progress was slow. Nonetheless, Wang Zhe understood Li Tsong's repeated words, having heard them for the 7th time. Wang Zhe waved his hand, signaling the resting team to proceed. Stop! The shaman suddenly exclaimed. After traversing the jungle for half a day, today was the first time Wang Zhe observed a grave and fearful expression on the shaman's aged face. Wang Zhe and the others halted in their tracks. Ahead lay a small thicket, modest in size, yet it illuminated the surrounding gloom instantaneously. Scarlet leaves, reminiscent of autumn maple foliage, floated in the air by the thousands, resembling flames dancing in midair. Wang Zhe, with keen eyesight, discerned clearly from a distance of at least 50 meters that these vibrant red objects were butterflies. Butterflies? Why did the shaman appear grave and fearful? Could it be that these butterflies were poisonous? The low thicket was swiftly engulfed in flames, the green leaves replaced by vivid red, creating a spectacle too beautiful to forget. Everything seemed tranquil and delightful. Just then, a sudden turn of events transpired. The fiery spectacle surged once more, and the thicket was left barren, revealing skeletal remains scattered beneath the trees, some even hanging from the branches. Wang Zhe gasped in horror. There were at least 1,000 bones. In the brief span of mere seconds, from the moment the fiery butterflies descended to when they took flight again. The sight was utterly terrifying. Wasn't their purpose to pollinate? It is the lair of the night dog monkey. These are all female butterflies. When the rains inundate the jungle, they will lay their eggs in suitable locations, feeding on flesh and blood beforehand to ensure the vitality of their offspring. They are highly perceptive. Fortunately, this group of night dog monkeys has satiated their hunger. Otherwise, we would find ourselves in considerable peril. The shaman's tone carried a tinge of relief. At such a moment, the greatest fear was encountering trouble, yet an unsettling anxiety lingered within him. Traditionally, the rainfire butterflies would not appear at this time, but their presence signified the onset of something most dreadful, an occurrence that all dreaded to confront. This year's rainy season would arrive earlier than usual, posing a catastrophic dilemma for the original fire tribe, not to mention the precarious situation they currently faced. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the heavens began to change, the sun vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, and the gathering storm clouds heralded a second downpour, perhaps more ferocious than the last. After a while, the group once again rested, awaiting Li Tsong's return. It felt as though time dragged on until dusk approached. They were now very close to the great tree tribe, and the oppressive clouds worked to their advantage, for no one from any tribe relished venturing out in the rain. "Shaman, I have found it." Li Tsong, breathless, brought good news to the encircled group. "We have a place to rest tonight." Leading the way, Li Tsong guided the group through the jungle before nightfall, arriving at a towering tree with a canopy exceeding 40 meters. Its thick trunk measuring perhaps 5 or 6 meters in diameter, with tendrils of root-like plants cascading down. That is, Wang Zhe gasped in terror, for the roots entwined with numerous creatures. He had seen such a tree before, more bizarre and fearsome than the man-eating flower. "Shaman, are we to rest here tonight?" Wang Zhe questioned incredulously, unsure whether they had come to find refuge or to court death. Was he not afraid of awakening to find themselves ensnared in the branches like dumplings? "Of course, locating this demon tree is a boon from our ancestors. Fear not. It is not as terrifying as it appears," the shaman reassured. Taking the lead, he instructed Li Tsong and the others to shield themselves with the massive leaves they had gathered, while applying mud to exposed areas before approaching the colossal tree. A miraculous scene unfolded. Sensing their presence, the descending roots sprang to life, twisting and writhing, extending outward but never once brushing against the shaman. It was as if a guidance system had malfunctioned, rendering the roots incapable of accurately targeting their intended quarry, flailing about like a headless fly. This extraordinary spectacle, Wang Zhe would wager, even scientists might never witness in their lifetime. Minutes later, everyone leaned against or lay beneath the sturdy trunk, covered with large leaves and coated in mud, sleeping soundly. Plop, plop, plop. Torrential rain began to fall. The second deluge preceding the rainy season arriving earlier than in previous years, causing the shaman to feel a sense of foreboding as he glanced at Wang Zhe, who was nestled against the young dragonbird, harboring the last hope for their tribe. As the night deepened, the rain intensified, making sleep impossible. Awakened by the downpour, Wang Zhe sat by the massive stone, attempting repeatedly to recall the sun that had graced the southern riverbank in recent days. He was certain he would traverse back. At approximately 10:30 p.m., Wang Zhe finally returned from the primitive world. The first thing on his agenda was to take a quick shower and change into clean, dry clothes, followed by a phone call to Zheng Yaking, inquiring, "Sister Yaking, when is the second batch of enhanced pepper sprays arriving?" "It should be around 3 in the afternoon." 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with roughly 4.5 hours to go. He decided to eat something to fill his stomach. After hanging up the phone with Zheng Yaking, Wang Zhe suddenly noticed that the two cats, Blackie and Orange, were gazing at him with pitiful eyes, their expressions conveying a sense of hunger. Yet, the cat food placed before them remained largely untouched. Their palates, now accustomed to indulgence, found even the finest cat food difficult to swallow when compared to the delectable fish and meat of the wild. "No fish today, eat or don't. It's your choice," Wang Zhe remarked, pulling out his phone to order takeout, wary of encountering any troublesome delays at this critical juncture. After all, just yesterday he had toyed with Jiang Ming, and he could vividly imagine Jiang Ming now lying in a hospital bed, anyone approaching him shrouded in thick masks. Orange immediately flopped down in front of Wang Zhe, legs in the air, as if to declare, "I'd rather starve than eat that cat food." Blackie licked his belly, surrendering to hunger, and reluctantly began to eat the cat food. Just as he had taken a few bites, Wang Zhe announced, "Whoever finishes the food in their bowl first will receive double the fish and meat next time." Upon hearing this, Orange sprang into action, diving headfirst into the cat food. But realizing he couldn't keep up with Blackie, he stealthily repositioned himself and shoved Blackie aside, only to be met with a swift counterattack from Blackie. The two cats immediately engaged in a playful scuffle. By a little past 11, the food arrived. After they had their fill, Wang Zhe practiced Xingyiquan. For it is said that sharpening one's weapons at the last moment may not yield quick results, and moreover, martial arts require perseverance. Akin to rowing against the current, one must either forge ahead or regress. After nearly 2 hours of practice, Wang Zhe turned his attention to medical texts, losing track of time as he immersed himself in the content. Before long, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 73, The Harsh World. 120 bottles of enhanced anti-wolf spray, effective within a range of 1 to 1.5 meters. The longer the distance, the less effective it becomes. Each bottle can sustain spraying for about 5 minutes, with a customized price of 5,000 each, or a wholesale price for 200 bottles. After setting aside 40 bottles in his room and briefing Blackie and Orange, Wang Zhe waited until around 5 o'clock, when the sun's rays began to wane, before traversing into the primitive world. Over here, the night still lingered, and after more than an hour of tranquil time, the gray sky grew increasingly bright. Let us set off, taking advantage of the heavy rain to launch a surprise attack on the giant wood tribe, catching them off guard. I have distributed the items to each of you. Remember, do not aim them at yourselves or your comrades. With that, Wang Zhe donned his raincoat. The primitive people were significantly larger, necessitating a specially tailored raincoat that was prone to tearing, but he was not overly concerned about his own smaller stature trailing behind. Shaman. How formidable is the shaman of the giant wood tribe? Can you handle it? Wang Zhe still felt a twinge of unease as the moment approached. The shaman's abilities were both enigmatic and terrifying, and despite his growing proficiency in Xingyiquan, he felt uncertain. As long as I am alive, I can contend with any herbalist within this valley. The shaman smiled, his aged face betraying a hint of anticipation. Conquering the giant wood tribe was something even the pinnacle of the fire departure tribe had never accomplished. If they could strike the giant wood tribe with a thunderous force, it would grant the fire departure tribe ample time to prepare, as the rainy season would bring calamity, but also provide enough resources to nurture the dragonbird hatchlings. As the group advanced, even children, alongside the women, wielded enhanced anti-wolf spray and sturdy wooden sticks. After traversing more than a mile, the giant wood tribe came into view. Nestled against the mountains, caves were indispensable for tribes lacking sufficient strength, providing refuge from formidable beasts. A towering tree stood at the cave entrance, surrounded by numerous crude grass huts. The giant wood tribe boasted a population of over 400, 4 times that of the fire departure tribe. Yet, every warrior of the fire departure tribe, armed with weapons, stood confidently and neatly behind Wang Zhe, awaiting his command. Meanwhile, within the giant wood tribe, the heavy rain had driven all its members to seek shelter in the grass huts, the rhythmic patter of raindrops leaking from the rooftops. With the rain making hunting unnecessary, they seized the rare opportunity to indulge in slumber. Wrapped in animal skins, they huddled together for warmth. In the cave, the shaman of the giant wood tribe gazed solemnly at the deluge outside. The rainy season was an adversary to every tribe in the valley. Has the third hunting party not reported back yet? No, they must have encountered disaster. Shaman, with this downpour, the waters of Star Lake must be rising again. If any of the fire departure tribes still survive, their old settlement is their only chance for survival. I wish to brave the rain to investigate. Giant felt anxious. As long as the fate of the fire departure tribe remained uncertain, he would be unable to sleep soundly. A dragonbird hatchling, once it matures, it will undoubtedly seek revenge on our giant wood tribe. The shaman of the giant wood tribe remained silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. I shall gather the others immediately. Before he could finish speaking, figures abruptly appeared outside the tribe's walls, a multitude of heads visible, each wielding bone blades and wooden sticks. Giant Da, with keen eyesight, immediately spotted the tall figure leading the charge. His pupils constricted in shock as he stammered, "Li Song? How could it be him? How is this even possible?" In the next instant, dozens of grass hut doors were kicked open, and 6 or 7 members of the fire departure tribe stormed in, exuding murderous intent. With swift strikes, blood splattered 3 feet, as the giant wood tribe members, roused from their slumber, were brutally slaughtered. What are you waiting for? Sound the horn. The shaman of the giant wood tribe reacted swiftly, relieved that he had recently received a horn from the black beast tribe. Otherwise, by the time he and Giant Day organized a counterattack, half their tribe would likely have been massacred. With a flick of his wrist, a horn made from a beast's horn appeared, inscribed with simple runes. Giant Da took a deep breath and blew into it with all his might. This was the first time he had sounded it. The low, ancient sound reverberated throughout the entire giant wood tribe, awakening the slumbering members, even startling birds and beasts 1,000 meters away into flight. What is that sound? Indeed, this sound has my blood boiling. Reminiscent of the excitement before rolling in bed with my wife last night, a burning desire to act. I feel so exhilarated. Suddenly, Arrows whizzed in from the distance, instantly striking down the giant wood tribesman who had yet to finish his exclamation. A rain of arrows felled dozens of members of the giant wood tribe, and combined with the earlier slaughter, the surprise attack in the downpour resulted in the loss of at least 130 male warriors. However, in terms of numbers, the giant wood tribe still maintained an advantage. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Kill. Eradicate these despicable fiends. Damn it. I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, the members of the giant wood tribe finally reacted. Living in a constantly perilous environment, they radiated ferocity, seizing their weapons and charging fearlessly towards the fire departure tribe. Giant De breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy rain had lulled the giant wood tribe into complacency, leading to such dire consequences, but they were not yet in a desperate situation. Grasping a long-boned spear, likely crafted from a lengthy beast bone, over 2 meters in length, one end sharpened to a deadly point, he knew that any wound inflicted by this spear would result in blood gushing from its natural hollow center, akin to the Mitsubishi military dagger of old. Li Tsong, today I shall require your blood and heads to honor the fallen members of our tribe. The colossal figure of Zhu De charged forth like a fearsome humanoid beast towards Li Tsong, imbued with a profound sense of confidence. Convinced of his prowess being on par with that of Li Tsong, the elite warriors of the tree tribe shared this conviction, with a numerical advantage firmly in their grasp. It would not be long before this desperate band of individuals from the fire tribe, seeking their own demise, would be utterly overwhelmed and eliminated. However, as the clash ensued, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zhu Da's wide, astonished eyes beheld the warriors of the fire tribe wielding a peculiar contraption, unleashing a strange substance upon the fierce warriors of the tree tribe. Rainwater mingled with the humid air, and a faint crimson hue spread across the scene. Oh, my eyes. Ah, my eyes, it hurts so much. I can't see. The warriors of the tree tribe, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, instinctively clawed at their eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably as they succumbed to a torment that felt like a dagger to the heart. Blinded and disoriented, they became helpless prey, and the anticipated balance of power swiftly transformed into a one-sided massacre. What? How could this be? Zhu Da's progress faltered as he witnessed Li Tsong brandishing a similar, yet unfamiliar device. A horrifying thought surged through his mind. Could it be that the fire tribe possesses not only beast shamans, but also weapon shamans? Have they produced such a terrifying number of shamans? It seemed implausible. After all, the fire tribe was believed to have only one shamanic heir. This bewildering notion also crossed Chi's mind as he emerged from the cave, his nearly 6-foot frame accentuated by strands of silver amidst his dark hair. Summoning all his strength, he bellowed, "Hui, I know you can hear my voice. Cease this madness. Such terrifying shamans. Our tree tribe stands no chance against you. Let us parley." His voice echoed, and moments later, the intact 60 to 70 warriors of the fire tribe retreated, forming 2 neat lines in the pouring rain. At the center, the shaman Hui approached, leaning on a bone staff. Yet, Hui deliberately slowed his pace to allow Wang Zhe to step ahead, signifying Wang Zhe's slightly elevated status. The adult males of the tree tribe had been nearly obliterated, leaving only their shaman and a few insignificant survivors. Discuss what? Wang Zhe stood before the primitive assembly, his comparatively diminutive figure now exuding an air of grandeur. His unremarkable features belied the authority of a ruler destined to shape the fates of both tribes. Especially striking was the radiant young dragon bird perched upon his shoulder, a beast capable of annihilating entire tribes. You are Yan, the new shaman of the fire tribe. Wang Zhe's tone was calm, having acclimated to the surrounding carnage. Life held little value in this realm, and death was omnipresent. A new shaman? Chi and Zhu Dao exchanged incredulous glances, their trembling voices laden with disbelief and fear as they searched for a familiar figure among the crowd. Are you a beast shaman or a weapon shaman? If that is your final statement, then let all of you descend into hell. Kill every last man and sensible child of the tree tribe. Wang Zhe waved his hand, showing no mercy. In this brutal world, compassion was a concept long extinguished. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen event would irrevocably alter the destinies of all present. Wait, if you can prove that you embody both the beast shaman and the weapon shaman, I, Chi, vow in the name of the shaman ancestor that I and all the tree tribe shall submit to you, henceforth dedicating ourselves to become your sharpest blade. Chi proclaimed, recognizing the dire toll the surprise attack had taken on the tree tribe, faced with the terrifying prowess of the enemy's shamans. The remaining survivors stood no chance of escape. For the sake of the tribe, Chi made an astonishing decision, laced with an undertone of threat. The tree tribe may perish, but I shall survive. I will rush to deliver this news to the Black Beast tribe, and once they are informed, they will undoubtedly launch a full-scale assault against you, denying you another chance to recuperate. Yet, if we yield to you, we can cloak your presence under the guise of the tree tribe. granting you ample time to nurture this dragon bird into a fearsome creature capable of soaring through the skies. It was a compelling proposition, difficult to refuse. Translated swiftly, Wang Zhe cast a glance at the shaman beside him, a figure he deeply respected. You may swear first in the name of the shaman ancestor. The shaman ancestor symbolizes the very essence of shamanism, the backbone of human civilization in this era. The shaman king may conquer through strength, but the shaman ancestor commands reverence that springs from the heart. Before the shaman ancestor, even the mightiest shaman king would kneel in genuine submission. For any vow made in the name of the shaman ancestor would be honored wholeheartedly. Without hesitation, Qi tore through the rough hide of his upper garment and made a shallow incision across his chest, blood immediately seeping forth as he recited an incantation. The unique green luminescence of the medicine shaman becoming visible. Meanwhile, the shaman of the fire tribe provided Wang Zhe with further insights regarding the shaman ancestor, repeatedly cautioning that no shaman could violate the oath made to the ancestor. Failure to uphold such a vow would lead not only to disdain from all shamans in humanity, but also to a certain death. Once, a shaman king had defied his oath to the shaman ancestor, and within 3 days, his court was annihilated, falling victim to the siege of 5 shaman kings, ultimately exhausting himself to death. Wang Zhe nodded in understanding, yet he felt a sense of helplessness. Shaman, even if they swear by the shaman ancestor. How can I prove myself? I underestimated Qi's strength. Now, I must rely on your power to secure an opportunity for all of us to recuperate. The words of the shaman of the tree tribe were not unfounded. You are our collective hope. Shaman Hui. His tone was earnest and solemn. He could spare Qi, but at the cost of his own dwindling lifespan. Should he perish, he feared that Wang Zhe's shoulders might not suffice to bear the future of the entire fire tribe. He had never anticipated that Qi would choose to submit. Submission equated to willingly becoming the fish on another's chopping block, devoid of any resistance or opportunity to alter one's fate. Once one submits, one becomes a slave, a condition that persists through generations. Thus, few tribes were willing to surrender. For those tribes that lacked sufficient strength would see themselves and their descendants reduced to mere fodder or food in times of famine. Strength? A fleeting confusion flickered in Wang Zhe's eyes as he stepped forward, shedding his outer garment to reveal his fair skin beneath the pouring rain. Skin far more delicate than that of the primitives, yet each muscle was well-defined and robust. He hurled the enhanced anti-wolf spray behind him, his gaze sharp and resolute as he addressed Judah, making a decision. Beast shaman. Weapon shaman. I can barely claim to be either. However, what I have recently achieved is that of a battle shaman. Here's the deal. I shall not take advantage of you as a shaman, Judah. I'll strike you bare-handed. If you do not fall, we shall turn and leave. If you lose, you will submit and become my servant. Qi and Judah were once more taken aback by Wang Zhe's words. In their eyes, a beast-level dragon bird was sufficient to affirm Wang Zhe's extraordinary status as a beast shaman, explaining why the Black Beast tribe was so eager to eliminate him before he could fully mature. As for the weapon shaman, the terrifying shamans they had never encountered before served as ample evidence. Both Qi and Judah firmly believed in Wang Zhe's dual identity. The demand for proof was merely a means of providing themselves with an escape route, as long as Wang Zhe could concoct something to placate them. To be subservient to a young sorcerer endowed with dual talents, whose gifts are remarkably extraordinary, may appear to be a pitiful fate, yet it is, in truth, a fortuitous circumstance for the future. The greater the sorcerer, the stronger the tribe will become. Such an unparalleled prodigy in sorcery, even if destined to serve as a slave for generations, is indeed a blessing. Should one day ascend to the throne of the sorcerer king, it would be a legacy of immense honor. The sentiments of the sorcerers of the Lihua tribe, both in their hearts and in the language understood by Wang Zhe, resonate with this understanding. Consequently, both parties were taken aback by Wang Zhe's words. The sorcerer Hui of the Lihua tribe was eager to dissuade Wang Zhe, pondering how one could possibly grant the Ju-Mu tribe such an opportunity. I wish to see your prowess, he insisted, but that merely requires you to intimidate them with something you possess. Do you not have that explosive device? And what of that flashlight that shines like the sun? Such a straightforward task, and yet you seem to falter. Hui was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Wang Zhe's words. As for the 3 strikes mentioned by Wang Zhe, Hui chuckled inwardly. Did Wang Zhe truly underestimate his own capabilities? That meager strength could not even deliver a single blow, let alone withstand 3 or 5 strikes from the chief of the Ju-Mu tribe. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Hui queried, his mental communication devoid of concern for the ears of those around them. Wang Zhe gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, hands clasped behind his back, and uttered 2 words, show off. Elevating his stature in the eyes of these primitive denizens of the Ju-Mu tribe would undeniably be advantageous for future endeavors. The sorcerers of the Lihua tribe were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the concept of showing off. Yet Qi observed Wang Zhe cautiously, her mind swirling with the astounding notion of a battle sorcerer, struggling to fathom the reality of it all. However, the formidable Wang Zhe stepped forward, proclaiming, "Regardless of whether I can withstand this blow, we of the Zhu Mu tribe willingly submit to you." The Zhu Mu tribe had suffered too many losses among their elite warriors, and at the moment Qi swore allegiance to the ancestral sorcerer. Wang Zhe comprehended that submission was their only viable option, especially after their clan faced annihilation during the rainy season or being devoured by other tribes. It was better to take the initiative. Perhaps it could alter the fate of the Zhu Mu tribe, which had long been oppressed. He exhaled in relief, his emotions resembling a tumultuous roller coaster, soon ignited by excitement. With the Zhu Mu tribe's submission, as long as they could safely navigate this unprecedented and terrifying rainy season, there lay hope for them to become the sole tribe in this valley, emerging from this barren landscape. Step by step, Wang Zhe advanced, as if strolling leisurely, until he stood before Wang Zhe, who towered over him by a head or more, requiring Wang Zhe to gaze upward. He appeared as a frail figure before an adult giant bear, seemingly vulnerable. Yet, with a light leap and a swift hand, he struck. Many had yet to grasp the situation when Wang Zhe's robust form collapsed with a thunderous crash. Was it all an act? It was not. In an instant, the fallen Wang Zhe, leveraging his remarkable physical prowess, regained his footing, albeit unsteadily, resembling a drunken man struggling to maintain balance. It was evident to all that Wang Zhe was not feigning. The onlookers were filled with astonishment, particularly the surviving members of the Zhu Mu tribe, who were acutely aware of their chief's strength. To have been struck down so effortlessly was the work of no one but a battle sorcerer. Instantly, they exchanged fearful glances, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, their mouths agape, yet producing only incoherent sounds, their hearts racing. Heavens, what has happened? Why can I suddenly not speak? Could it be the terrifying power of this sorcerer? Wang Zhe pointed at his mouth, gesturing, still voicing his bewilderment with loud exclamations. Heavens! Our chief has been rendered mute by this new sorcerer. The collective shock and terror among the onlookers elevated Wang Zhe's stature in their eyes. As Wang Zhe's legs buckled, kneeling before Wang Zhe, he gingerly placed Wang Zhe's left hand atop his own head. With a thud, 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 he continued to kneel. And it was not only the Zhu Mu tribe members who succumbed to the atmosphere of reverence. The Lihua tribe, too, followed suit, recognizing the natural order of the strong, subduing the weak. We could hardly believe it. He understood Wang Zhe's capabilities well enough, knowing that in a true confrontation, even a single adult male from their tribe might not prevail. Yet, what power could possibly compel Wang Zhe, the strongest of the Zhu Mu tribe, to be so utterly subdued? He was filled with curiosity, yet he knew he must suppress it for now. As for Qi of the Zhu Mu tribe, as a sorcerer, he was not required to kneel, yet he bowed deeply to Wang Zhe, relinquishing the nobility that was his by right. I, Qi, the sorcerer of the Zhu Mu tribe, alongside the remaining members of our clan, pledge our allegiance to the great sorcerer Yin, in the name of the ancestral sorcerer, willing to serve as slaves for generations. Yin was the name Wang Zhe had chosen for himself as a sorcerer, marking his identity in this world while bringing about unimaginable consequences in reality. Chapter 75, Yin Huang. The rain fell ever heavier, as if the celestial rivers were cascading down from above, transforming the surrounding jungle into a shroud of white mist. The downpour washed away the bloodstains, diminishing the scent of carnage, which deterred beasts drawn by the smell of blood, yet it rendered the rudimentary thatched shelters perpetually leaky. This year's rains were unprecedented and might herald calamities never before seen. Indeed, without sufficiently high and spacious caves to shelter us all, this barren valley constrained us while simultaneously providing a secure haven for our survival. For decades, I had lacked the courage to leave this place. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, there might be hope for escape. Qi's gaze rested upon Wang Zhe, filled with fervent anticipation. A single strike had felled Wang Zhe, rendering him incapable of standing for an extended period, even robbing him of his innate ability to speak, albeit temporarily. What further doubts could there be regarding Wang Zhe's identity as a battle sorcerer? Beast sorcerers, artifact sorcerers, and battle sorcerers. Oh, to be able to serve such a celestial figure in sorcery was undoubtedly the greatest honor of my life. I can only hope that one day in the future, I will witness this Yin rise to become a great sorcerer king. The title of Sorcerer King is the aspiration and dream of every sorcerer. As for the sorcerer ancestor, that is an unattainable feat, for one must bear the weight of an entire civilization, something not everyone can achieve. There are many sorcerer kings, but there has only ever been one sorcerer ancestor. Unless the sorcerer ancestor passes away and selects the strongest, wisest, and most suitable sorcerer king to carry on the legacy, a new sorcerer ancestor will never emerge. We regarded Wang Zhe with a similar gaze, yet his expression bore a hint of melancholy and sorrow. Coupled with a resigned acceptance of death, to escape the valley? I fear that day may come when I can no longer witness it. He silently added, I hope that before my time comes, you can awaken to become a true sorcerer. At the cave entrance, the two former medicinal sorcerers, once sworn enemies, now stood peacefully and harmoniously side by side, observing Wang Zhe directing all the tribesmen in their labors. The bodies of those who had perished in battle were transported far from the tribe and discarded. Burial? A waste of time and utterly meaningless. Aside from the injured tribesmen, the rest were industriously engaged, their minds perhaps lacking in acuity, yet they executed simple commands with unwavering diligence. Dig this pit a bit deeper and set the stakes upright. Good. That's quite sturdy. You there, child? Yes, I mean you, tie it tightly. For heaven's sake, how many times have I shown you how to tie a knot? You're a fool. Well, since this binding seems secure enough, I shan't scold you. Wang Zhe pointed at a child perched atop the shoulders of an adult tribesman. Their combined height was at least 4 meters, with over 20 such pairs in sight. As for names, aside from the sorcerers and the chief, none bore individual names. They either used numerical designations, such as Ju 1, Ju 2, or Li 1, Li 2, naming themselves by their tribe followed by a number. As for having them inscribe their own names, the shaman felt it to be an utter waste of time, let alone an entire tribe. No shaman possessed the energy or time to undertake such a task. Most would select the brightest individuals from the tribe to allocate time for teaching, relieving themselves of trivial burdens, with the chief being a must for instruction. Wang Zhe was in the process of constructing a vast wooden dwelling, utilizing timber as thick as the waists of these primitive people. Without iron nails, he ingeniously carved grooves into the logs using bone blades to bind and secure them, ensuring that the dimensions could interlock seamlessly, a task that Wang Zhe personally demonstrated. He transformed the logs into planks a few centimeters thick, their unrefined appearance merely serving the purpose of sheltering from the wind and rain. A hole was drilled atop each plank, secured with fine vines, while the bottom was buried in the soil to anchor it. The wind in the jungle was not fierce, a slight support was sufficient. The narrow gaps between the boards were concealed with leaves and a sticky sap. The roof was similarly covered with planks, meticulously laid with vast leaves, significantly larger than banana leaves. The roof was not flat but inclined, with the leaves arranged vertically and the vines securing them horizontally, layered from top to bottom, with vines at the junctions of the leaves. The two layers were arranged such that the innermost leaves were the smallest, while the outermost were the largest. This sloped angle allowed rainwater to roll off, preventing accumulation that could saturate the roof or cause it to collapse. The two-layered structure provided better sealing. However, adding a third or fourth layer could prove detrimental due to the thickness of the leaves. Inside the wooden dwelling lay a layer of gravel, upon which planks were laid to prevent the weight of the primitives from crushing the boards and to mitigate moisture from rain that could lead to rot or bodily harm due to dampness. Any primitive who lived long enough would inevitably suffer from ailments such as rheumatism. Without a shaman, such afflictions could claim the lives of countless individuals. The wooden planks were constructed on elevated terrain, with just a slight excavation for drainage. Before nightfall, through the concerted efforts of nearly 200 primitives, the first wooden house was finally erected. Expectant women and children were prioritized for residence within the wooden structure, while the others continued to inhabit grass huts, with plans to build more wooden houses the following day. Upon the completion of the wooden dwelling, Wang Zhe issued his first command. Women and children represented the tribe's future, a notion well understood by the primitives. Otherwise, past raids on tribes had only resulted in the slaughter of men and the more responsible boys, naturally excluding the girls. They could not oppose this, especially since it was a directive directly from Wang Zhe. Once matters were settled, Wang Zhe, bare-chested, returned to the cave, where his backpack and phone remained. His next task was to traverse back to civilization for a refreshing bath and rest. The Lihua tribe had finally been granted an opportunity for recuperation. As he reached the cave entrance, the airplane eagerly approached, calling out and reaching out, exclaiming, "Hungry, hungry, hungry, you glutton," Wang Zhe chuckled, giving the airplane a gentle pat on the head, eliciting a pitiful display as it covered its head with its meaty wings, seemingly lamenting. "What can I do about being hungry? If I don't eat, will I starve?" "Shaman, feed it some meat," Wang Zhe instructed. "Airplane, make do for now. There's no snake meat available." Upon hearing this, the airplane looked even more forlorn, yet faced with hunger, it began to devour the meat the shaman tossed its way. "I must return. If I do not appear tomorrow, I entrust the continuation of the wooden house construction to both of you." Wang Zhe had faith that, with the shaman's wisdom, constructing wooden houses, a task so simple, would not pose much difficulty after a few verbal instructions and a personal demonstration. After all, they had prior experience guiding this group of primitives in building grass huts. "Return?" She murmured, puzzled. We quickly clarified for Wang Zhe. The tribe's sacred stone is actually a shaman artifact of Yin. It allows Yin to traverse back to the original world, and only Yin can wield it. The destined shaman artifact? She had no doubt. but rather felt increasingly exhilarated by the prospect. A destined shaman, a natural shaman king. Oh, great ancestor of shamans, how fortunate am I, to serve a born shaman king. This is the pinnacle of my honor. Even if I were to die now, it would be worth it. Naturally, if he could witness this natural shaman king's ascent and be recorded in history, he would willingly embrace his demise. A natural shaman king? We pondered the various differences in Wang Zhe's medicinal baths, contemplating that perhaps Wang Zhe was indeed a born shaman king, with the potential to become the next shaman ancestor. However, regarding the shaman ancestor, that was merely Huey's personal fantasy. This fantasy was immediately quelled, as it would be a disrespect to the shaman ancestor. He then spoke. The giant wood tribe shall cease to exist from this day forth. I believe the Lihua tribe is also unnecessary. The two shall merge into one. Yin, you shall bestow a new name upon this tribe. From now on, you shall be the soul of this tribe. Wang Zhe was still quite young, with decades ahead of him, so it was entirely reasonable for him to choose a completely new name. She supported him from the side. Noble master, please bestow a name upon the new tribe. Naming the new tribe. Wang Zhe thought for a moment. Perhaps a grandiose name would be fitting, something like Supreme, Sovereign, or Celestial. However, he felt such titles were too ostentatious. A low-key approach would be wiser. Let us call it Yin Huang. He suddenly recalled that his people had always referred to themselves as descendants of Yin and Huang, so why not name it the Yin Huang tribe? The name Wang Zhe chose naturally encountered no opposition. Thus, as night fell upon this world, the new tribe awaited the dawn of a new day. Africa. Within the research facility, Qian Tingfei was once again engaged in a video conference with Director Feng of the Huafei Bureau. Old Qian, based on your archaeological findings and the privately shared information from Country M, combined with the evidence from the number 4 ancient ruins, we can confirm that the text discovered within the new bone relic translates our civilization's era as the Yin Huang Empire. An empire. A civilization that established the concept of a nation in ancient times, with fossil records of this civilization found in Asia, Africa, and Country M. Such a powerful civilization. How did it meet its demise? What does extinction mean? It signifies the total disappearance of an entire civilization from the annals of history, much like the dinosaurs. Without fossils being unearthed, one cannot prove their existence in this world. Did this civilization that established nations perish alongside the dinosaurs, or? Chapter 76, Self-Deception? There is a saying, photographs are eternal magic. They can freeze moments in time forever. Without photographs or written records, it is likely that few remember events or individuals from over 50 years ago, and beyond a century, we can only rely on records to reconstruct the past. The sands of time have buried all, and against the relentless passage of time, nothing can withstand its sharpness. If a century is thus, what of a millennium or 10 millennia? Is loving you for 10,000 years truly magnificent? Is it romantic? In the face of time, it is merely an inconspicuous ripple. 100,000 years, a million years, 10 million years, everything changes with time. When the remnants of ancient civilizations are discovered, it proves that modern humanity still has much to learn about a planet that has existed for 4.6 billion years. How did such a prosperous ancient civilization completely vanish? And from where did modern human civilization originate? Director Feng's questions rendered Professor Qian on the other end of the video call silent, a silence that encompassed both ignorance and a sense of insignificance against the vastness of time. The video call was abruptly terminated, and Director Feng realized he had momentarily succumbed to his curiosity, posing questions that were perhaps better left unasked. The extinction of ancient civilizations was of no concern to him. As the head of the Huafei Bureau, his focus should be on reconstruction, attracting more talent to strengthen the Bureau and safeguarding the nation and its people. The perplexing issue that had baffled archaeologists worldwide could be left to them to decipher through the remnants of fossils. While Director Feng could swiftly dismiss the inquiries he had made, Professor Qian could not afford such luxury. Professor Qian, the 19th base meeting is about to commence in 3 minutes. Please be punctual. A voice generated by computer intelligence shattered Qian Tingfei's momentary silence. Taking a deep breath, he sighed and rose to head towards the conference room. 3 minutes later, over 40 archaeological researchers gathered in the most secure conference room to commence the 19th meeting. As the meeting commenced, Qian Tingfei stood and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received news that the ancient script unearthed from this archaeological site has undergone countless studies and translations into modern language as the Empire of Yin and Huang." Nonsense. An enthusiastic archaeologist, who had proposed the sun as the national flag, stood up in agitation. Another, who claimed that Confucius belonged solely to their nation's history, could barely contain his fervor. Indeed, it is impossible. How can you assert that the Empire of Yin and Huang is what it is based on incomprehensible characters? Perhaps it should be translated as the Empire of Yamato. Professor Qian, no one truly understands what these ancient characters convey. All interpretations rely on conjecture, and even the slightest error in research could lead to misinterpretation. Regarding ancient civilizations, we must refrain from hasty conclusions. Yes, I support Professor N's perspective. We should not jump to conclusions, but rather discuss further excavations of this ancient civilization site. Among the 40-odd archaeologists, aside from a few led by Professor Qian, no one was willing to acknowledge the implications, including those from Country M who were acutely aware. A miscalculation in research? Such a significant matter could not possibly allow for any errors. Otherwise, how could heads of state convene a meeting under the guise of commerce and global trade? This meeting was jointly announced by Huafei and Country M. But how could they admit to it? Acknowledging that this civilization spanned Africa, Asia, and America would implicitly concede that their current civilization is rooted in Yin and Huan. What a ridiculous notion. How could they, who have yet to change their perception of the East, accept such a reality? They had fabricated a song titled Chinese Speech, extolling the notion that the entire world speaks Chinese. Such self-deception was one thing, but expecting all nations to concede that they are descendants of the ancient civilization of Yin and Huang was utterly unthinkable. In response to the fervent reactions from everyone, Professor Qian remained remarkably composed. Everything was as anticipated, and there was no need to engage in heated disputes with those who refused to acknowledge the truth. The fossils that time had left behind recorded the remnants of ancient civilizations from millions of years ago, and eventually, they would validate his assertions. The primary task was to seek the traces that elucidated the causes of the complete extinction of ancient civilizations. A meteorite's impact? Such an event would have drastically altered the Earth's topography and atmosphere, rendering all life unable to breathe, find food, or access water, leading to the extinction of dinosaurs and other organisms over time. However, for a calamity of such magnitude, at least a meteorite of considerable size, akin to an asteroid, would be required. Yet no clear evidence of such a collision has been discovered on Earth. Surely, a meteorite capable of annihilating an ancient civilization would leave some trace. Even after millions of years, even dinosaurs and ancient human civilizations have left behind numerous fossils and relics. Tectonic movements? These could have caused abrupt changes in ocean currents, leading to the demise of many plants, resulting in the extinction of herbivorous dinosaurs, followed by the gradual extinction of carnivorous dinosaurs due to lack of food. While dinosaurs may have perished, an ancient human civilization would not be entirely eradicated. Otherwise, how would modern humans have emerged? Mountain-building movements? Such processes could deplete water sources in many areas, causing plants to wither, leading to the extinction of herbivorous dinosaurs, and eventually, carnivorous dinosaurs would also face extinction due to food scarcity. This is hardly different from tectonic movements. As for volcanic eruptions that might have filled the atmosphere with carbon dioxide, raising the Earth's temperature to extremes, ultimately damaging the ozone layer and exposing life, primarily dinosaurs, to harmful radiation. This theory has also been discredited with the discovery of ancient human civilization relics. There are far too many living fossils that have survived from various epochs to the present. An ancient civilization cannot possibly be entirely extinguished. Humanity would either face total extinction or persist in a state of survival, akin to those living fossils, rather than experiencing yet another cycle of civilization emerging from nothing. As long as there is life, civilization cannot vanish without a trace. Thus, the 19th meeting erupted into heated debates and discussions, each representative vying for their nation to gain more benefits from the ancient relics. Dawn broke over the South River. In the primordial world, Wang Zhe disappeared into the giant stone before Qi for the first time, leaving Qi, filled with awe, to kneel and cautiously touch the stone, which bore no distinction from any ordinary boulder. This further solidified his belief that it was a powerful and mysterious artifact of destiny. Moments later, Wang Zhe re-emerged from the stone, startling the unprepared Qi, whose face reflected trepidation as he knelt and spoke. "Respected master, please forgive my rudeness. I cannot suppress my curiosity." With a wave of his hand, Wang Zhe replied indifferently, "You may leave. I have matters to discuss with the shaman." Qi, understanding who Wang Zhe referred to, promptly rose and exited the cave, standing guard at the entrance. Subsequently, under the beam of a flashlight, Wang Zhe handed a human acupoint diagram to the shaman. "This is the reason I was able to bring down the giant with a single strike. Do you remember the experiments I conducted before eliminating those two captives? It was to ascertain whether the human body's acupoints in this world correspond to those in our civilization, and the results are clear. They are almost entirely congruent." The shaman, holding the human acupoint diagram, though unable to comprehend it entirely, still found it remarkably fascinating. This material, referred to as paper, depicted the human anatomy and various organs. As Wang Zhe pointed and explained, the light in the shaman's eyes grew increasingly intense. The urge to retrieve the discarded corpses for dissection and experimentation surged within him. But that thought was swiftly extinguished. The new tribe required unity and mutual trust. Those bodies had once belonged to many of their loved ones, and they could not desecrate them. The explanation took no longer than about an hour. Sensing it was sufficient, Wang Zhe prepared to return to the modern city, bearing with him a ginseng over 300 years old and a diamond unearthed from the cave of the giant tribe. Gazing at the egg-sized diamond, Wang Zhe pondered whether it could equate to the 500 million he owed Xiaozhan. The value of money perplexed him. Some had lost their lives yet received mere hundreds of thousands in compensation, while this transparent stone was worth more than countless lives. Casually placing the diamond into his pocket, he rode his electric bicycle away from the Luwan Fengting community, with 3 pressing matters on his mind that required immediate attention. Some matters invariably lie beyond one's control, and a phone call compelled Wang Zhe to make a change. Moreover, as soon as Wang Zhe exited the community gate, he found himself being observed and followed. Chapter 77. Certain actions must be taken. In modern civilization, the death of an individual cannot simply be disregarded. Professor Lu Qiming's demise, which had gone untreated for several days, was ultimately deemed a homicide. However, Wang Gaochen was identified by the Jiang family as the mastermind behind it all, while the 5 million in debt was proven to be a mere fabrication, bringing a close to the affairs of all involved. Lu Li and her mother received satisfactory compensation, signed a settlement agreement, and at last, the remains of Lu Qiming were to be sent to the crematorium for burial, just as he had acquired his hard-earned driver's license. Wang Zhe received a call from Lu Li, informing him that tomorrow morning, she and her mother would be taking her father's body to the crematorium. This news sparked discussions within the class group, with most intending to pay their respects to the professor, whom they regarded quite favorably. Tomorrow, Wang Zhe murmured, originally intending to use his newly acquired license to pick up a vehicle, deliver the diamond to Xiaozhan to see if it could offset the 500 million debt, and then visit the dogs and cats, preparing to take the dogs to Wuxi Mountain before sunset to traverse into the primal world. The new tribe was to be named Yanhuang, yet many tasks awaited his attention. For instance, the unprecedented success of a surprise attack on the giant tree tribe made Wang Zhe realize that he could indeed ambush them. Could he also launch a surprise on the Black Beast tribe, the most formidable enemy in this valley, and similarly on his own Yanhuang tribe? Should he arrange sentries to stand guard day and night to prevent ambushes? In a jungle fraught with peril, such measures were utterly impractical. While a day or two might suffice, prolonged exposure could lead to an untimely demise at the hands of a seemingly innocuous venomous insect or snake, let alone the impossibility of setting up sentries during the rainy season. That would be tantamount to sending simple-minded primitives to their deaths. A more sustainable solution would involve laying various trigger traps around the tribe. It appeared that he would have to wait until Uncle Lu's body was cremated and buried before addressing the hidden dangers of the Yanhuang tribe, hoping that no unforeseen events would arise in the next 20 hours. After hanging up from Lu Li, Wang Zhe called Xiaozhan, oblivious to the fact that he was being followed. After all, Wang Zhe did not possess particularly strong counter-surveillance skills, and given the bustling activity on Nanjing Street, the presence of an individual behind him seemed quite normal. The pursuer continuously reported Wang Zhe's movements to others. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their destination. What an impressive place. Upon exiting the vehicle, Wang Zhe remarked, entering the premises where a beautiful receptionist greeted him. "Sir, we do not allow pets on the premises," she said politely with a smile. "He is my friend," came a voice, and instantly, the receptionist respectfully and sweetly exclaimed, "Mr. Xiao?" stepping aside gracefully. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge, Wang Zhe chuckled. "As if you're not a wealthy man yourself, spending 500 million to buy a mountain for dogs. You are even more extravagant than I," Xiaozhan replied with a laugh. His curiosity piqued about where Wang Zhe had managed to acquire such a sum in just a few days. Upon entering, the manager promptly attended to them. A bottle of expensive red wine was presented. "Waiter, bring me a bottle of Sprite," Wang Zhe called out. "I tried the 1982 Lafite last time, and I didn't like the taste, but mixed with Sprite, it was quite enjoyable." The waiter was taken aback. "Sprite? What is that?" However, knowing that Xiaozhan was the big boss here, the waiter immediately complied, even if it meant devising a way to procure it. "This Sprite complements the red wine quite well. Last time, I barely managed to drink half a bottle of the 1982 Lafite because I couldn't tolerate it otherwise." Wang Zhe poured a glass for Xiaozhan and then mixed in half a glass of Sprite. Xiaozhan's muscles twitched involuntarily. The thought of diluting a bottle of 1982 Lafite worth hundreds of thousands with a few coins worth of Sprite was unimaginable. He wanted to admonish Wang Zhe. "You are utterly wasting fine wine." Seeing Wang Zhe pour him another glass, Xiaozhan's inner reluctance grew. Could such exquisite red wine be mixed with Sprite? Especially for someone of his stature. "Oh well, for Wang Zhe's sake, I might as well take a sip," Xiaozhan thought, raising the glass to his lips. Sipping once and then again until the wine was gone. "Put down the glass. Waiter, refill it for me," he ordered, leaving the manager and waiter in stunned silence. Yet they proceeded to follow Xiao Zhan's request. As soon as the second glass was filled, before a single sip could be taken, Wang Zhe pulled out a diamond the size of an egg and placed it on the table. Mr. Xiao, could this diamond offset the 500 million debt? In that instant, Xiao Zhan nearly spat out his drink, staring at the egg-sized transparent stone on the table that bore a resemblance to a diamond. Yet, where could one find a diamond of such size? Even if such a thing existed, it would hardly appear in the possession of someone like Wang Zhe without any prior notice. Fake. This thought was quickly dismissed by Xiao Zhan. No matter how realistic a fake diamond might be, it could never escape the discerning eye of an expert. If it were genuine, where on earth had Wang Zhe acquired it? Xiao Zhan was momentarily dumbfounded by the sight of the diamond. If it were indeed real, it would undoubtedly cause a frenzy among countless women. Mr. Xiao, if you are concerned, we can call in a diamond expert for authentication, Wang Zhe said calmly. Inwardly contemplating how the diamond used to concoct potions in another world would likely astonish many with heart conditions here. If it is real, I may have to give you $1 billion or $2 billion, so please understand, it's not a matter of trust. It's just that 6 or 7 billion is no small sum. Xiao Zhan quickly adjusted his mindset. If this diamond were authentic, the Xiao family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, perhaps even hosting a world-class jewelry exhibition in Nanjing, crafting the most expensive and luxurious necklace in the world from this egg-sized diamond, guaranteed to attract the attention of affluent individuals globally. Whether or not anyone would purchase, it was secondary. The key was the media hype, enhancing the Xiao family's notoriety. The phrase is the world's most exquisite luxurious diamond necklace, and one of a kind carried far greater value than the 6 or 7 billion spent. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I hope Mr. Xiao can expedite the process. Wang Zhe's words prompted Xiao Zhan to immediately grab his phone and dial a number. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open unexpectedly, and a foul stench assailed the nostrils of Xiao Zhan, who had just connected the call. Come to the Wangjiang International Hotel immediately to authenticate a diamond for me, he managed to utter before doubling over to vomit, overwhelmed by the grotesqueness and the foul odor. Who allowed such a repugnant individual to enter here? I must have him expelled. Wang Zhe pinched his nose, gazing at Jiang Ming's revolting face, oozing green pus. Although he did not vomit, his appetite had vanished entirely. While surprised by Jiang Ming's sudden appearance, he was not astonished. Given the Jiang family's influence, it was only natural that his whereabouts would be discovered. You. Wang Zhe raised a hand, interrupting Xiao Zhan's words. Mr. Xiao, allow me to introduce you to this foul individual, who smells worse than a cesspool. This is Jiang Ming from the Jiang family of Modu. Keep the diamond safe, consider the debt settled. The ensuing feud between Jiang and me is of no concern to you. Xiao Zhan felt a jolt of disbelief, and simultaneously, a deeper gratitude for Wang Zhe. Had he not intervened in time, it could have led to a disastrous slip of the tongue. Wang Zhe. The words that spilled forth from between his teeth were imbued with a hatred far more intense than mere gritting of teeth. These past few days had rendered Jiang Ming's existence akin to a living hell, with each passing moment feeling interminably torturous. The more he suffered, the more he longed to subject Wang Zhe to 1,000 agonizing deaths. He had contemplated storming into the Luan Fengting community, where Wang Zhe resided. Yet the enormity of such an act was thwarted by the Jiang family. It was not merely the community that was significant, rather, it was the recent scandal surrounding the shocking incident of the Yangtze giant softshell turtle, which had captivated both the media and the public. The individual named Lin Jun had found every attempt at evasion futile, as numerous media outlets and celebrities demanded stringent punishment for such a lawless character. As for the notion of stealthily infiltrating the villa at night, the security system of the Luan Fengting estate swiftly extinguished that idea in its infancy. Thus, Jiang Ming had been vigilantly tracking Wang Zhe, tirelessly pursuing what he believed to be a fortuitous opportunity, ultimately cornering Wang Zhe in this very moment. Ah, is that you, Brother Jiang? Wang Zhe drawled mockingly. What a pity, what a true pity it is. I never anticipated witnessing you in such a wretched state. He continued. I imagine you haven't been eating or sleeping well these past few days. Just look at you, so gaunt. You're almost a mere skeleton. Wang Zhe leisurely taunted. Holding a leaf to his nostrils, the foul odor suddenly becoming more bearable, and a grin spread across his face that made Jiang Ming's eyes widen in disbelief. Wang Zhe, if you do not surrender the antidote today, not even a celestial being could save your wretched life. Jiang Ming bellowed, his voice raw with anguish. In that fleeting moment of retreat, a chilling and ominous aura emerged, instantly locking onto Wang Zhe, instilling a sense of terror within him, as though vengeful spirits were clawing their way out from the depths of hell.